A vicious beast once posed a question to a brave warrior. The warrior stood his ground, a silent, imposing figure. The beast, a great wolf leading its pack, sneered at its opponent. It mocked him, asking how he could possibly fight with no fangs and no claws. The warrior's only answer was a surge of dark power, his true weapon revealed. Taking his silence as weakness, the pack howled and lunged forward to attack. But they were met with a brutal, crimson slash that tore through their ranks. Flesh and bone crunched underfoot as the warrior carved a path of destruction. The alpha wolf, its eyes blazing with fury, could only watch its pack fall. With a final, desperate roar, it leaped through the air for one last strike. The warrior catches the alpha mid-air, his massive hand clamping down on its skull with bone-crushing force. He doesn't just kill. He consumes, tearing into the beast's throat to satisfy a dark hunger for its very essence. With a final, brutal rip, the alpha is silenced forever, its pack's legacy ending in a spray of crimson. Long ago, this world belonged to the mystics, creatures born from raw, primordial energy that defied human logic. A select few took human form as incarnates, serving as the benevolent protectors and guides for a fledgling mankind. However, absolute power eventually corrupted them, turning these once noble guardians into tyrants who craved only dominion. These fallen legends became the evil deities, nightmare entities that left the world in a state of perpetual fear. Back in the present, a terrified man sprints through the dense forest, his frantic gasps echoing through the trees. He scrambles through the undergrowth, his legs shaking as he realizes he simply isn't fast enough to escape. Sobbing and broken, he prays for anyone to save him, unaware that the gods of this world stopped listening long ago. A heavy crossbow tracks the fleeing man through the trees, the hunter savoring the final moments of the chase. With a sharp twang, the bolt finds its mark and ends the man's desperate run with a sickening thud. The shooter's comrades offer some rare praise, though the bald bandit leader shrugs it off as if it were nothing. He coldly orders his men to strip the corpses of anything valuable before they retreat to their woodland hideout. As they march, a heavy unease settles over the group, fueled by whispers of a monster haunting these dark trees. Their chatter dies instantly when Martin halts in his tracks, his face turning pale as he stares into the clearing. Scattered across the forest floor lie the mangled remains of the wolf pack, their bodies torn apart with terrifying ease. One bandit wonders if this was a territorial dispute, but the sheer brutality suggests a one-sided slaughter. A sudden shout pulls their attention further into the carnage, urging the leader to witness an even stranger sight. Propped against the massive alpha sits the silent warrior, appearing to the stunned bandits as a fallen mystic. Martin and his crew stand over the unconscious stranger, wondering how a mere human ended up in this graveyard. They scoff at the idea of this man slaying the alpha, mockingly dismissing him as some pathetic, wandering mystic. Greed quickly replaces curiosity, and Martin reaches down to strip the supposed corpse of any hidden valuables. His thievery is cut short by a sudden, agonizing crunch as something sharp sinks deep into his flesh. A small red lizard has latched onto his leg, acting as a tiny, vicious guardian for its sleeping master. The bandit leader steps forward with a sadistic smirk, telling Martin to stay still while he kills the pest. He swings his dagger with murderous intent, fully expecting to chop the little creature into bloody pieces. But his confidence vanishes in an instant, replaced by a cold realization that he is no longer the predator. With a flash of steel, the warrior awakens and severs the leader's arm in one fluid, brutal motion. Before the man can even scream, a heavy fist connects with his jaw, ending the confrontation before it truly began. The warrior's fist connects with a sickening crunch, sending the bandit leader's head snapping back as blood sprays into the air. A murderous shadow falls over the stranger's face, his gaze sharpening with a cold promise of violence for anyone who dares to interfere. He stands his ground with his axe gripped tight, making it clear that the little lizard's life is worth more than all of theirs combined. The clearing falls into a tense standoff, as the remaining bandits realize their leader has been dismantled in a single heartbeat. Martin shrieks in a mix of terror and rage, pointing a trembling finger while accusing the newcomer of murdering their comrade. The warrior remains unimpressed by their shouting, dryly noting that the man is still breathing despite the brutal lesson he just received. As the mob begins to close in, he reaches for his second weapon, internally mocking their suicidal lack of self-preservation. He offers them one final, grim warning to leave now if they have anyone at home who might actually mourn their passing. With a dark aura flaring around him, he admits that while he prefers hunting beasts, he won't lose any sleep over hacking them apart. Blinded by their own numbers, the bandits let out a collective roar and charge, completely unaware they are sprinting toward their graves. He braces his weight against the earth, feeling the familiar tension in his muscles as he prepares to paint the clearing red. With a single, explosive rotation, his axe becomes a blur of steel that carves through flesh and bone like wet parchment. The air fills with the agonizing wails of men who finally realize they have picked a fight with a literal force of nature. Martin watches the carnage with trembling eyes, his previous bravado replaced by the sickening realization that they are facing a monster. Desperate to end the slaughter, one of the survivors fumbles with his crossbow, his hands shaking as he desperately loads a bolt. A small squad of marksmen levels their weapons from the tree line, hoping that distance might provide the safety their swords could not. The warrior senses the shift in the wind, his teeth bared as he feels the tiny weight of his companion on his shoulder. The command to fire echoes through the trees, marking a final, desperate gamble to bring the Titan down before he reaches them. 3 strings snap in unison, sending lethal steel whistling through the air toward a target that has not even bothered to flinch. But his first instinct is not for his own safety. He reaches up, shielding the small lizard from the incoming rain of death. Steel bolts bite deep into his flesh, yet he remains motionless, shielding the small life beneath him. The mercenaries freeze, praying that their desperate volley was finally enough to put the monster down. Their hope is instantly incinerated as a geyser of malice erupts, staining the air blood red. Spectral visages of apex predators manifest from the chaos, their ethereal howls signaling a primordial arrival. The silhouette of a catastrophic evil deity towers over the clearing, manifesting the terrifying power in his veins. Panic turns to horror as the bandits realize they've accidentally invited a god of destruction to their slaughter. Amidst the darkness, a crimson eye flickers with the ancient hunger of a dragon seeking vengeance. But a flash of golden resolve cuts through the gloom as he fights to reclaim his soul. The suffocating pressure suddenly shatters, the dark energy scattering like ash as the transformation is suppressed. He collapses, lungs burning and body broken, letting out a pained groan as he checks on his companion. The smoke of the aftermath drifts through the blackened trees as the echoes of the struggle finally fade. The survivors retreat behind the safety of their wooden palisades, dragging the spoils of a nightmare into the light. The village leader can hardly believe the reports, his face paling as he witnesses the impossible results of the battle. He stands dwarfed by the massive alpha wolf carcass, a beast that should have required a small army to fell. But the real terror is the man bound in heavy iron chains, his gaze still sharp enough to pierce through the gloom. Nearby, the small red lizard snaps its jaws at the wooden bars of its cage, just as defiant as its master. With a chillingly steady voice, the prisoner warns them that if they value their lives, they should burn that wolf immediately. A guard tries to shout him down with insults, but the leader raises a hand to silence the unnecessary noise. He demands to know the foreigner's name, and what kind of madness drove him to commit such a massacre. Ananta stares back with glowing yellow eyes, simply stating that he slaughtered them all because he was hungry. The village leader is stunned into silence, but his frantic guard is far from quiet. He insists they saw the impossible with their own eyes, a man transforming into a nightmare. Dark rumors of an evil deity that devours the dead have been spreading like wildfire lately. The leader remains skeptical, seeing only a battered man where his guard sees a monster. But the evidence is carved into the wolf's flesh in the form of savage bite marks. The guard is convinced they aren't holding a prisoner, but a god of death in disguise. Ananta can't help but let out a low, mocking chuckle at their growing desperation. The guard snaps, demanding to know what could possibly be so funny in this situation. He staggers back as the weight of the prisoner's presence begins to crush his spirit. With a predatory grin, Ananta asks if they really feel safe behind a few measly chains. The thick ropes binding the massive wolf carcass suddenly twitch as something unnatural stirs within the dead beast. Ananta's voice cuts through the silence, mocking the village leader for being completely clueless about the world. A dark omen takes flight into the moonlit sky, sensing the shift in the air as the hunt begins. He continues his grim lesson, noting that they understand nothing about what true monsters actually crave. A sickening splatter of warm blood paints the leader's face as he stares up in absolute, paralyzing horror. The supposed trophy erupts into a nightmare, the reanimated alpha feasting on a fresh corpse right before them. Ananta explains that this is no ordinary animal, but a mystic servant bound to the will of an evil deity. Panic bells scream through the night as the village finally realizes they are under a full-scale siege. A tide of red-eyed shadows charges toward the walls, driven by a hunger that cannot be sated. Leading the slaughter is a towering, antlered silhouette, a monstrous herald of the dark god itself. The herald of the dark god looms over the chaos, its glowing eyes devoid of any mercy. It reaches out with a gnarled, clawed hand, ready to claim the souls of the weak. Below, the village walls prove useless as the reanimated pack scales the wood like a living tide. Once inside, the night air fills with the sickening sound of bone snapping and desperate, final screams. A desperate torch is lit, a pathetic attempt to ward off the encroaching shadows with a flicker of light. But fire means nothing to these monsters, as a burning wolf howls in a rage that transcends physical pain. The antlered deity watches the settlement crumble, satisfied as the scent of ash and blood fills the air. It steps forward, its mere presence enough to bring the frenzied slaughter to a grinding, terrifying halt. A massive shadow lashes out, a swift reminder of who truly holds the leash in this nightmare. The herald crushes a lingering wolf into the dirt, showing that in its eyes, everything is just prey. The antlered god lifts its head, sensing a sudden, violent shift in the atmosphere that wasn't there a moment ago. Deep within the wreckage, a primal hunger begins to pulse, demanding a tribute of blood and absolute destruction. Ananta's very essence starts to fracture, his internal rage finally splitting the seams of his restrained human form. He stands tall amidst the roaring inferno, the heat of the village fueling a transformation born of pure, unadulterated spite. With a single blink, any lingering trace of mercy vanishes, replaced by the cold, calculating gaze of a prehistoric nightmare. The massive herald of death suddenly finds itself looking up, realizing it is no longer the biggest monster on the battlefield. Ananta has fully emerged as a mountain of black scales and jagged armor, ready to tear the divinity out of his foe. He stalks through the burning ruins, his heavy tail carving a path through the ash as he closes the distance. Looking down at the deity, he silently promises to strip away its arrogance and leave only a mangled, unrecognizable corpse. Today, the god will learn the true meaning of fear as its face becomes a mirror for the terror of a cornered animal. Ananta's claws sink deep into flesh, the sickening crunch of bone signaling the end of his patience. As the deity lets out a piercing shriek, its divine composure finally shattered by the sudden power shift. Across the burning ruins of the village, the two monsters face off while the air thickens with killing intent. Sensing their master's distress, a pack of corrupted beasts lunges forward with mindless, red-eyed fury, throwing themselves at the black-armored titan and foolishly believing their numbers might actually make a difference. Ananta doesn't even flinch, his massive hands snatching the lead attackers out of the air like bothersome flies, before he drives them into the dirt with a thunderous slam, turning their assault into a pathetic display. He plants a heavy, clawed foot onto the wreckage, the ground groaning under the weight of his dominance, and with a single, violent spin, he sends a wave of red energy tearing through the remaining pack. As the dust settles, Ananta stands tall amidst the gore, his gaze fixed solely on the trembling god. The deity sneers with cold contempt, mocking Ananta's supposed weakness, and claiming that such frailty is a perfect fit for him. With a sickening series of wet cracks, the god's skeletal form begins to warp and expand into something far more grotesque. Its bones snap and reset as it readies its twisted new body, preparing to show the predator what true divine wrath looks like. Launching itself from the heavens like a falling star of pure malice, the deity descends with lethal intent toward the armored titan. The resulting impact shatters the earth, sending a blinding shockwave of dust and debris screaming into the darkened sky. Black blood sprays across the battlefield as the initial clash tears through the air, marking the start of a true slaughter. They become a chaotic blur of violence, teeth and claws meeting in a desperate struggle to see who truly sits atop the food chain. Ananta lets out a primal roar that shakes the very foundations of the village, his eyes burning with an insatiable hunger. The deity manages to find a momentary opening, carving a deep, glowing wound across Ananta's back in a desperate bid for an advantage. But the predator's reflexes are far superior, his hand snapping shut around the god's wrist as genuine shock finally flickers in those ancient eyes. Ananta doesn't waste the opening, winding up a strike heavy enough to shatter the very concept of divinity, before burying his glowing fist deep into the deity's arrogant face with a sickening, bone-shattering crunch. The god is sent tumbling through the dirt like a discarded toy, its power flickering out against the cold earth, as the predator looms over the wreckage, savoring the absolute silence of a hard-won victory. Slowly, the oppressive black armor begins to recede, dissolving into a red mist as Ananta returns to his human form. Behind him, the broken remains of the deity twitch one last time before finally succumbing to the weight of defeat, allowing him to step through the settling dust with a cold focus, his eyes already locked onto his next target. The priestess stands frozen in the clearing, her heart hammering against her ribs as his shadow falls over her, and he closes the distance in a heartbeat, snapping his hand around her throat to lift her like a weightless doll. Staring into those hollow eyes, she can only tremble as the terrifying truth of his identity finally begins to dawn. Ananta stares down at the limp priestess, wondering if she's really been unconscious through all this carnage. He stands tall over the broken remains of the deer god, finally ready to claim his prize. Suddenly, his yellow eyes widen as a murderous intent sharper than any blade cuts the air. A violent slash tears through the clearing, forcing him to react as the atmosphere turns suffocating. High above, a giant crow with glowing purple eyes swoops down like a harbinger of death. The massive bird hits the ground with a bone-shaking thud, its gaze fixed solely on the predator. Ananta looks back with a bloodied scowl, realizing he isn't the only one hunting in these woods. He stares down the beast, questioning if this feathered freak is the one who's been stealing corpses. The crow's body begins to twist and crack, its physical form warping under the pressure of magic. The beastly facade shatters, revealing a pale, regal figure who clearly doesn't appreciate uninvited guests. The pale man admits he had his doubts, but seeing the carcass proves Ananta actually managed to destroy his puppet. Has been lurking in the shadows since the beginning, watching and wondering what a monster like Ananta is truly seeking. With a careless shrug, he tosses the unconscious priestess to the dirt, like she's nothing more than a used-up tool. Ananta isn't the least bit impressed, dismissing the stranger's arrogant monologue as nothing but long-winded drivel from a dead man. The necromancer's eyes turn cold as he retorts that he has zero interest in the mindless babbles of a mere beast. Flashing a bloodthirsty grin, Ananta beckons him closer, eager to see if this crow's neck snaps as easily as the others. Dark energy begins to swirl with a violent hiss as the corpse eater prepares to reveal his true nature. He explains that his domain is over the fallen, possessing the absolute power to command and control the dead. By claiming Ananta's life, Hell gain a puppet far more formidable than the antlered god that was just slaughtered. A massive burst of purple mana erupts as he mocks Ananta, claiming that weakness is the only thing that truly suits him. The ground begins to tremble as the corpses of fallen beasts rise, their eyes burning with a hateful purple light. It is not just the wolves. Even the village warriors he just cut down are forced back onto their feet. Standing in the center of this graveyard, Ananta finds himself surrounded by a literal sea of the walking dead. The corpse eater does not waste a second, ordering his macabre collection to tear the nameless soul apart. A massive wolf sinks its teeth deep into his flesh, the cold sting of death finally reaching his skin. Before he can even shake the beast off, a rusted spearhead drives straight through his shoulder. He is quickly buried under a mountain of rotting meat and cold steel, pinned down by the very things he killed. The giant crow cackles from above, diving down to see if his prey has any fight left in him. Talons tear through the air as the necromancer delivers a brutal strike to the center of the bloody pile. Leaning in close, the monster prepares to savor the sweet sound of Ananta's final, agonizing screams. But instead of a plea for mercy, a blood-stained mouth begins to curl into a jagged, defiant grin. The silence of the graveyard is shattered by a raspy laugh that sends a chill down the necromancer's spine. Suddenly, a violent surge of crimson energy erupts from the pile of corpses, shaking the very foundation of the earth. The explosion of power is so absolute that the mountain of undead is vaporized in a single, blinding flash. Hovering in midair, the corpse eater freezes as his predatory instincts scream at him to flee this instant. He looks down and sees a reflection in his own eye that makes his heart stop a monster far worse than himself. Looming behind the man is a colossal, demonic presence, a manifestation of pure, unbridled hunger that dwarfs the crow. Ananta looks up with eyes glowing like twin hellfires, mockingly telling the bird to start howling for its life. Before the crow can even flap its wings, the space around them is cleaved apart by a strike of pure malice. The sound of shattering bone echoes through the clearing as the true predator finally takes his first, bloody bite. The crow lets out a blood-curdling shriek as its very essence begins to tear under the weight of the strike. It's no longer the hunter, but a pathetic bird caught in a localized storm of absolute, crushing malice. Every instinct in the monster's body finally screams the truth. It just tried to eat a god of hunger. The dark energy rips through its wings, turning its once arrogant display into a messy pile of feathers and gore. Amidst the carnage, the priestess's eyes snap open as she's violently dragged back from the brink of death. She struggles to sit up, her mind racing to understand how she's still breathing after being discarded like trash. But the sight before her makes her heart freeze, as a pillar of crimson death erupts into the darkened sky. She can only stare in mute horror, wondering if the thing that saved her is even remotely human anymore. Standing at the center of the devastation, the man is gone, replaced by a silhouette of pure, vibrating power. Those glowing red eyes lock onto the horizon, signaling that the real slaughter has only just begun. The priestess flinches as the sheer weight of the atmosphere shifts violently around her. A heavy footfall echoes through the silence, vibrating with a power that feels ancient and suffocating. She looks up to see her savior, now a towering figure defined by scars and dark energy. He stares down with predatory eyes, demanding to know if she's finally free from the deity's influence. A sharp throb racks her skull, the mental strain of her ordeal finally catching up to her. Fragments of a buried memory flicker to life, showing a radiant being draped in blinding white light. The vision of those majestic, glowing wings is so vivid it feels like a forgotten reality. He catches the flicker of recognition in her gaze, his mind immediately jumping to those same shining wings. She sinks into a stunned silence, her mind reeling from a truth she isn't yet ready to face. He watches her closely, his suspicion growing as he wonders if she's another piece of the same divine puzzle. She can't help but wonder if he's just another soul broken by the deity's cruel light. Finding her voice through the terror, She asks the blood-soaked warrior who he actually is. He doesn't hesitate, claiming his title as the final living heir to the Black Dragon's legacy. The air grows heavy as he promises to feast on the very gods she once served. To him, those majestic wings aren't symbols of hope, but targets waiting to be torn down. A cold silence settles over the valley as the dawn light reveals the true scale of the slaughter. Among the mountain of shredded beasts, the name Ananta carries the weight of a coming apocalypse. Standing in the wreckage of the village, he looks less like a man and more like a force of nature. She realizes then that she isn't just looking at a survivor, but the ultimate divine predator. His path is set, and he won't rest until every winged incarnation is wiped from existence. The priestess can only stare in mute horror, her mind fracturing under the weight of his impossible claims. Scrambling backward, she desperately insists that none of his talk about dragons or divine feasts makes any sense. Ananta remains unmoved, his scarred face a mask of indifference as his small companion watches the girl's breakdown. The world tilts as her pupils contract, the sheer pressure of his killing intent finally snapping her spirit. Her strength fails completely, and she sways before collapsing into the dirt, unable to endure his presence any longer. Watching her fall, Ananta simply sighs in annoyance, finding it a massive pain that his audience couldn't even stay awake. His golden eyes burn with a cold, ancient hunger, indifferent to the fragile life currently fainted at his feet. But for the priestess, the nightmare is only beginning as she finds herself running through a literal sea of blood. She gasps for air in this crimson hellscape, realizing that even in sleep, there is no escaping his shadow. Ahead, the bleached skull of a fallen world looms, a grim reminder of the apocalypse Ananta has promised to bring. The priestess glances back, her heart hammering against her ribs as the crimson fog thickens around her. A monstrous shadow towers over her, its skeletal maw a silent promise of the inevitable end. Panic finally blinds her, and her foot catches on a submerged horror, sending her tumbling forward. She hits the surface with a sickening splash, the warm, metallic scent of blood filling her lungs. Lifting her head, she's a broken mess of stained white hair and wide, trembling eyes. The beast's reflection stares back from the gore, its glowing gaze pinning her to the spot. She realizes she's drowning in a graveyard of thousands, a tiny speck in a world of slaughter. Looking at her own hands, she gasps in horror, wondering if this filth will ever wash off. Suddenly, the oppressive red is shattered by a blinding, celestial radiance descending from the heavens. She stares up in disbelief, wondering if this divine light is her salvation or just another hallucination. The priestess finally blinks her eyes open, the suffocating weight of the nightmare slowly lifting from her chest. She's greeted not by a monster, but by a bubbly girl whose cheerful energy feels completely out of place. This is Ruby, an incarnate who seems more interested in celebrating a wake-up call than worrying about demons. Still reeling from the gore of her dreams, the priestess can only stare in stunned silence at the girl. Ananta stands nearby with his usual cold gaze, giving a silent nod of approval to a small red lizard. The tiny creature's mouth begins to spark, gathering a level of heat that defies its miniature size. In a sudden explosion of power, the lizard exhales a torrent of flame that incinerates everything in its path. The massive flare takes the shape of a burning phoenix, turning the dark woods into a literal sun. Hidden enemies lurking in the brush don't even have time to regret their life choices before being vaporized. Their final screams are lost to the roar of the inferno, as the forest is purged of every lingering shadow. Ananta watches the embers fade, his expression as cold as the ashes of the monsters he just erased. Ruby celebrates the total annihilation of the evil deity's minions, with a cheerfulness that is honestly a bit unsettling. She tries to play off the carnage as just another day of hard work, completely ignoring the warrior's murderous glare. The dark hero is not in the mood for games, and delivers a swift, physical reminder for her to keep her mouth shut. He leans in with a snarl, calling her a worthless info merchant who clearly lacks any sense of self-preservation. Turning his fury toward the trembling priestess, he accuses her of wasting his time with her useless, misleading information. With the job technically done, he demands his payment while Ruby continues to nurse her bruised head on the ground. The pink-haired girl just giggles in response, finding his constant state of explosive rage more entertaining than actually threatening. Shifting her focus, she leans in and kindly asks the traumatized survivor for a name to put to the face. After a long moment of hesitation, the white-haired girl finally finds her voice and introduces herself as Nadia. Ruby leans in close, cryptically noting that Nadia isn't the only one suffering from the wing's curse. Ananta snaps at her to stop the chatter, his patience wearing thin as his familiar watches on. Ruby just flashes a mischievous grin, pulling out a golden pocket watch while mocking his constant hurry. With a sharp click, the artifact hums to life, radiating a golden light that warps the air. Suddenly, the ground gives way as a massive, bottomless void swallows the trio whole without warning. Nadia screams in terror as they plummet into the darkness, though her companions seem strangely unbothered. She squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for a lethal impact that feels like it is never coming. When the wind finally dies down, she tentatively peeks out, her confusion replaced by pure, unadulterated awe. They have been transported to the foot of a colossal, glowing world tree that towers over a hidden civilization. Tipping a tiny top hat, Ruby finally offers a proper introduction, welcoming the stunned priestess to her home. Striking a pose, Ruby reveals she is a high-ranking agent of Rabbit's Foot, the continent's premier information network. She playfully introduces the brooding Ananta as her long-term partner. Though his scowl suggests he barely tolerates the association, they have arrived in Karps, a massive southern trade hub nestled beneath the glowing boughs of the white lotus tree. As Ruby begins a grand lecture on the tree's significance, Nadia finally snaps, her patience exhausted by the constant mystery. The priestess acknowledges her debt for being saved from the evil deity, but refuses to be treated like a child. With a look of cold defiance, she demands to know the real reason they dragged her to this strange city. Ananta has zero interest in her temper tantrum, bluntly ordering her to shut her mouth and just keep walking. He promises that instead of talking, he is going to show her exactly why her presence is required. As they navigate the crowded streets, Nadia questions the nature of their true target, the mysterious wings incarnate. Ananta's expression darkens with pure loathing as he describes the enemy as a vile beast who dares to play God. Ruby explains that the wings incarnate possesses the terrifying ability to grant others immense, godlike strength. However, this gift is a poison chalice, an imperfect power that blurs the line between blessing and curse. Nadia barely has time to ponder this horror before they arrive at a place that reeks of misery. The group steps into a sunless alleyway, where the heavy scent of despair hangs over rows of iron cages. Here, human lives are treated as nothing more than meat, with men and women bound in heavy, rusted chains. The sight of children trembling in wooden stocks makes the reality of this cruel city sink in for the priestess. A smug merchant greets them with a grin, officially welcoming the newcomers to the dark heart of the market. Ruby notes that business is thriving, as hunters have been flooding the city with vagrants and unlucky foreigners. The cruelty extends even to the divine, as seen in the piercing, glowing gaze of a captured white tiger. These majestic mystics are now just expensive toys, caged and waiting for the highest bidder to seal their fate. Nadia remains skeptical, wondering what a dump like this could possibly have to do with the wings incarnate. Her questions are answered with a sudden, violent shove that catches the priestess completely off guard. She goes tumbling down the steep stone steps while her companions watch the descent with chilling indifference. Nadia hits the floor with a heavy thud, her body trembling as she struggles to process the betrayal. As she gasps for air, the low, rhythmic sound of murmuring voices begins to fill the oppressive darkness. Looking up, she finds herself surrounded by the hollowed-out shells of people huddled in the shadows. A man with a scarred face and vacant eyes stares back, his spirit seemingly crushed by long-term captivity. Beside him, a woman watches with wide, terrified eyes, her silence speaking volumes about the horrors of this place. The priestess begins to shake as the weight of their collective despair starts to overwhelm her senses. From the top of the stairs, Ananta coldly clarifies that these people are nothing more than sacrifices for the wings incarnate. The legend of the wings incarnate usually starts with a majestic, life-giving tree reaching for the heavens, but the reality is a blood-soaked nightmare where the branches are heavy with the weight of the dead. Ananta slams the heavy iron door shut, sealing the priestess in with the rest of the broken sacrifices. Nadia can hardly believe her ears as the horrifying truth of their plan finally sinks in. He looks at her with those cold, predatory eyes, confirming she is nothing more than bait to him. Without a shred of remorse, he leaves the rest of the babysitting to a cheerful Ruby. His footsteps echo through the cold stone hallway as he begins his indifferent ascent from the dungeon. Nadia desperately calls out for him to stop, but her pleas fall on completely deaf ears. Gripping the bars, she demands to know if they were the ones who imprisoned these innocents. Ananta pauses just long enough to mockingly ask what she plans to do about it if they did. Nadia grips the cold iron bars, her voice trembling with rage as she calls him a despicable monster. She looks at the broken, weeping souls around her, realizing they are all just tools for his ambition. Ananta's golden eye narrows, completely unmoved by her desperate attempt at a moral grandstanding. He turns his back on her, casually noting that revenge is never a clean or bloodless business. The cold reality of his words hits her like a physical blow, leaving the priestess breathless and horrified. Nadia slumps against the iron, her spirit fracturing as she realizes the depth of this cruel injustice. Suddenly, Ruby chirps in with a cheerful smile, playfully agreeing that the situation is indeed quite tragic. She looks down at a young, bound boy, his childhood stolen by the group's dark and calculated game. The child stares into nothingness, his hollow eyes reflecting a future that has already been erased by fate. Ruby wipes away a fake tear with a grin, earning a look of pure, visceral loathing from the priestess. Nadia snaps back, refusing to play along with their sick games, but Ruby just finds her defiance adorable. The priestess flinches, as Ruby casually brings up the blood already on her hands from her time under the evil deity. Memories of the lives she took while possessed flood back, making the weight of her past sins feel suffocatingly heavy. Ruby's grin widens, savoring the silence that follows as Nadia's moral high ground completely crumbles beneath her. Reaching out with a chillingly calm touch, Ruby suggests that her rage is being directed at the wrong people. She leaves the cell with a final parting thought, reminding the broken priestess that their real enemy is the wings incarnate. The deafening roar of a bloodthirsty crowd echoes through the massive stone arena, signaling that the main event is finally starting. Deep within the Colosseum tunnels, Ananta sits in silence, ignored by the guards, as he prepares for the coming slaughter. He tightens his gauntlet, his golden eyes burning with a cold focus that promises nothing but absolute devastation for his opponents. Ruby catches up to him with a playful stride, wondering aloud if he might have gone a bit too far this time. Ruby dismisses the other sacrifices, reminding Ananta that those disposable lives shouldn't weigh on his conscience. He ignores the chatter, his voice dropping to a dangerous low as he asks about Nadia's status. Ruby explains that the plan is already in motion, with the guardians leading the prisoners away. Nadia walks among them in chains, a silent pawn being moved toward the white lotus tree. Her gaze shifts nervously, likely wondering if she's walking toward her salvation or her certain doom. This entire charade serves one purpose, using a living sacrifice to draw out the wings incarnate. Since the temple is normally inaccessible behind a powerful barrier, they have to play by the rules. Winning the arena and claiming a sacred branch is the only way to bypass the tree's defenses. Ruby finds the whole ordeal a bit tedious, mocking the need for such a long, complicated process. She knows Ananta could have just unleashed his true form and slaughtered everyone to get their attention. Ruby watches him closely, noting that despite his overwhelming power, there are still certain lines he refuses to cross. To her, it's almost funny how a literal monster insists on distinguishing himself from the mindless beasts he hunts. She finds it ironic that someone seeking such a bloody revenge would still try to cling to any sense of honor. Ananta doesn't even need to look back to know what's on her mind. Sensing her judgment from across the room, gripping his axe, he dismisses her silent critique, claiming he just needs a quick workout after his recent feast. He commands her to stay back and simply watch, his heavy footsteps echoing as he prepares to enter the arena. With both blades in hand, he's ready to show these so-called beasts what a real predator looks like. Ruby can only offer a nervous smile, pleading with him not to do anything that might draw unwanted eyes. Even the smallest creature seems to sense the tension as she reminds him that they can't afford to veer off course. As the primal roars of the arena reach a fever pitch, Ananta offers a cold stare, promising only that hell consider her request. The arena commander's voice cracks as he bellows for his men to lock their shields together. A line of steel and wood snaps into place, the guards bracing for the impact of a lifetime. Their nightmare is a massive, arrow-riddled leopard beast that has clearly lost its patience with these humans. The commander desperately tries to hold the line, screaming for his terrified men to maintain their formation. But the rigid military order is shattered when a heavy hand suddenly clamps onto a guard's shoulder. Ananta doesn't even slow down, tossing the armored soldier aside like he is clearing a path through tall grass. Gripping his twin axes, he mocks the guards for being nothing more than obstacles in his hunt. The beast lunges with a primal roar, seeing only another piece of meat to be shredded. It's a fatal mistake, as Ananta unleashes a surge of dark energy that slices the creature into ribbons instantly. Ruby can only offer a nervous, playful shrug as the commander stares in absolute shock at the display. Ruby's hope for a quiet entry evaporates as she watches her partner turn the arena into a public slaughterhouse. The commander stands paralyzed, unable to comprehend how a nameless wanderer just dismantled his city's greatest defense. Even the once mighty mystic beast begins to tremble, finally understanding that it has encountered a predator far more ancient. Ananta braces himself for the finish, his eyes glowing with a murderous hunger as dark energy coils around him. In a sudden blur of motion, he vanishes from sight, leaving the guards grasping at nothing but the dust. He descends from the sky like a falling star, his twin axes poised to deliver a lethal judgment from above. A devastating strike of raw power carves through the air, crushing the creature's skull into the arena floor instantly. The surrounding crowd can only stare in a suffocating silence, their faces twisted in a mix of awe and terror. With a final, sickening crunch, the axe finds its mark and silences the beast forever in a spray of gore. Standing atop the carcass, Ananta releases a deafening roar, asserting his absolute dominance over everyone in the trade city. Ananta wipes the spray of blood from his face, his eyes already hunting for his next victim. He glares at the massive white lotus tree, promising to tear its roots from the very earth. The ancient branches shimmer with a holy radiance that feels like an insult to his dark power. Deep within the inner sanctum, the ornate temple gates begin to groan and slide open. They slam shut with a final, heavy thud, sealing the city's elite away from the arena's carnage. Nadia watches the frantic preparations with a sinking heart, realizing the true nightmare has only just begun. Below the sacred canopy, the guardians huddle in fear, their faith wavering as the city's defenses crumble. She can feel him approaching like an inevitable disaster, a predator that no wall can ever hope to stop. A pale hand reaches out to steady a fluttering bird, a moment of eerie stillness amidst the chaos. Their leader offers a cold, confident smile, telling his followers that they have absolutely nothing to fear. The silver-haired leader welcomes his guests to the temple with a smile that feels more like a threat than a greeting. This sanctuary sits nestled within the white lotus tree, a place so heavily guarded that commoners view it as holy ground. To even stand a chance at entering, warriors are forced to prove their worth by surviving the brutal carnage of the arena. Those who don't end up as monster food are granted a fragment of divine power, becoming the masked guardians of the sect. Back in the cells, Ruby lays out the cold reality of the plan, explaining that Nadia will be sent in as a living sacrifice. She finishes the briefing with a cheerful grin, asking if there are any questions about her casual betrayal. Trembling behind the bars, Nadia can't help but wonder if Ananta's obsession with killing their leader is tied to his own power. Ruby keeps her secrets close, refusing to reveal the monster's true motives while the girl stares at her in desperate confusion. Looking out at the embers of the path they've walked, the rabbit-eared girl knows the truth is much simpler and far more terrifying. If the world ever needed a physical manifestation of pure, unyielding revenge, they've certainly found it in the man she serves. To understand the monster Ananta has become, you have to look at the boy who once screamed into a world of fire. High above the desperate masses of the trade city, the man known as the Wings Incarnate begins his grand, hollow performance. The commoners can only tremble in his presence, their spirits so thoroughly broken that they mistake this predator for a divine savior. With a serene smile that masks a bottomless arrogance, he basks in the terrified worship of those he intends to use. He claims absolute dominion over the sacred tree, positioning himself as the only source of light in a world of encroaching darkness. This is Balzac, the silver-haired architect of this twisted cult, standing tall as the self-proclaimed master of enlightenment. Watching from the shadows, Nadia feels a cold shiver of realization as he casually refers to the crowd as his living sacrifices. Even the children aren't spared from his hollow promises of joy, their young eyes already reflecting a lifetime of suffering. His expression shifts into something far more sinister, demanding total commitment to the very wings that will eventually crush them. Overwhelmed by the sheer weight of his presence, the broken people collapse to their knees, surrendering the last of their dignity. Two sisters collapse in desperate prayer, begging for a mercy that simply doesn't exist in this place. Balzac looks down with a nauseatingly sweet smile as the older girl pleads to sacrifice herself for her sibling. He waves a hand with practiced, aristocratic grace, mockingly applauding the girl for her supposedly noble heart. For one fleeting, cruel second, a spark of hope flickers in her eyes as she thinks she's actually been heard. That hope is instantly extinguished by a sickening spray of crimson as her head is pulverized by an invisible force. The younger sister can only stare in paralyzed silence while the headless remains of her protector slump to the floor. Nadia and the other captives watch in pure, unadulterated horror, finally seeing the true face of their savior. To the silver-haired monster on the throne, this isn't a massacre, but a divine lesson on the equality of death. He shifts comfortably, crossing his legs with an indifference that proves just how little these lives mean to him. With a chilling grin, he promises the survivor that she'll be reunited with her sister in his version of Nirvana very soon. The remaining prisoners are marched forward like cattle, their spirits utterly crushed under the weight of the silver-haired tyrant's casual cruelty. One of the masked guards senses a sudden, violent shift in the atmosphere, his hand instinctively darting toward his blade in a futile reflex. But the air itself begins to curdle, thickening with a suffocating, ancient pressure that no mortal steel was ever meant to parry. From the depths of the girl's despair, a colossal skeletal specter manifests, its hollow sockets burning with a freezing, predatory blue flame. Before the guard can even process the nightmare before him, the spectral beast lunges, its dark essence ensnaring him in a lethal grip. Balzac remains completely unfazed, leaning back on his throne to mockingly remind the girl that she is far from being anyone's savior. Her grief finally hits its breaking point, her eyes igniting with divine fury as she denounces the man before her as a pathetic murderer. The tyrant actually looks impressed, delighted to discover that a powerful incarnate had been hiding right under his nose among the sacrifices. The primal power of the world tree surges through her veins, manifesting as jagged black antlers that tear through the very fabric of the room. She flinches as the heavy name of the horned god, Chernunos, echoes through her soul, signaling the birth of a terrifying and uncontrollable power. The surrounding commoners can only scream in pure terror as the atmosphere turns into a living nightmare. Looming over the girl is the skeletal manifestation of her own trauma, a silent god of the wild. She finally understands that even if her past sins weren't her choice, the blood on her hands won't wash away. Her gaze darkens into an abyss as she silently pleads for the monster within her not to lose its grip. A flicker of a memory passes through her mind, recalling the boy who once stood as her only protector. The realization finally takes hold that she can no longer run from the terrifying power she was born to wield. Accepting her fate, a bittersweet smile touches her lips as she fully synchronizes with the ancient, primal energy. The very foundation of the arena shatters as the roots of Yggdrasil surge upward to answer their mistress. Those arrogant guardians find themselves hoisted into the air, helplessly crushed by the same nature they claim to rule. Within seconds, a massive cage of thorns seals the entire chamber, signaling the arrival of the forest god, Isis. Nadia stands tall amidst the chaos, assuring the terrified crowd that they are no longer alone. She grips her staff with newfound resolve, vowing to become the shield they so desperately need. But her focus is suddenly shattered, as a massive surge of power erupts right in front of her. A blinding explosion of divine energy tears through the arena, threatening to consume everything in its path. Watching from his high perch, Balzac sneers at her defiance, calling her nothing more than a stray animal. He mocks her for being a nameless nobody from the borderlands who thinks she can challenge a god. Through the thick smoke and debris, her voice rings out with a cold, terrifying clarity. As ancient wooden antlers sprout from her brow, the air itself begins to thrum with primal energy. Nadia finally reveals her true self, standing before him as the undisputed incarnate of nature. Balzac can't help but laugh, finding her sudden display of backbone more entertaining than threatening. The ancient power of Yggdrasil surges through the air, manifesting as gnarled branches that hum with a primal, suffocating intensity. Nadia pours every ounce of her spirit into summoning Sucellus, a colossal wooden titan meant to crush the arrogance right out of her opponent. Balzac watches the massive construct descend with a chilling lack of concern, even as the impact threatens to level the entire arena. Instead of showing even a hint of fear, a twisted grin spreads across his face as if he's finally found a toy worth breaking. He finally reveals the true, blinding weight of his divinity, radiating an aura so vast it makes Nadia's nature energy look like a flickering candle. Meanwhile, Ananta stands over the mangled remains of the arena beast, the distant sound of the explosion finally drawing his focus away from his kill. The crowd trembles in a collective panic, while the commander stares at the white lotus tree, realizing the battle has transcended human comprehension. Ananta's gaze hardens as he senses the shift in the atmosphere, recognizing that the real monster has finally decided to stop playing around. Nadia's brief moment of confidence evaporates into pure horror as she feels her connection to the earth beginning to splinter and fail. In a single, effortless display of power, her ultimate attack is reduced to mere splinters, leaving her completely defenseless before the wings incarnate. Balzac stands amidst the settling dust, his expression radiating a chilling sense of superiority over the crumbling arena. High above the battlefield, a massive golden cage descends like a divine judgment, sealing the fate of everyone below. With a casual, mocking snap of his fingers, the Wings incarnate decides that this little rebellion has gone on long enough. A thunderous impact shatters the ground near the priestess, the sheer force of his divinity overwhelming her primal defenses. Nadia can only stare in wide-eyed disbelief, her mind reeling as she realizes her connection to nature is being forcibly severed. Massive, predatory shadows stretch across the floor, looming over her like the wings of a god coming to claim a sacrifice. From the twisted wreckage, an abyssal abomination erupts, a jagged manifestation of power that mocks the very life she protects. Trapped within the shifting roots, the young boy screams a desperate warning, his voice cracking with the weight of impending tragedy. A sudden, sharp agony cuts through the air, and Nadia's vision blurs as the world around her begins to fade into white noise. The incarnate of Yggdrasil gasps as a jagged wooden stake tears through her side, leaving her broken and bleeding in the dirt. Balzac wears a sickeningly smug grin as he commands the world to witness the true depth of his divine authority. From the swirling shadows, he summons a skeletal nightmare of bone and multiple eyes, declaring it his most faithful servant. The creature's roar shakes the very foundations of the arena, echoing against the massive trunk of the white lotus tree. But while the heavens scream, the once mighty white tiger on the arena floor can only tremble in pathetic, blood-soaked terror. The beast snarls with its last breath, yet it finds no mercy in the cold, golden gaze of the monster standing over it. Ananta looks down with a heavy heart, quietly admitting he understands why the creature would resent him for this fate. He vows not to turn his eyes away from the life he is taking, lifting his gore-stained axe with a grim, final resolve. A single, brutal crunch echoes through the stadium as the God-Eater ends the beast's suffering in a spray of hot crimson. The arena guards stand frozen in total disbelief, watching their carefully laid plans for Lord Bernhard crumble into the dirt. It's painfully obvious to the survivors that this young man isn't just a participant, he's the only true predator in this cage. Ananta stands amidst the carnage, his body painted in the beast's blood as the heavy silence of the arena finally settles. The guard commander watches with a grim expression, his mind already racing to salvage what remains of their original plan. To maintain the facade of order, the Guardians of the Wings emerge from the shadows to bestow the tournament's ultimate prize. The commander orders his men to stay calm, insisting that despite the unexpected massacre, they will proceed exactly as intended. They present the ornate box to the God-Eater, who stands motionless over the cooling corpse of the tiger he just slaughtered. Ananta's eyes burn with a predatory light, showing zero interest in the ceremony and focusing only on the power within that chest. With a sharp click, the lid falls back to reveal the radiant, pulsating branch of the legendary white lotus tree. He doesn't hesitate for a single second, his gore-stained hand clamping down on the holy artifact with a disrespectful grip. As he lifts the glowing wood, the sheer weight of its ancient nature energy begins to resonate violently with his own dark soul. Massive roots suddenly surge from the parched earth, responding to the branch as the very foundation of the arena begins to groan. The remaining prisoners can only watch in horror as the arena transforms into a graveyard of twisted wood. Nadia collapses to her knees, clutching a jagged wound as her life's blood spills onto the cold stone. Looming over her is a nightmare made of bone and shadow, a skeletal servant summoned to crush her spirit. Balzac looks down with a sickeningly calm smile, mocking her for wasting effort on such worthless, stubborn cattle. He gestures toward the terrified survivors, claiming their pathetic trembling as proof they are already broken beyond repair. To this self-proclaimed god, ending their lives isn't a crime but rather the ultimate act of divine mercy. The concept of salvation tastes like poison in Nadia's mouth, her mind reeling at the sheer arrogance of his logic. Something deep within the incarnate of Yggdrasil finally snaps, her nature energy turning dark, jagged, and volatile. She refuses to let him repeat his lies, her voice trembling with a new and dangerous kind of conviction. Her eyes ignite with a piercing blue light as she finally denounces him as a disgusting, parasitic deity. Balzac stares her down with those cold, golden eyes, his expression unreadable but dripping with a quiet, lethal malice. He turns away with a casual flick of his cloak, deciding to offer one final piece of unsolicited, cruel advice. A twisted grin splits his face as he points a finger, declaring that true salvation can only begin once absolute despair has taken root. The ground beneath the captives begins to heave and groan as the sound of splintering wood echoes through the clearing. Without a shred of hesitation, a massive wooden spike erupts from the earth, tearing through one of the helpless prisoners in a spray of red. Nadia can only watch in absolute horror, her breath hitching as she realizes the monster before her has no bottom to his cruelty. More jagged roots burst forth in a violent, tangled frenzy, weaving a cage of death that offers no escape for the innocent. Looming behind the carnage, the skeletal servant stretches its massive, hollow wings, a silent and terrifying witness to the slaughter. The roots don't even spare the summon, piercing through its own ribcage to anchor this nightmare firmly into the physical realm. Bathed in a sickening divine light, Balzac spreads his arms wide, hailing this bloody massacre as a holy blessing for the broken. Balzac revels in the carnage, her face twisted in a manic grin, as she promises that glory will be bestowed upon those who serve her cause. The clearing becomes a literal slaughterhouse, as the glowing roots claim more lives, hoisting the broken bodies high like macabre trophies. Nadia can barely stand to look, her spirit fracturing as she witnesses the sheer scale of this unnatural and bloody desecration. From the depths of the white lotus tree, a monstrous entity begins to stir, its red eyes burning with an ancient, predatory hunger. The very energy of the tree takes on a ghastly form, a screaming skull manifesting within the pulsing red light to signal the end. Balzac finds the scene beautiful, mockingly describing this nightmare as a sacred wilderness where the boundary between life and death has finally vanished. With a casual wave of her hand, she reminds the dying that while she is eternal, their fragile, insignificant lives are merely fuel. On the ground, her chosen servants begin to twitch and convulse as the tree's dark essence pours into their veins like liquid fire. As the last remnants of their humanity are discarded along with their armor, a heavy, suffocating silence falls over the clearing. The transformation is finally complete, birthing a legion of immortal horrors with skeletal faces and a thirst for nothing but slaughter. The cycle of life is twisted into a grotesque rebirth, fueling a new guardian for the white lotus tree. This is what she calls the grace of the wings, a massive horror erupting with a piercing screech. Nadia watches in pure disgust, demanding to know how many innocent souls were sacrificed for this monstrosity. Balzac merely smirks, her casual gesture showing just how little she values the lives she's harvested. Before Nadia can even move, the ground erupts as thick, suffocating roots coil around her like a hungry predator. Looking down at her trapped prey, Balzac dismisses the question, claiming the body count is far beyond counting. She strolls past the struggling girl, mocking her for having the audacity to challenge a being of her stature. With a cold glint in her eyes, she leans in to ask if her victim has any final words. Nadia refuses to break, using her last bit of strength to tell the monster exactly where to go. Balzac finds the defiance pathetic, viewing these desperate words as nothing more than a pitiful death rattle. Balzac continues to revel in her own perceived divinity, completely unaware that her monologue is about to be violently interrupted. A sudden, lethal blur tears through the air with the force of a falling star, cutting straight toward the center of the platform. The smug expression on the noble's face vanishes in an instant as she senses a predatory pressure that shouldn't even be possible. One of her mindless servants is obliterated before it can even react, its head shattered like glass by the sheer momentum of the strike. Like a demon descending from the heavens, Ananta drops from the sky with his blade poised to deliver a message written in blood. In that split second, the reflection in Balzac's widening eye shows her the face of the monster she was foolish enough to underestimate. He drives his weapon home with a sickening crunch, unleashing a spray of crimson that stains the pristine white floor of the arena. The impact of his landing sends a shockwave through the ground, leaving the arrogant noble reeling and gasping for air. Nadia can hardly believe her eyes as she stares at the blood-soaked warrior, wondering if she's seeing a ghost or a savior. Ananta barely spares her a glance, simply noting that she's still breathing while she marvels at the impossible luck of his survival. A branch of the white lotus tree twitches and sprouts directly from the noble's mangled face, yet Balzac doesn't even flinch as the wood pierces her eye, calmly asking if he's the victor of her arena. She looks across her desecrated shrine toward the skeletal avian horror, noting the trail of blood he left behind, while Ananta stares back with pure irritation, wondering what kind of delusional monster he's stumbled upon this time. He turns to the trapped Nadia, demanding to know why she's wasting time with this nobody instead of the wings incarnate, leaving Nadia to gasp in disbelief as the noble begins to tremble with a murderous, holy indignation. The very floor begins to rumble as Balzac realizes this intruder has no respect for her sacred sanctuary, her face twisting into a mask of manic fury as she screams that his contempt for her divinity will be his undoing. Dark energy and jagged feathers erupt from her body as she prepares to personally rip the irreverent tongue from his head, but Ananta doesn't even let her finish the threat, coldly ordering the screeching noble to finally shut her mouth. Ananta looms over the scene, his gaze cutting through the tension as he assesses the pathetic creature before him. His eyes burn with a predatory glow, disgusted that he wasted his breath on someone who isn't the true wings incarnate. But while the inner shrine simmers, the outer grounds erupt, as a masked servant lunges with desperate, holy fervor. A massive, war-painted warrior catches the strike with ease, his expression screaming that he's seen far worse than this. Without missing a beat, he carves through the cultist's guard, proving that faith is no match for raw, tempered steel. A brutal swing follows, sending a masked head spinning into the dirt as the warrior's momentum remains completely unbroken. He stands tall amidst the spray of red, looking less like a man and more like a force of nature. With a roar that shakes the arena, he commands his men to leave absolutely no survivors among the white-robed ranks. The gladiators descend like a pack of wolves, turning the sacred grounds into a chaotic, blood-soaked slaughterhouse. Yet, as the barrier finally drops, the leader's eyes narrow in frustration, realizing his primary target is nowhere to be seen. The arena leader steps cautiously into the inner sanctum, his gut telling him he might be walking straight into a trap. But the sight before him is a literal graveyard, a long bridge choked with the broken bodies of the white-robed cultists. It hits him like a physical blow as he realizes someone else is here, and they're hunting the wings incarnate too. Deep within the shrine, Ananta stands his ground against the avian nightmare that Balzac has finally become. Trapped in the tree's suffocating grasp, Nadia can't hide her confusion, wondering how this horror could be her supposed savior. She stares up at the skeletal, feathered monstrosity, beginning to suspect that this creature is nothing more than a dark imposter. Ananta just scoffs at her total naivety, mockingly asking if her eyes are actually for show or if she's just that blind. He begins to peel back the layers of their twisted religion, explaining the true, terrifying nature of the real wings incarnate. The actual legend is a being of blinding light, defined by 3 sets of majestic white wings and a central, all-seeing eye. Looking at Balzac's mangy black feathers and skeletal frame, it's painfully obvious that this god is just a cheap, pathetic fraud. Ananta continues his verbal assault, mocking the creature's pathetic appearance and pointing out its lack of proper wings. He sneers at the beast, calling it nothing more than a loudmouthed fraud who can't even dress the part of a god. Balzac's expression twists with indignation as he dismisses the insults, claiming such drivel doesn't even deserve a response. Losing his patience, the false deity commands his masked servants to swarm forward and put an end to the intruder's life. Ananta doesn't flinch, his arm erupting into a mass of black scales and predatory claws as his power surges. With a violent, red-stained sweep of his energy, he unleashes a strike that tears through the very fabric of the room. The blow isn't aimed at the guards, but at the massive roots binding Nadia, severing her wooden cage in a single motion. She hits the floor with a heavy thud, gasping for air as the suffocating pressure of the tree finally vanishes. Standing over her with his monstrous limbs still steaming, Ananta mockingly asks if she plans on sitting there all day. Nadia flinches at his cold tone, staring at the wreckage of her prison while realizing her savior is just as terrifying as her captor. Nadia and her companion stir on the splintered floor, their bodies finally twitching back to life as the tree's hold fails. She barely has time to catch her breath before screaming for the others to scramble away from the impending slaughter. But the fanatical servants of the tree aren't about to let their sacrifices walk away, rushing forward with mindless, glowing eyes. Ananta meets their charge with a brutal, red-misted slash that turns the first zealot into nothing more than a memory. He carves a path of gore through the massed fodder, completely ignoring the massive, feathered shadow looming over the battlefield. Balzac's monstrous form unhinges its jaw, revealing a nightmare of needles and skulls that defies every law of nature. The avian horror lets out a deafening roar, unleashing a concentrated beam of pure, destructive energy that vaporizes everything in its path. Nadia can only curl into a ball and scream as the shockwave threatens to tear the very foundation of the shrine apart. As the thick dust begins to settle over the smoldering wreckage, a heavy, suffocating silence falls upon the desecrated room. Emerging from the smoke, Ananta has fully embraced his draconic lineage, clinging to the walls like a predator ready to show this false god true terror. Ananta doesn't just attack, he uses the environment to his advantage, shattering a massive stone pillar to create a chaotic opening. Diving from the shadows like a literal meteor of dark energy, he lets out a roar that shakes the very air of the shrine. His transformed claw connects with a sickening crunch, driving the avian horror straight into the dirt before it can even react. Balzac tries to regain her footing, but she's quickly realizing that her divine form is nothing compared to the weight of a true dragon. Ananta follows up with a heavy, bone-shattering stomp, grounding the bird-like monster and cracking the floor beneath them. Standing tall in his fully awakened state, he radiates an aura of pure, unadulterated predatory dominance that dwarfs Balzac's false majesty. With a single, fluid motion, he carves a jagged red line across the monster's face, spilling dark ichor across the stone. The impact sends the self-proclaimed god tumbling backward, her pathetic screeching finally replaced by the sound of breaking bones and heavy breathing. Just as he prepares to deliver the finishing blow, a sudden jolt of instinctual fear flashes through his predatory eyes. A massive explosion rocks the entire arena, swallowing the dragon heir in a pillar of blinding light and flying debris. Pinning the dragon heir against the shattered stone, Balzac finally admits that he is a truly formidable opponent. She towers over him in her full, grotesque avian glory, finally deciding to reveal the true extent of her divinity. With a cold, murderous glare, she prepares to wipe him from existence, declaring that his only destiny is total annihilation. From the sidelines, Nadia watches in absolute terror as the overwhelming pressure of the godlike entity suffocates the air. But the massive explosion she expected doesn't end the fight, leaving Balzac stunned that her ultimate strike was just shattered. Before the monster can process her failure, a black, scaly claw clamps down on her wrist with bone-crushing force. Ananta isn't just surviving the onslaught, he's lashing out with a primal ferocity that catches the bird horror completely off guard. The sickening sound of snapping feathers and cracking bone echoes through the arena as the dragon's strength surges back. Infuriated by his persistence, Balzac slams him back down, cursing him as nothing more than a mindless barbarian. Yet even as she grips his throat, the look in his predatory eyes tells her that the real hunt is only beginning. Balzac isn't letting up for a second, raining down heavy blows that send the dragon reeling backward. The sheer force of the impact shatters the arena floor, leaving Ananta struggling to find his footing. It's a chaotic dance of claws and feathers as the two monsters tear into each other with abandon. Seeing her opening, Balzac hovers high above, mocking the supposed heir for his total lack of grace. But Ananta refuses to stay down, propelling himself upward with a burst of dark energy and desperation. The bird horror simply grins, clearly relishing the fact that her prey still has enough spirit to struggle. With a swift, blinding movement, She carves a deep, jagged gash right through his heavy armored chest. She looks down with cold superiority, satisfied that this mindless barbarian is finally reaching his breaking point. A concentrated strike of overwhelming power slams into him, pinning the dragon to the earth once again. Ananta lets out a guttural roar of pure agony, his blood staining the ground as his strength fades. Blood and dark energy erupt as Ananta's body refuses to give in to the damage. Balzac lands with a heavy thud, her eyes widening in pure disbelief at the sight. Despite the lethal blow, the dragon heir stands tall, his massive wounds knitting back together instantly. He doesn't just heal, he overflows with a violent, crimson pressure that shakes the very air. With a single, savage swing, he unleashes a wave of destructive energy that cuts through the battlefield. The ground groans under the weight of his power, as the bird horror realizes she's no longer the predator. The red arc of death catches her mid-air, tearing through her divine feathers and her arrogance alike. A piercing shriek of agony echoes out as the high and mighty avian finally feels the sting of true pain. Watching from the sidelines, Nadia can hardly believe her eyes, as the tide of the battle completely shifts. Trembling in the dirt, Balzac can only hiss in rage, unable to accept being humbled by a lowly worm. Ananta stands his ground as Balzac sheds his dignity for a form of pure, skeletal nightmare. The air grows heavy with the stench of death, while the ground shatters under the avian's weight. Locking eyes with the beast, the dragon heir prepares to finish what he started. Balzac's body twists and cracks, his voice booming with a desperate need to prove his superiority. Violent shockwaves tear through the arena, turning the battlefield into a graveyard of stone and dust. Standing tall as a titan of feathers and bone, the horror looks down on his prey with contempt. Above the chaos, the sun shines over a sky that seems far too peaceful for this carnage. But the peace is a lie. As the fabric of reality begins to splinter and crack, the fracture spreads across the blue expanse, groaning under a force that doesn't belong here. With a thunderous boom, a golden fist shatters the horizon, heralding the arrival of an uninvited guest. The portal stabilizes as a silhouette emerges from the rift, radiating a pressure that makes the air itself feel heavy. Clad in white and gold, the newcomer stares down with a single, piercing blue eye that seems to judge everything it sees. From his high vantage point, the entire city and the white tree look like a mere playground for the carnage unfolding below. Balzac lands with a thunderous crash, still high on his own ego as he flaunts his grotesque, skeletal wings. He starts to proclaim his absolute divinity, his eyes burning with the madness of a god who refuses to accept reality. But the dragon heir isn't interested in a monologue, silencing the bird with a brutal, blood-soaked strike through the chest. The impact sends the avian horror reeling back, his brilliant feathers now stained with the crimson price of his arrogance. Skidding across the stone, the dragon remains low and predatory, his body humming with a lethal, dark intent. Refusing to stay down, the fallen priest snarls in rage, desperately gathering golden energy for one last spiteful counterattack. The dragon simply steps forward, crushing the life out of his enemy's momentum, with a stomp that shatters the very earth. The priest's body suddenly splits open, revealing a cavernous, tooth-lined void where his heart should have been. Hess fully abandoned his humanity now, looming over the battlefield as a literal walking meat grinder. With a twisted grin, he promises to turn the dragon heir into nothing more than a pile of minced meat. A hail of obsidian feathers erupts from his wings, raining down like a localized storm of death. Sensing the danger, the dragon heir's armor flares with a violent, crimson aura as he prepares to tank the blow. The ground erupts in a series of deafening explosions as the projectiles shred the stone to dust. From the sidelines, Nadia can only watch in horror, her voice lost in the chaos as she screams for him to survive. But the avian horror isn't done, blurring through the smoke with a speed that defies his massive size. His eyes widen in shock, however, when he realizes his prey isn't exactly where he expected him to be. The two monsters become nothing but streaks of lethal energy, clashing across the arena in a dance of pure destruction. Ananta lunges forward like a streak of crimson malice, his draconic form blurring with sheer predatory speed. He unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes, each impact erupting in a violent burst of dark energy. Balzac is sent reeling through the air, his majestic feathers torn away by the force of the assault. Gasping for breath and covered in his own blood, the avian horror spits out insults at the vermin. The dragon heir hits the ground with a heavy thud, locking eyes with his trembling prey. Balzac freezes as he realizes the monster before him is undergoing yet another terrifying evolution. Watching from the sidelines, Nadia can hardly believe her eyes as the dragon heir's silhouette shifts again. A jagged arc of red energy slashes through the air, cutting deep into the horror's pride and flesh. With a final, crushing stomp, Ananta brings the full weight of his new form down on the bird. Blood splatters across the arena floor as the gap in their power becomes an absolute, bloody reality. Balzac can hardly believe his eyes, realizing his opponent's speed and regeneration are far beyond any mortal limits. If this monster can truly heal and evolve on the fly, then the avian horror knows he has to change tactics. Clenching his fist with desperate resolve, he decides to pour everything into a strike, so massive it cannot be evaded. The arena trembles as the two titans square off, the very air thick with the scent of blood and impending death. From the sidelines, Nadia can only gasp in terror, as the sheer pressure of their killing intent threatens to crush her. Ananta stands his ground amidst the rubble, his draconic form radiating a primal power that shatters the earth beneath him. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, he launches himself into the air to bypass the rising obstacles. He moves like a dark blur across the sky, a shadow of death closing in on his target with predatory grace. Every movement is a thunderclap, as he systematically shreds through the battlefield to find the perfect opening. Locking his cold, draconic gaze on his prey, the dragon heir prepares to deliver a final, crushing reality check. Ananta realizes that no matter how many times he strikes, the White Lotus tree will keep Balzac's monstrous form whole. He knows that time is his greatest enemy now, as the disadvantage grows with every passing second of this stalemate. His predatory eyes shift upward, scanning the crumbling heights of the sanctuary for a way to break the loop. As debris whistles through the air, the structural integrity of the arena begins to fail under the weight of their clash. Stealing his resolve, the dragon heir ignores the falling rubble and centers his focus on one final, explosive gambit. He drops into a low stance, bracing his massive frame against the cracked earth as dark energy surges through his veins. With a sudden burst of speed, he launches himself skyward like a black comet, tearing through the air with a violent swoosh. Balzac looks on with grim realization while Nadia can only gasp, her eyes wide at the sheer scale of his power. High above the ground, Ananta winds up a punch that carries the full, crushing weight of his draconic fury. The impact is absolute as he smashes through the ceiling, shattering the barrier to reach the source of Balzac's strength. The ceiling erupts in a shower of stone as the dragon heir's fist finally connects with the sanctuary's peak. But as the structure crumbles, the momentum shifts, and he finds himself plummeting back into the dark abyss below. Before he can even adjust his stance, thick, gnarled roots whip out from the shadows, binding his massive frame. Balzac watches with a cruel smirk, mockingly asking if the boy truly expected to be crushed by a little falling debris. The avian horror leans in close, his face twisted with malice as he wonders if his opponent has finally run out of tricks. Unfazed by the tightening vines, the dragon heir stares back with a cold, piercing gaze that momentarily halts the monster's taunts. He quietly demands a tally of the carnage, asking the horror just how many lives he has discarded to fuel his ascension. Towering over his captive, Balzac sighs with genuine boredom, claiming he stopped counting the souls he's consumed long ago. A sharp, guttural laugh escapes the boy's throat, a sound filled with more predatory pity than actual fear. Dark energy begins to boil over as he prepares to let the crushing weight of those stolen lives finally settle the score. Ananta's dark energy erupts into a massive, spectral manifestation that dwarfs even the avian horror's twisted form. He coldly declares that the very lives his opponent discarded will now become the instrument of his absolute annihilation. The ground trembles as the weight of thousands of vengeful souls begins to manifest physically within the crater. Balzac's smug expression instantly vanishes, replaced by a chilling realization that he is no longer the apex predator here. From the darkening sky, the countless victims of his ascension begin to rain down like a macabre, heavy storm. The horror looks up in genuine terror, unable to comprehend how his own fuel has finally turned against him. He desperately tries to claw the bodies away, but the sheer volume of the dead is far too much to handle. Nadia watches the gruesome spectacle from the sidelines, her breath hitching at the sheer scale of the dragon heir's wrath. The undead swarm the monster with mindless fury, their rotting fingers and teeth tearing into his divine, feathered flesh. Buried under a literal mountain of the lives he stole, the monster's final screams are drowned out by the weight of the dead. The spectral tide finally drags the arrogant avian down, his screams lost in a sea of vengeful spirits. Nadia can only watch in horror as the ground itself seems to demand payment for the lives stolen. Just as the dragon heir prepares to savor his victory, the very fabric of reality begins to splinter. A blinding pillar of celestial light tears through the sky, grounding itself with the force of a falling star. The shockwave sends debris flying, forcing everyone to shield their eyes from the sudden, divine intrusion. Gasping for air, Nadia struggles to stay upright as the overwhelming pressure of a new presence fills the crater. Emerging from the light, a golden-clad figure stands triumphantly atop the mangled remains of the fallen monster. With skin like obsidian and eyes glowing with cold authority, this newcomer looks more like a judge than a savior. Nadia's heart hammers against her ribs, realizing the power dynamic of this battlefield has just shifted once again. She instinctively flinches as the armored titan turns his gaze toward her, wondering if she has just traded one nightmare for another. The golden-clad warrior drops to one knee, humbly asking if his master's long journey was to his liking. Nadia freezes as a sickening crack of bone echoes behind her, signaling a gruesome evolution in the shadows. She struggles to even draw breath, completely overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure radiating from the figure behind her. Emerging with icy composure, the white-haired man scolds his subordinate for such a messy and crude welcome. He tears away his ruined garments, revealing a physique that has been completely reconstructed by divine energy. This is the Wings Incarnate, a being of such absolute authority that the entire battlefield falls into a deathly silence. Meanwhile, miles away, the fabric of reality begins to splinter as a massive spatial rift tears through the sky. Ruby monitors the horizon with growing dread, reporting the anomaly while the white lotus tree looms in the distance. Her dragon companion growls as she realizes the timeline for the temple raid has been shattered by this intrusion. With the Wings assistant now on the scene, the power balance of this world has been permanently shifted. Ruby smirks into the receiver, relishing the fact that the Wings Incarnate has finally graced the city with his presence. Every step the silver-haired man takes sends a ripple through the air, his composure as sharp as a blade. He stands as a monument of divine power, his reconstructed physique radiating an aura that demands absolute silence. The pressure is so immense it feels like a physical blow, making the simple act of a heartbeat feel like a struggle. Nadia gasps and clutches her chest, her soul buckling under the weight of a presence she can't even begin to understand. As she watches the Golden Warrior bow in total submission, she desperately wonders who this terrifying newcomer could possibly be. Even the mangled and defeated Balzac begins to shake, his former arrogance completely shattered by a primal, stuttering fear. A flicker of horrific realization crosses the monster's face as he recognizes the legend standing right in front of him. Looking up at the man he knows as Gyuyo, the fallen horror can only stammer out a confused plea for answers. The Wings Incarnate simply watches him flinch, noting with a chilling sense of satisfaction that the beast still remembers his place. Balzac stares up in a state of pure shock, finally recognizing the cold-blooded lord who stripped him of his wings so long ago. Gyuyo dismisses the horror's confusion with a casual flick, reminding his former servant that losing those wings was the price for his drunken arrogance. The Golden Warrior hoists the mangled beast into the air by the throat, treating the once feared monster like a common piece of refuse. Looking down with a gaze that could freeze the sun, the Wings Incarnate declares that the heavens are only for those truly worthy of flight. Balzac can only sputter through a mouthful of blood, his mind reeling as he realizes his absolute devotion was never even acknowledged. He screams in a desperate, pathetic rage, recounting the tens of thousands of lives he sacrificed just to rebuild a body capable of soaring again. Gyuyo simply places a steady hand on the creature's chest, his voice dripping with a cold pity as he calls the monster a fool. To a being of such divine stature, Balzac's centuries of plotting and mass murder are nothing more than the insignificant buzzing of an insect. With a sudden blinding surge of energy, the master begins to systematically unmake the very abomination his servant worked so hard to craft. As the last remnants of the horror scatter into the wind, the Golden Warrior stands in silent vigil, waiting for his lord's next whim. The aftermath is a literal mountain of the dead, a grim monument to the absolute carnage that just unfolded. But deep within that pile of cold flesh, a single golden eye snaps open with a sharp, predatory focus. From the shadows of the fallen, Ananta watches as the divine intruders prepare to leave the ruined battlefield behind. His mind drifts back to a time before the blood, when Gyuyo spoke of a dream to reach the land of gods. Back then, the boy followed his master through the desert, listening to a journey that would never truly end. Gyuyo's smile was always haunting, the look of a man who had already decided to sacrifice everything for his goal. He warned the young boy that such a path meant turning the entire world into a bitter, relentless enemy. That warning soon became a scorching reality as the sky turned red and their village was reduced to ash. Amidst the charred remains of his people, a familiar voice calls out to him, pulling him back from the brink. It's a face from a life he can never reclaim, a gentle reminder of the peace he lost to the dragon's blood. The plea to return safely echoes through his mind, a burning memory of the home and the people he couldn't save. That name, Gyuyo, sparks a primal fire in his soul as his draconic eye snaps open with a terrifying, newfound clarity. High above the ruins, the Golden Warrior scoffs at the white lotus tree, calling it a cheap, pathetic imitation of paradise. Gyuyo holds a splinter of the fake god tree with total indifference, noting how shameful it is to compare such trash to the real thing. He loses interest in the wreckage almost immediately, his mind already drifting toward a much more pressing matter than this failed experiment. Below them, Nadia is left trembling in the dirt, her spirit completely crushed by the sheer weight of their divine arrogance. Remarking on an interesting acquaintance he nearly forgot, the Master of Wings takes flight and casually abandons the field of carnage. But the earth itself begins to scream as a massive, obsidian claw tears its way out of the bloody, smoldering rubble. Ananta emerges from the wreckage like a nightmare made flesh, his transformation complete and his heart filled with cold, draconic fury. As he spreads his wings of jagged crimson light, it's clear that these gods have just made a very dangerous mistake. A violent arc of crimson energy tears through the sky, signaling the dragon's absolute awakening. Gyuyo barely reacts, standing amidst the wreckage with the casual indifference of a world owner. The ground erupts in a geyser of blood-red power as the beast finally breaks its chains. The Golden Warrior steps forward, his expression cold as he prepares to handle this sudden nuisance. Gyuyo finally turns with a mocking smirk, satisfied that his long-awaited entertainment has arrived. From the heart of the darkness, Ananta's predatory gaze locks onto his target with murderous intent. He lets out a bone-shattering roar, screaming the name of the man who destroyed his home. The black dragon lunges with speed that defies his massive size, intent on shredding everything. The Golden Warrior doesn't even flinch, standing his ground against the incoming mountain of scales. With a sickening thud, a divine gauntlet meets the dragon's snout, halting the rampage in its tracks. The impact is massive, but the Golden Warrior barely budges as Ananta's claws scrape against divine armor. Enraged by the lack of effect, the black dragon's aura flares into a suffocating crimson mist of pure hate. The Golden Warrior stares into that abyss of rage, calmly asking for the name of this persistent beast. Ananta isn't interested in introductions, his mind entirely consumed by a primal need to tear this man apart. Seeing the total lack of reason in those glowing eyes, the warrior tightens his fist with a heavy sigh. He shifts his stance, deciding that if words won't work, he'll have to use a much more physical language. Ananta lets out a deafening roar, his power peaking as he prepares to throw everything into one final strike. The dragon's fist connects with a thunderous crack, finally forcing the Golden Guardian to feel the weight of his fury. High above the chaos, Gyuyo watches with cold indifference while Nadia trembles under the weight of his crushing presence. He reaches out toward the terrified girl, his intentions as unreadable as the godlike power radiating from his skin. A blood-slicked axe carves through the heavy air, a desperate swing from a man who has survived 1,000 battlefields. This is Bernard, a grizzled veteran whose tattoos are the only thing holding his weary soul together right now. He freezes mid-breath, his eyes widening as he finally perceives the true nature of the power standing before him. Watching Gyuyo's indifferent retreat, Bernard can't help but marvel at the man's terrifyingly relentless ambition. Even a legend like the Wings Incarnate takes a moment to acknowledge the old man's grit, labeling him a truly seasoned warrior. Back in the thick of it, the Golden Warrior continues his masterclass in how to properly discipline a runaway dragon. He catches a massive, gore-stained claw with a casual grip, staring down the beast with a look of pure boredom. Ananta's mind is a fractured mess of hatred, his every instinct screaming to rip apart anyone standing in his way. He lashes out with jagged streaks of crimson energy, but his mindless fury is far too predictable for a seasoned guardian. With a heavy, bone-shattering kick, the warrior decides it's time to put this little temper tantrum to an end. Ananta's body begins to warp and buckle as the chaotic red energy stretches his physical form beyond its limits. The transformation is violent and jagged, tearing through the air as his draconic essence struggles to take full control. He unleashes a final, primal roar that shakes the very foundations of the battlefield, drowning out all other sound. The Golden Warrior, Bernard, and Nadia can only watch in stunned silence as the pressure becomes absolutely suffocating. Standing before the towering nightmare, the Wings Incarnate remains completely unmoved by the beast's terrifying presence. He lets out a cold, mocking smirk, finding this monstrous reunion to be a surprisingly pleasant turn of events. The true form of the Black Dragon, Azidahaka, finally manifests, a mountain of scales and pure, destructive malice. But as the world blurs, Ananta suddenly finds himself standing alone in a desolate, glowing wasteland of rock. He stares at his own hands, his mind reeling as he realizes his back in his human skin. Frustration boils over as he tries to piece together where he is and how he could have possibly ended up here. The oppressive atmosphere of this strange realm weighs heavy on his soul, fueling a desperate urge to escape. Ananta stares into the endless, burning horizon, wondering where he's even supposed to go in this desolate void. A voice suddenly echoes through the silence, commanding him to remember the source of his undying hatred. From the sea of flames, the very architect of his misery rises, a colossal shadow that dwarfs his human form. He can hardly believe his eyes as he stares up at the living nightmare that ruined his life. The name of the beast, Azidahaka, burns in his mind as he realizes he's standing before the Black Dragon itself. The ancient creature looks down with pure contempt, addressing him as nothing more than a cursed, pathetic mortal. It demands he surrender his soul to the flames of rage, promising that his wailing will never truly end. With a deafening roar, the dragon lashes out, its massive claw cutting through the air with terrifying speed. The strike connects with a bone-shattering impact, forcing the wings incarnate to face the full weight of draconic fury. The dragon looms like a mountain of obsidian, its presence suffocating the very air around them. Wings incarnate watches with cold disappointment, questioning if the boy has finally surrendered his humanity to the beast. A low, guttural growl vibrates through the earth as the dragon's hunger for destruction reaches a boiling point. Refusing to be intimidated by the scale of his foe, the celestial warrior tightens his golden gauntlet. He stands his ground with a mocking air, dismissing the creature's mindless fury as nothing more than pathetic. Enraged by the insult, the black dragon unhinges its massive jaw to charge a catastrophic surge of heat. A torrent of primordial fire erupts from its throat, a wave of pure annihilation meant to erase the warrior. But the celestial knight doesn't flinch, meeting the inferno head-on with a punch bathed in blinding, holy light. The two absolute powers clash in a violent struggle, the holy light carving right through the draconic flames. The resulting explosion shatters the very fabric of the battlefield, leaving only a blinding flash of pure chaos. The dust settles as the celestial being stands amidst the wreckage, his wings unfurled and radiating a cold, divine authority. He notes with a chilling calm that even the literal fires of hell haven't managed to shake his opponent's resolve. That opponent is Bernard, a grizzled warrior who earns a rare moment of respect for his sheer, stubborn guts. But respect doesn't mean mercy, and Bernard knows he can't afford to wait for backup if he wants to survive. With a desperate roar, the warrior charges across the ruined earth, betting everything on one final, decisive strike. He puts every ounce of his remaining strength into a massive overhead swing, determined to end this nightmare here. For a split second, time seems to freeze as a nearly invisible line of light carves through the air. Reality catches up in a spray of crimson, the warrior's chest splitting open before he can even complete his arc. His heavy axe slips from his lifeless grip, clattering against the stone as his final gamble ends in total silence. The winged entity watches the unfolding chaos with a chilling lack of concern, telling his feral opponent to just settle down. But Ananta is far past the point of reason, his body contorting and bones snapping as the transformation takes its final, brutal toll. Before the beast can even lunge, a searing flash of divine light pierces through the darkness, silencing the struggle in an instant. Just like that, the once terrifying monster is reduced to a heap of shadow, leaving the celestial warrior standing completely unfazed. Watching from the sidelines, Nadia finds herself paralyzed, her body trembling uncontrollably under the weight of his suffocating aura. He looms over her like a judgmental god, noting with disappointment that she's a far cry from the woman he once knew. A cold realization washes over her, her heart hammering against her ribs as the terrifying pieces of the puzzle finally click together. Memories of a blood-soaked past flood her mind, forcing her to relive the day her entire world was torn apart. It's him, the same divine executioner, who once descended from the heavens to turn her home into a silent graveyard. The celestial warrior touches his chest, explaining that the resonance she feels is proof she was chosen as a vessel for the great tree, leaving Nadia to tremble as she wonders what he means by the branch. He looms over her like an inevitable shadow, his voice cold, as he prepares to reveal the true nature of his power, by manifesting a sliver of transcendental energy, a tool designed to shatter the limits of mortality. This glowing fragment is his ultimate prize, the key to bridging the gap between worlds and fulfilling his divine ambition. The air begins to crackle with overwhelming pressure as he calls upon the raw, unbridled force of the heavens, unleashing a blinding pillar of lightning that makes the previous struggle look like a pathetic tantrum. From the wreckage of the transformation, a new figure emerges, a boy molded from a mountain of corpses and finally freed from his cage. Nadia stares in absolute horror as the executioner turns to the child, casually asking for his brother's name. The boy offers a chilling grin, whispering the name of the calamity that's about to be unleashed. His words act as a catalyst, triggering a violent surge of energy that tears through the sky. As the celestial executioner dives into the fray, his golden armor gleaming against the encroaching darkness, he finds himself face to face with the primal fury of the Black Dragon, a creature born of pure destruction, resulting in a blinding explosion that marks a catastrophic meeting of divine light and abyssal shadow. Even a being of his stature is sent skidding back, the dragon's raw strength proving far more than expected, as the beast lets out a world-shaking roar, its presence expanding until it swallows the horizon in red mist. The executioner finally loses his smug composure, realizing he's no longer the one in control of this battlefield, while the dragon prepares to turn this holy mission into a total massacre with one thunderous flap. A violent pillar of energy erupts through the ceiling, signaling a shift in the chaotic battle raging above. High over the ruins, the black dragon circles like a harbinger of the end, its shadow looming over the architecture. Down below, the young vessel can barely contain his primal rage, his predatory eyes locked onto the divine threat. But a gentle hand suddenly rests on his head, a calm voice assuring him there is no need for fear. The dragon isn't interested in comfort, though, as it begins condensing a terrifying amount of heat into a single point. It prepares to unleash the blazing baldachin, a sun-like sphere of destruction designed to incinerate everything in its path. The massive fireball descends like a falling star, threatening to wipe the entire temple off the face of the map. Looking up at the incoming apocalypse, the celestial warrior feels nothing but insulted that a mere beast would dare look down on him. With a cold glare, he raises his hand to prove that the heavens themselves have no room for a creature of shadow. The wings incarnate commands the light to consume the darkness, unleashing a blinding flash that completely resets the battlefield. Azidahaka, once a symbol of primal terror, finds itself utterly overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the divine radiance. A massive pillar of holy energy hammers down from the heavens, shattering the white lotus tree and ending its influence forever. As the dust begins to settle, a final streak of light pierces the sky, signaling the absolute conclusion of the slaughter. The once mighty beast is reduced to a pathetic, squirming lizard, clutched firmly as its captor declares the struggle over. Tucked away from the chaos, a bunny-eared operative reports the tree's destruction over the line, her voice eerily calm. The legendary landmark is nothing more than a burning husk now, a casualty of the overwhelming power of the wings incarnate. But the report takes a darker turn as she mentions their secret weapon, the vengeance incarnate, plummeting toward the earth. Crashing into the dirt, Ananta lies broken and bloodied, his body paying the price for his brief moment of defiance. The vast, sun-scorched wasteland offers no mercy to those who have lost everything in the fires of war. High above, the view reveals a pathetic sight, as the former king of destruction is hunted like common vermin. Scurrying through the dirt, the dragon's pride is stripped away as he flees from a pack of mangy scavengers. The hounds are relentless, their rhythmic panting echoing the heartbeat of a prey that has nowhere left to run. Just as the lead predator lunges for the kill, the fallen dragon can only stare up in helpless terror. Suddenly, the air screams as a heavy pickaxe whirls into the fray, cutting through the silence of the desert. A sickening crunch follows as the iron buries itself deep, ending the lead dog's hunt in a single, brutal instant. Before the rest of the pack can react, a firm step intercedes, shielding the lizard from any further harm. Standing over the carcass is Ananta, his new youthful body hiding the soul of a monster that refuses to die. A violent spray of blood paints the sand, a grim warning that even in this form, he remains the true apex predator. The surviving hounds recoil in terror, their predatory instincts instantly replaced by the primal fear of a superior force. Ananta lets out a guttural roar, his voice carrying the weight of 1,000 grudges as he vents his frustration at the world. With the pack scattering like leaves in a storm, he stands tall, a silent sentinel amidst the desert's fresh carnage. He huffs with annoyance, resting his heavy tool on his shoulder as if slaughtering a pack of beasts was a mere chore. Behind him, the tiny lizard gazes up with wide, shimmering eyes, seemingly mesmerized by the boy who just defied death. Seeking refuge from the scorching sun, the unlikely pair settles beneath the shadow of a massive boulder to catch their breath. Ananta remains silent for a long moment, his golden eyes fixed on the pathetic creature that refuses to leave his side. Finally, losing his patience, he snaps at the lizard, demanding to know why it insists on tailing him like a lost shadow. He scoffs at the creature's pathetic size, noting with a sneer that it isn't even large enough to serve as a decent snack. Despite his aggressive attempts to shoo it away, the persistent little dragon simply hops closer, clearly having found its new protector. The little lizard's throat begins to glow with a familiar, flickering heat that defies its tiny size. It lets out a sudden burst of flame, catching the boy completely off guard as the heat flares. Ananta stares in disbelief, finally realizing this pathetic creature might actually be a dragon after all. But his revelation is cut short, as a heavy, rhythmic tremor begins to rattle the desert floor. Cold sweat beads on his brow, as he senses a massive, predatory presence closing in from behind. He slowly turns, finding himself standing in the suffocating shadow of something truly gargantuan. A mountain of muscle and horn looms over them, its eyes burning with a primal, hungry rage. Facing a predator this size in his current state is a recipe for a very messy disaster. With the dragon clinging to his hair for dear life, he bolts as the beast begins its charge. It's a desperate scramble for survival, as he leads the thundering monster toward the canyon's jagged edge. Ananta hurls himself into the gorge, narrowly escaping the crushing weight of the beast's initial pounce. He sticks a rough landing at the bottom, but his survival instincts immediately flare at a new presence. Sitting in eerie silence beneath a skeletal tree is a hooded figure, completely unfazed by the desert heat. The massive predator isn't finished yet, looming over the cliffside like a living mountain of spite. Hearing that heavy, rhythmic snort, Ananta realizes this overgrown lizard isn't going to let them walk away. He gently sets the trembling little dragon aside, deciding it's finally time to stop running and start swinging. He draws his heavy axes with a grimace, bracing his small frame for a clash that should be impossible. His golden eyes flash with a sudden, lethal intensity as he prepares to unleash his suppressed draconic pride. Just as he's about to charge, a sudden movement from the stranger behind him sends a chill down his spine. The mysterious figure slowly reaches up, beginning to peel back the shadows to reveal the face beneath. The hood falls back to reveal a man with striking silver hair and a gaze that feels far too heavy for a mere traveler. Even the massive beast, which was ready to tear Ananta apart seconds ago, suddenly flinches in pure, primal terror. Those pale blue eyes ripple with a mysterious power, locking onto the predator with a silent command that brooks no defiance. Realizing it's no longer the apex predator here, the monster scrambles away, its heavy footsteps echoing as it flees for its life. Ananta spins around, his jaw dropping as he realizes the fight he was bracing for just ended without a single blow being struck. The stranger offers a calm, almost fatherly smile, gently asking the young boy if he managed to come out of the scuffle unhurt. Looking up at this mysterious savior, Ananta is struck by a sudden, overwhelming realization that this isn't just a random encounter. He doesn't know it yet, but meeting this man in the middle of a scorched wasteland is the moment his entire destiny shifts. They leave the dunes behind, traveling toward a hidden valley where a lush village thrives against the harsh desert backdrop. As they arrive, the locals are quick to swarm them, wondering where Ananta wandered off to, and just who this regal guest is. Ananta jumps nearly out of his skin as a familiar, sharp voice cuts through the desert air. His sister, Ashta, is already there to meet him, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated frustration. She immediately grabs him, demanding to know why he keeps wandering into the dangerous territory of the mystics. Her lecture comes to a screeching halt when she notices the strange, tiny red dragon hitching a ride. Hoping to deflect the scolding, Ananta quickly introduces the silver-haired man who just saved his life. The introduction is cut short by a sudden, violent coughing fit that seems to tear through Ashta's lungs. Horror strikes as she pulls her hand away, revealing a dark, sickly stain of blood across her palm. Terrified for her health, Ananta forgets the day's excitement and desperately urges his sister to get inside. The mysterious stranger watches the siblings with a cold, calculating gaze, his eyes reflecting their desperate struggle. Despite the looming shadow of illness, a humble meal is served, offering a brief moment of normalcy. The village elder admits that while visitors are rare, they cannot ignore someone who saved one of their own. He formally welcomes the traveler, Gyuyo, granting him full hospitality and a place to rest within their community. Despite the warm reception, Gyuyo's cold, analytical gaze never strays far from the strange little red dragon. Sensing an overwhelming pressure from those ripple-patterned eyes, the creature quickly hides behind its new protector. Ananta is caught completely off guard when the elder suddenly appoints him as the traveler's official guide. His shocked reaction earns him a swift, painful smack from a nearby warrior for his lack of manners. The elder remains skeptical, wondering what could possibly bring a man of his stature to such a barren land. Gyuyo maintains a polite smile, spinning a tale about being an explorer obsessed with the world's various incarnations. To lend weight to his cover story, he reaches into his gear to produce a well-worn travel document. He unrolls a massive map, claiming his life's work is documenting the legends hidden in every corner of the world. Gyuyo leans in close, claiming the legend of a specific desert incarnate is what truly lured him here. With a chillingly calm expression, he finally utters the name of the ancient terror, Azidahaka. He speaks of the first 6 incarnates, primordial beings who received their overwhelming power directly from the gods. Among these titans, one stood above the rest as a pinnacle of raw, unbridled destruction. For centuries, this creature has been a focal point of both desperate worship and paralyzing fear. This is the Black Dragon, a living personification of evil that once stained the world in shadow. Shifting from dark legends to the present, a pot of medicinal herbs bubbles over the village fire. Ashta cautiously lifts the bowl, wondering if this strange traveler's brew can actually heal her. Gyuyo explains the Gyardia flowers will restore her vitality, while Ananta watches his sister with silent concern. A rare, genuine smile breaks across her face as the warmth of the medicine begins to take effect. Gyuyo gently suggests that Ashta focuses on her recovery while he prepares for the day's trek. Curious about their guest's next move, Ananta asks where the mysterious traveler plans to venture today. Gyuyo mentions investigating the river's mouth, leading Ananta to joke about catching a few fish for dinner. The boy officially volunteers as a guide, eager to show off his knowledge of the surrounding sands. Ashta watches them with a soft expression, her strength slowly returning thanks to the stranger's herbal brew. She tells her brother to return safely, her eyes reflecting a mix of relief and lingering sisterly worry. Ananta gives her a toothy, confident grin, promising they won't be gone for long as they set off. As they leave the safety of the tents, the village warriors watch them with stern, distrusting eyes. A sudden wave of tension washes over Ananta, his instincts screaming that this journey won't be simple. They march toward the distant mountains, where the shimmering blue water hides secrets older than the village itself. A full week has passed since the silver-haired stranger arrived, and the two sit quietly by a crackling fire, while the little red dragon greedily tears into a fresh fish. Ananta asks if the research is going anywhere. Gyuyo admits the trail is cold, having only uncovered scattered, dusty fragments regarding the history of the Black Dragon. Long ago, that terrifying power was the only thing standing between the villagers' ancestors and certain death from invaders. The boy listens while he eats, hearing how his people were once fierce warriors who worshipped the legendary beast. However, the traveler senses a wall of silence from the elders, suspecting the village is hiding a deeper secret. Ananta tries to laugh it off with a nervous grin, insisting the man is just letting his imagination run wild. But the stranger isn't so easily fooled, sharply questioning why the boy is still hunting behind his sister's back. Glancing at the fresh bandages, Gyuyo warns that it is only a matter of time before his sister notices. Fearing her reaction, Ananta quietly pleads for silence, desperate to keep his sister from worrying about his dangerous secret. Ananta explains the harsh reality of their land, where winter's arrival means life or death for those without food. He reflects on a childhood defined by tragedy, having lost both parents to disease before he was old enough to remember. His sister, Ashta, filled that void, sacrificing her own youth to protect him and treating him like a precious child. It clearly eats at him that she missed her chance at marriage for his sake, fueling his desperate hunt for a dowry. Gyuyo listens with a rare moment of quiet empathy, acknowledging the heavy burden the young boy has been forced to carry. But the boy just laughs it off with a cocky grin, insisting there is no hardship in providing for his only family. Tired of the depressing atmosphere, Ananta flips the script, asking why Gyuyo cares so much about incarnate lore. The stranger reveals his true objective is the treasures of the gods, legendary items that hold the essence of divinity. These relics are the primordial source of the first incarnates, artifacts that defy every known law of the human world. As his grip tightens, Gyuyo warns that anyone who unites these 6 treasures would control existence itself. Gyuyo speaks of a divine rebirth that would allow a person to witness a world far beyond this mortal realm. The mention of such power sends a jolt through Ananta, who accidentally lets slip a mention of the old scale. Realizing he has said too much, the boy flinches under the stranger's sudden and piercingly sharp gaze. Gyuyo isn't about to let him off the hook, leaning in with a predatory intensity that demands the absolute truth. Cornered and sweating, Ananta finally cracks, begging the traveler to keep whatever he is about to say a total secret. He recalls the ancient stories his sister Ashta whispered to him when he was just a small child. Legends tell of the Black Dragon, whose unquenchable rage once reduced the entire Red Desert to a wasteland of ash. To tether his own destructive power, the beast surrendered a single scale before vanishing into a deep, eternal slumber. That relic was sealed away within a shrine deep in Dragon Valley, protected by the village's most elite warriors. But just as the boy is about to reveal more, a sudden hand reaches out to cut the conversation short. Ananta puts his foot down, making it clear that even a powerful guest has his limits. Gyuyo remains silent, his stoic expression hiding whatever schemes are currently brewing behind those piercing eyes. The boy explains that while the village leader welcomes him, the sacred valley remains strictly off-limits to outsiders. Accepting the boundary for now, the traveler shifts his focus, naming a different destination he is eager to see. They set out across the scorching terrain, as the sun begins to dip behind the jagged, blood-red cliffs. Even the little dragon is feeling the heat, panting heavily as the grueling desert trek takes its toll. Seeing his small companion struggling to keep up, Ananta reaches down to give the exhausted creature a lift. With the lizard safely back on his shoulder, he offers a bit of encouragement, sensing their goal is near. But a sudden, subtle shift in the atmosphere catches his attention, sparking a flicker of suspicion in his gaze. They finally reach the overlook, staring out at the vast, sun-drenched expanse of the desert as the day ends. Standing against the fading light, the stranger suddenly breaks the silence by confessing he harbors a singular, driving dream. He speaks of a world far beyond their own, a hidden realm that bridges the gap to the land of the gods. It is a path he is committed to until the very end, claiming his long journey will never truly conclude until he reaches that peak. But as he turns back with a chillingly calm expression, he admits that his goal requires a ruthless resolve. He is perfectly willing to turn the entire world into his enemy to see it through, leaving Ananta frozen in a state of pure shock. When the boy desperately presses for an explanation, the man counters with a question that strikes directly at his deepest insecurities. He suggests the unthinkable, hinting that the mysterious illness wasting away Ananta's sister is actually the Black Dragon's curse. Trembling with a mix of hope and sudden terror, the boy demands to know how a mere traveler could possess such forbidden knowledge. The man speaks of Aji Dahaka, the terrifying servant of an evil god who holds absolute command over curses and death. He mockingly questions why such a dark entity would ever give humanity a treasure, shattering Ananta's understanding of his own people's history. The man drops a bombshell, claiming the Black Dragon was merely using Ananta's people as vessels for a curse. He twists the knife further, linking the death of the boy's parents and his sister's agony to this betrayal. The revelation hits like a physical blow, shattering everything Ananta believed about his tribe's sacred protector. Seeing the boy's world crumble, the silver-haired stranger can't help but let a predatory grin slip across his face. He reaches into his robes, pulling out a solution that seems far too convenient to be a mere coincidence. He presents a radiant flower from the god tree, a treasure meant to be guarded by Ananta's own people. This single bloom holds the power to break the draconic curse and finally save his dying sister. But Ananta hesitates, realizing that taking it means spitting on every sacred law his village holds dear. The man remains eerily calm, washing his hands of the consequences by framing it as a simple choice. Now, the weight of the world rests on the boy's shoulders as he decides between tradition and family. Ashta wakes up in the middle of the night, feeling a sudden, cold absence beside her. She sits up, her yellow eyes scanning the empty bedding where her brother should be resting. Despite her failing health, she drags herself out of the tent, her chest racking with painful coughs. She looks around the quiet camp, wondering why her brother would wander off at such a dangerous hour. Staring up at the vast, starry sky, she can only pray that he is safe from the biting cold. Meanwhile, deep in the canyon, the silence of the night is guarded by the tribe's most elite warriors. These sentinels stand watch before the sacred gate, ready to strike down anyone who dares approach. One of the guards suddenly tenses, his eyes narrowing as he catches a rhythmic sound in the distance. He levels his spear at the darkness, demanding to know who has the audacity to trespass on holy ground. But the silver-haired stranger doesn't stop, his eyes glowing with a cold, terrifying power that silences the air. The lead sentinel lunges forward with a desperate cry, determined to strike down the intruder defiling their holy ground. But his speed is a joke to the silver-haired stranger, who catches the stone-tipped spear with terrifying, casual ease. Before the warrior can even process the gap in their power, a heavy blow sends him reeling into the darkness. His partner watches in absolute disbelief, frozen as the tribe's strongest protector is treated like a mere nuisance. The stranger doesn't give him a second to pray, closing the distance in a blur to deliver a bone-shattering strike. Within seconds, the canyon's elite sentinels are reduced to nothing more than crumpled, unconscious heaps on the cold floor. Turning his back on the fallen men, the mysterious man calls out to the shadows, knowing exactly who is watching. Ananta finally steps out from behind the jagged rocks, clutching a glowing flower like a lifeline while his hands tremble. He stares at the defeated guards in shock, realizing the man he's following possesses a level of strength beyond comprehension. With a cold, knowing smirk, the stranger tells the boy to keep up because their real work is just beginning. The stranger urges Ananta forward into the darkness, insisting they finish their business before the first light of dawn. They step through the threshold of a hidden sanctuary where ancient torches flicker against the cold, oppressive stone. Ananta glances back at the broken guards, wondering if Hez following a savior or a monster in human skin. They finally reach the heart of the temple, standing before a massive tomb marked by the Black Dragon's crest. Suddenly, the flower in the boy's hands erupts with a blinding light, reacting to the proximity of something ancient. Terrified by the sudden surge of energy, Ananta demands to know what's happening, but only receives a chilling chuckle. Gyuyo brushes off the boy's fear with a wave of his hand, stepping toward the altar with absolute confidence. A sinister glint flashes in his eyes as he realizes every piece of his dark puzzle is finally falling into place. Without a moment of hesitation, he reaches out to claim the prize hidden beneath the heavy, engraved stone lid. As the tomb slides open, the stranger's smug expression confirms that the world is about to change forever. Ananta stares into the depths of the tomb, his heart hammering against his ribs as he realizes what they've finally uncovered. Resting within a ring of ancient, glowing runes lies the ultimate prize that has been hidden from the world for eons. It is the legendary inverted dragon scale, a relic of immense power that serves as the cornerstone of this dark sanctuary. Gyuyo offers a chilling word of thanks, leaving the boy standing in a daze while clutching the glowing flower like a lifeline. Even the small dragon on his shoulder seems to sense the sudden shift in the air as the boy's voice begins to waver. He desperately asks if his sister will truly be cured now that he has fulfilled his end of their dangerous bargain. His hands tremble with a growing sense of dread, pleading for a promise that he hasn't just made a catastrophic mistake. A cold hand drops onto his shoulder as the stranger scoffs at the sheer, pathetic naivety of the human race. Ananta spins around in terror, finally seeing the mask of his savior slip away to reveal the predator lurking beneath. With a face half consumed by shadow, the monster declares that it's finally time for the boy to face the consequences of his choices. Before the boy can even process the betrayal, the stranger's hand clamps down on his wrist with bone-crushing force. Hez treated like nothing more than a tool as his hand is shoved toward the glowing seal of the tomb. The moment the sacred flower makes contact, the ancient mechanism hungrily drains its energy to unlock the gate. Ananta is instantly engulfed in a blinding flash, feeling the sheer weight of the sin he's just committed. A colossal pillar of light erupts into the heavens, a beacon of chaos that can be seen for hundreds of miles. Far from the epicenter, Ashta watches the sky burn, her instincts screaming that something has gone horribly wrong. Her blood runs cold as she recognizes the location of the blast as the legendary and forbidden Dragon Valley. The ground begins to heave and buckle, nearly throwing her off her feet as a massive earthquake ripples through the land. Deep fissures spiderweb across the canyon floor, signaling the collapse of the ancient wards that kept the darkness contained. Within the heart of the mountain, a primordial shadow begins to stir, finally awakened from its centuries-long slumber. A single, blood-red eye snaps open, burning with a malice that hasn't seen the light in eons. As the mountain groans, the ancient beast hauls its massive, armored frame out of the crushing abyss. It unfurls wings the color of a fresh wound, finally shaking off the heavy dust of its long imprisonment. While outside the tomb, the peaceful night is shattered as the very foundations of the canyon begin to tear apart. A geyser of pure, dark energy erupts toward the stars, announcing the violent return of a forgotten nightmare. That leaves the tribal guards watching in absolute terror, desperately hoping this is just a simple earthquake. One sentinel points toward the heavens, his voice trembling as he realizes the sky itself is being reclaimed by the legendary predator soaring high above the chaos, its massive silhouette blotting out the constellations. It gazes down at the tiny specks below, wondering which arrogant mortal was foolish enough to covet divine power, leaving behind a frozen, shattered wasteland and the chilling echo of a coming storm as its shadow passes. A tiny, desperate cry echoes through the wreckage as Ruby searches frantically for any sign of life. Ananta lies motionless among the jagged rocks, his body battered and bloodied from the tomb's violent collapse. He struggles to focus his fading vision, his heart sinking as he realizes the true cost of his failure. High above the carnage, a familiar figure stands silhouetted against a towering pillar of blinding celestial light. The silver-haired stranger smirks, finally holding the sacred flower that has eluded seekers for countless generations. He clenches the stem with a terrifying, predatory grip, his long-awaited moment of triumph finally within reach. His eyes glow with a cold, divine light as he prepares to bridge the gap between mortal and God. Looking every bit the arrogant conqueror, he basks in the overwhelming pressure of the miracle he has summoned. Without a moment of hesitation, he swings the radiant artifact down in one swift, violent motion. He plunges the jagged stem deep into his own flesh, welcoming the agonizing birth of a new, terrifying era. The jagged stem pierces deep, and a blinding radiance begins to bleed from the fresh wound. Gyuyo lets out a guttural roar as celestial energy surges through his veins like molten glass. He collapses to his knees, his body steaming as the mortal shell struggles to contain the divinity. The earth shatters under the weight of the black dragon as it descends to witness the sacrilege. The ancient beast looms over him, demanding to know if he truly understands the price of his theft. Looking up with a chillingly calm gaze, the stranger introduces himself by a name of ancient legend. A violent cyclone of white light erupts, signaling the end of his time as a mere human. Massive, pristine wings unfurl against the starlight, casting a shadow that feels heavier than any mountain. His features twist into a predatory mask, shedding every ounce of humanity for something far more terrifying. Standing tall as a celestial nightmare, the wings incarnate finally reveals the true face of a god. Ananta lies broken in the settling dust, his strength spent as the world screams around him. He gasps for air, his golden eyes widening in shock as he struggles to comprehend the nightmare unfolding above. High above the wreckage, the ancient black dragon stands its ground against the celestial horror that Gyuyo has become. The dragon's voice rumbles like a localized earthquake, sensing the stolen treasures vibrating within the traitor's new divine shell. Gyuyo merely sneers at the beast, convinced that a mere mortal vessel could never hope to contain such divinity. Narrowing its crimson gaze, the dragon demands to know the fate of the original masters who once held those powers. A twisted, jagged smile spreads across the villain's face, showing he has long since abandoned any shred of remorse. He casually admits to slaughtering them all, manifesting their stolen souls as glowing orbs of pure, destructive energy. Without a hint of hesitation, he unfurls his wings to unleash a barrage of divine light that pierces the heavens. The earth vanishes in a series of blinding impacts, turning the sacred grounds into a scorched and hollowed graveyard. As the smoke clears from the devastating impact, the ancient beast remains standing amidst the rubble. The black dragon sneers at his opponent, mocking the traitor for being pathetically weak without his stolen toys. Looking down with cold indifference, Gyuyo dismisses the dragon as a mere relic he intends to break and tame. A low, guttural growl vibrates in the dragon's throat as he dares the self-proclaimed god to actually try it. Incinerating the very air, the beast unleashes a torrent of primordial flame that turns the sky into a furnace. Gyuyo dances through the inferno with sickening grace, his new wings carrying him easily above the reaching heat. Refusing to let his prey escape, the dragon gathers a second surge of power that makes his scales hum. He launches himself into the starry abyss, determined to drag the arrogant thief back down to the scorched earth. They face off high above the world, two monsters of different eras preparing for a clash of pure ego. The dragon surrounds himself with a halo of destructive magic, proving his ancient bite is still as sharp as ever. The dragon rains down a barrage of hellfire, forcing the traitor to finally take this duel seriously. Unfazed, Gyuyo commands the very heavens to ignite, preparing a counterattack that puts the sun to shame. A blinding detonation of pure spiritual energy erases the horizon, momentarily turning the night sky into a white void. Through the searing light, the ancient beast snarls with a primal rage that refuses to be snuffed out. He folds his massive wings and plummets like a dying star, cloaked in a shroud of vengeful red aura. His descent tears the atmosphere apart, leaving jagged scars of crimson energy in his wake as he targets the thief. Gyuyo just wears a sickening grin, clearly amused by the desperate struggle of a creature he considers obsolete. With a flick of his wings, the self-made god ascends to meet the challenge, radiating a cold, divine pressure. He answers the dragon's fury with a rain of light spears, each one carrying the weight of his stolen authority. Red and white collide in a chaotic symphony of destruction, shaking the very foundations of the world below. The black dragon beats its massive wings, desperately trying to reclaim the sky it once ruled, until a sudden flash ignites in the center of the void, brighter than any star in the firmament. The spark erupts into a colossal sphere of light, a supernova of spiritual energy that dwarfs the mountains, leaving the tribal warriors below standing frozen, witnessing a divine catastrophe they can't possibly comprehend. Ashta stares into the blinding horizon with tear-filled eyes, her heart aching with a terrifying premonition for her brother. At the heart of the blast, Ananta collapses, his body racked with tremors as the aftershocks tear through him. He struggles to draw a single breath among the cracked stones, while his tiny companion Ruby watches in silent concern. Looking up at the shimmering stardust, he can only hope his sacrifice was enough to protect his sister. The peace is short-lived as a massive shadow falls from the clouds, impacting the earth with a world-shaking thud, revealing the once mighty black dragon lying defeated in the dust, its scales shattered and its ancient fire finally snuffed out. Gyuyo hovers above the carnage, a multi-winged god born from cold betrayal and stolen ancient power. He looks down at the fallen beast with a sneer, mocking the dragon for losing its heart and its dignity. A cruel smirk plays on his lips as he savors the absolute success of his long con. With the dragon's authority now his, he looks toward the stars, ready to finally claim his place in the heavens. He vanishes into the night sky like a blinding shooting star, leaving behind the wreckage of a broken world. Below, Ananta is left in the dirt, his mind fracturing as he realizes his good intentions paved this hell. Amidst the silence of the ruins, a heavy, ancient voice addresses the boy as the dragon's true descendant. The dying beast stares him down with a single massive eye, questioning if he truly aided that winged thief. Terrified and weeping, Ananta can only beg for mercy, desperately clinging to the memory of his sick sister. The dragon's eye flares with a final, ominous light, lamenting the pathetic end of a once feared evil god. The dragon's gaze burns with an ancient, unforgiving hatred for the boy who inadvertently doomed it. A heavy, soul-binding curse is laid upon him as the beast's physical form begins to disintegrate. Yet the end of its life is merely the beginning of a new, more terrifying manifestation. From the bubbling pool of dark energy, a spectral nightmare of pure malice begins to take shape. Ananta stands paralyzed as the vengeful spirit of the black dragon towers over his tiny, broken frame. He can only weep in silence, his mind reeling as he realizes he has birthed an evil god. With a deafening roar that shakes the foundations of the world, the beast ignites into a pillar of flame. It streaks across the horizon like a harbinger of doom, fueled by a dying wish for absolute vengeance. Terror grips the boy's heart as he realizes the monster is flying straight toward his helpless village. High above the unsuspecting tribe, the shadow of death finally arrives to claim its terrible due. The beast descends like a falling star, exhaling a torrent of ancient fire that turns the village into a furnace. The screams of the tribal warriors are cut short as the inferno swallows their homes and history alike. In a single heartbeat, the very people Ananta fought to protect are reduced to ash by his own catastrophic mistake. The horizon vanishes behind a wall of blinding heat, leaving nothing but the scent of scorched earth and absolute regret. Ananta can only howl his sister's name into the void, his heart shattering as the flames consume everything he loves. But the dragon isn't finished with him yet, its spectral maw looming large to deliver a final, cruel gift. The vengeful energy explodes outward, not to kill the boy, but to claim his broken body as a new vessel. Agony rips through his soul as the dragon's malice weaves itself into his DNA, rewriting his very destiny. A rhythmic, dark pulse begins to echo through his veins, signaling the birth of something far from human. Within the wreckage of his life, a new, cursed heart begins to beat with the steady rhythm of absolute vengeance. The dragon's spirit sneers at the boy's weakness as the transformation begins to take a physical toll. It mocks the foolish mortal, relishing the chance to turn his grief into a weapon of pure destruction. The beast commands him to wallow forever in the mire of death and calamity he has unleashed. A monstrous roar shatters the silence of the wasteland, marking the birth of a nightmare in human skin. Under the cold gaze of the stars, the silhouette of a new god-eater looms over the smoldering ruins. Eventually, the fires of the canyon fade, replaced by the damp, suffocating chill of a stone dungeon. Ananta sits bound in heavy iron, his body broken by the very power that failed to save his sister. But behind a curtain of black hair, a predatory golden eye flickers with a hunger that cannot be caged. Far above, the sacred tree of his people finally gives way, its ancient roots crumbling into the dust. Watching the collapse from a distance, Gyuyo simply sighs, annoyed that his grand design took a little longer than expected. The silver-haired priestess turns her back on the smoldering ruins, ready to leave this world of dust and tragedy behind. She follows her companions toward a growing fracture in the air, destined for the celestial heights of the pantheon. With a deafening crack, the armored guardian shatters the fabric of space, revealing a gateway to the starry void beyond. Gyuyo lingers for a moment before the rift, his thoughts drifting back to the broken boy he left rotting in the dark. He observes the red-eyed child at his side, noting that while Ananta was a mere beast, this one is a true incarnate. Kneeling among the dying roots, the woman realizes with a shiver of dread that she has no memories of her life before him. A dark grin spreads across Gyuyo's face as he wonders if the boy he manipulated is truly the child from the ancient prophecies. He preaches to his silent audience, explaining that all things are born and destroyed by the simple, cold laws of causality. His eyes glow with a chilling divine light, satisfied that every catastrophe is simply a necessary part of his inevitable victory. He looks forward to the day they meet again, leaving the woman he calls nature incarnate to stew in her own growing doubt. Deep within the heart of a hidden grotto, a lone figure finds a rare moment of peace in the shimmering waters. The silence of the cavern is broken by a familiar voice, addressing the woman with the respect her station demands. Myrrh and her young messenger arrive with urgent news from the southern outposts regarding a long overdue return. Upon hearing that the seasoned veteran Bernard has finally resurfaced, the queen's boredom instantly vanishes. She steps from the pool with a cocky air, jokingly warning Myrrh that only good news saved her from a royal lashing. As she is draped in her cloak, the queen learns that Bernard isn't alone, bringing an incarnate and 2 humans in tow. A dangerous, predatory grin spreads across her face as she prepares to judge these newcomers with her own eyes. High above the subterranean chambers, the massive stone gates of the mountain fortress loom over the desert landscape. The heavy doors groan open to receive the travelers, who finally cross the threshold into the queen's domain. Bernard leads the way with a heavy tread, while nature incarnate follows, walking blindly into a den of ancient power. This mysterious benefactor had claimed to share their burning hatred for the Wings incarnate, offering a very convenient alliance. But let's be real, he wasn't acting out of kindness. He was clearly eyeing Ananta's untapped, god-eating potential for his own ends. To make matters worse, Whitefoot pulled a disappearing act right when the group needed their allies the most. With no other choice, nature incarnate followed a gut feeling that led her straight toward this massive mountain fortress. Now, the heavy timber of the throne room doors groans open, as Bernard's return is officially heralded to the court. They find themselves walking a gauntlet of steel and judgment, surrounded by the queen's most lethal and intimidating enforcers. A savage wolfkin warrior tracks their every move, her red eyes practically begging for a reason to pounce on the intruders. Next to her stands a literal wall of muscle and horn, a silent sentinel who looks completely unimpressed by the newcomers. Finally, the queen herself makes her entrance, radiating a level of predatory power that makes the air itself feel heavy. Nature incarnate can only stare in shock, immediately recognizing the legendary figure standing right in front of her. This is Lagertha Einherjar, the former princess of a fallen warrior kingdom and the vengeful leader of the Live-Atin. She claims her throne with the scarred, muscular grace of a woman who has survived 1,000 battlefields. Bernard bows low as the queen offers a formal welcome, though the tension in the room remains razor-sharp. She quickly brushes aside the pleasantries, eager to hear every bloody detail of his mission into enemy territory. Bernard recounts how they systematically eliminated the arena participants, using the chaos as a perfect cover for their infiltration. Even with the unexpected hurdles, he managed to push through the pain and reach the summit of the god tree. The court's breath hitches when he reveals that he finally stood before the wings incarnate himself, Gyuyo. Lagertha leans forward, her single eye narrowed as she anticipates the news of a glorious victory. Instead, Bernard hangs his head in absolute shame, confessing that he was utterly crushed in battle by his target. The queen's expression sours into pure contempt, disgusted that her elite warrior dared to crawl back home after such a pathetic failure. Bernard maintains that while defeat is a warrior's burden, his will to fight hasn't wavered one bit. He clenches his fist, swearing a blood oath to eventually crush Gyuyo's throat with his bare hands. Seeing that fire still burning in his eyes, Lagertha can't help but let out a sinister grin. She roars with laughter, clearly amused that her old veteran still has enough spite to keep going. The queen then turns her sharp gaze toward the silver-haired woman, demanding to know her identity. Bernard introduces Nadia as the Nature Incarnate, a rogue element who was also tracking their target. He presents her as a new ally, one whose unique powers could turn the tide in their favor. He recounts how she tended to his broken body, using her spiritual magic to pull him back from the brink. Lagertha then asks about the rest of her group, specifically the barbarian warrior and the young girl. Mur assures her that Ashta is recovering well and will be moved to the civilian quarters for safety. The barbarian remains a broken mess in the infirmary, still lost in a deep, bandaged slumber. Mur offers to beat him into consciousness, but the queen decides to let the boy rest for now. Lagertha turns her focus toward the newcomers, her heavy footsteps echoing through the stone hall. She extends a hand in a rare show of respect, formally introducing herself as the Einherjar. Nadia returns the greeting with a polite bow, sensing the immense pressure radiating from the warrior queen. Cutting straight to the point, Lagertha questions why an outsider would ever seek help from Levatine. She makes it clear that if this deal is a front for espionage, Nadia won't leave the mountain alive. Unfazed, Nadia explains her desperate need for answers regarding the mysterious branch currently inhabiting her body. The tense conversation is suddenly interrupted by a sharp cry of protest from the sidelines. Losing her cool, the wolf girl begins to transform, snarling that the queen shouldn't trust a single word. The wolf girl snarls that Nadia has been reeking of the wings incarnate since the moment she arrived. She points a bandaged finger in accusation, demanding to know if the cursed branch is hidden inside her. The horned warrior watches the confrontation in silence, his stoic gaze weighing heavy on the room. Lagertha shifts her focus back to the visitor, asking Nadia directly if there is any truth to these claims. Nadia admits the branch has indeed pulsed within her ever since her encounter with the wings. She swears that while the power lives inside her, she remains completely ignorant of its true nature. Lagertha turns to Bernard, who confirms he hasn't shared a single secret without the queen's explicit permission. The queen realizes that if Nadia is the one they've been seeking, they've just found a golden opportunity. The tense council is suddenly interrupted as a guard bursts through the doors, looking completely frantic. Lagertha snaps at the intruder, her patience vanishing as she demands to know why her meeting was breached. The guard gasps for air as he reports that the nightmare has finally reached the civilian quarters. He screams about the absolute bloodshed, describing a monster that is leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. Outside, the very foundations of the canyon begin to groan under the weight of a series of deafening explosions. Violent red slashes tear through the darkness, marking the arrival of a power that defies all logic. Emerging from the smoke is a towering nightmare of spikes and scales as the draconic curse takes hold. Deep within that shell of pure malice, Ananta feels his own humanity being swallowed by a sea of crimson. He realizes with a jolt of terror that his limbs no longer obey him while his conscience begins to slip. The beast lets out a low, guttural growl, its predatory instincts finally drowning out the boy's last remaining thoughts. In the distance, the once peaceful valley is consumed by rising flames, a grim testament to the creature's awakening. With one final, devastating swipe of its claws, the monster seals the fate of anyone left in its path. The earth groans under the weight of this new nightmare as the beast finally settles into its skin. It surges forward with a terrifying speed that turns the very air into a series of concussive blasts. There is no room for mercy in those glowing eyes, only the singular, driving need to tear and rend. It drops from the sky like a judgment, turning the battlefield into a graveyard of dust and bone. A deafening roar shatters the silence of the valley. signaling the end of any hope for survival. Within the darkness of his own mind, Ananta recoils, horrified by the carnage he can no longer stop. It is almost poetic how quickly a home can turn into a bonfire when a curse takes the wheel. Surveying the destruction, the monster feels a dark, hollow satisfaction at the absolute silence it has created. Violent surges of cursed energy lash out, marking the final death of the person he used to be. Even as the flames lick at his feet, the transformation is complete. The boy is gone, and only the weapon remains. The inferno rages around him, but the heat is nothing compared to the curse melting his very soul. Every step through the embers feels like a descent into hell as the draconic power consumes his limbs. He catches a fleeting memory of Ashta's smile, her voice calling out to him from a vanished peace. The vision dies in the smoke, leaving him to collapse onto his knees amidst the smoldering ruins. There, in the ash, he finds the charred remains of the only person he ever truly cared for. His mind fractures instantly, the sight of his sister's corpse stripping away the last of his sanity. He reaches out with trembling hands, unable to believe that this blackened shell was once his family. A pathetic, broken sound escapes him as the weight of his failure finally crushes his spirit. That sorrow explodes into a primal scream of pure, unadulterated rage that echoes across the dying valley. Even Whitefoot stands amidst the flames, her usual composure replaced by a cold, murderous vow for vengeance. The name of his betrayer is the last thing to leave his lips before the darkness finally claims him. He slowly blinks back into a world of pain, his golden eyes struggling to focus through a heavy, bandaged haze. Awakening in a cold stone room, the God-Eater realizes someone has gone through the trouble of keeping him alive. His confusion only deepens when he finds a pair of wide, curious eyes staring at him with a terrifying amount of innocence. The little beastkin girl just tilts her head, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she's sitting next to a literal monster. He wonders if this child is another powerful incarnate, or just a stray wandering the halls of this mountain fortress. Shaking off the disorientation, he realizes he doesn't have time for babysitting while his sister's killer is still breathing. The memory of the burning valley remains seared into his mind, fueling a desperate, singular need to hunt down Gyuyo. However, his broken body has other plans, forcing him to double over as he violently coughs up thick, black blood. The girl simply watches him with a curious tilt, likely wondering why her new guest is making such a mess. Every breath feels like swallowing glass as the God-Eater struggles to keep his lungs from collapsing entirely. Staring at the dark stains on the floor, he realizes the draconic curse has finally pushed his body past its limit. His strength vanishes in an instant, sending him crashing into the stone while the little girl watches in pure shock. Terrified by the sudden thud, the child scrambles away to find help, leaving him to rot in his own agony. He watches her flee through the heavy door, his golden eyes narrowing as he tries to process his new surroundings. Forcing himself upright, he stumbles out into a massive cavern that houses a sprawling, impossible civilization carved into the rock. The local residents freeze in their tracks, looking at the blood-soaked stranger like he's a ghost that wandered into the wrong grave. Clutching his bandaged chest, he limps through the crowd, ignoring the whispers of the common folk as he searches for an exit. Confusion turns to genuine wonder as he looks around, unable to comprehend how a city this vast could exist so deep. Looking up at the jagged stone ceiling, the grim reality sets in that he is trapped within a literal underground kingdom. His escape attempt is cut short as a wall of muscle blocks the path, demanding he halt immediately. Mur eyes his tattered, blood-stained appearance, quickly deducing that this stranger is no ordinary resident of the civilian sector. Spear tips level at his throat as the guards offer a grim ultimatum: surrender to arrest or face execution. Ananta lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh, clearly exhausted by the prospect of another pointless struggle. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, a flamboyant noble steps in, casually dismissing the guards with a wave. Lord Owl ignores the brewing violence entirely, cheerfully asking if the wounded man has seen a small child nearby. The casual conversation dies instantly when Ananta's eyes lock onto a specific, jagged tattoo on the man's hand. A sharp memory of his mysterious benefactor flashes through his mind, recalling the warning to never forget this mark. It is the unmistakable crest of the Wings Incarnate, the very symbol he was told would lead him to his prey. Adrenaline overrides his fatigue as he lunges forward, grabbing the noble to demand exactly where he got that mark. A flash of steel cuts through the air as the noble reacts with blinding speed. Ananta barely registers the cold bite of a blade inches from his glowing eye. Lord Owl isn't just a talker. He moves with a grace that makes the boy's desperate lunge look clumsy. With a mocking smile, the noble admits that being touched from behind is a major pet peeve. Ananta plants his feet, the ground cracking under the weight of his rising draconic fury. He explodes forward in a blur of crimson energy, determined to tear the truth out of his target. Even the arrogant noble is forced to acknowledge the raw, unrefined power radiating from his opponent. He effortlessly hops back, casually declaring that he's off duty and has no interest in a real fight. Resting his blade on his shoulder, he winks, noting that Ananta looks like he's one step from death. Yet, he wonders how a dying man can still exude such a terrifying, murderous aura. Lord Owl's playful demeanor shifts for a split second as he notices a familiar coat of arms on the boy's hand. Ignoring the observation, Ananta demands to know exactly what kind of history the noble has with the Wings incarnate. The noble decides that enough talk has been traded, lunging forward with a speed that defies the human eye. Ananta barely has time to snarl before a cold blade whistles past his face, missing his throat by a hair. He finds himself trapped in a whirlwind of steel as the noble dances around him with mocking, lethal grace. A heavy impact sends the boy reeling back against the stone wall, his breath hitching from the sheer force. With a predatory grin, the Lord dares his opponent to stop asking questions and start taking answers by force. He punctuates the challenge with a massive, sweeping strike that seems to cleave through the very atmosphere of the room. The resulting shockwave tears into the fortress masonry, proving that his arrogant taunts are backed by monstrous power. But as the dust begins to settle, something in the wreckage causes the noble's smug expression to suddenly vanish. The dust clears to reveal a nightmare as a jagged, crimson aura of draconic bone erupts around the boy. Through the haze of murderous intent, a single golden eye locks onto his prey with a chilling, inhuman focus. The noble's smug grin finally falters, his curiosity turning into genuine confusion at the sight of this sudden evolution. Sensing the shift in the air, the guards panic, screaming for immediate reinforcements and a direct report to their queen. But it is already too late to call for help, as the curse fully takes hold, twisting limbs into obsidian claws. Ananta lunges with the weight of a falling mountain, his strike tearing through the air like a physical scream of rage. The noble barely dances away, realizing with a cold sweat that even his master-crafted blade would shatter against such power. He narrows his eyes, his tactical mind quickly searching for a weakness in this seemingly invincible, berserk state. He observes the boy's ragged breathing and blood-soaked bandages, noting that this power is clearly eating its host alive. The strain finally breaks him, and as the draconic energy backfires, a guttural cry of agony echoes through the halls. Lord Owl spots the perfect opening, his eyes gleaming with the cold calculation of a seasoned predator. He drives his blade deep into the boy's chest, certain that this single strike will end the nightmare. But as the blood begins to pool, the expected collapse never comes, and the air grows suffocatingly heavy. The noble's confidence shatters the moment he realizes his master-crafted steel hasn't even slowed the monster down. Instead of dying, Ananta's body begins to pulse with a dark, rhythmic pressure that defies every law of nature. A guttural growl vibrates through the stone floor as the draconic curse finally devours what remains of his humanity. Lord Owl scrambles back in a blind, ungraceful panic, barely avoiding the spray of boiling, cursed blood. A deafening roar tears through the fortress, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony mixed with ancient, draconic malice. Towering over the battlefield, the once broken boy has become a literal shadow of death, radiating pure, killing intent. The surrounding onlookers can only watch in paralyzed horror as their world is consumed by the presence of a god-eater. Lord Owl stares in disbelief, his arrogance finally replaced by a cold, creeping realization of his own mortality. Before him stands a nightmare of obsidian scales and crimson lightning, the true form of the god-eater. He tries to steady his trembling hands, drawing his blade in a desperate attempt to maintain some semblance of control. His eyes narrow as he searches for any sign of the boy he thought he could easily crush. But as the monster's shadow swallows him whole, he's forced to admit a truth he never expected. He's terrified. Sensing the situation has spiraled beyond his pay grade, he barks a frantic command for his subordinates to stay back. Suddenly, a flash of crimson hair cuts through the gloom as the queen herself leaps into the fray. She doesn't hesitate for a second, driving her massive blade into the beast's neck with the weight of a ruler's fury. Flanked by Mare and her elite guards, she stands defiant against the roar that threatens to bring the fortress down. Surrounded by her warriors, the queen prepares to show this dragon who truly rules these halls. Nature incarnate rushes forward with a desperate plea, screaming for the execution to stop because the boy isn't their enemy. But the queen isn't interested in mercy, coldly declaring that anyone posing a threat to her people cannot be spared. She tightens her grip on her blade, fully intent on ending the life of the creature she deems a hideous monster. A low, guttural growl vibrates through the air as a surge of crimson energy begins to leak from the beast's wounds. Suddenly, a massive draconic claw erupts from the darkness, dripping with a malice that feels heavy enough to crush the room. A violent shockwave of red energy slashes through the air, signaling that the real fight is only just beginning. The queen's confident mask finally slips, her single eye widening as she feels a level of power she never anticipated. She looks up in pure disbelief, realizing the monster she was trying to kill has evolved into something far more ancient. The draconic curse knits flesh and obsidian scale together, transforming the boy's body into a living engine of destruction. With a roar that threatens to collapse the entire fortress, the true dragon finally awakens, ready to tear the world apart. Mer and her squad stand paralyzed, unable to comprehend the sheer scale of the monster before them. The draconic claws shred through the very air, dripping with a malice that feels like a physical weight. Nature incarnate can only watch in silent despair, her heart sinking as she realizes her friend is truly gone. The ground itself seems to bleed crimson energy as the curse reaches its terrifying, suffocating peak. The queen's arrogance is replaced by a cold, hollow dread while she stares at the wreckage of her authority. Finally, the storm subsides, leaving the boy's battered body lying in a pool of his own fading power. Seizing the moment, the guards move in to drag the unconscious barbarian toward the darkness of the dungeon. Nature incarnate is locked away under heavy surveillance, left with nothing but her guilt and the cold stone walls. The messenger reports that the witnesses are in shambles, their minds broken by the sight of the dragon. Fear begins to fester within the fortress walls as the guards realize they can't keep this secret forever. The high-ranking commanders of Lyavatine gather around a massive stone table to decide a single man's fate. Queen Lagarsa sets the stage, making it clear that Ananta's life now rests on their collective judgment. Lupa, the fourth commander, doesn't waste time with mercy, demanding they put the dangerous beast down immediately. But Yui, the third commander, finds the boy far too interesting to waste, suggesting they exploit his power instead. Tarkin, the second commander, remains stoic and bored, claiming he couldn't care less about the boy's survival. Turning her gaze toward her most trusted veteran, the queen asks if he knew what he was bringing home. Bernard, the first commander, admits he knew exactly what Ananta was from the moment they met. This confession sends Lupa into a rage, slamming the table as she curses Bernard for endangering their entire fortress. Bernard remains unshaken, arguing that some risks are worth taking if they want to survive the coming storm. He reminds the queen that while Ananta is a monster, his hatred for the wings makes him their greatest asset. Bernard leans in with a cold, calculating gaze, arguing that a monster they can control is the ultimate weapon for their cause. Lupa is absolutely livid at the suggestion, screaming at Lagarsa to realize the insanity of letting such a threat live. She turns her rage toward Yui next, accusing him of playing around during the fight when he should have just finished the job. Lounging back with a cocky smirk, Yui admits that despite the risk, the boy's raw potential is far too high to ignore. He briefly recalls the suffocating pressure of facing that draconic beast, knowing the encounter was anything but a simple skirmish. Lupa's fury turns to a cold dread, as he confesses that a serious fight to the death would have likely destroyed them both. Silencing the room with her mere presence, Lagarsa declares that her mind is made up and calls for her most reliable messenger. A rhythmic clicking of shoes echoes through the grand hall as a new figure steps out from the oppressive shadows. The sight of a familiar top hat signals the arrival of the kingdom's most eccentric and agile informant. Whitefoot strikes a playful pose as she reports for duty, ready to serve as the queen's eyes while the storm begins to gather. Deep within the bowels of the fortress, the cold stone walls of the dungeon hold a suffocating silence. There lies Ananta, suspended by heavy chains and stripped of the monstrous power that once leveled entire villages. A mocking voice cuts through the gloom, taunting the fallen dragon for his sudden and pathetic fall from grace. The heavy cell door groans open as the intruder playfully wonders if the fearsome warrior has finally grown shy. Ananta's eyes snap open, a predatory yellow glow returning as he stares down the eccentric girl invading his cell. Whitefoot can't help but feel a rush of excitement, finding the boy's lingering killing intent to be absolutely intoxicating. Leaving the prisoner behind, she skips into the grand hall to face the Empress and her gathered elite heroes. With a theatrical flourish and a tip of her hat, the kingdom's most agile informant makes her grand introduction. Lupa and the other warriors are instantly on edge, baffled by how this playful girl slipped past their security. Their confusion only deepens when little Raclette appears, clutching a tiny red lizard that carries a very familiar aura. A guard finally catches up to little Raclette, scolding the tiny troublemaker for vanishing the moment he looked away. He explains there is no need for a fuss, as she possesses a relic with the power to cross space. The gathered warriors remain on edge, demanding to know the true identity of the girl who bypassed their security. The Empress reveals that before their return, the informant had already approached her to propose a secret deal. With a mocking grin, the girl had asked if the crown was interested in the power to kill a god. While she initially appeared to be a lunatic, it is now clear she had anticipated this entire situation from the start. Intrigued by the prospect of such a weapon, the Empress demands to hear the girl's specific conditions for the trade. The informant claps her hands in delight, requesting a permanent alliance between her organization and the kingdom's elite. In exchange, She offers her full support to finally subdue the legendary threat known as the Incarnation of Wings. Staring at the empty shackles, she promises to deliver the only force capable of the task, the Incarnation of Revenge. Whitefoot's playful confidence completely evaporates as her supposedly valuable intel is dismissed as nothing more than useless garbage. The council erupts in a chorus of skepticism and rage, their faces twisting with the realization that they might be getting played. Amidst the brewing storm, little Raclette remains blissfully unaware of the danger, cradling the tiny red lizard while the guards watch with smug indifference. The small creature looks up with wide, watery eyes, appearing more like a lost pet than the legendary monster they were promised. But the act is cut short when the lizard suddenly lunges from the girl's arms, its tiny frame vibrating with a primal, guttural scream. In a surge of dark energy, the human vessel stands tall, vowing to be the only force capable of tearing down the Incarnation of Wings. Lupa's instincts flare instantly as she bared her claws, refusing to let a known criminal stand unchained in the heart of their stronghold. The surrounding guards are left frozen in a state of pure shock, their training failing them as the atmosphere in the room turns suffocating. Through it all, the Empress remains chillingly composed, her sharp gaze fixed on the man who just shattered the peace of her court. She commands the wolf warrior to suppress her bloodlust, deciding that the story behind this monster is far more valuable than his immediate execution. The Empress watches with a keen, predatory interest, her gaze fixed on the anomaly standing before her. She notes the map of scars etched into his skin, each one a silent testament to a lifetime of slaughter. Beneath that battered exterior, she senses a ferocious, overflowing life force that defies any human comparison. It is a terrifying incarnation of power, a beast wearing a human face that barely manages to contain its primal rage. Whitefoot tries to play the proud broker, introducing her prize as the ultimate weapon of the Rabbit's Foot Guild. But Ananta isn't the type to play along, immediately catching the informant's head in a crushing, lethal grip. He reminds her with a low, murderous growl that he belongs to no one, least of all, a chatterbox like her. Despite the agonizing strain on his exhausted body, he shoves her away, refusing to be a puppet in her political games. The bunny-eared girl just laughs it off, cruelly reminding him that the legendary monster was still utterly defeated by the Incarnation of Wings. She leans in with a mocking grin, taunting him with the bitter reality that even a god-eater can't survive this world alone. Whitefoot keeps that smug grin plastered on her face even as Ananta's grip tightens, mocking the tension like it's all part of the act. But the god-eater is reaching his limit, his draconic energy flaring as he struggles to keep the beast within from tearing the room apart. The Empress finally breaks her silence, cutting through the chaos to ask the only question that matters. Can this monster actually kill their greatest foe? Sensing the weight of the Empress's gaze, the bunny-eared informant tries to laugh off the pressure while sweat beads down her neck. Lagarsa isn't interested in the middleman's chatter anymore, turning her cold, one-eyed stare directly toward the man in chains. She makes it clear that his mysterious origins are irrelevant compared to the raw, destructive potential she sees simmering beneath his scars. While there's plenty of reason to be anxious about letting a wild animal loose, she admits that his power is simply too great to ignore. Around the table, the air grows thick with a shared, murderous intent toward the Incarnation of Wings that has taken everything from them. Even Yui remains silent and focused, his own history of blood and betrayal fueling the quiet rage of a man with nothing left to lose. As the alliance of outcasts solidifies, little Raclette can only watch in silence, sensing the terrifying storm that's about to break. Seeing the brand on his hand, the Empress realizes this man has already sacrificed everything for his vengeance. She peers deeply into his eyes, searching for the spark of a monster that can actually be useful. What she finds is a bottomless pit of draconic rage, specifically tailored to destroy the Incarnation of Wings. Satisfied with what she sees, the Empress finally offers her name, Lagertha Einherjarda, as a sign of respect. Ananta wastes no time with pleasantries, looming over the trembling Whitefoot to confirm their shared goal of assassination. He clenches his fist while explaining the nature of his curse, which allows him to prey upon evil spirits. With every fallen beast he devours, his strength swells, turning him into a weapon that never stops evolving. He boldly commands the entire council to shut up and cooperate, treating the elite warriors like mere afterthoughts. Lupa slams the table in a fit of rage, unable to believe a prisoner would dare speak so condescendingly. Despite the tension, Lagertha simply smiles, finding his absolute arrogance to be exactly what her army needs. Instead of taking offense, Lagarsa laughs boisterously, finding the prisoner's lack of respect more entertaining than insulting. She decides that this kind of raw, unfiltered insolence is exactly the spark her army needs to move forward. Stepping down from her high seat, the Empress pledges her royal honor to ensure their goals remain perfectly aligned. As the deal is finalized, Whitefoot looks like Hez about to have a heart attack standing between these two monsters. Lagarsa immediately turns to her elite subordinates, Scald and Myrrh, who acknowledge their queen's direction with silent discipline. With a sharp, calculating glint in her eye, she commands them to bring Nadia forth to meet their new ally. Meanwhile, far from the tension of the throne room, a swirling purple nebula paints the night sky in eerie colors. The clank of heavy, gold-plated boots echoes through the corridor, signaling the arrival of someone truly formidable. Standing before the massive inner gates is B. Heron, a horned warrior whose very presence demands absolute submission. As the doors groan open, the stoic commander is welcomed back, his cold gaze fixed on the task ahead. Deep within the hidden chambers, a blood-soaked boy stands triumphantly over the mangled corpse of a massive beast. High above, the silhouettes of ancient powers watch with predatory interest, sensing a shift in the world's balance. Nadia can't help but let out a twisted, manic laugh, reveling in the sheer, intoxicating thrill of the slaughter. The high priest smiles with chilling pride, declaring that they are witnessing the violent birth of a terrifying new incarnation. Beharin bows his head in absolute reverence, acknowledging that the pieces are finally falling into their proper places. With a cold, expectant gaze, the silver-haired leader orders the final gates to be cast wide open. Massive locks groan and snap as the overwhelming pressure of their combined presence forces the way forward. The very air shatters like glass, revealing the dark, jagged path that lies beyond the threshold of the living. They step into the void, a small boy and his keepers walking calmly toward a destiny forged in blood. Below them, a pit of starving monsters roars in anticipation, unaware that their true predator has finally arrived. The high priest stands atop the precipice, looking down at the sea of twisted abominations waiting for his command. These once noble creatures are now nothing more than snarling, red-eyed shadows of their former selves. He remains unmoved by their ferocity, his cold gaze reflecting a man who holds the strings of fate. With a voice like a death knell, he commands them to remember the bitter truth of their existence. Even Beharan watches in grim silence as the priest reminds them that they have been utterly forsaken by the divine. Nadia's presence alone is a curse, a reminder that their very essence has been tainted beyond all recognition. The silver-haired leader closes his eyes, perhaps feeling a flicker of pity or more likely, just preparing for the coming storm. He mocks their fallen state, telling these beasts to wallow in the humiliation of what they've become. His voice rises to a roar, condemning those who have been cast out and forgotten by the world above. As radiant wings unfurl behind him, he seals their fate, branding them as the despised wretches who surrendered to their own madness. The high priest towers over the pit with his wings unfurled, mockingly asking if this miserable hole is the final destination of their lives. A searing pillar of light descends into the abyss, signaling that the time for their transformation has finally arrived. He proclaims his divinity, claiming to be the bridge that connects this rotting world to the land of the gods. If they are willing to spit in the face of the heavens like him, they can finally shed their disgusting shells. His eyes glow with a chilling intensity as he challenges the beasts to prove they are actually worth saving. The remaining incarnations exchange murderous glances, knowing only the most brutal among them will earn his favor. He dangles the promise of evolution like a carrot, offering the grace of wings to whichever monster survives the cull. Driven by a primal need for power, the massive ape-like beast bellows a challenge that shakes the very cavern walls. Its rival answers with a blood-curdling screech, unwilling to let its chance at godhood slip away without a fight. The debate ends in an instant as the brute slams his kin into the dirt, painting the floor with proof of his dominance. The cavern descends into a symphony of gore as the beasts tear into one another to satisfy their master. High above the carnage, the winged lunatic watches the slaughter with a smile that would make a demon sweat. He stands like a twisted monument of grace amidst the towering monsters, laughing at the sheer beauty of the violence. Far from the blood-soaked pits, a pair of sharp elven ears catch the echo of heavy footsteps approaching the inner sanctum. Nadia leads her small party through the halls, her expression hardened by the weight of the journey they've endured. The Empress greets her with a practiced warmth, though the tension in the throne room remains sharp enough to draw blood. But the formal welcome is instantly forgotten the moment Nadia's eyes land on a massive, scarred figure in the corner. Her breath hitches as she stares at the man she thought was lost, barely able to whisper his name. Before she can even take a step toward him, a pink-haired brat bounces into view with an annoying amount of energy. Whitefoot clings to his arm with a smug, possessive grin, leaving the elven warrior wondering just what kind of mess she's walked into. The Empress leans back with a satisfied smirk, noting she's already forced her other subordinates to make room for the newcomers. Nadia's gaze lingers on the scarred warrior, unsettled by the memory of how violently unstable he seemed just moments ago. She watches him struggle against his own inner darkness, wondering if this reunion is a blessing or a calculated trap. The Empress doesn't leave room for doubt, revealing she's already finished her private negotiations with the Silent Beast. With a sharp and final decree, she binds their fates together as official members of the powerful Levitain organization. The dragon-blooded warrior snaps back with a snarl of defiance, but a scarred executive reminds him that even a temporary alliance serves their purpose. The bearded commander makes their goal clear, stating they need the monster's raw power to finally hunt down the incarnation of Wings. He turns his cold gaze toward the elf, explaining that her cooperation is the only price for the answers she's been hunting. His eyes harden as he warns her that the story she's about to hear is a jagged pill to swallow. Nadia simply closes her eyes, silently signaling that her resolve is strong enough to handle whatever blood-soaked truth awaits. Nadia finally finds her voice, demanding to know the truth about the parasitic branch festering within her. The Empress doesn't blink, identifying the shard as Mistletoe, a name that carries a heavy, ancient weight. It is a fragment of the World Tree, a divine spark capable of rewriting the laws of biology itself. She mentions the reports from the Battle of Capes, where the line between monster and god first began to blur. A sudden, chilling memory of a smiling child flashes through Nadia's mind, making her skin crawl with recognition. This grace of Wings acts as a horrific catalyst, forcing an evolution that turns mindless beasts into powerful incarnations. The elf's breath hitches as the pieces of her fractured identity start to form a picture she isn't ready to see. The commander drops the final hammer, revealing that Nadia was personally remade into this form by Gyuyo. He stares her down, claiming her beautiful elven features are just a mask hiding the hideous abomination she used to be. She desperately tries to dismiss his words as nonsense, but the trembling in her hands tells a much different story. The Empress questions the motive behind a godlike being, wasting such vast power on a creature that isn't even an incarnation. She reveals the branch's true horror, explaining its ability to twist a soul into a malevolent and world-ending evil spirit. The memory of Valkyria's fall burns in her mind, a scar far deeper than the one hidden beneath her eye patch. She remembers the storm, the salt spray, and the terrifying realization that her entire kingdom was about to vanish forever. As a young girl, she watched through bandages and blood as her world was rewritten by a monster she couldn't comprehend. The incarnation of Wings hovered above the spires like a beacon of false hope before unleashing a curse upon the city. The very foundation of their defense buckled as their sacred guardian was forcibly evolved into a hideous, pulsating abomination. What stood before them wasn't a protector anymore, but a towering evil spirit born from the touch of divine corruption. Nadia can barely breathe as she listens, the weight of the story making her feel like a ticking time bomb. Ananta isn't buying the narrative though, mocking the idea that she's just some mindless follower or a hidden demon. Ananta scoffs at the idea of Nadia being a threat, dismissing her as a harmless fool who wouldn't hurt a fly. But the executive counters that her purity is exactly what makes her the key to reaching the world's horizon. The mention of this mysterious horizon catches Ananta off guard, his skepticism replaced by a sudden, sharp curiosity. Stepping in, the Empress reveals that her lineage has guarded the secrets of these divine branches for generations. She explains that the horizon isn't a place, but a dimensional rift born alongside the World Tree itself. It is a gateway meant for one thing, allowing the incarnation of Wings to invade the realm of the gods. To open it, Gyuyo is tirelessly crafting saplings, twisted beings meant to serve as anchors for a new tree. Yet the power within a single branch is a poison, far too volatile for any ordinary creature to survive. Most subjects are simply consumed by the light, their bodies tearing apart under the pressure of divine evolution. It is a high-stakes gamble where the only outcome is either a new god or a pile of ash. The Empress emphasizes that only a select few possess the constitution to handle the branch's overwhelming energy without shattering. Even those who survive the initial surge are often left as hollow shells, forever stained by the divine burden they've been forced to carry. As the group absorbs the weight of this revelation, it becomes clear that the coming war is more of a cosmic slaughterhouse. To stop the spread, they must look toward the desolate, ash-choked wastes where the corruption first took root and began its feast. It all started with a violent tremor, as the first of the dark roots pierced the earth, signaling the end of the old world. Now, even the once noble guardians of the royal family have been twisted into monstrous, red-eyed abominations that know only hunger. Standing before her assembled forces, the Empress decides that the time for hiding behind fortress walls has finally come to an end. She calls upon Commander All, a man whose smug, knowing wink suggests he's already calculated exactly how many lives this will cost. Beside him stands the feral Commander Rupa, a warrior whose predatory gaze reflects the sheer brutality required for the mission ahead. With a final, echoing decree, she orders her armies to march on the land of Pasa, igniting a roar of bloodlust from the crowd. Ananta and Whitefoot are designated as the vanguard, tasked with carving out a base in the heart of enemy territory. Their mission is a brutal one, They must completely purge the land of Pasa of the malevolent spirits haunting it. The Empress sends them off with a cocky, confident grin, fully expecting her new weapons to paint the land red. However, the path to this alliance was paved 3 days ago within the cold walls of a secret fortress. Tucked away in a flickering tent, Nadia listens as Whitefoot details the military strength protecting the remaining civilians. It turns out the Leviathan is the crown jewel of the resistance, led by commanders who wield the power of incarnations. Whitefoot notes that Ananta's recent defeat was actually a perfect opportunity to restructure their entire war effort. A cold realization washes over Nadia as she understands that every royal meeting was part of a much larger calculation. Whitefoot admits she's surprised the elf didn't flee, her playful tone masking just how much she's been pulling the strings. Despite the manipulation, she's clearly satisfied to have such a formidable warrior finally committed to their cause. Whitefoot drops a heavy truth, warning Nadia that the power Ananta wields is a dangerous, double-edged sword. Without a steady diet of evil spirits to devour, the dragon's curse will eventually swallow his mind entirely. Nadia wonders about the mysterious girl pulling the strings, only to learn she's a high-ranking Rabbitfoot member. While Whitefoot's hypnosis keeps his rage in check for now, it's merely a temporary band-aid on a terminal wound. With a playful clap, the rabbit shifts gears, asking Nadia if she's finally ready to talk business. The word catches the elf off guard, her confusion clear as she tries to process the sudden proposal. The deal is simple. Help them hunt the incarnation of Wings, and they'll guarantee her personal safety. Whitefoot's gaze sharpens, revealing she knows Nadia holds the very world tree branch the enemy is hunting for. She's certain the enemy will eventually come for her, making this alliance more of a necessity than a choice. But just as the trap is set, Nadia shuts it down with a blunt refusal that leaves Whitefoot speechless. Nadia lowers her gaze, her voice trembling slightly as she reveals her only true desire in this war. The memory of countless sacrifices haunts her. A mountain of the fallen she refuses to let grow any larger. She makes it clear that her cooperation isn't for sale, dismissing the need for any petty rewards or prices. With a look of iron resolve, the elf extends her hand, officially offering her strength to the Rabbitfoot. Whitefoot is momentarily stunned by the lack of greed, finding Nadia's selfless sense of justice almost refreshing. The deal is sealed with a firm handshake, marking the start of a partnership born from necessity and shared blood. The pink-haired girl quickly regains her usual pep, eager to dive into the messy details of their upcoming operation. Far from the shadows, the Empress and her commanders study the map, preparing to use Ananta to reclaim their capital. Their path leads toward the land of Pasa, a twisted, misty realm where the very concept of death has been erased. A cold sweat breaks across Nadia's face as she realizes they're heading straight for Alicorn, the incarnation of divinity. The target is Alicorn, a once sacred guardian of Valkyria now twisted into a monstrous shadow of its former self. This fall from grace was no accident. Triggered the moment it crossed paths with the treacherous incarnation of Wings. Nadia can't help but feel a chill, suspecting the world tree's corrupted branches are the source of this divine rot. To the Rabbitfoot, this isn't just a mission, it's a long-awaited chance for vengeance against the beast that leveled their home. Ananta doesn't care for the sob stories, seeing the task as a straightforward hunt to secure the information he needs. Dismissing the chatter as useless noise, the dragon-blooded warrior demands to be led to the slaughter immediately. Whitefoot can only offer a strained smile, realizing her new weapon is just as impatient as he is deadly. With the clock ticking, the group prepares for an expedition that officially kicks off in just 3 days. A massive gateway to the unknown stands ready, marking the point of no return for their desperate gamble. Under the banner of 2 Leviathan commanders, 100-strong force gathers, ready to march into the jaws of a god. Whitefoot beams with a playful grin, confirming the coordinates are locked, and the path to their target is finally clear. As the first heavy steps echo through the hall, the weight of their mission settles over the entire expedition force. One of the Leviathan commanders wears a smug smirk, relishing the upcoming chaos and urging his troops to run wild. Fists are clenched tight, while the air thickens with a mix of desperate hope and raw, unbridled aggression. A fierce wolf warrior bellows a rallying cry, reminding her comrades that it's far too early to go to Valhalla. Amidst the noise, Ananta's breath hitches, his body practically vibrating with the suppressed urge to tear something apart. Whitefoot leans in with a wicked glint in her eyes, teasingly asking if the dragon within him is finally getting excited. His golden, ringed pupils narrow into predatory slits, focusing on a singular, violent purpose that drowns out the world. Flanked by Nadia and Whitefoot, the warrior admits the bloodlust is overwhelming, feeling strong enough to slaughter anyone in his way. The horizon finally fades into a desolate, fog-choked wasteland, where the only thing waiting for them is the stench of death. A gaping maw in the earth beckons, leading them deeper into the heart of this desolate nightmare. Without a second thought, The wolf warrior and all dive headfirst into the dark abyss. They hit the ground sprinting, their footsteps echoing sharply against the cold, jagged stone of the cavern. Suddenly, the girl's ears twitch, catching a subtle vibration that shouldn't exist in a place this dead. She alerts the commander to the danger, pointing toward the shadows where something massive is stirring beneath them. A colossal skeletal beast rises from the gloom, its hollow sockets burning with a malevolent, crimson light. But the darkness is met by the radiant, ancient power of the world tree beginning to manifest. Massive, gnarled roots erupt from the earth, twisting together with a violent and overwhelming force. From the tangle of wood emerges Epona, a guardian of nature ready to crush the skeletal intruder. The ground shatters as a massive wooden pillar slams down with the weight of a falling mountain. All and the wolf warrior barely leap clear, the shockwave rattling their teeth as dust chokes the air. The skeletal beast finds itself pinned, struggling against the crushing grip of Epona's ancient, gnarled roots. It glares back with a single, malevolent red eye, refusing to accept its end just yet. But before it can react, a massive draconic claw wreathed in crimson energy descends like a hammer. The impact is absolute, grinding bone into powder and snuffing out the creature's life in a violent burst. As the dust settles, the group gathers atop the massive roots, surveying the wreckage of their short-lived foe. While the wolf girl remains on high alert, all can't help but smirk at the sheer scale of the destruction. Looking at the incarnation, Ananta realizes this mission might actually be more entertaining than he first expected. The expedition pushes deeper into the sunless cavern where the air feels heavy with ancient, suffocating magic. Ananta recovers his strength against the roots while Whitefoot monitors their dwindling window of opportunity. Time is a luxury they can't afford in a realm where the natural cycle is dead. She notes with cold clinicality that this land hasn't seen sunlight in generations. Above them, skeletal trees stand as silent witnesses to the encroaching power of the roaring dragon's emblem. Meanwhile, the atmosphere shifts as the commanders gather for a high-stakes strategic briefing. Lupa wastes no time outlining the joint operation between their two divided divisions. The map of Folkwang reveals a kingdom that once thrived on the grace of spirits. All and the wolf girl listen, as the fall of Valkyria is finally laid bare. Those legendary guardians are gone, replaced by a mindless army of monsters hungry for slaughter. Lupa makes it clear that without a solid foothold, their entire offensive will crumble before it even starts. All isn't entirely convinced, wondering why they aren't just using the rabbit deity's divine shortcuts to bypass the slog. It sounds good on paper, but Whitefoot's spatial abilities come with a frustrating catch that complicates their logistics. Her power is hard-coded to drop them in the safest nearby zone, which rarely aligns with their strategic needs. That limitation leaves the advance party currently stranded in the Ironwood region, miles away from the kingdom's heart. To bridge that gap, Lupa decides to deploy Ananta and Nadia as the ultimate insurance policy for the vanguard. All tries to play it cool, assuring Lagersa that their combined units already possess more than enough firepower. But the wolf girl can only watch in silence as Lupa asserts her absolute authority as queen over the division. She sets a strict one-week deadline for them to link up with Ananta's group at the main camp. Behind the cold military orders is a rare flash of genuine concern as she commands her people to stay alive. Nadia looks down at the small red lizard, giving the signal for the creature she calls Ruby to take the lead. With a sudden, violent surge of heat, the tiny beast unleashes a torrent of concentrated draconic flames. The massive threat ahead is instantly vaporized, leaving Nadia standing calmly amidst the smoldering, charred remains. Watching the display from the sidelines, the wolf girl can't hide her growing irritation at these mysterious newcomers. Lagersa's instincts are screaming that something about this sudden alliance is fundamentally wrong. Even seeing Whitefoot tending to a slump, Ananta doesn't earn the exhausted warrior a shred of the wolf girl's sympathy. All notices her sour mood and warns her to keep her temper in check before they head deeper into the forest. He tries to play the diplomat, reminding her that they're all supposed to be fighting on the same side now. But to Lagersa, a comrade isn't just a convenient label, it's a bond forged in blood and absolute trust. She simply refuses to put her life in the hands of a man whose true identity remains a total mystery. All watches with a heavy sigh as Lagersa marches toward the resting group, her patience finally hitting its breaking point. A sharp, mocking shout snaps Ananta out of his daze, his ringed yellow eyes narrowing as he senses the incoming hostility. Lagersa looms over him with a sneer, finding it hilarious that a single display of power left the supposed warrior gasping for air. Even Whitefoot looks on with a cold, unimpressed gaze, silently questioning the worth of an ally who needs constant protection. Too drained to play along with her petty games, Ananta tells her to stop barking and finally get to the point. But the wolf girl isn't finished, admitting she's far more concerned by his lack of control than his actual strength. She's seen the glimpses of that monstrous, blood-red rage, and suspects he was holding back earlier out of pure, pathetic fear. Nadia arrives just as the tension reaches a boiling point, clutching the small red lizard while wondering why they're already at each other's throats. To Lagersa, this man isn't a secret weapon for their cause, he's just a ticking time bomb waiting for the worst moment to detonate. Finally fed up with the insults, Ananta forces himself to his feet and stares her down, demanding she speak of something that actually matters. Lagersa snaps, snarling that he needs to stop acting tough and just get out of her sight immediately. She sneers at him, threatening to tell their superiors that he was nothing more than a coward who ran away. Her patience has completely evaporated, and she promises to tear him limb from limb if he stays 1 second longer. Ananta isn't intimidated in the slightest, his yellow eyes burning with a cold, dangerous fury as he prepares to answer. He lets his draconic aura flare into a terrifying silhouette, warning her to vanish before he decides to end her life. The tension is thick enough to choke on until Whitefoot finally steps in, demanding that everyone calm their nerves. But the argument is cut short, as Lagersa turns to find a literal mountain of bones blocking their path forward. She freezes in place, realizing the sheer scale of the slaughter that took place in this dark, forgotten corner. Suddenly, the cavern begins to groan and buckle, sending massive boulders raining down from the ceiling in a violent collapse. Lagersa barely has time to shield herself as dust and debris fill the air, signaling that their mission just got much deadlier. Lagersa's heart skips a beat as she realizes they aren't alone in this tomb of bones. High above, a group of silent, armored guardians emerges from the shadows to block their path. Whitefoot tries to regain control, pleading with Ananta to stop being difficult and finally transform. Sensing he won't listen, she activates her hypnosis, hoping to force his cooperation through mental dominance. Ananta simply sighs in boredom, finding her attempt to control a dragon's mind almost insulting. His golden eyes flare with a predatory light, instantly shattering the weak mental shackles she tried to impose. The sheer force of his spiritual pressure blasts Whitefoot backward, leaving her gasping in total disbelief. She barely has time to process her failure before a massive, cold shadow looms over the entire group. A colossal blue serpent descends from the darkness, its scales shimmering as it prepares to strike. The beast lunges forward with terrifying speed, turning their petty argument into a frantic struggle for survival. All screams for Lupa, his voice cracking with the sudden realization that their situation has spiraled completely out of control. The massive blue serpent doesn't care for their plans, coiling its heavy body around the ancient trees and crushing everything in its path. Desperate to regain some semblance of order, all rallies a small scouting party, demanding they pursue the threat before the group is totally overrun. But as he draws his blade to lead the charge, a rhythmic, bone-shaking thundering in the distance makes his blood run cold. The very ground begins to heave and buckle, signaling the arrival of a force far more numerous than a single wandering beast. Out of the thick mist, a nightmare horde of skeletal, red-eyed steeds charges forward with a mindless, predatory hunger. Seeing the impending slaughter, the incarnation of the World Tree tightens her grip on her staff, channeling the ancient, verdant power of the forest. With a sharp command, massive wooden pillars erupt from the earth like spears, brutally impaling the lead chargers in a spray of dark essence. Even with Ananta hitching a ride in his lizard form, she knows this is only the beginning, and warns the survivors to brace for a real fight. Because behind the first wave, an endless sea of monsters is still pouring through the trees, and they look absolutely famished. Ananta roughly clamps his hand over the wolf girl's mouth, silently demanding she keep it together and stay ready. He pulls her deep into the shadows of the massive roots, his eyes narrowing as a new predator enters the fray. High above their hiding spot, gargantuan serpents with milky, sightless eyes coil through the trees like living nightmares. One blue-scaled hunter slithers across the forest floor, its massive weight crushing the undergrowth as it searches for a meal. The stealth mission fails instantly as the beast lunges, swallowing both of them into a dark, suffocatingly wet gullet. Trapped within the pulsing walls of the monster's throat, Ananta's frustration boils over into a cold, murderous rage. He braces himself against the slippery flesh, refusing to let a mere overgrown worm be the end of his story. A violent, crimson aura erupts from his body as he taps into the raw, destructive power of the draconic curse. With a single, explosive surge of energy, he punches a jagged hole straight through the serpent's thick, armored hide. The creature's head detonates in a spectacular spray of gore, a messy reminder that some things simply aren't on the menu. The massive beast hits the dirt with a final, heavy thud, its reign of terror cut short. Ananta gasps for air, the adrenaline of the kill slowly receding as his draconic aura flickers out. He hauls the unconscious beast girl over his shoulder, cursing the extra weight he is forced to carry. After finding a relatively safe clearing, he sets her down on the cold ground to recover. It doesn't take long before her eyes snap open, the haze of battle finally clearing. She bolts upright in a panic, only to find Ananta watching her with a bored, expectant expression. He begrudgingly admits she didn't do half bad, though his pride clearly hates giving out compliments. Confused and defensive, Whitefoot demands to know what he means as the memories start rushing back. Her face flushes a deep crimson when he brings up the humiliating moment they were swallowed whole. He looks away, dismissively explaining that they managed to survive despite her lack of grace under pressure. Whitefoot stares at him in disbelief, the realization finally hitting her that this monster of a man actually shielded her from the worst of the impact. Ananta, meanwhile, is feeling the heavy drain of his draconic powers, his body refusing to knit itself back together as quickly as head-like. She starts rambling about the acidic liquid and her missing colleagues, her voice rising with every second of mounting panic. Ananta's eyes sharpen as he catches a faint sound in the distance, his patience for her chatter instantly evaporating into cold focus. Before she can utter another word, he lunges forward, his hand clamping down on her with startling, predatory speed. She barely has time to gasp as he yanks her back toward the thick shadows of the massive tree. He pulls her flush against his chest, the sudden, forced intimacy leaving the beast girl completely frozen and flustered. He silences her further with a firm hand over her mouth, his cold gaze warning her that one more sound will be their last. Just then, a massive, scaled tail slithers through the clearing, the heavy weight of a massive predator vibrating through the very earth. Above them, a cluster of giant serpents looms in the mist, their cold eyes searching for the prey currently holding its breath in the dark. The massive serpents are closing in from every side, turning the misty forest into a literal death trap. Ananta feels a strange discomfort, questioning if these things are just mindless monsters or something far more ancient. Sensing his rising killing intent, the beast girl nervously asks if he is actually planning to fight this entire nest. He quickly dismisses the idea, admitting that his control over the draconic curse is currently hanging by a thread. If he pushes his limits now, the blackened power in his arm might just consume what is left of his humanity. Still, he has no intention of being an easy meal and starts laying out their limited survival strategies. The first option is to stand their ground and fight back, absorbing whatever damage comes their way. The second is to prioritize speed over violence, ditching the fight to reunite with their missing comrades. He puts the pressure on her to make the call, his golden eyes searching hers for a spark of resolve. Or they could simply gamble everything on a high-speed breakthrough toward their original target. Consequences be damned. Whitefoot sniffs the air, her heightened beastkin senses picking up a foul, overwhelming stench nearby. She warns that a massive swarm of giant snakes is already closing in to surround them. To her, trying to regroup with the others is just a recipe for more useless sacrifices. Ananta stares her down, questioning if she is truly ready to commit to such a gamble. She grits her teeth in frustration, clearly hating the necessity of the situation but seeing no alternative. Dropping to all fours, she demands he swallow his pride and climb onto her back immediately. Her eyes flare with a predatory red glow as she warns him to hold on tight. The serpents hiss in the shadows, sensing their prey is finally about to make a move. They begin to coil and strike, but they are far too slow for a beastkin's sprint. With a powerful, ground-shaking kick, she launches them both into a desperate, high-speed escape. The beastkin's transformation is a blur of dark fur and raw power as she tears through the oppressive undergrowth. A massive serpent lunges from the shadows, its maw wide enough to swallow them both in a single, bone-crushing gulp. But speed is the ultimate predator here, and the snake's head is reduced to a bloody spray before it can even snap shut. Ananta grips her fur tightly, feeling the ground-shaking rhythm of her stride as they trample over the twitching remains of their hunters. They aren't just fleeing, they're carving a path of absolute carnage, leaving the slow-witted reptiles far behind in the dust. Whitefoot pushes herself to the limit, shouting for him to hold on because the forest exit is finally within their grasp. Farther off, the massive distraction they've created actually works, allowing the antlered woman to thin the herd and protect their remaining allies. Suddenly, the giant wolf skids to a violent halt, her predatory instincts screaming that the air ahead has turned deathly cold. In the center of a desolate clearing sits a lone figure, perched atop a massive coiled serpent, as if it were a casual throne. Ananta's eyes widen in pure shock as he recognizes a hauntingly familiar symbol, realizing their escape just led them into a much deadlier trap. The figure on the throne isn't just some random traveler. As a living wall, they simply aren't prepared to climb. Peering through his monocle with a cold, reptilian gaze, the elder makes it clear that their journey ends exactly where they stand. With a simple, chilling command, the shadows at his feet begin to twist and writhe into a swarm of ink-black serpents. The ambush is instantaneous, the dark constructs lunging at the duo with a predatory hunger that defies natural physics. Ananta grits his teeth in a sudden panic, realizing the sheer speed of these things makes any hope of evasion impossible. A sickening crunch echoes through the clearing as the first shadow sinks its fangs deep into the great wolf's leg. The violent impact is enough to send Ananta tumbling through the air, his only anchor to safety suddenly ripped away from him. Before she can even growl, the pack of shadow snakes swarms her, coiling around her massive frame like living, suffocating chains. Ananta hits the dirt hard and skids to a halt, his mind racing as he realizes they've been completely outclassed in a heartbeat. A pained howl cuts through the air as the lead serpent tightens its grip, slowly crushing the life out of his only protector. The speed of the assault is blinding, a blur of motion that leaves no room for breath, as Ananta and Whitefoot are caught in a chaotic whirlwind of blood and shadow. Risking everything, Whitefoot sheds her beastly form, a weary smile playing on her lips as she considers her life debt finally paid. But the toll is too much, her strength failing as she collapses into the arms of the man she just saved. The elder barely looks up from his text, dismissing their desperate struggle as a pathetic, futile waste of energy, while his cold, reptilian gaze remains fixed on them, unmoved by the display of loyalty or the stench of blood. That indifference is a mistake, as a primal, golden light begins to burn within Ananta's darkening gaze. Cradling his fallen companion, Ananta lets his killing intent explode, asking the old man if he's truly ready to be beaten to death. The air shatters with a monstrous screech as a new horror emerges, its jaw unhinging in a display of pure nightmare. Just as a blue-clad warrior descends like a hawk, his blades poised to tear through the chaos with a bird of prey strike. The blue-clad warrior doesn't waste a second, unleashing a heavy lance of light to skewer the nightmare horse mid-air. The beast crashes into the dirt with a heavy thud, ending its nightmare a lot faster than it ever expected. Despite the easy kill, a cold sweat breaks on the warrior's brow as his instincts scream that something is fundamentally wrong. Nadia exhales a breath of relief, her vines tightening around the fallen monster to ensure it stays down for good. Surveying the area, the rest of the vanguard stands over the carcasses, puzzled by the complete lack of significant damage to their ranks. The warrior turns to Nadia, admitting that this victory feels a little too pathetic to be a real challenge for them. His suspicion grows as he spots Ananta in his small lizard form, a tiny red observer watching the carnage with eerie intelligence. It hits him then that these monsters weren't attacking out of malice, but were running in a blind, desperate panic. He wonders if this stampede is linked to the giant snake that previously made a meal out of Ananta and Whitefoot. Their hooded leader cuts the silence, reminding them that they don't have the luxury of standing still in a forest this hungry. A frantic girl with rabbit ears insists that they find Ananta before time runs out. She fears he is about to stumble into a situation far beyond even his monstrous capabilities. Back in the fray, a mocking laugh rings out as dark energy slices through the gloom. Ananta holds a fading Whitefoot, his jaw set as the Serpent Elder calls his struggle pathetic. The old man brags that his special venom is designed to kill spirit creatures in a heartbeat. Looming over them with his giant cobra, the Elder warns that, without a healer, she is a corpse. However, the smug look on the Elder's face vanishes when he senses a sudden, chilling pressure. Ananta tells Whitefoot to stay put, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. His arm erupts into a mass of black and red scales, promising to skin the old snake alive. Whitefoot can only gasp in terror, pleading for him to stop as his draconic bloodlust finally boils over. Ananta fully transforms into a draconic nightmare, his voice a guttural promise of impending death. The Elder's arrogance falters as he recognizes the vicious curse mentioned in his lord's reports. Desperate to regain control, the old man commands his shadow serpents to swarm the beast. He reveals his true name, Aishin, the incarnation of blind faith, as a massive cobra rises. Screaming that he is the ultimate enemy of the wings, he unleashes his full, dark power. But Ananta doesn't flinch, standing his ground as the shadow snakes lunge for his throat. With a single, casual swipe, he shreds the shadow constructs into nothing but black mist. The Elder's reptilian eye widens in pure terror as he realizes he's no longer the predator. The God-Eater looms over him like a mountain of scales and pure, unadulterated rage. A single crimson strike tears through the air, ending the old man's grand speech with a violent roar. Aishin can't believe the sheer velocity of the beast lunging at him with such primal, murderous intent. Ananta is nothing but a blur of red and black, tearing through the shadow serpents like wet paper. The impact is bone-shattering as the God-Eater slams the old man directly into the unforgiving dirt. Despite the blood, Aishin just chuckles, his twisted mind finding a sick amusement in the physical gap. He openly admits his current shell is far too slow and weak to keep up with such power. Ananta pauses for a split second, sensing a terrifying shift as the old man's energy begins to boil. Flesh tears and bones snap as Aishin sheds his human skin to reveal a towering, multi-armed monstrosity. Now a true titan of scales, he looms over Ananta, mocking the dragon for thinking the fight was over. Nearby, Whitefoot struggles to even breathe under the crushing weight of this new, suffocating pressure. She grits her teeth in agony, her body trembling as she watches the nightmare unfold before her eyes. The God-Eater is being absolutely hammered. The sheer weight of the serpent strikes, threatening to crush his draconic frame into the dirt. As the blows rain down like a physical nightmare, Ananta's mind begins to wander, struggling to understand the logic of self-sacrifice. He finds himself remembering Lagertha, a warrior who once stood tall and spoke of things he couldn't yet grasp. She had looked him in the eye and explained that a true comrade is someone you'd entrust your very life to without hesitation. Even the young beast girl had been part of that bond, a soul Lagertha claimed was worthy of the ultimate level of trust. Back in the present, Whitefoot's claws dig deep into the parched earth as she silently apologizes for the choice she's forced to make. Realizing she can no longer keep her promise to return alive, she lets her inner monster take the reins, her body erupting into a terrifying shadow wolf. Aishin is far too busy gloating over his perceived victory to notice the sudden, violent shift in the battlefield's pressure. Before the serpent can land another blow, a blur of feral rage tears through the air, cleanly severing the elder's massive, scaled limb. The monster's golden eye widens in pure, unadulterated shock as he watches his own arm tumble into the dust, the hunter suddenly becoming the prey. Whitefoot stands tall in her monstrous wolf form, the elder's severed limb serving as a grim trophy at her feet. Aishin can barely process the speed of the strike, his mind reeling as he realizes he never even saw her move. The beast girl doesn't give him a second to breathe, unleashing a devastating imprint of fresh blood that carves through the air. The serpent elder finds himself shredded by the relentless assault, his arrogant facade finally crumbling along with his physical form. With a guttural snarl, Whitefoot leans into her primal instincts, her eyes burning with a hunger for absolute retribution. She pins the massive creature to the dirt, the sound of tearing flesh echoing as she pays back his earlier cruelty. Gasping for air, the once mighty incarnation looks up with a gaze that has shifted from mockery to pure, unadulterated terror. That's when a shadow far darker than the wolf's looms over him, a demonic presence that makes the elder feel like an insect. Ananta's terrifying nature stares back at him through jagged teeth. Savoring the moment, the hunter realizes he's the one being hunted. As the red energy consumes him, the God-Eater coldly demands the monster howl like the pathetic animal he's truly become. The elder's screams echo through the void as Ananta's demonic aura completely swallows his pathetic existence. In a desperate bid for survival, the mutilated serpent calls upon the legendary name of Quetzalcoatl to save him. The sky turns a bruised purple as the very atmosphere begins to buckle under a new, suffocating pressure. From the depths of the horizon, a pillar of ancient energy erupts, signaling a shift in the battle's tides. A massive silhouette takes flight, a feathered deity rising to answer the call of its bloodied master. Clinging to his fading dignity, the battered Aishin offers a hollow apology to the higher powers he serves. Mounted atop his divine beast, the elder realizes that his original mission to purge the intruders is slipping away. He stares down at the God-Eater, forced to admit that this entire operation has been nothing but a failure. Reverting to his monstrous form, Aishin lashes out, desperately trying to mock the God-Eater's sudden lack of arrogance. He dismisses Ananta's past kills as mere bluffs, completely unaware that he's about to be proven dead wrong. Ananta feels the crushing weight of his curse reaching a breaking point, threatening to consume his very soul. He knows that predation requires venting this malice, a gamble that could backfire if the enemy isn't suppressed. Looking back at the feral wolf, he fears the dark energy will swallow her whole if he loses control. The God-Eater searches for a narrow path to victory, desperate to protect his ally from his own power. His predatory instincts flare to life, locking onto the serpent elder with a gaze of pure, unfiltered slaughter. In a blur of violence, Aishin is systematically shredded, as both the God-Eater and the wolf strike in unison. Whitefoot lands nearby, her animalistic focus shifting as she senses the heavy finality of the moment. Reverting to his human form, Ananta stares her down, silently asking her to fulfill one last, desperate request. The sheer force of his radiating aura pushes the shadow wolf back, the ground buckling under his presence. Standing alone amidst the settling dust, the God-Eater prepares to face the consequences of the power he unleashed. Ananta feels the raw, unbridled power of the black dragon surging through every fiber of his being. His claws twitch with a newfound weight, the sheer density of his mana threatening to boil over. Deep within his chest, a core of pure, incinerating heat burns like a sun that refuses to set. Yet, even this overwhelming strength feels insufficient to satisfy the bottomless hunger gnawing at his soul. Looking up from the shattered earth, his predatory gaze locks onto the coward trying to escape. High above, the serpent elder desperately beats his wings, hoping distance might buy him a few more seconds. But the God-Eater's greed knows no bounds, his mind screaming for the taste of divine essence. His body begins to warp and crack as the draconic curse forces a violent evolution. With a sickening tear, massive wings of crimson energy erupt from his back, blotting out the sky. Now, there is nowhere left to hide as the predator prepares to feast on his fleeing prey. Ananta freezes mid-motion, the predatory fire in his eyes flickering as a sudden wave of exhaustion hits him. Below him, his loyal companion lies motionless, her body finally giving out after the brutal, soul-crushing struggle. Sensing the shift in the air, the Serpent Elder doesn't look back, fleeing desperately into the gray expanse. A heavy silence falls as the God Eater processes a final, lingering request buried deep within his fractured mind. The crimson glow finally dies out, and the world plunges into a deep, mercifully silent void. Somewhere far from the carnage, a quiet camp sits, nestled within the protective shadows of an ancient forest. The beast girl's eyes snap open, her senses dull and her body feeling heavier than a mountain of lead. Blurry figures hover over her, their voices muffled like they are speaking from across a great, foggy distance. Ashta smiles with genuine relief, thankful that her friend has finally decided to wake up from the brink. Wrapped in bandages and trapped in a strange bed, Rupa struggles to remember how she survived the nightmare. Ashta gently but firmly forces the beast girl back down, warning her that her life still hangs by a very thin thread. The healer explains that any further delay in the detoxification would have left her with permanent, irreversible damage. It was only thanks to the God Eater's desperate flight that Rupa was brought back to the camp in time. The girl's eyes widen in disbelief as she struggles to process that the man she feared actually saved her. Ashta can only mutter about her brother's idiocy while checking to see if her friend is truly stable. A familiar, mocking voice cuts through the air as Ananta chides her for being such an ungrateful patient. Flanked by his new companions, he sighs at the girl's stubbornness, calling her a brat for her lack of gratitude. Rupa ignores his insults, her gaze fixed on the horrific scars and exhaustion written across his battered frame. He cuts her off before she can offer pity, telling her to worry about her own broken body instead. With a final cold remark that they are now even, he turns his back and leaves the debt settled. Rupa sits in stunned silence, her mind struggling to reconcile her fear with the fact that the man she doubted actually saved her life. Her face flushes with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, masking her growing gratitude by muttering about what a hopeless bastard he is. Around the flickering campfire, the group finds a moment of peace, confident that Rupa's natural beastkin resilience will lead to a swift recovery. The blue-haired warrior offers a formal bow of respect, expressing a deep gratitude on behalf of his comrades that the God Eater likely finds more annoying than helpful. Ashta leans in with a look of concern, her curiosity finally getting the better of her as she asks about the specific subordinate of Gyuyo he faced. Ananta recounts his clash with the elder Aishin, describing a man who could command a literal tide of serpents born from the depths of his own shadow. He explains that these mindless beasts weren't meant for a simple slaughter, but functioned as a primitive security system to drive away any intruders. Their primary directive was likely to intercept anyone seeking the land of Pasa and drag them back to their master for judgment. Though the ultimate motive remains a mystery, the weight of the situation hangs heavy in the air as they ponder what their enemies are truly planning. Ananta clutches his chest, feeling the terrifying, vivid pulse of the World Tree's branch still vibrating deep within his very core. The pink-haired girl leans in with a playful smirk, noting that the volatile curse racking his body has finally started to stabilize. She marvels at the sheer impact of such a small fragment of the tree, while the God Eater looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. Her gaze turns predatory as she wonders what would happen if he devoured an intact branch, a thought that leaves Ashta visibly shaken. The conversation shifts to their recent victory, revealing that Aishin was actually the sixth seat of a group known as the Sephiroth. The blue-haired warrior can't hide his concern, the name alone carrying a weight that suggests they've stepped into a much larger pond. These 10 elites are hand-picked guardians of the incarnation of wings, each granted a portion of the World Tree's overwhelming power. Beneath them serve the 5 counselors, high-ranking henchmen who act as the primary support for the most powerful and trusted confidants. The warrior warns that, since a member of the Sephiroth was forced to show himself, the top-tier confidants won't be far behind. Ashta and Ananta share a silent, heavy realization that their next opponents won't just be fighters, but walking natural disasters. High above the ruins, the serpent form of Aishin lingers like a bad omen, proving that the hunt for the God Eater is only intensifying. Aishin is a pathetic sight, panting heavily beside his massive serpent, while nursing the literal and figurative wounds of a crushing defeat. But his misery finds no sympathy from the looming shadow who mocks him for wearing the expression of a frightened animal. This newcomer doesn't pull any punches, coldly asking if the failure has finally managed to bruise the old man's fragile ego. Aishin can only grit his teeth in shame, acknowledging that there is no escaping humiliation when standing before the incarnation of conquest. Conquest isn't interested in hearing excuses, demanding to know exactly what role the old man was supposed to be playing. With a bead of sweat rolling down his face, Aishin explains that his mission was simply to secure the road leading to Pasa. It was supposed to be a routine cleanup, removing any obstacles that might dare to stand in the way of their inevitable march. This is Gahan, the second seat of the Sephiroth, a man whose very presence radiates the suffocating pressure of a natural disaster. He orders the disgraced elder to take the lead, promising to personally ravage the enemies who think they've won. Together, they step through a jagged tear in reality, a walking omen of destruction heading straight for our hero's doorstep. Gahan and Aishin step through the rift, ready to paint the town red. But they find the welcoming committee is already waiting. Standing over the carcass of a massive beast are the first seat, Keter, and the enigmatic incarnation of Wings. Before Gahan can even take a step toward his target, Keter commands him to halt, sparking instant confusion in the warrior's eyes. Gahan's temper flares immediately, his pride stinging at the suggestion that he should answer to anyone's whim but his own. A suffocating silence falls, as the two titans lock eyes, a silent battle of wills playing out before a single blow is even struck. Breaking the tension with a bloody grin, Wings notes how Gahan is always overflowing with a bit too much unrefined energy. He doesn't demand obedience but instead asks if the second seat would be gracious enough to listen to a small request. Gahan remains silent, his inner fury warring with the realization that he's standing before a power that demands absolute deference. Swallowing his pride for the moment, Gahan offers a formal salute, acknowledging that he cannot refuse the word of the Great Wings. With the hierarchy re-established, they turn their attention to reports of the Empress organizing an expeditionary force bound for the land of Pasa. Wings wonders if the Empress is chasing the incarnation of divinity, or simply repeating his own past mistakes. He views the current situation as a failed experiment and demands the disposal of this failure to reclaim their prize. Desperate to regain favor after his recent humiliation, Aishin begs for the chance to personally purge the target. But Keter shifts the conversation to the past, reminding the old man of Balzac and the 10 who were cast out. The mention of the Black Dragon's curse hangs heavy, especially now that the one who toppled Balzac is within reach. Knowing the threat is real, Wings suggests that even a powerhouse like Gahan should move with caution this time. The warning only fuels Gahan's bloodlust, as he demands to know the name of the man who warrants such care. Wings remains eerily calm, his silence speaking volumes about the legendary storm brewing on the horizon. Standing over the remains of their latest conquest, Gahan prepares to prove why he holds the title of conquest. Together with Keter, the strongest spear and shield of the Sephiroth, the hunt for the God-Eater officially begins. Aishin might be a powerhouse in name, but he knows the man standing before him is a different kind of monster. Gahan is the most dangerous person to have at your back, because his only loyalty is to his own twisted whims. The old man can't help but wonder why the higher-ups didn't send the more reliable 4th or 5th seats instead of this loose cannon. Between Gahan's fingers rests a jagged, glowing shard that pulses with a cold and unnatural light. He identifies the object as an imperfect branch harvested from the heart of an alicorn, a rare but ultimately flawed prize. To a man of Gahan's stature, this supposedly legendary artifact is nothing more than a low-grade piece of trash. With a dismissive shrug, he claims that securing this trinket is enough to satisfy their master's current orders for the hunt. But then, without a second thought, he casually tosses the precious branch into the dark, crumbling depths of the ruins. Aishin nearly loses his mind, screaming in horror as he watches their hard-earned objective vanish into the abyss. Gahan just flashes a predatory grin, reminding the old man that he never promised to play by anyone else's rules. Gahan basks in a pillar of destructive light, making it clear he's here to do more than just hunt. As he brings up the alicorn, that ancient evil god of Pasa who once thought his army made him invincible, Aishin can only stare in horror, realizing Gahan doesn't just want a victory, he wants a total massacre, leaving behind nothing but a sickening, pulsating mound of flesh as a grim monument to his boredom. He toys with the idea of the Sephiroth's strongest warriors, the spear and the wings, joining this little game, crushing the shard like it's nothing, while wondering if Ananta is actually built different enough to survive the coming storm. It's time to set the stage, and Gahan is more than happy to play the role of the ultimate architect. While back with our protagonist, Rupa clings to Ananta with a playful promise that she'll be waiting for his return. 7 days of preparation later, the group stands before a massive, twisted structure of ancient, gnarled wood, where the entrance to the unknown is finally ready. A pitch-black void waiting to swallow them whole. Heavy footsteps crunch against the dry earth, signaling the arrival of the long-awaited reinforcements. Stepping out of the gloom is Lagursa, the formidable commander of the Queen's Royal Guards, radiating pure authority. The scouts can't hide their relief, admitting they were starting to get tired of waiting for the main force. Lagursa takes in the scene, relieved to find that the entire advance team managed to survive the initial trek. She gives a rare nod of respect to Ananta and Nadia, acknowledging the hell they've endured to secure this path. Turning back, she checks in with her trusted lieutenants to ensure that every single blade is accounted for. Skald and Mare lead 50 Sisters of the Shield, a legendary unit that turns the tide of any war they join. The atmosphere turns icy when Ananta bluntly asks Lagersa what it's like to return to the hometown she once lost. She offers no reply, her gaze fixed on the horizon as the ghosts of her past begin to stir. Sensing the heavy silence, Ananta simply moves forward, casting one last look at the woman haunted by her own history. Lagersa stands before the desolate wasteland, struggling to find any trace of the home she once knew. Rupa breaks the silence, addressing her as queen while preparing to deliver the latest intelligence from the front. The news is dire, centered around a massive pillar of light that scorched the capital's horizon just a week ago. Nadia watches the distance with growing dread, knowing such a phenomenon only occurs when a world tree branch is fully awakened. Reports confirm the sixth seed of Sephiroth is on the move, and the manifestation of this power has changed everything. Lagersa remains cautious, fully expecting the enemy to have littered their path home with lethal traps and ambushes. Even with their combined strength, Rupa warns that the current situation is far more volatile than they ever anticipated. She asks the queen if she's truly ready to move forward, knowing their most powerful trump cards are still days away from being ready. Skald and the Sisters of the Shield don't need to say a word, their grim expressions proving they're prepared for the worst. Looking out over her army, Lagersa finally acknowledges that they've arrived at the birthplace they were forced to abandon so long ago. Lagersa reflects on the bitter years spent wandering since the incarnation of Wings stole their ancestral home. She clenches her fist, fueled by a silent, burning vow to finally lead the revival of Valkyria. Standing before her weary but ready army, she prepares to speak directly to the souls of the fallen. Her voice rings out with raw authority, promising her people that their long-suffered sacrifices weren't for nothing. Skald and the veterans listen in somber silence, the crushing weight of their past still etched on their faces. With a desperate roar, the queen demands her compatriots join her in one final, righteous crusade for vengeance. A forest of fists rises as the soldiers scream their undying loyalty to the only crown they recognize. Even Myrrh finds her voice in the chaos, caught up in the infectious surge of hope and bloodlust. Ananta remains characteristically unimpressed by the theatrics, though he knows the real slaughter is only just beginning. With the capital of Polkbang as their target, the trumpet of advance finally signals the long march home. While the main force prepares for the coming slaughter, the non-combatants are left to wait in the relative silence of the camp. Rupa's sister can't help but feel slighted by the arrangement, grumbling that they've been relegated to the role of mere guard dogs. Rupa, however, finds a strange peace in the downtime, looking perfectly content to simply enjoy a quiet cup of tea. She calmly reminds her sibling that their presence on the front lines isn't required now that Ananta's volatile power has finally stabilized. In her eyes, being the queen's protected lifeline is a far more vital role than charging blindly into the heat of battle. Her sister remains skeptical of their status, noting the looming silhouettes of guards who are clearly still monitoring their every move. It's a stark reminder that despite their current alliance, the underlying layer of distrust between them and the military remains thick. When the conversation turns to whether this desperate crusade will actually succeed, the response is one of cold, detached uncertainty. Rupa knows that guessing the outcome of the expedition is pointless, as her true priorities lie far beyond the queen's petty borders. She only cares that Ananta continues to grow stronger, even if every other soul in this army is destined for extermination. A single arrow whistles through the air, marking the end of the brief moment of quiet. It finds its mark with satisfying precision, ruining the day of a serpent that thought it was the apex predator. While the beast screams in pain, Myrrh and Skald prepare to face the rest of the slithering horde. Skald moves with practiced aggression, her eyes locked on the next target as she prepares to strike. The vanguard doesn't hesitate, with Nadia and the others diving headfirst into the massive scales to carve a path. Looking down at the chaos, the army appears like a sharpened wedge driving into the heart of the enemy. Lagersa commands the right wing to intensify their assault, knowing they can't afford to lose their momentum now. The serpents throw themselves against the shield wall, but these soldiers aren't about to break for some oversized worms. Ananta watches the struggle with a cold focus before calling upon his small draconic partner for assistance. He gives the order to sweep the area, sending Ruby darting forward to clear the remaining pests. Ruby unleashes a massive plume of draconic fire, instantly turning the slithering horde into piles of charred ash. Ananta watches the carnage with a bored expression, realizing he won't even need to lift a finger today. The vanguard continues their relentless push, skewering any serpent foolish enough to stand in their path of destruction. But Ananta remains wary, knowing this aggressive pace is a gamble where one mistake leads to total annihilation. He finds Lagersa to be an outrageous woman, wondering if her absolute confidence in her subordinates is actually insanity. Lagersa remains unfazed, trusting that her battle-hardened soldiers can easily overcome these pathetic clones of the blind faith. Still, she grows suspicious as the main monster army and the alicorns remain suspiciously absent from the battlefield. The tension finally breaks when Nadia spots their objective looming through the thick of the fighting. They have finally reached the Vigrid Watchtower, a crumbling stone spire that marks the heart of the enemy's territory. As they approach the threshold, a chilling presence greets them, proving the master of the tower was expecting company. The man guarding the tower sneers at the vanguard, labeling them as nothing more than heretics who dare to deny the divinity of his god. His gaze sharpens behind his monocle, as he promises to watch every single one of them meet a miserable and agonizing end. But Skald has zero patience for religious zealots, letting a heavy arrow fly to interrupt his long-winded monologue. She coldly warns the old man to stop making such grand predictions about a future he isn't likely to survive. The priest effortlessly catches the projectile with a blackened, serpentine hand, his expression shifting from smugness to a dark, focused intensity. He dismisses his own words as the petty venting of a bitter old man before summoning a massive, looming shadow behind him. High above the watchtower, the missing alicorn finally reveals itself, descending through the clouds while clutching a grotesque organic weight. Even the stoic Lagersa loses her composure, her eyes widening in genuine horror as she realizes what has been brought to the battlefield. Trapped within a cage of blackened vines is a massive, pulsating heart of raw flesh that seems to throb with a life of its own. As the mass begins to crack and leak a sickening energy, the vanguard realizes the true nightmare is only just beginning to hatch. Lagersa screams for her soldiers to hold the line, her voice barely rising above the sudden, oppressive silence. High above, the flying beast releases its grip, sending that pulsating mass of meat hurtling toward the earth like a biological meteor. The impact is a deafening roar of stone and bone, kicking up a massive shroud of dust that swallows the front lines. Shielding her eyes from the grit, the commander braces herself, her instincts screaming that something far worse than a simple crash just occurred. A sickening wave of red energy suddenly erupts from the crater, a shockwave of pure malice that threatens to blow the entire formation apart. As the haze finally begins to thin, Lagersa freezes, her blood running cold at the sight of the nightmare standing in the center of the ruin. Rising from the remains of the shattered fleshy cage is a towering silhouette, a twisted fusion of raw muscle and jagged bone. Her breath hitches as she stares into the abyss, her mind struggling to process the sheer scale of the corruption before her. This is the true face of the alicorn, a skinless, skeletal centaur that looks like it was flayed alive and reborn in a god's worst fever dream. The creature's jaw unhinges with a wet snap, letting out a low, guttural whisper that sounds like the grinding of ancient, forgotten graves. Lagersa's voice tears through the chaos, desperately screaming for her soldiers to break formation and run for their lives. As if answering a dark command to awaken, a massive, lidless eye peers out from the creature's hollowed, skeletal throat. The nightmare stands tall, amidst a fountain of gore, its very existence turning the battlefield into a literal slaughterhouse. Vile, black serpents erupt from the pulsing meat, snapping at the air with a hunger that transcends simple animal instinct. The vanguard's front line doesn't stand a chance, as the living sludge reaches out to drag them into a suffocating grave. Nadia refuses to back down, throwing herself into the fray with a roar that briefly drowns out the sound of breaking bones. She screams for Skald to keep his distance, realizing that even a single touch from this filth is a death sentence. The entire mound of flesh begins to throb and expand, acting like a grotesque womb for the horror about to be born. A spiraling, eye-encrusted horn stabs toward the sky, its many pupils twitching as they lock onto their next meal. The alicorn is finally whole, a skinless, skeletal titan of rot that looks ready to trample the world into dust. The high priest sneers, unleashing a tidal wave of corruption as he decides Hez finally done playing games. He commands the alicorn to trample them, eager to see the difference in their power levels laid bare. The skeletal nightmare thunders across the blood-soaked earth, its many eyes fixed on the path of destruction ahead. But Ananta isn't about to let a mindless puppet dictate the flow of battle, his draconic scales pulsing with heat. He meets the beast head-on, his blackened claws clamping down on that grotesque horn with bone-shattering force. Skald seizes the opening, his movements becoming a blur as he invokes the lethal precision of a bird of prey. Alongside him, the spectral manifestation of a beastkin warrior erupts, fueled by a blood-red stigma and pure feral rage. Ananta follows up with a dual elemental strike, tearing through the alicorn's rotting hide with savage, calculated efficiency. Watching the chaos, Lagersa finally reaches for her blade, her expression hardening with a grim, personal resolve. She stands tall before the towering monstrosity, ready to fulfill her final duty to the creature she once called a friend. Ananta lunges forward with primal ferocity, his draconic form a jagged silhouette of scales and raw, predatory instinct. His eyes burn with a lethal crimson light, focused entirely on tearing the life out of this skeletal puppet. He hangs in the air like a descending god of death, but the monstrosity below has a final, desperate trick. The creature's multi-eyed horn twists, tearing a hole in reality as a localized black hole begins to swirl with hungry energy. Gravity warps around the dragon warrior, dragging him toward the center of the void with an irresistible, crushing pull. Despite his massive strength, Ananta is swallowed whole by the darkness, his silhouette vanishing into the heart of the abyss. A violent shockwave ripples through the air as the vortex collapses, leaving behind nothing but a spray of fresh blood. The beastkin girl lets out a gut-wrenching scream, her heart sinking as she watches her protector disappear into the void. The battlefield falls into a chilling silence, the skeletal nightmare standing tall amidst the crimson mist it just created. Overwhelmed by a mix of grief and fury, the young warrior charges blindly into the fray, refusing to believe the fight ends here. The alicorn's mass of writhing, toothy maws lashes out, a nightmare of flesh and eyes seeking its next meal. The young beastkin can only watch in paralyzed horror as the grotesque shadow of the monster looms over her. But a flash of cold steel cuts through the tension, proving the vanguard isn't ready to roll over just yet. Skald dives straight into the heart of the chaos, initiating the golden dance of birds of prey to shield the girl. He becomes a lethal whirlwind, his blade spinning like a chakram that carves through the monster's encroaching tentacles. The impact sends the girl skidding back, her feet digging into the dirt as she desperately tries to find her footing. Fueled by a raw, desperate rage, she bares her fangs and screams for the skeletal nightmare to finally die. The creature responds with a treacherous volley of corrosive bile, catching the elf completely off guard mid-movement. A sickening hiss fills the air as the acidic strike finds its mark, burning through armor and flesh with ease. Skald grunts in agony, his shoulders smoking from the hit as the girl realizes her protector has paid a heavy price. High above the carnage, the high priest watches from his perch, his serpentine pet looming like a dark god over the battlefield. He sneers at the resistance below, fueled by a sadistic desire to personally tear the skin from those who dared defy him. The alicorn lets out a low, guttural hiss, its glowing eyes locking onto the scattered remains of the vanguard's defense. With a sudden, violent snap, it vomits a glob of concentrated corruption, a lethal projectile designed to dissolve anything it touches. Skald grits his teeth in frustration, realizing that their desperate plan is falling apart faster than he can mend the gaps. The corrosive strike slams into the earth, erupting in a fountain of toxic sludge that melts through solid stone with terrifying ease. Before the acidic fumes can claim him, Lupa lunges through the smoke, snatching the wounded elf from the path of certain death. But just as the monster prepares another volley, a streak of pure azure light pierces the sky and strikes with pinpoint accuracy. The high priest's smug expression completely shatters as he watches his invincible beast reel from the unexpected, high-velocity impact. From the edge of the chaos, a new player finally joins the fray, drawing back a bow thrumming with the spirit of the free wind. A vanguard archer calls upon the protection of the wind, letting loose a bolt of pure, piercing energy to pave the way. Nadia seizes the opening, screaming for the remaining armies to rally behind their commanders for one final, desperate push. Watching from his throne of shadows, the high priest scoffs at what he considers the trivial, pathetic struggle of mere humans. But he underestimates the feral tenacity of the beastkin as Lupa digs her massive claws into the crumbling masonry to gain height. With Skald firmly on her back, she launches into the sky, closing the distance to the monstrous alicorn in a single bound. Lupa bares her fangs in a predatory grin, mockingly asking the beast where it managed to lose its right arm during the chaos. The creature lets out a deafening roar of pure indignation, its pride wounded far deeper than its physical body by the taunt. Seizing the moment of distraction, Skald leaps from his mount, his daggers thrumming with a lethal, azure radiance that outshines the sun. His golden eyes narrow as he enters the season of birds of prey, focusing every ounce of his remaining mana into a single point. He unleashes the legendary spear Gungnir, a strike destined to find its mark and pierce the heavens regardless of the enemy's power. The impact of the clash sends shockwaves through the air as the beast's massive tail slams into the earth. Skald and Lupa retreat to the ramparts, catching a fleeting breath after their desperate, high-stakes gambit. But the relief is short-lived, as Skald realizes their best efforts barely scratched the surface of this nightmare. Lupa's feral instincts scream in panic, her thoughts immediately turning to the whereabouts of their missing powerhouse, Ananta, as her eyes widen in horror, sensing a shift in the atmosphere and a pressure far more suffocating. From the dust rises a serpentine monstrosity, a towering avatar of destruction that dwarfs the surrounding human army. Nearby, the silver-haired woman desperately tries to stabilize Ananta, whose body is a charred, broken mess of scales, but she barely has time to react before the alicorn looms over her, its skeletal face twisted in malice. Lagersa skids across the stone, her blade trembling as she forces herself to stand between the beast and death, while the skinless centaur stands tall amidst the carnage, a grim reminder that the real slaughter has only just begun. The soldiers scramble into a defensive formation, their shields locking together in a desperate bid to protect their queen. Lagersa grits her teeth, the weight of the impending slaughter pressing down on her as she prepares for the impact. But even the finest steel is like paper against this thing, and the front line is shattered in a single, brutal heartbeat. The alicorn lets out a deafening shriek, tossing armored men aside like they're nothing more than annoying insects. Just as hope begins to flicker out, a massive blade cleaves through the air, biting deep into the beast's neck. The monster's gaze freezes, a sudden realization of its own mortality dawning in that singular, grotesque eye. Standing amidst the spray of gore is Skald herself, her blade heavy with the blood of the creature that dared to threaten her people. She doesn't waste a second on a victory lap, immediately demanding that Nadia prioritize the unconscious Anantis recovery. The situation is far grimmer than she's letting on, and she knows the time for holding back has officially ended. Tearing away her eye patch to reveal a glowing golden eye, she admits that even her power won't be enough without Ananta by her side. Skald calls upon the legendary Fragarak, the sword of the first High King, to end this nightmare once and for all. She swings the blade with a desperate fury, unleashing a torrent of divine energy that splits the very sky. The light catches the alicorn head-on, its many eyes widening as the power of the High King begins to erase it. A blinding flash consumes the horizon, drowning out the monster's final, agonized shriek in a sea of white heat. The resulting explosion carves a scar into the earth, leaving a pillar of fire where the beast once stood. As the dust settles, a haunting, skeletal shadow is all that remains of the creature's former, terrifying bulk. Skald walks toward the wreckage, her heart sinking as she looks upon the pathetic remains of her opponent. She can still see the ghost of the man he used to be, a noble elf whose strength she once deeply respected. It's a bitter realization, seeing how far he's fallen and how truly hideous his corruption has made him. Tightening her grip on her sword, she prepares to deliver the final blow to the man she once called a friend. Skald puts every ounce of her grief into one final strike, determined to grant her old friend a merciful end. A single tear betrays her stoic mask, shimmering with the pain of a bond that is about to be severed forever. Even as a charred husk, the monster whispers the name of his princess, a ghost of the man he used to be. That one word sends her mind spiraling back to the sun-drenched towers of their youth, far from this nightmare. A young Lagersa and her friend Myr watched from below, terrified by the heights the princess so casually conquered. Lagertha was always the bold one, scaling the castle spires while the world below begged her to come down. She would just laugh and tell them that a true leader has to get used to standing above everyone else. Looking back with that signature, cocky grin, she felt invincible because she was not up there alone. She knew that no matter how high she climbed, her most loyal knight would always be right behind her. Alicorn would just offer that gentle, reassuring smile, promising to be the safety net she never thought she would need. He once promised to stay by her side so she could become the greatest queen the kingdom had seen. Now, that noble vow rattles through the throat of a charred, skeletal nightmare that should be dead. Skald stands frozen as the monster she was meant to execute utters her name with ghostly devotion. Confusion wars with grief in her eyes, wondering how this mindless beast could remember a life long forgotten. For a brief, flickering moment, the madness in those hollow sockets is replaced by a spark of clarity. The creature looks down at its own mangled form, finally realizing the depth of its horrific transformation. Desperate for a sign of the man he used to be, Skald reaches out and begs him to see her. She channels her divine power, a glowing eye manifesting as she commands his shattered soul to wake up. But the memories that flood back are stained in crimson, recalling the moment their world was torn apart. Sun-drenched towers were replaced by a hall of corpses, where a silent executioner stood amidst the ruins. Alicorn was once a proud knight, but in this memory, he's nothing more than a broken shell drenched in blood. Hovering over him is the architect of this nightmare, a divine figure clutching the very shard that would shatter their reality. A young Skald could only watch in pure, unadulterated terror as her people were herded like cattle toward their end. That trauma became the forge for the warrior she is today, leading her vanguard with a heart hardened by years of grief. Yet even her resolve wavers when facing a being that masks its cruelty behind 6 wings of shimmering, holy light. It wasn't a battle, it was an erasure, as the divine light flickered and snuffed out the lives of every soldier in its path. The young princess could only stare, her eyes welling with tears as she realized that no hero was coming to save them. Then came the flash, a searing, agonizing burst of radiance that sought to burn away the very memory of their existence. Alicorn watched through the crimson mask of his own failures, his heart breaking for the girl he could no longer protect. In that final, blinding moment, the light stole everything from them, leaving Scald with a permanent darkness in her vision. Scald reaches out in a desperate plea, her heart sinking as the trauma of her past bleeds into the present. The haunting sight of a skull clutching a severed eye serves as a gruesome reminder of the light they lost. Suddenly, the very air curdles as a dark command for the dead to rise again ripples through the void. Nadia strains against the overwhelming pressure, her knuckles whitening as she desperately tries to stabilize the volatile energy. The queen barely has time to blink before a massive, gnarled limb strikes her with the force of a landslide. She's sent reeling through the air, the impact rattling her bones while her mind struggles to process the betrayal. What stands before them now is a mountain of shifting shadows and weeping eyes, a grotesque mockery of life. The beast lets out a deafening, high-pitched screech, its central eye pulsing with a sickening and malevolent hunger. Watching the chaos unfold, Ruby can only sigh in exasperation at the sheer absurdity of this never-ending nightmare. He looks over his own broken, draconic body, realizing that the road to recovery is going to be incredibly annoying. Even in his tiny lizard form, Ananta realizes he can no longer afford to just sit back and watch. A violent explosion of heat suddenly ripples through the air, signaling the end of his forced rest. The small ruby form is instantly consumed by a pillar of roaring, primordial dragon fire. Nearby, Nadia desperately begs the queen to retreat, before the collateral damage becomes completely uncontrollable. Scald refuses to run, her golden eye burning with a stubborn defiance that ignores her own broken body. She knows the corrupted alicorn is reaching its limit, its very existence beginning to unravel into shadow. Gripping her blade with trembling hands, the queen prepares for one final, suicidal strike to end the nightmare. But a familiar, cocky voice cuts through the chaos, commanding the women to clear the area immediately. Ananta stands tall in his massive draconic form, his body wreathed in flames that could melt solid rock. The God-Eater is officially back in the fight, and he's not planning on leaving anything but ashes behind. Scald watches in disbelief as a familiar spiritual aura manifests, reminding her of the ancient protection Myr once wielded. Emerging from the smoke like a vengeful sun, Ananta's mere presence sends the corrupted beast into a panicked frenzy. The alicorn can sense its end approaching, its many eyes widening as it lets out a guttural, soul-piercing shriek. Ignoring the noise, the God-Eater begins focusing his draconic essence, condensing a massive amount of heat between his claws. He launches the roaring sphere of fire, a projectile so dense it seems to ignite the very air it passes through. Realizing it can't dodge, the monster desperately tears a hole in space, conjuring a black hole to consume the attack. The dark abyss expands rapidly, its gravitational pull struggling to stabilize against the sheer pressure of the dragon's flames. The two opposing forces collide in a violent struggle between primordial heat and the emptiness of the void. A cataclysmic explosion follows, a blinding flash of white light that turns the battlefield into a chaotic furnace. Even the corrupted knight's monstrous form begins to fragment, unable to fully withstand the weight of such a devastating impact. Ananta descends like a falling star, his draconic form wreathed in a pillar of absolute, searing annihilation. The monster lets out a pathetic, high-pitched screech as the intense heat begins to melt its corrupted flesh. The resulting impact is less of a strike and more of a tectonic shift, sending jagged shockwaves through the air. Looking down at the mess, the God-Eater realizes this creature is just another broken victim of the divine wings. He doesn't slow down for a second, condensing his fury into a final, crushing sphere of primordial flame. With a sneer, he mocks the monster for clinging to a life defined by nothing but cowardice and fear. His jaw unhinges, glowing with white-hot intensity as he demands to know how much longer it plans to live so hideously. A final, blinding beam of draconic energy erupts, vaporizing the landscape and scouring the very earth clean of corruption. As the skeletal remains of the knight finally crumble into ash, it wonders what the point of its suffering even was. But as the smoke clears, a new presence manifests from the shadows of the forest. The ancient and imposing Yggdrasil. The ancient roots of Yggdrasil surge from the earth, binding the corrupted knight in a crushing, inescapable grip. While the monster can only stare in silent horror, its twisted existence finally pinned down for the slaughter. Suddenly, a column of pure, divine radiance erupts from the battlefield, piercing the heavens and scattering the lingering darkness, as a beacon of judgment tears through the suffocating clouds, signaling the end of this tragic nightmare. Standing at the center of the storm, Skald pours every ounce of her royal authority into one final, world-shaking strike, her power reflecting in the alicorn's massive, singular eye as it gazes upon the light it once swore to protect. Tears stream down the queen's face as she offers her old friend a final mercy, commanding him to finally find peace. With a thunderous roar, the blade descends, carving a path of absolute destruction through the corrupted remains until the sky itself seems to split open, leaving nothing but a hollow, echoing silence behind. As the brilliance fades, only a few stray flakes of ash remain, drifting away like the memories of a forgotten age. The blinding light of the execution finally clears the air, washing away the lingering stench of corruption. Beneath the divine glow, nothing remains of the monster but a hollow skull and bitter, ashen memories. In his final moments, the knight finally sees the sun again, feeling a warmth he had long since forgotten. He remembers the days when they were just children, sitting together and dreaming of a future without war. Back when the only thing they had to fear was the sun dipping below the distant, peaceful horizon. Standing before her one last time, his spirit finally sheds the crushing weight of his monstrous failure. He offers her a soft, genuine smile, truly grateful that she was the one to end his long suffering. As his essence dissolves into the radiance, he whispers a final, silent farewell to his beloved queen. Skald stands alone, tears carving paths through the soot as she watches the last of her friend vanish. The storm finally breaks, leaving the battlefield in a quiet, golden peace that feels far too heavy to bear. Ananta stands tall in his monstrous draconic form as the dust from the final blow begins to settle over the wasteland. He looks down at the tiny lizard perched atop his head, amazed that little Ruby survived the sheer intensity of his transformation. Even with his blood boiling from the fight, he can't help but wonder where that sudden, terrifying surge of power originated. Nearby, a trembling hand grips a sword hilt so tightly the knuckles turn white, the metal still humming from the execution. Skald sinks to her knees in the dirt, her blade acting as a solitary grave marker for the friend she just lost. Nadia approaches with soft steps to offer her condolences, her heart aching for the heavy burden the queen now carries. Skald acknowledges that honoring the fallen is their sacred way, but her voice is as cold and hard as winter stone. She forces herself to stand and face her warriors, declaring that they have no time left to waste on tears. The brief silence is shattered as a massive pillar of light obliterates a nearby tower, proving the danger hasn't passed yet. Myr looks back with a hardened gaze, knowing they must keep moving forward if they want any of these sacrifices to matter. Myr and the surviving vanguard stand their ground, swearing that the heavy price paid today won't be in vain. High above the carnage, a figure watches the pillar of light with a sharp, calculating gaze. Rupa finally corners the traitorous Gyuyo, her fingers tightening around his collar as she demands accountability for the fallen. Her eyes burn with a feral intensity, promising the old man that a peaceful death is far beyond his reach. Even with blood matting his beard, the old snake can't help but let out a dry, mocking chuckle. That arrogance earns him a heavy fist to the jaw, a small payment for the lives he traded away. Gyuyo stares back with a chilling calmness, lamenting that his grand performance didn't end exactly as he prepared. Rupa holds him fast, her heart heavy with the weight of the betrayal that shattered her entire world. Suddenly, a golden eye snaps open in the darkness, radiating a predatory pressure that stops the world in its tracks. Ananta is finally waking up, and his presence alone signals that the real hunt is only just beginning. A blinding pillar of light pierces the heavens, marking the arrival of a force that doesn't belong in this wasteland. From the radiance emerges a scarred warrior, his every step radiating the cold confidence of a seasoned butcher. Panic ripples through the ranks as the scouts realize a new threat is advancing rapidly from the royal road. The weary Valkyrie soldiers can barely process the shift in the wind, their instincts screaming at them to retreat. This newcomer doesn't bother with words, his gaze already locked onto the heart of the remaining defenses. A sudden, violent streak of energy bifurcates the sky, signaling the start of a completely different kind of massacre. Even the seasoned knight commander stands frozen, realizing the sheer scale of the power being unleashed upon them. The foundation of the great watchtower shatters instantly, the stone groaning under the weight of its own destruction. As the massive structure begins to topple, the battlefield is swallowed by a deafening roar of falling masonry and dust. The scarred intruder lunges forward to capitalize on the chaos, only to be met by a wall of draconic spite. The intruder's smug expression vanishes as a massive, glowing draconic claw slams into his path. Ananta doesn't just block. He erupts with a shockwave of raw power that tears through the air. Standing amidst the wreckage, the dragon's presence confirms the prosecutor's warnings about the traitor's elite dogs. The knight commander watches in disbelief, the term Sephiroth echoing in his mind like a death knell. These aren't just soldiers. They are the 10 chosen elites tasked with guarding the very incarnation of wings. Beneath them sit the 5 major counselors, a hierarchy of monsters serving the traitor's every whim. If the fallen Aishin was just the beginning, then the arrival of a true confidant is imminent. The commander wonders if this new threat possesses the same world-ending strength as the legends suggest. Emerging from the settling dust, the scarred warrior finally identifies his target with a predatory grin. He invites the dragon to come closer, foolishly believing he has the power to trample a god-eater. Ananta lets out a primal roar that shakes the very foundations of the battlefield, while the scarred warrior stares into the abyss, failing to notice the small lizard watching his every move. Before the intruder can react, the dragon lunges with a speed that defies his massive, armored frame, and shock replaces arrogance as the warrior realizes he isn't fighting a mere beast, but a predator. He lands a heavy blow, only to watch in horror as the dragon's wounds knit back together in seconds, driving the vanguard to clench his fist in desperation, realizing he must end this in one strike. He unleashes the Taishan Fengquan, a mountain-shattering punch that connects with the sickening thud of breaking bone, sending the dragon skidding across the dirt and leaving a trail of blood as the beast finally falters. But the celebration is cut short when a blinding golden radiance erupts, answering a desperate cry for help, and from the wreckage, a new, fiery form emerges, signaling that the real nightmare has only just begun. The dragon's jaw unhinges, venting a heat so primal it feels like a star is being born on the battlefield. A roar of pure, unadulterated power follows, a sound that promises nothing but total annihilation for those caught in its path. Ananta's eye snaps open, burning with a new, divine clarity that marks the end of his restraint and the start of a massacre. Skald and Nadia are forced to recoil, their senses completely overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of this sudden, violent evolution. The queen can only watch in stunned silence, wondering if the ally she once knew has been replaced by a vengeful god. He unleashes a pillar of fire so potent it shatters the very concept of what a mere incarnation is capable of achieving. Funneling his wrath through a focused ring of energy, the dragon prepares to erase his opposition from the face of the earth. The once arrogant vanguard can only cross his arms in a desperate, futile attempt to survive the incoming solar tide. The resulting impact is a white-hot erasure, turning the immediate area into a scorched wasteland of blinding light and ash. As the dust finally clears, Yggdrasil and Skald stand before the massive manifestation, realizing the world has changed forever. The smoke begins to settle over the scorched earth, leaving a heavy, suffocating silence in the wake of the explosion. Nadia peers through the haze with wide, trembling eyes, desperately hoping that the cataclysmic blast finally put an end to the nightmare. But as the thick plumes of soot drift away, the charred ground reveals a truth far more terrifying than any of them expected. Emerging from the embers is a towering avatar of pure destruction, a radiant, golden beast that looks more like a god of ruin than a man. The sheer pressure radiating from this new form is enough to make any sane warrior realize they are looking at a true monster. Yet, standing unfazed amidst the embers is a scarred intruder, his eyes locked onto the golden beast with a look of twisted fascination, bearing the mark of a watchful eye across his broad back. This elite warrior doesn't seem the least bit intimidated by the dragon's presence. Instead of fleeing, he lets out a chilling laugh, finally finding an opponent he deems worthy of a real fight. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the tiny ruby form chirps in distress, feeling the overwhelming heat radiating from its protector's evolved state. Ananta gently signals for his small companion to retreat, his presence carrying the weight of a king preparing to clear the battlefield. Ananta makes it clear that the time for talk is over. This is now his fight, as he squares off against a new monstrosity, a beast draped in thick, mountain-hardened scales. The creature huffs with misplaced confidence, swearing it won't stop until the dragon is crushed. But Ananta isn't listening, choosing instead to drown out the world and focus on the kill. His heavy claws carve into the dirt, tensing every muscle for a sudden, violent acceleration, and in a flash of dark energy, he lunges, closing the distance before the beast can even blink. The sound of rending metal fills the air as his talons meet that unbreakable earthen hide, forcing the scaled warrior back as he struggles to maintain his footing against the pressure. Ananta lands with predatory grace, his body coiled and ready to strike again without rest, while his gaze sharpens, his draconic instinct screaming that the real dance has only just begun. The intruder hardens his hide, channeling the spirit of a pangolin to bolster his supposedly unbreakable defenses. He doesn't just stand there, launching himself forward like a falling star in a desperate meteor strike. The impact is deafening as he slams his full weight into the dragon, hoping to shatter its resolve. Blood sprays across the battlefield, but the intruder quickly realizes his mountain-shattering blow didn't end the fight. Ananta lets out a guttural roar, his eyes burning with a crimson bloodlust that chills the very air. The two beasts trade blows in a blur of scales and claws, neither willing to yield an inch. The vanguard tries to find a gap in the dragon's armor, reaching for what he thinks is a killing blow. But Ananta is faster, snapping his jaws shut on the intruder's arm with bone-crushing force and primal fury. He follows up with a relentless flurry of red-hot slashes, carving through the supposedly impenetrable scales like paper. Looming over his bleeding prey, the dragon shows the fool exactly why you never challenge a god-eater. The intruder stares in absolute disbelief, as his mountain-shattering strike fails to leave even a single scratch on the dragon. Before he can even process the failure, Ananta's blackened claw clamps down on his arm with the force of a closing trap. With a casual, predatory flick of his massive limb, the God-Eater sends the armored warrior hurtling across the wasteland like a pebble. Ashta and Rupa watch the impact from the sidelines, their breath catching as the intruder disappears into a cloud of debris. Looking at her brother, Ashta realizes she is witnessing the essence of a man who fights like a true, terrifying immortal. It is more than just the transcendent regeneration granted by his curse. It is a mental fortitude that simply refuses to feel pain. Ananta has embraced a self-destructive fighting style that would turn any other warrior into a pile of broken bones and regret. His fighting spirit manifests as a radiant, golden aura of pure tenacity, proving his will to win is as bottomless as his hunger. Ashta swallows hard, the cold realization dawning on her that this battle is shifting into a realm beyond mere mortal comprehension. Despite the brutal tossing, the intruder stands tall, his iron-blooded essence acting as an unbreakable armor that refuses to fade. Ashta and Rupa realize they need to find the queen immediately, as the weight of the situation begins to sink in. Ashta's eyes widen in shock, her warrior instincts flaring as she senses a presence that shouldn't be there. Rupa trembles while holding the glowing artifact, her mind reeling at the impossible readings manifesting before her eyes. Ananta hauls himself out of the crater, his draconic scales shimmering with a dark, lethal intent that chills the air. The vanguard remains an immovable object, trudging forward like a fortress that simply refuses to acknowledge its own destruction. He thinks his iron-blooded essence makes him untouchable, but even the most legendary walls have gaps for a predator to find. Sensing a shift in the battlefield, Ananta turns his predatory gaze toward a group emerging from the settling dust. A massive lichen warrior stands triumphant with a captive in hand, claiming they are finally safe as an elven ally watches. The prisoner is none other than Gyuyo, the architect of Ananta's pain, now reduced to a coughing, bloodied wreck. Their brief moment of respite is shattered when a violent flare of crimson energy erupts against the darkening horizon. Ananta's rage manifests as a towering shadow of death, looming over the pathetic man who started this entire nightmare. Gyuyo can only scream in pure, unadulterated terror, desperately begging Gahan to stop watching and actually do something to save him. But the time for talk has long since passed as a crushing weight of draconic pressure slams into the shattered earth. Deep within the void of his soul, the fractured remnants of Ananta's power begin to resonate and pull toward one another. The broken pieces snap into place with a violent surge of energy, igniting a transformation that transcends anything has achieved before. A cold, emerald light flickers to life in the darkness, signaling the birth of a monster that no longer knows the meaning of mercy. This isn't just a lizard anymore. It's a nightmare of fangs and hunger, sporting a jaw designed to swallow the world whole. From his back, multiple serpentine heads erupt like a hydra, each one hissing with a primal thirst for the blood of his enemies. Ananta stands tall in his new, terrifying form, leaving his foes frozen in place as the second round of this slaughter officially begins. Gahan watches the scene in absolute disbelief, finally realizing they aren't just fighting a dragon, but the literal manifestation of predation. Nuungri watches the transformation with a twisted sense of wonder, genuinely impressed by the raw power radiating from the boy. Gahan can't help but let a dark smirk crawl across his face, questioning if Ananta actually managed to devour and steal the strength of a god. The pleasantries end instantly as Nuungri tucks his limbs in, curling into a massive, armored sphere of reinforced scales. He launches himself forward like a runaway boulder, utilizing his bogey wheel technique to turn his entire body into a spinning engine of destruction. Ananta doesn't even flinch in his new Hydra form, his multiple heads hissing in unison as he prepares to meet the impact head-on. One of the massive serpent heads lunges forward with a deafening roar, its emerald-lit maw opening wide to catch the incoming projectile. The collision sends a violent shockwave through the crater, draconic teeth grinding against the spinning armor in a shower of sparks. Amidst the chaos, Ananta's other heads lash out with surgical precision, coiling around Gahan and the beastkin warrior to pull them out of harm's way. Realizing they are now nothing more than a distraction, Gahan urgently orders his ally to gather the survivors and retreat before the real slaughter begins. Left alone on the shattered earth, the monster that was once Ananta turns his full, predatory gaze back toward his spinning foe for the final showdown. Ananta catches the spinning armored beast with a single hand, stopping the momentum dead in its tracks. The dragon lets out a guttural roar, his emerald eyes burning with a hunger that makes the air itself tremble. Forced to abandon his rotation, Nuungri uncurls and skids back, his armored scales scraping against the jagged earth. The armored warrior tries to reclaim his dignity, arrogantly demanding that the monster before him bow down. But Ananta isn't interested in submission, his cold gaze making it clear that he answers to no one. He calls forth his multiple heads, the spectral serpents rising like a nightmare to surround his prey. Before the pangolin can even react, the draconic necks coil around his limbs like iron chains, crushing his mobility. Nuangri freezes in pure terror as he realizes he's lost track of the real threat standing right in front of him. Towering over his victim, Ananta offers a final, mocking piece of advice to never look away from a predator. While legends speak of a holy figure appointed by heaven, the monster currently on the field is anything but divine. Nuangri finds himself hopelessly constricted by the Hydra's necks, the cold pressure triggering a sudden, unwelcome sense of nostalgia. Ananta's heads loom closer, their emerald eyes glowing with a predatory hunger that makes the pangolin's blood run cold. Trapped in a literal death grip, the warrior's pupils shrink as he realizes he's finally met something he can't outrun. A blackened claw reaches out, wreathed in a sickly green energy that signals the end of this one-sided hunt. With a single, effortless swipe, the dragon tears through Nungris' supposedly impenetrable scales, like they were made of parchment. It is a humiliating downfall for a creature who once viewed these vast mountain valleys as his personal playground. In his younger days, Nungri was the one standing over the fallen, mocking the weak for their pathetic fragility. He spent years arrogantly demanding a worthy challenge, never imagining that his wish would eventually be granted by a nightmare. Now, as he stares into the abyss, the former hunter finally understands the true weight of being the prey. A heavy, armored boot crushes the dry earth as a new player finally steps onto the battlefield, in this massive wall of muscle scanning the horizon while mockingly asking if the local monster is ready for him. He introduces himself as Cayman, the second seed of Sephiroth and the literal incarnation of destruction. Though Nuangri recognizes the legendary power of the Great Wings, he still launches a desperate aerial assault. Cayman barely registers the threat, calling the beast's efforts stupid as he winds up a devastating counterattack, unleashing the Taishan Fengquan, a strike backed by enough raw power to turn a mountain into dust. The impact is absolute, sending the armored pangolin hurtling into the cliffside like a broken toy. As Cayman scratches his head in confusion, suddenly worried he might have accidentally killed his prize. His eyes narrow when a low, guttural growl echoes from the wreckage, proving his prey is surprisingly resilient, and emerging from the settling dust, Nuangri stands his ground, his pride as a hunter keeping him on his feet. Nuangri lets out a jagged, mocking laugh, his pride refusing to buckle even under the weight of a literal god. He sneers at the incarnation of destruction, dismissing the massive warrior as nothing more than a small fish. Cayman's patience finally snaps as he looms over his prey, wondering if the beast simply hasn't had enough of a beating yet. Fast forward 3 days, and the very fabric of reality seems to splinter as a new, divine presence arrives on the scene. Looking down with cold, piercing eyes, the heavenly appointee sighs at the perceived laziness of those he was sent to find. Below him, the once mighty Cayman now lies as a pathetic, broken carcass, his pride and life extinguished in the dirt. Gahan stands before the fallen giant, marveling that the hooded stranger dismantled his confidant without taking a single scratch. He turns his gaze toward the figure atop the mountain, questioning if he is finally looking at the legendary Great Wings. A heavy silence hangs between them as they lock eyes, the air thick with the tension of two apex predators meeting. The appointee acknowledges the warrior's name, recognizing Gahan as a man who has been chosen by the heavens themselves. The beast's massive eye snaps open for one final, desperate look at the man who brought it to its knees. Gahan stands tall before the creature's gaping maw, completely unimpressed by the scale of his dying opponent. With a surge of concentrated power, he executes the Taishan Fengquan, shattering the monster's skull in a single, brutal explosion. He looks down at his blood-stained fist, reflecting on the fact that for the first time, he actually felt a challenge. Standing over the broken carcass, he feels a surge of pride, believing this victory is the very purpose the heavens gave him. A manic, arrogant grin spreads across his face as he claims his title as the absolute pinnacle, the incarnation of conquest. From the shadows above, the mysterious observer watches the display, admitting that he's grown quite fond of the warrior's ambition. The stranger steps into the light, revealing a face of cold, divine beauty while claiming to be the ultimate wall Gahan must overcome. He reveals his true identity as Gyuyo, the incarnation of wings and the only soul truly chosen by the heavens to lead. Instead of fear, Gahan meets the revelation with a predatory smile, knowing he has finally found the legend he was meant to face. The sheer pressure radiating from the newcomer makes the warrior realize he's no longer the apex predator in this clearing. Looking up at the winged figure, he understands that this isn't just another fight, it's a desperate struggle for survival. With the casual arrogance of a god, the stranger points a single finger and commands the very light to bend to his whim. Golden seals manifest in the air, weaving a complex web of divine authority that locks the beastly fighter in place. Beams of pure celestial energy erupt from the circles, cutting through the darkness and sealing the warrior's fate. The radiant shackles tighten around his armored hide, forcing his massive frame to yield under the weight of heaven's judgment. He snarls in pure agony and rage, his previous confidence evaporating as he realizes he can't even move a muscle. Hovering above the carnage, the winged man demands that he cast aside his pride and swear eternal fealty. He paints a picture of a glorious future under his rule, his eyes filled with a chilling, condescending pity for the fallen. Yet, despite the crushing weight of the light, the warrior refuses to break, insisting that a few scars aren't enough to claim victory. Gyuyo accepts the warrior's defiance with a cold, dismissive smile, ready to finally put him in his place. He extends a hand as his eyes glow with celestial power, promising to carve defeat into his opponent's soul. A blinding burst of divine authority erupts from the void, acting as a judge, jury, and executioner. The radiant energy slashes through the air with surgical precision, shredding defenses and drawing a spray of blood. Gahan howls in pure agony as the heavenly power bypasses his thick scales to sear his very spirit. Gyuyo holds a shard of the remaining energy, mockingly claiming these wounds are just lessons for a growing sapling. A massive pillar of light impales the beast, proving that some horizons are simply out of a mortal's reach. Meanwhile, Ananta's terrifying Hydra form looms over Noongri, who can only tremble as the true predator finally descends. With a cold, calculating gaze, the dragon realizes he had his opponent's every movement figured out from the start. Ananta watches with a smirk as the coward desperately shifts his weight to protect his already mangled left eye. Gahan feels the heavy weight of reality as his massive talons finally hit the dirt in a desperate retreat. He realizes with a surge of genuine panic that his legendary defense has finally found its absolute breaking point. Even Ananta pauses, his predatory instincts flaring at the sudden, violent shift in the battlefield's crushing atmosphere. Noongri remains eerily calm, his scarred eye a silent testament to the brutal world they all inhabit. Ashta and Rupa can only watch in total horror as the sheer scale of the power gap becomes undeniable. A violent vortex of energy begins to swallow the horizon, turning the sky into a chaotic graveyard of wind. Deep within the storm, the iron-blooded beast finds himself trembling, a sensation he hasn't felt in centuries of slaughter. The divine energy doesn't just cut his skin, it carves through his very soul, forcing a silent, agonizing scream. His iron-blooded body, once his greatest boast, is being reduced to nothing more than shredded meat and broken pride. As his scales are torn away like wet paper, the beast finally understands that his era of invincibility is over. Ananta stares down at his mutated limbs, finally acknowledging the terrifying potential of his own bloodline. What was once a source of shame has become his greatest weapon, a dark evolution meant for one purpose. He looms over the massive Gahan, already looking past this fight toward the divine enemy waiting in the clouds. His resolve hardens as he visualizes the peak he must climb, knowing he is the only one capable of challenging the world's pinnacle. In his mind, there is only room for one survivor at the top, and he has no intention of being the one who falls. He scoffs at the iron-blooded beast's efforts, casually dismissing the heavy damage he's taken as nothing more than a few itchy scratches. To Ananta, this legendary warrior is nothing but a glorified training dummy to sharpen his fangs for the real hunt ahead. His hydra heads snap forward with blinding speed, each one screaming a silent vow to bring his betrayer to his knees. The air turns toxic with killing intent as the predator finally stops playing around and goes straight for the throat. Gahan's pride shatters alongside his armor, realizing too late that he is trapped in the jaws of a true god-eater. The ground shatters under the weight of a collision that feels like two mountains grinding together. Ananta descends like a nightmare, his hydra form pinning the legendary beast's massive arm to the dirt. One of his heads bellows a roar of pure, predatory hunger, ready to tear into iron-like flesh. But Gahan isn't a legend for nothing, meeting the beast with a blinding flash of retaliatory force. A massive spike of bone and scale erupts upward, skewering Ananta through the chest in a spray of dark blood. Even as his body is pierced, the God-Eater's instinct takes over, manifesting claws of toxic green energy. He ignores the hole in his gut, lashing out with a frenzied storm of emerald strikes. The air screams as he carves into Gahan's supposedly invincible armor, desperate to find a weak point. Gahan remains unmoved, his iron-blooded defense absorbing the impact as he scoffs at the futile struggle. Refusing to back down, Ananta lunges again, his eyes burning with a madness that knows no pain. The iron spike bites deep, pinning Ananta's hydra form as the reality of Gahan's overwhelming power sets in. For a split second, he's forced to admit that even this evolution might not be enough to crack that legendary shell. But the God-Eater's pride won't let him die here, and he begins funneling every drop of his essence into a final, volatile surge. Gahan remains unimpressed, looking down at the flickering light of a dying beast with cold, predatory indifference. He moves in to finish the job, fully confident that his iron-blooded hide can withstand whatever desperate tantrum comes next. Suddenly, the atmosphere fractures as the green energy compresses into a jagged pillar of pure, unadulterated destruction. Gahan's arrogance instantly vanishes, replaced by a spike of pure terror as he realizes he's horribly miscalculated. A catastrophic beam of draconic energy detonates, a blinding flash that threatens to vaporize everything in its path. The force of the impact carves through the earth like a hot knife, leaving a jagged scar of toxic power behind. As a thick cloud of smoke settles over the crater, the silence left behind is even more deafening than the explosion. The smoke clears to reveal the legendary feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, a divine manifestation of Ananta's transcendent evolution. But Gahan isn't finished yet, dragging his battered, iron-blooded frame out of the wreckage with a defiant snarl. Even with his near-invincible armor spider-webbed with cracks, the beast refuses to acknowledge his own mortality. He reminds the God Eater that they are both apex predators, born to conquer and crush the strong underfoot. Gahan shifts his weight, coiling into a defensive sphere of jagged scales to prepare for another brutal exchange. Hess spent a lifetime absorbing the techniques of his fallen enemies, molding himself into the ultimate, ever-changing killing machine. Ananta watches from above, his new form radiating a divine pressure that makes the very air feel heavy. Through a single glowing emerald eye, he sees Gahan not as a rival, but as prey that has overstayed its welcome. They are two sides of the same violent coin, kindred spirits destined to tear each other apart until only one remains. With a final surge of killing intent, the feathered god and the iron beast collide in a catastrophic clash of pure ego. Gahan bellows a final, desperate vow to tear his way to the heavens by stepping over the God Eater's broken corpse, and the resulting impact sends a violent shockwave through the valley, nearly knocking the retreating survivors off their feet. Lupa casts one last worried glance at the carnage, her heart sinking as Nuangri barks for the group to keep moving, while Ashta stands as a lone sentinel, watching the last of the refugees disappear until her duty to the weak is finally complete. Her gaze turns cold and focused, knowing that with the civilians gone, the real bloodbath can finally begin in earnest. But far from the front lines, Rupa stands in a trance-like state, with her staff humming with an ancient, heavy light. She can feel a sharp, rhythmic resonance deep in her soul, a pull that connects her directly to a forbidden relic, known as the branch of the alicorn, a divine fragment that vibrates with a frequency only a chosen few can endure. She knows the legends are true. This power doesn't just evolve its host, it consumes those too weak to control it. And despite its unstable, imperfect form, the branch still holds enough raw energy to rewrite the fate of their world. Rupa closes her eyes and focuses every fiber of her being on drawing out the relic's hidden strength. Her gaze ignites with a piercing blue light as she vows to forge a spear that no shield can stop. The gnarled staff begins to hum, its ancient wood finally yielding to the girl's desperate, burning resolve. A celestial silhouette manifests from the mana, the spirit of the alicorn finally acknowledging its new host. The resulting eruption of power is so violent that even a seasoned warrior like Ashta is left reeling. Shedding its humble wooden form, the branch crystallizes into a divine weapon of pure, shimmering energy. Stepping through the light as the avatar of Yggdrasil, Rupa finally finds the strength to protect her family. The massive pillar of light in the distance is so blinding that even Gahan momentarily forgets his own life or death struggle. Ananta immediately punishes the lapse in concentration, coiling his massive hydra necks around the distracted beast with a sneer. He tightens his crushing grip, mockingly asking the iron-blooded warrior if this pathetic distraction is all he has left. Ananta sneers through his monstrous hydra muzzles, mocking the idea that merely shredding his physical form could ever hope to kill him. He isn't the only one ready to end this, as Rupa lunges forward with her divine spear humming with holy intent. She lets loose a volley of energy, the shimmering projectiles carving through the air as they converge on their target. Ananta maintains his suffocating hold on the iron-blooded beast, ensuring Gahan has absolutely nowhere left to run. The combined assault culminates in a blinding explosion of light that finally pierces straight through Gahan's supposedly invincible hide. Despite the successful strike, Rupa freezes in terror as she realizes the energy she just unleashed has triggered something far worse. Gahan collapses to his knees, his iron-plated body leaking blood as he admits his final trump card was a total failure. The beast sighs with a touch of grim respect, regretting that he finally met a worthy opponent just as his life is ending. His body begins to dissolve into a foul purple haze, his very essence being swallowed by an encroaching, unnatural darkness. Within that gloom, a terrifying new silhouette emerges, its single glowing eye signaling that the real nightmare is only just beginning. Ananta lets out a bone-chilling roar, his draconic fury echoing across the devastated landscape as he prepares to end this. The massive hydra lunges forward with predatory speed, closing the distance to deliver a final, crushing blow to his rival. Gahan tries to brace himself, but the sheer weight of the God Eater's power is simply more than his iron hide can handle. A radiant spike of energy pierces through the beast's defenses, finally shattering the myth of his absolute invincibility. In the center of the clash, a terrifying void begins to expand, threatening to swallow everything in its path. The ultimate technique manifests as a literal black hole, representing a localized collapse of reality itself. A pillar of divine light descends into the darkness, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that completely reshapes the Earth. As the dust finally settles, nothing remains of the once grand battlefield but a massive, smoking crater. At the center of the ruin lies Gahan in his humanoid form, his iron-blooded armor gone and his body broken beyond repair. Looking up at the sky with his one remaining eye, the fallen warrior finally accepts the bitter reality of his loss. Standing amidst the settling ash, the God-Eater looms over the wreckage of a battle that redefined the landscape. Even with his skin charred and his energy spent, the victor remains the only thing left upright in this crater. From the dirt, Gahan lets out a raspy, delirious laugh that feels entirely out of place for a dying man. Ananta stares down at his broken foe, genuinely unable to understand how failure could possibly be this amusing. To the fallen warrior, however, the simple metrics of victory and defeat have long since lost their meaning. He sees the boy as more than a fighter. He is a spark destined to become an all-consuming wildfire, a flame so potent that it will eventually rise to swallow the very gods who look down from above. Gahan's grin turns predatory as he realizes that by being devoured, he becomes the fuel for that coming apocalypse. He offers his very soul as a final meal, daring the monster before him to feast with pride. But the protagonist isn't moved by the grand speech, looking down at the dying beast with cold, unimpressed eyes. Gahan bids a final, spiteful farewell, promising to reunite with his killer in the depths of hell. As his broken body dissolves into the void, he acknowledges his slayer as the true incarnation of vengeance. Silence finally returns to the desolate valley, leaving only one survivor amidst the ruins of the battlefield. Ananta slumps onto a jagged rock, the crushing weight of his recent evolution finally catching up to him. Every muscle in his body screams in protest as he admits just how exhausted he truly feels. But peace is a luxury he can't afford, especially when the massive shadow of the black dragon looms over him. The ancient beast mocks his struggle, calling him a foolish mortal who barely managed to scrape together some power. It looms closer, reminding the boy of the dark contract that binds their fates together until the very end. Ananta isn't intimidated, viewing the dragon's curse as nothing more than a necessary tool for his ultimate revenge. With Gyuyo's death as his only goal, he's long since accepted that his own life is a small price to pay. The black dragon's voice drips with condescension, mocking the silent resentment that Ananta continues to harbor. It vows to wait patiently for the inevitable moment when the boy finally succumbs to his predicted destruction. Hours later, Ananta finally stirs from his deep, exhaustion-induced slumber, his golden eyes scanning his unfamiliar surroundings. He drags his aching frame into a sitting position, his mind racing to piece together the aftermath of the duel. A flicker of movement at the edge of his vision triggers a sharp, instinctive reaction from the weary warrior. He calls out to the retreating figure, demanding to know the identity of the person who was just watching him. A strange, soothing warmth spreads through his core, leaving him puzzled by the sudden lack of agonizing pain. Drawn by the flickering glow outside, he peers through the tent opening to witness the somber reality of the camp. A field of swords driven into the earth serves as a silent monument to those who didn't survive the night. Ashta stands firm at the head of the survivors, ready to honor their sacrifice by lighting the funeral pyres. A survivor sets the funeral pyre ablaze, the flickering light reflecting the grim reality of their hollow victory. Ashta stands as a silent sentinel before the roaring flames, honoring the fallen amidst a forest of cold steel. Lupa can't hold back her tears of frustration, while Noongri stares ahead, his stoic mask hiding a deep-seated weariness. Rupa watches the ceremony with a heavy heart, fully aware that the cost of their survival was paid in blood. Finally, finding the strength to move, Ananta emerges from the recovery tent into the cool, starlit night air. He tenses up as a familiar voice calls his name, his sharp gaze searching for the source of the interruption. Rupa approaches him with a soft relief, though Ananta's only concern is how much time he's wasted in slumber. She reveals that half a day has passed since the enemy's defeat, and the survivors are now mourning their dead. Looking toward his sister, Rupa somberly notes that less than half of their warriors survived the brutal encounter. It's a bitter pill to swallow, knowing that without Ananta's intervention in these sacrifices, they would have all perished. Rupa's concern shifts from the fallen soldiers to something far more pressing and potentially more dangerous. She senses that the dark curse festering within Ananta has surged in power following his narrow victory. This evolution is a double-edged sword, granting him strength that even the most powerful incarnations would fear. Ananta isn't in the mood for a lecture, his attention immediately dropping to the small creature at his feet. Ruby stares back with wide eyes, sensing the heavy shift in her master's mood as the silence stretches. Despite the exhaustion weighing on his bones, Anantis' gaze remains sharp, filled with a cold and calculating intensity. He drops to one knee, signaling to his small companion that their brief moment of respite is officially over. There are matters between them that need addressing, secrets that can no longer remain buried in the shadows. Elsewhere, the heavy doors of a distant hall groan open as a formidable presence makes a grand entrance. With every sharp, rhythmic click of her heels, it's clear that a dangerous new player has joined the game. Levian stands at the head of the hall, her presence alone commanding the absolute silence of the room. As the first seed of the Sephiroth, the incarnation of the Abyss isn't one for pleasantries or patience. Even the powerful Beharon stands ready, sensing the gravity of this sudden, unscheduled gathering of the world's elite. He demands an explanation for the emergency summon, his stoic face betraying a flicker of genuine concern. Suddenly, the temperature in the room plummets as a jagged pillar of ice erupts from the floor. The fifth seed arrives with a frantic energy, her voice cracking as she delivers a report that stops hearts. Yurei can hardly believe the words herself, announcing that the seemingly invincible Gehan has finally met his end. The news sends a shockwave through the ranks, with the fourth seat recoiling in pure, unadulterated disbelief. Kisholga finds it insulting that a mere battle freak could cause such a headache for their lord. Gyuyo. With a manic grin and a flick of her blue tongue, the incarnation of madness vows to protect their master at any cost. A clawed hand scrapes against the stone as lightning dances between pale fingers, marking the arrival of the next powerhouse. Jiz, the third seat, an incarnation of lightning, crouches with a restless energy that mirrors the storm brewing in his soul. The ground trembles under a heavy fist as the council struggles to contain their volatile reactions to the news of Gahan's demise. Levian's cold command for silence cuts through the room, instantly suppressing the egos of the world's most dangerous monsters. She addresses them as brothers and sisters, her stoic gaze hiding the calculated fury of a leader preparing for a total war. While some harbor genuine grief, others, like the manic Kisholga, see this tragedy as nothing more than a thrilling new game. Levian's power flares into a terrifying crimson silhouette as she vows that this sorrow will be washed away in a tide of blood. A dark requiem is promised from the heights of their mountain fortress, one that will surely set the entire world ablaze. Miles away from the Sephiroth's brewing vengeance, the stillness of the night is finally broken by a worried call. Rupa approaches Lupa with a trembling voice, desperate to know if Ananta has truly survived the hell he just endured. Rupa softly suggests they give him some space to be alone with his small companion, and though Lupa wonders if he spoke at all, Rupa's downcast eyes provide the only answer. The feline warrior can only watch in silence, sensing the bottomless depth of a grief that sees him drift away into the cold, desert night, a silhouette burdened by the weight of the fallen. Kneeling before the white shroud, the heavy silence of the desert pulls him back into a painful memory, where even little Ruby senses the shift as the word sister leaves his lips like a haunting echo. The memory of a younger, trembling version of himself flashes back, clinging to a desperate hope that he would return one day with the heart of the traitor Gyuyo as a final offering. That same vengeful fire that burned in his eyes back then remains just as sharp today. As he steps forward into the darkness, the tiny dragon following the path of a man driven by a singular, bloody purpose. Ananta stands alone under the vast, indifferent desert sky, his silhouette a testament to the heavy burden he carries. Even little Ruby can feel the shift in the air as the hero revisits the day his world ended. He admits to himself that he spent years desperately trying to believe the slaughter of his village wasn't his fault, but a burning realization flickers in his eyes, directed at the one thing that kept him tethered to reality. Without that singular driving force, the sight of his sister's charred remains would have shattered his mind completely. Since that horrific day, he has transformed his heart into a cold vessel for pure, unadulterated hatred. Every human emotion was buried deep, leaving only a bone-deep thirst to see the traitor Gyuyo suffer. He looks up at the stars, acknowledging that without this path of vengeance, he would have been lost. It is the only thing that has allowed him to endure the crushing weight of his own existence. As the desert wind howls, a familiar presence approaches, reminding him that some bonds are too strong to break. Ananta finally breaks his silence, his voice heavy with the weight of 1,000 bitter regrets. He confesses his absolute loathing for every incarnation in this world, especially the traitor who ruined his life. The memories of his sister haunt him, leaving him wondering why he was the one left to crawl through the ashes. To him, there is no distinction between his enemies. They are all monsters hiding behind the same blood-stained masks. Every ounce of power he ever clawed for was fueled by a singular, desperate need to wipe their kind from the earth. But as he turns his gaze toward his constant companion, a chilling realization begins to take hold of his heart. Standing before him isn't just a loyal familiar, but the very thing he swore to destroy, an incarnation in the flesh. Ruby collapses under the weight of her secret, her tears flowing as she begs for a forgiveness she feels she doesn't deserve. She admits to masking her true nature for so long, simply because the thought of his hatred was more than she could bear. Now, in the hollow silence of the wasteland, the bond that held them together hangs by a single, fraying thread. The vast, indifferent cosmos watches in silence as the world below prepares for a fundamental shift. Ananta's eyes snap open, the cold reality of his survival hitting him like a physical blow. He blinks against the mental strain, struggling to process the flood of foreign energy drowning his senses. The power of the alicorn branch has taken root, weaving itself into the very fabric of his soul. It's a violent, agonizing fusion that forces him to scream as his mind becomes a chaotic battlefield. Within that darkness, a primal, monstrous instinct begins to howl, threatening to consume what's left of his humanity. Memories that aren't his own flicker through his mind, showing his sister Ashta alongside the brand's previous master. Ruby can only watch in terror, her tears falling as she realizes her secret has finally been laid bare. Ignoring the ache in his bones, Ananta forces himself to stand, his gaze fixed solely on his companion. He approaches the weeping girl, ready to deliver the words that will decide both of their fates forever. He reaches out, his rough thumb catching the tears of the girl who has stayed by his side through every nightmare. A soft smile breaks through his usual stoicism as he finally offers her the one thing she never expected, a place in his family. The confession leaves her breathless, her heart racing as the crushing fear of rejection finally begins to dissolve. She collapses against him in a desperate embrace, her sobs echoing the relief of a soul that has finally been found. As they hold each other, the power of the alicorn branch surges, pulling his consciousness into a sea of ancient, vivid memories. He glimpses the life of the branch's former master, a man whose grace hid a lifetime of regret and lost love. Then there's the memory of Gahan, a warrior whose only remaining spark was a scorched earth desire for absolute retribution. Looking back at their clash, he sees the terrifying reflection of his own path in the eyes of his fallen enemy. They were both just hollowed-out beasts, using the carnage of the battlefield to mask the emptiness left by their tragedies. Noticing the heavy silence, she pulls back slightly, her eyes searching his as she asks if he's feeling the weight of it all. Ananta feels a gentle hand against his face, a silent anchor pulling him back from the edge of his own exhaustion. Ruby looks up with a tearful, radiant smile, reminding him that he isn't alone because she is his family now. He closes his eyes, finally letting the crushing weight of the battle and his losses settle into a quiet, heavy resolve. Taking her hand, he tells her to wait for the day his sister is finally avenged, and his heart can rest. They stand as two small silhouettes beneath a vast sea of stars, bound by a promise made in the ashes of victory. He envisions a future where they can visit his sister's grave together, unaware of the reality waiting just over the horizon. Behind them, the scarred earth remains a silent graveyard, a grim testament to the price they paid for this fleeting peace. Elsewhere, Ashta's sharp gaze snaps toward an approaching presence, her warrior instincts immediately sensing that the quiet won't last. Two rabbit-eared messengers from the Whitefoot clan arrive, their pristine attire looking almost insulting amidst the surrounding carnage. They report a desperate power struggle for the top seat, forcing the queen to realize that a new war is already brewing. Rupa and Lupa can hardly believe their eyes as the Whitefoot clan suddenly appears, demanding to see Ananta. Ashta isn't in the mood for uninvited guests, calling their intrusion a profanity while her warrior's funeral is still ongoing. But the atmosphere shifts instantly when the messengers mention the Leviton stronghold, a name that clearly carries heavy weight. The Guardian explains that her unique spatial movement ability is finicky, only allowing travel to the safest possible locations. Using a specialized golden artifact, she monitors the safety of their destination in real time to ensure a secure jump. The messenger playfully mocks her sister's timid nature, claiming her power is just as cowardly as her personality. Losing her patience, Ashta demands to know why the stronghold, a supposed sanctuary, is suddenly being flagged as a danger zone. The messenger's tone turns chilling as she explains that her power only cares about one thing, the absolute survival of the user. To a defenseless rabbit, even the slightest shadow of a predator means the destination has already become a death trap. And as Kjolga's shadow looms over the horizon, it becomes clear that the secret fortress has already fallen to madness. Kisholga and Yurei watch from the rain-slicked cliffs as the stronghold finally buckles under the weight of the invasion. To understand how the world reached this breaking point, we have to look back to the beginning of everything. It started with a singular, violent shockwave that tore through the void and expanded the very horizon of existence. Out of that primordial chaos, 6 absolute beings were born to act as the pillars of the new universe. The god of divinity emerged first, a radiant entity of pure light meant to govern the flow of life. In the shadows of that light rose the god of demonic nature, the dark architect of every curse and death. The god of magic followed, weaving the fundamental laws of reality into the miracles that fuel the world's power. Maintaining the balance was the god of witchcraft, a massive titan of earth and vine presiding over natural harmony. Then came the god of warriors, a being forged in the heat of every struggle and every bloody war. Finally, the god of machinery appeared, a cold, mechanical force holding the power of both creation and total destruction. These 6 absolute gods stood as the primordial architects of all that would ever come to pass. Eventually, their combined divine will coalesced into the creation of the vibrant blue planet we call home. Within the safety of a quiet room, a wise godmother recounts how they populated this world with life. The village children listen with wide-eyed wonder as she explains the need for prophets to guide humanity's growth. She details how 5 sacred spirit creatures were chosen to house the gods' immense, secret treasures of power. One curious boy interrupts the tale, certain that there were actually 6 of these original incarnations in the legends. The godmother acknowledges his sharp mind, noting that while most gods chose ancient beasts like the black dragon, the cold, calculating god of machinery took a far more synthetic approach to creating his own representative. He forged a flawless mechanical being modeled after humanity itself, birthing the first incarnation of machinery. These 6 legends then scattered across the lands, beginning a long, complex era of coexistence with all of mankind. But as we all know, peace is usually just a countdown to the next disaster, and this time it was the incarnation of Wings who broke the world. This monster didn't just steal the gods' treasures. He wiped out the original incarnations and left nothing but a graveyard in his wake. To stop the slaughter, the legendary Queen Lagertha rallied her forces, leading the Leviathan army into a desperate war for survival. Back in the village, little Raclette can't help but worry, wondering if even a queen can survive an expedition against such a nightmare. Just as the mood turns grim, a massive shadow looms over the children, signaling the arrival of someone who actually knows what war looks like. It's Bernhard, a mountain of a man and a seasoned elite who carries the scars of 100 battles on his skin. He laughs off the kids' fears, reminding them that the queen doesn't just lead soldiers, she leads the absolute best of the best. Patting Raclette's head, he reassures her that Lagertha is a master of turning the tides and will definitely make it back in one piece. Bernhard apologizes to the godmother for interrupting her lesson, though she's clearly grateful to have a real hero settle the children's nerves. The kids quickly bounce back, realizing that if their friend Raclette is also an incarnation, she might just grow up to be as terrifyingly strong as Bernhard himself. Bernhard admits that while Raclette is still just a kid, her potential is terrifying enough to one day leave even him in the dust. The news sends the other children into a frenzy, with one little girl already imagining herself as a legendary warrior of reversals. Still, Raclette is genuinely confused, wondering how someone as small as her could ever end up with such a heavy, divine title. The godmother steps in to explain the biology of power, noting that these divine gifts are often bloodline legacies passed from parent to child. She gently points out that Raclette's mouse-like abilities didn't just appear out of nowhere. They were a direct inheritance from her incarnation parents. Hearing this, a mischievous light flickers in the eyes of one of the boys as he starts doing some very questionable mental math. He looks up at the massive Bernhard, figuring that if he could just get adopted by the big guy, he'd be a powerhouse in no time. Bernhard can only stare back in stunned silence, clearly not prepared for a random child to try and join his family tree for the stat boosts. Not to be outdone, the little girl decides she'd rather be Rupa's child, mostly because she thinks the silver-haired warrior is just that cool. Faced with the chaotic logic of children, even a hardened elite like Bernhard finds himself completely speechless and ready to beat a hasty retreat. Rain lashes against the cold stone of the fortress, but the real storm is brewing just beyond the tree line. A lone sentry squinting into the dark feels a sudden, icy chill that has nothing to do with the weather. His heart skips a beat as he realizes the shadows are moving, and they definitely aren't bringing a peace offering. The heavy toll of the warning bell shatters the night, signaling a nightmare that the survivors hoped was over. Inside the village, the godmother's grim expression tells the children everything they need to know about the coming slaughter. Bernhard snaps into action, his peaceful retirement plans evaporating the moment he hears the unmistakable call to arms. Massive, jagged shards of ice erupt from the earth, tearing through the mud with a deafening crystalline roar. A path of frozen carnage carves its way toward the gates, leaving the panicked defenders with nowhere left to run. The fortress entrance looms in the distance, looking pathetically fragile against the sheer scale of the approaching magic. Yor just smiles with predatory glee, finding the desperate defense quite adorable as she prepares to flatten the entire stronghold. A massive foot slams into the dirt with the weight of a falling mountain, announcing the arrival of the Sephiroth's 10th seat. Mansi, the incarnation of formidable strength, looms over the battlefield as a prehistoric nightmare that's clearly been itching for a slaughter. Within the fortress, the sound of frantic boots hitting the stone stairs signals a desperate, Last-minute scramble for the battlements. Bernhard arrives to a chorus of panicked reports, his soldiers' eyes wide with the realization that they are hopelessly outmatched. He stares out at the horizon with a sinking heart, cursing the fact that this nightmare is unfolding while the queen is away. But the invaders aren't interested in a long siege, and Yurei is already channeling a lethal surge of mana into her glacial club. She brings the hammer down with a predatory smirk, unleashing the snowstorm to bury the world in a tomb of white. A cataclysmic wave of jagged ice erupts from the impact, tearing across the landscape like a frozen tsunami of pure destruction. The fortress entrance stands pathetically small as the crystalline tide looms over the walls, ready to crush the defenders where they stand. With the path cleared, the mammoth lets out a blood-curdling roar, eager to trample whatever remains of the resistance into the frozen mud. Mansi isn't just charging. He's a living mountain of fur and tusks gathering lethal momentum for the final blow. He thunders down the frozen path his ally cleared, turning the battlefield into a personal runway of absolute destruction. Inside the walls, the soldiers can only watch in sheer horror as the stone floor vibrates with every rhythmic footstep. Bernhard screams for his men to brace themselves, though he knows stone and steel are useless against such primal fury. The impact isn't a simple ram, but a massive, whip-like strike from the beast's tail that rattles the fortress foundations. Under the impossible pressure, the reinforced gates begin to spiderweb and groan as their structural integrity completely vanishes. Then, with a deafening roar of splintering wood and twisted metal, the entrance finally gives way to the overwhelming force. The mammoth skids into the courtyard like a runaway freight train, his massive bulk carving a path through the debris. Even Ur looks on in stunned silence, perhaps realizing she's unleashed a level of violence that even she finds unsettling. As the dust settles, a terrifying silhouette looms in the breach, signaling the official beginning of the end for the fortress. The heavy thud of a massive club signals the arrival of Leviathan's second army commander. Tarkin, the incarnation of breakthroughs, emerges from the smoke like an immovable mountain of muscle and steel. He stands silent and resolute, his gaze alone enough to make the bravest soldiers reconsider their life choices. A jagged wall of ice suddenly surges forth, physically dividing the battlefield and halting the enemy's advance. Ur watches the spectacle with a wicked grin, finding the desperate struggle of her enemies absolutely hilarious. Deep within the ranks, the mammoth Mansi is mocked for his cowardice after failing to breach the line. Yurei continues to twist the knife, mockingly offering to step in since the vanguard seems so incompetent. The insult hits home as Mansi slams his armored foot down, sending a shockwave through the frozen ground. Desperate to reclaim his honor, the beastly warrior swears that he will fight harder than ever before. He points toward Tarkin, convinced that only some forbidden, special power could have possibly halted his unstoppable momentum. Mansi throws everything into a final charge, activating his mass multiplication to flatten the defender into minced meat. But the commander remains completely unmoved, flatly rejecting the beast's desperate attempt at a comeback with chilling indifference. Before the mammoth can even register the movement, a colossal impact sends his massive frame reeling backward. The beastly warrior crashes into the frozen earth, his pride shattering alongside the ice he failed to break. He stares up in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how a mere human could possess such overwhelming physical force. The reality is far more humbling, as the stoic warrior doesn't rely on any forbidden techniques or magical buffs. He simply raises his heavy mace, preparing to show the invaders the difference between a gimmick and a true warrior. Mansi can only watch in paralyzed terror as the realization of his own inferiority finally sinks deep into his gut. With one earth-shattering blow, the commander proves that pure, unadulterated fighting spirit can trump any supernatural power. Even the mocking cryomancer is left speechless, realizing she is witnessing a man truly favored by the god of warriors. Tarkin stands as the undisputed peak of Leviathan's military power, a living fortress that refuses to budge. A tribal warrior descends with predatory grace, his presence shifting the entire battlefield's gravity. He greets the commander with grim respect, glad the strongest among them has finally arrived. Standing over the broken mammoth, the warriors agree to ignore the weaklings and target the source. The warrior grips his sacred relic, a weapon pulsing with the ancient power of the northern veins. As the incarnation of extreme cold, he finally prepares to fulfill his long-awaited destiny. The young cryomancer wears a dark smile, relishing the thought of the coming carnage. This land was once a monument to tranquility, where only the biting wind dared to scream, a legendary paradise where humans and incarnations lived in a harmony the world had long forgotten. But that peace shattered the moment a lone stranger arrived, bringing a storm no one could survive. This peace was guarded by Bernhard, a man whose legendary reputation was carved into the continent's history through blood. As the incarnation of bravery, he was a walking war machine that most commoners were rightfully terrified to approach. He expected to live out his days in violent solitude until a gentle soul finally took pity on him. Tosca, the incarnation of Snow White, didn't see a killer. She saw a man who desperately needed a home. For a warrior who only understood the language of steel, her soft invitation felt like a confusing, beautiful miracle. He found himself reaching out, wondering if a life beyond the battlefield was actually possible for someone like him. Their connection was instant and undeniable, a rare spark of love blooming in the frozen heart of the North. They eventually married with the village's blessing, and it wasn't long before they prepared to welcome their firstborn child. However, the couple's dreams of a happy family were shattered the moment they looked into their child's cradle. Instead of a healthy infant, they were met by a shadowy, monstrous creature that radiated a terrifying, dark energy. Bernhard and Tosca were consumed by a soul-crushing grief, terrified that their child would be hunted as a monster. Just as they reached the peak of their despair, a self-proclaimed savior emerged from the freezing winds. The incarnation of Great Wings appeared before them, wearing a smile that promised a miracle for their cursed infant. Looking back at that moment now, Bernhard realizes just how foolish he was to let hope cloud his judgment. He was completely deceived by the promise of a normal life for his child, never considering the horrific price. Decades have passed since that day, and the living proof of his mistake finally steps out of the shadows. Yurei greets him with a chillingly bright smile, her eyes sparkling with a twisted sense of familiarity. Bernhard can only stand in grim silence, forced to face the daughter he traded his soul to protect. She finds the irony of their reunion hilarious, mockingly suggesting she should address him as her father. The girl takes her cruelty a step further, patting her polar bear pelt and joking that the dead leather is her mother. A jagged blade of ice slices through the air, signaling the start of a cold-blooded execution. Bernhard leaps forward, his massive halberd raised high as he attempts to crush the monster he once called his daughter. Ur barely flinches, watching the desperate strike with a look of pure, unadulterated boredom. For a split second, the face of his beloved Tosca flashes before his eyes, fueling his grief-stricken rage. He roars in fury, demanding she never speak his wife's name with that filthy, demonic tongue. The incarnation of bravery pours every ounce of his strength into a swing that should have leveled a mountain. Yet Yurei remains unimpressed, wondering if this pathetic display is truly the best a legendary hero can offer. Steel meets enchanted ice in a bone-shattering clash that sends shockwaves rippling through the frozen wasteland. To Bernhard's horror, the unnatural frost begins to crawl up his weapon, sealing his movements in a crystalline prison. With a flick of her wrist, Urei unleashes a localized blizzard, a sharp wind that tears through his defenses and his spirit. Bernhard is pushed back by the freezing gale, his body straining against the sheer force of the blizzard. Yurei mocks him with a twisted smile, claiming her current strength is a gift from the very parents who feared her. Tarkin watches the exchange in silence, his sharp eyes weighing the heavy toll this battle is taking on his ally. He offers a rare word of encouragement, telling the old warrior to keep his focus while he handles the heavy lifting. Bernhard stands his ground, bloodied and bruised, swearing that he won't let his spirit break until the very end. Yura admits that while a good fight is entertaining, she doesn't have all day to play with her food. She reminds them that the mission comes first, and Tarkin catches a glimpse of a dark presence looming nearby. Deep within the fortress, the cold stone halls echo with an eerie, suffocating silence that suggests the worst. The floor is stained red, littered with the remains of those who couldn't escape the invaders moving through the dark. Desperate cries for help ring out as the few survivors realize there is nowhere left to hide from the coming slaughter. The slaughter begins in earnest as the invaders tear through the defenders like they're made of wet paper. Leading this nightmare is Mantia, the ninth seed of the Sephiroth, who finds the symphony of screams absolutely hilarious. A lone priest falls to his knees in the middle of the carnage, begging for a divine intervention that clearly isn't coming. His desperate plea is silenced instantly, as a jagged limb pierces his chest, pinning him to the cold stone floor. Watching the light fade from his eyes is Arakra, the incarnation of silence, perched atop her massive, predatory spider. Nearby, a crazed incarnation inhales the metallic tang of the air, savoring the sweet, pomegranate-like scent of fresh blood. He begins his gruesome feast without a shred of hesitation, claiming he could never get tired of such a delicious harvest. Even Kisholga, the fourth seed of madness, joins the fray, her centipede body skittering over the growing mountain of corpses. Realizing the front lines have completely collapsed, a frantic guard urges the terrified civilians to move even faster. They bottleneck across the high bridge, racing toward the deepest shelter of the fortress as the shadows loom closer. The terrified civilians huddle together, following their guide with the desperate hope that the inner shelter will finally offer them safety. But that fragile sense of security vanishes the moment a young girl looks up, noticing the stone ceiling beginning to weep blood. With a violent tremor, Kishelga's massive centipede form crashes through the roof, turning the supposed sanctuary into a literal death trap. Mantia and Arakra descend right alongside her, their predatory eyes scanning the crowd like wolves who have finally cornered their prey. The three Sephiroth seats loom over the survivors, relishing the sheer, suffocating terror radiating from the bottlenecked group of innocents. Kisholga's monstrous silhouette fills the entire chamber, a living nightmare that ensures there is absolutely no path for escape. Reverting to her humanoid form, the incarnation of madness cackles with glee, completely intoxicated by the scent of the impending massacre. Miles away, Yer wears a sickeningly satisfied grin as she prepares to drop the final curtain on her father's desperate resistance. Bernhard's heart sinks as he stares at his daughter, the horrifying realization finally dawning on him that this entire invasion was just a distraction. With a chilling laugh, Yer confirms his worst fears, slamming an ice spike down to signal that the real slaughter has only just begun. The Ice Warrior stands as a frozen sentinel, his very presence causing the surrounding air to crystallize into a lethal chill. Tarkin narrows his eyes, sensing that the warm-up is officially over, and a much more dangerous predator has finally emerged. They are now entombed within the Crystal Palace, a legendary ice barrier designed to turn this sacred ground into a permanent tomb. Never one to wait for an invitation, Tarkin puts his breakthrough strength to the test, swinging his spiked club with violent intent. The impact is absolute, yet the reinforced ice barely ripples, absorbing the commander's massive power as if it were a mere breeze. Tarkin clicks his tongue in annoyance, finally realizing that brute force alone won't be enough to shatter this supernatural cage. The Guardian mocks their desperation, explaining that the Crystal Palace is the ultimate barrier technique and there is no escape. Standing firm, he reminds the invaders that they are desecrating a land that honors the memory of the fallen Lord Gahan. He tightens his grip on a shard of pure frost, swearing that not a single soul will leave this frozen sanctuary alive. But for Bernhard, the physical threat fades into the background as the haunting memory of Tosca suddenly paralyzes his heart. The Guardian stands as a mountain of fur and frost, declaring that this slaughter is merely the karma they deserve. With a primal roar that echoes through the halls, he charges forward to enact his frozen justice. The impact is a deafening crack of power, turning the air into a chaotic blur of speed and violence. Refusing to be intimidated, Tarkin leaps into the air, bringing his massive spiked club down with world-ending intent. The two titans collide in a spray of ice shards, neither side willing to yield an inch of ground. Yet, as their weapons lock, the Guardian notices a flicker of hesitation, mocking Tarkin for his sudden display of nerves. Tarkin's hands tremble under the weight of the exchange, his body beginning to buckle against the Guardian's overwhelming pressure. The beast leans in closer, taunting the commander for his desperate need to end this fight as quickly as possible. He forces Tarkin back step by step, making it clear that his breakthrough strength has finally met its match. To finish the humiliation, he reveals his true depth, wielding the combined power of two incarnations and his sacred branch. The Ice Warrior sneers with predatory delight, questioning if Tarkin truly has the strength to endure a Guardian's weight. He continues his psychological assault, mocking the commander by claiming he won't be able to protect a single soul. Tarkin's jaw tightens as the pressure mounts, but beneath the struggle, a far more dangerous resolve begins to boil. A massive, dark silhouette erupts behind him, the raw essence of a breakthrough manifesting as a terrifying primal force. The Guardian's smug grin instantly evaporates, replaced by a cold spike of realization that the tables have finally turned. Panicked, the beast lunges forward with a desperate swing of his ice blade to end the fight immediately. He finds only empty air, his mind racing to comprehend how his target could have vanished so completely. The Guardian recoils in shame at his own sudden fear, as a massive brown bear spirit roars with fury. This manifestation of bravery connects with a bone-shattering strike, catching the Guardian right in his arrogant face. The once dominant warrior is sent skidding across the ice, his pride shattered by a strength he simply cannot overcome. Bernhard's spectral eye glows with a primal, ancient hunger for justice that hasn't faded even in death. Tarkin launches himself into the air, the legendary bear spirit mirroring his every move as they descend upon the terrified Guardian, like a physical manifestation of doom. It is a sight that would freeze the blood of any warrior, witnessing the combined, overwhelming might of Leviathan's first and second army commanders. Meanwhile, deep within the fortress, the Sephiroth's lower seats are finding the heavy stone doors much more stubborn than the defenders they just slaughtered. Mantia strikes the barrier with everything she has, her chitinous blade sparking uselessly against the cold, unyielding rock of the inner sanctum. The rhythmic clicking of wooden sandals echoes through the hall, as a far more terrifying presence drifts over the piles of fresh corpses. Kisholga doesn't bother hiding her disgust, openly mocking her comrades for being so pathetic they can't even handle a simple door. She gestures toward the distance, ordering them to deal with the approaching intruders before her dwindling patience completely evaporates. Her human mask shatters as her jaw unhinges into a nightmare of jagged teeth and a lashing blue tongue, proving why she holds the seat of madness. Faced with the raw, predatory aura of the fourth seat, even the other high-ranking incarnations can only bow their heads in silent, trembling obedience. The sound of cruel, high-pitched laughter echoes through the dark chamber, making the huddled survivors tremble in absolute terror. Kisholga drifts toward the final barrier, noting with sadistic glee that these pathetic humans are the very last ones remaining. Outside the doors, Mantia and Arakra continue their gruesome work, effortlessly turning the remaining guards into nothing more than memories. The fourth seat places a clawed hand against the cold stone, her mind already savoring the delicious screams waiting inside. With a sickening sizzle, her corrosive energy begins to melt through the solid rock as if it were mere parchment. She peers through the steaming gap, mockingly asking the survivors how much longer they truly believed a wall could save them. Behind the thin veil of a curtain, the youngest children can only stare in wide-eyed shock as their sanctuary finally crumbles. Her spiral eye narrows with a predatory gleam, deciding to offer these desperate, broken people one final, twisted chance at survival. She points a long, sharp finger directly at the trembling little ones, demanding that the adults offer up those young hearts. The village elder freezes in pure horror, the weight of the monster's impossible demand shattering what little remained of her spirit. Kisholga purrs that sacrificing the little ones is a small price for everyone else's survival, and the adults actually hesitate, their desperate eyes darting between the monster and the children they're supposed to protect. Sensing the shift in the air, the kids cry out for the woman they consider their godmother, prompting the village elder to snap at her people, warning them not to let this demon's lies rot their souls. As a terrified girl clings to her skirts, praying for a miracle that isn't coming, the incarnation of madness finally loses her patient, mocking facade. She steps through the melted stone, sighing that these humans have become far too annoying to play with, and with a predatory reach, she decides that since they won't play along, the fun is officially over. She unleashes a tidal wave of corrosive purple energy to erase every living soul in the room, leaving the elder to throw herself forward as a final, desperate shield for the children. Instead of a horrific end, a massive, gooey wave of yellow substance crashes into the corrosive energy, neutralizing the strike. The young boys can hardly process the miracle unfolding before them as the lethal poison is suddenly held at bay. Standing as a tiny bulwark against the darkness is a small mousekin girl, her newly awakened power manifesting as a literal sea of cheese. The sight is so absurd that even the incarnation of madness can't help but crack a twisted, intrigued smile. Clutching a simple kitchen knife with trembling hands, the little girl stands her ground, her eyes wet with fear but burning with resolve. The monster peers through the gap in her own destruction, finding the tiny protector's desperate stand to be the ultimate entertainment. She mockingly questions if the brat really thinks a last-second awakening is enough to change the fate of this doomed village. The elder watches in stunned silence, her heart breaking as she realizes the weight now resting on such small, fragile shoulders. A chilling, manic laughter echoes through the chamber as the demon finds the girl's heroic posturing to be nothing short of a comedy. Her jaw unhinges into a terrifying, toothy abyss, ready to snap shut and crush the girl's pathetic hope into nothingness. Kisholga mocks the girl's resolve, claiming she also has someone she treasures more than anything in this world. A twisted memory flashes through her mind of the one person she deems truly noble and honorable. She admits her every waking thought is consumed by him, leaving no room for any other soul in her heart. The little mousekin can only stare in mute horror, her mind reeling at the sheer intensity of the demon's obsession. With a sickening grin and a flickering blue tongue, the centipede asks if the child recognizes this overwhelming emotion. Looming over her tiny prey, the incarnation of madness defines her own bloodlust and devotion as nothing but love. The weight of that malice is finally too much, sending the poor girl collapsing to the floor in violent tremors. Kisholga pauses, her expression shifting to one of mild disappointment at how quickly her new toy seems to be breaking. Overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure, the little mousekin covers her eyes and lets out a desperate, piercing wail. Disgusted by the display of weakness, the monster unhinges her jaw, lamenting the girl's lack of talent for entertainment. The village elder screams out for her precious girl, her voice cracking with a sudden, sharp desperation. But the monster isn't finished playing yet, lashing out with a lethal, whip-like tongue that cuts through the air. A sickening squelch echoes through the chamber as fresh blood sprays across the cold stone floor. The little mousekin can only gasp in silence, her heart stopping as she realizes the cost of her hesitation. Despite the literal hole in her chest, the elder forces a pained smile, asking only if the child is safe. It is a gruesome sight, the old woman standing as a human shield with a jagged stinger protruding from her spine. Pure horror finally sets in, the girl's mind fracturing as she watches her last protector wither away before her eyes. Kisholga mocks the scene as nothing more than a cheap, predictable tragedy, flinging the woman's broken body into the air. Before the elder can even hit the ground, a massive claw snatches her up to prolong the sadistic entertainment. With a cruel squeeze, corrosive energy begins to melt the woman's flesh, turning a noble sacrifice into a melting nightmare. A piercing scream rips through the air as the little mousekin finally breaks under the unbearable pressure of the massacre. Kisholga merely sneers at her prize, mocking the dying elder's final act of protection as a completely worthless sacrifice. But the atmosphere shifts instantly as the girl stands perfectly still, her shadow lengthening with a newfound, terrifying weight. Her knuckles turn white as she lets a silent, burning hatred for the monster before her take absolute control of her soul. Even the fourth seat pauses her mockery, sensing a sudden surge of power that shouldn't belong to a mere commoner. Kisholga's confusion turns to genuine dread as she wonders if the child has truly ascended into a vengeful spirit. Before she can strike, a blinding streak of golden energy erupts, cleaving through the darkness like a divine blade. The arrogant centipede can only stare in disbelief as her reinforced chitin is sliced open by the radiant force. Agony quickly replaces her smugness as her many limbs are severed, leaving her screaming in the dirt like common vermin. Mantia and Arakra can only watch in stunned silence, unable to believe their peer was just humbled by a mere child. Cheese commands the golden energy to consume her foe, her eyes burning with a divine, vengeful light. Kisholga can only scream in pure rage as the searing heat tears through her once impenetrable centipede shell. Refusing to be humiliated by a child, the fourth seat unleashes a desperate, massive wave of corrosive purple rot. The dark energy surges forward like a tidal wave, threatening to swallow the small girl's light whole. But the collision results in a violent eruption of power that shakes the very foundation of the fortress. Kisholga's face twists into a mask of unadulterated hatred as she vows to never forgive this insolent brat. Her comrades can only watch the chaos from the sidelines, genuinely concerned that their peer is losing control. Battered and missing limbs, the centipede monster curses everyone as useless, her pride as a Sephiroth completely shattered. Suddenly, a massive, heavy impact cuts her rant short, slamming into her side with the weight of a mountain. The fourth seat is sent tumbling across the stone floor like a broken toy, leaving her allies frozen in disbelief. The pink-haired demon stands frozen, her mind reeling as she struggles to process the sudden, overwhelming shift in power. Seizing the moment of chaos, Tarkin and his ally dive back into the fray with lethal, synchronized precision, forcing the insectoid girl to raise her chitinous limbs as her arrogance is replaced by the cold sting of desperation. Ananta fixes her with a gaze of pure loathing, his voice dripping with contempt for the abominable creatures standing before him, while even the masked queen makes her presence known, her cold gaze locking onto the battlefield as the stakes rise. High above the carnage, a dark, ominous hole is torn through the stone, marking a path away from the heat of the struggle, leading deep into the heart of a massive, tangled thicket, where a small pocket of safety finally reveals itself. In the quiet aftermath, a silver-haired guardian pulls the trembling Ruby into a tight, protective embrace, sensing the child's frantic heartbeat, and softly reassuring her that the terrifying ordeal is finally over, until Ruby looks up with wide, glowing eyes, finally believing she won't ever have to be afraid again. The silver-haired guardian pleads with the girl to reclaim her true self so she can finally return to the people who love her. A flicker of recognition sparks in the child's eyes, as the dark corruption begins to recede from her soul. The weight of the trauma finally breaks, and Ruby lets out a gut-wrenching cry, releasing all the fear she's been holding back. Her friends rush forward, their voices filled with relief as they call out for Raclette, desperate to see her safe. Surrounded by her own kind, the girl finally finds a moment of peace, while her protector watches over them with a gentle smile. But that brief moment of warmth is cut short, as the guardian senses a shift in the air, her expression hardening instantly. She turns her back on the sanctuary, walking toward the carnage where the vanguard is still locked in a desperate struggle. Massive, gnarled roots surge upward, sealing the path behind her to ensure the children remain hidden from the coming storm. On the front lines, a monstrous centipede shrieks in frustration, finding the persistent resistance of the humans to be nothing more than a nuisance. Tarkin and his allies realize the base wasn't as empty as they thought, as even more twisted Sephiroth emerged to join the fray. The insectoid Sephiroth has completely snapped, her mind consumed by a bloodthirsty need to tear the invaders limb from limb. Undeterred by the screeching monster, the silver-haired guardian continues her steady march toward the center of the carnage. She surveys the field of fallen warriors, her heart hardening as she identifies the one truly responsible for this senseless slaughter. Facing the towering centipede, she remains unfazed by the creature's arrogant taunts and overwhelming physical presence. A dark, ancient energy begins to swirl around her, as she admits that the monster's cruelty has finally granted her a grim clarity. With her eyes glowing a piercing blue, she realizes she no longer needs to hesitate or restrain her true potential. She calls upon the primal power of Cernunnos, summoning the terrifying authority of the World Tree to end this nightmare. A single, devastating strike tears across the bridge, moving so fast the air itself seems to scream in protest. The Sephiroth is left reeling in shock as her chitinous armor is shredded, a sudden, paralyzing sense of déjà vu taking hold. It's a familiar terror that reaches back into the past, echoing the moment a young Ruby first learned what it meant to kill. The silver-haired guardian steps forward, her presence radiating a malice so thick and ancient it feels like a physical weight. Her eyes burn with a cold, blue fire, leaving the monster to wonder if this suffocating pressure is born of pure hatred. The centipede recoils in disgust, her arrogance crumbling into a desperate, foul-mouthed rage as she demands the woman stop staring. Even as her broken, insectoid body twitches, the Sephiroth desperately hopes that this overwhelming winter of power will eventually melt away. Driven by a volatile mix of fear and wounded pride, the monster lunges forward, screaming at the Guardian's silent, judging gaze. But the Guardian doesn't even flinch, standing perfectly still as a mere vessel for something far older and more terrifying. The monster freezes mid-strike, her primal instincts finally screaming that she has stepped into the path of a true predator. A colossal, skeletal spirit manifests behind the woman, who calmly reflects that in her lost past, she never even needed to kill. The centipede realizes this isn't just a trick of the mind. She recognizes this suffocating aura from the darkest depths of her memory. It is the unmistakable mark of a being at the absolute peak of the food chain, a power that demands total submission. The Guardian steps forward with a chilling politeness, her voice echoing as she asks for the monster's name. She explains with terrifying calm that she needs a name to remember the only life she will ever take. Before the centipede can even process the threat, a massive surge of power erupts, shaking the very foundation of the battlefield. Nearby, the enemy forces watch in sheer disbelief as their front line is systematically dismantled by a pair of absolute units. Tarkin leads the charge, acting as an immovable wall while swinging his massive club with the force of a falling mountain. Right on his heels is Bernhard, a whirlwind of fur and claws who ensures every opening results in a lethal, bone-crunching finish. Their opponent realizes with a sinking gut that engaging both of these predators simultaneously is nothing short of a death sentence. Refusing to go down without a fight, the beast focuses its mana, its limb warping into a jagged blade of pure, enchanted ice. It discards its pride to undergo a grotesque transformation, emerging as the multi-headed monstrosity known as the Icecap. With a roar that freezes the very air, it unleashes a jagged storm of sleet in a desperate attempt to reclaim the momentum. The impact of the ice storm hits like a physical weight, shattering the ground in a blinding flash of frost. Even a powerhouse like Tarkin finds himself momentarily staggered, the freezing mana biting deep into his thick hide. But Bernhard isn't about to let the momentum slip, lunging forward to bury a heavy fist into the monster's gut. He lets out a deafening roar, a primal declaration that he won't be intimidated by some overgrown popsicle. In a display of pure animalistic ferocity, he clamps his jaws onto the beast's arm, refusing to let go. The Icecap remains unfazed, mockingly lecturing the bear on the fundamental rules of engagement while they grapple. It sneers at the resistance, swinging its massive crystalline blade, while vowing to pick off the weaklings first. Its eyes flare with a murderous glow as it prepares to explain what real combat actually looks like. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Bernhard's grip only tightens, fueled by the simple, stubborn resolve to never back down. Annoyed by the bear's persistence, the Icecap prepares a final, crushing lesson to end this nuisance once and for all. The momentum shifts instantly as a freezing strike catches the vanguard right in the jaw, halting their desperate assault. Tarkin is left completely helpless, dangling by his neck as the monster's icy grip begins to crush the life out of him. Deep within the chaos, a dormant fury finally snaps, manifesting as a roar that shakes the very foundations of the earth. The Icecap barely notices the shift, continuing its arrogant lecture on why these mortals could never hope to bridge the gap. Bernhard grits his teeth against the overwhelming pressure, realizing they've finally pushed this monster to its absolute limit. That's when the sky ignites, as a concentrated beam of solar-level heat pierces through the freezing mist with terrifying precision. A massive detonation follows, vaporizing the ice and sending a shockwave that levels everything in its path. Crawling out from the smoking wreckage, Bernhard looks up in dazed silence, wondering what kind of power could cause such destruction. He finds his answer in the towering silhouette of Ananta, who looks down at the battlefield with nothing but cold, draconic contempt. Flanked by Little Ruby, the Dragon King makes his entrance known, mocking his comrades for struggling so much against such a pathetic enemy. The vanguard regroups on the cracked ice, stunned to see their strongest assets finally returning to the fray. But the reunion is cut short, as the very air begins to crystallize under a suffocating, sub-zero pressure. The enemy commander narrows his eyes, clearly annoyed that these pests are still finding the breath to chatter. With a roar that shakes the glaciers, he coats his massive frame in a jagged, impenetrable layer of frost armor. Bernhard stares in disbelief, feeling the sheer weight of the power radiating from the transformed beast. He frantically warns the Dragon King that the monster before them is a high-ranking seat of the Sephiroth. Yet Rupa remains completely unfazed, telling the panicked bear to just relax and enjoy the show. She knows the truth that the monster standing beside them is far more terrifying than any Iceborne general. The frozen titan just scoffs, mocking the idea of a single warrior trying to block his path to victory. He lunges forward to end the fight, foolishly believing he's still the apex predator on this battlefield. Ananta finally loses his patience, asking the frozen beast just how much longer he plans on barking. The Ice General's confidence shatters instantly as he realizes his ultimate form is being treated like a joke. With a single surge of draconic pressure, the supposedly impenetrable frost begins to splinter and give way. He stares in pure disbelief, unable to comprehend how his absolute zero defense is falling apart so easily. Watching from the sidelines, Rupa just smirks, knowing exactly what kind of monster her ally truly is. She remembers how this Dragon King already tore through the Sephiroth's second seat like he was nothing. The realization finally hits the frozen titan as he senses a level of power that shouldn't even exist. Standing tall amidst the wreckage, the incarnation of revenge prepares to show him the true meaning of terror. Desperate and cornered, the beast lets out one final, pathetic roar before attempting a futile last stand. But it's already over, as a blackened, draconic strike descends to finally silence the arrogant general's screams. Ananta's mountain-crushing power slams into the frost beast, shattering his pride along with his supposedly perfect defense. The impact is so violent that the entire frozen battlefield erupts into a chaotic storm of ice and raw mana. Left sitting in the ruins of his own failure, the once arrogant general can only stare blankly at his broken hands. But as one threat falls, a far more terrifying presence looms, a lord named Beharan who demands to be summoned. Tarkin and the others watch the horizon, feeling a sudden, chilling shift in the atmosphere that freezes their blood. Suddenly, the massive barrier of ice before them begins to spiderweb with deep, ominous cracks. With a deafening roar of splintering crystal, the wall finally gives way, revealing the monster within the mist. Bernhard's eyes widen in pure instinctual terror as he realizes they aren't just dealing with a normal dragon anymore. Emerging from the wreckage like a god of ruin, Ananta stands tall, his very presence suffocating everyone nearby. Yet, even as the Dragon King reigns supreme, the cold, calculating gaze of Beharan suggests this war is far from over. Beharan descends as the strongest spear, his many-eyed wings casting a divine yet suffocating shadow over the entire battlefield. Every movement he makes carries the weight of a death sentence, sharp and final as the point of a needle. Seeing the tide turn, the pink-haired Sephiroth breaks into a manic, high-pitched laugh that echoes through the ruins of the stronghold. Beneath her, a red-haired warrior grits her teeth in pure fury, her body pinned to the ground as her strength begins to fail. The masked queen watches the struggle from atop her nightmare of a spider, looking down at the fallen with the cold indifference of a god. But the true tragedy unfolds when the silver-haired guardian is run through from behind, a cold betrayal by the one called Owl. Even with blood on her lips and a blade in her chest, the guardian remains a wall of defiance, forcing the centipede to face her head-on. The insectoid's confidence begins to crumble into a frantic rage, her teeth grinding as she demands the guardian stop looking at her with such pity. Desperate to prove the gap in their power, she swells into her full, grotesque centipede form, radiating a toxic purple aura of pure spite. The bridge vanishes beneath a cataclysmic explosion of energy as the two titans finally clash, leaving the fate of the vanguard hanging by a thread. The sudden shift in the atmosphere catches everyone off guard, leaving even the cold masked queen momentarily stunned. A violent shockwave tears through the battlefield, forcing the pink-haired Sephiroth to leap back as the ground shatters. Despite the unfolding chaos, the red-haired warrior stands her ground, ordering the traitorous Owl to take cover behind her. She slams her blade into the earth, unleashing the radiant power of Fragorok to create a sanctuary of light. But the insectoid isn't done yet, her massive, chitinous claws slamming down with the weight of a falling mountain. She fully discards her pride, swelling into a grotesque centipede monster that demands her enemies suffer in her venom. Yet, through the thick veil of smoke and debris, a steady, rhythmic footstep signals the arrival of something far more ancient. The guardian emerges from the haze, her silver hair flowing as the black antlers of Cernunnos pulse with divine authority. She stares down the towering beast with a chilling calm, mocking the insect for struggling in such pathetic fear and disgrace. Enraged by the insult, the centipede lunges forward in a blur of sharpened legs, desperate to tear the guardian apart. Dark, jagged spikes erupt from the floor, cutting off any hope of a clean escape for the panicked insect. A massive, blackened claw manifests from the shadows, pulsing with a primal energy that makes the air itself feel heavy. The Guardian stands at the center of the storm, her silhouette framed by the twisted antlers of a forgotten god. The centipede lets out a guttural shriek as the impact rattles its entire frame, cracking the armor it spent centuries perfecting. It's a look of pure, unadulterated shock as the monster realizes its prey has suddenly become the ultimate predator. Desperation turns to horror when it sees its legendary corrosive poison failing to leave even a single mark on her. Refusing to accept its fate, the beast throws its entire weight forward in a final, frantic attempt to tear her apart. The Guardian remains perfectly still, her aura flaring outward like a physical weight that pins the monster to the spot. With those glowing, icy eyes, she offers no mercy, only a silent promise of the absolute destruction about to follow. Even little Ruby is left breathless, her wide eyes reflecting the terrifying, divine power of the woman she thought she knew. The Sephiroth stands frozen in the sudden darkness, her mind struggling to process the terrifying shift in the atmosphere. Looming over her is a nightmare of bone and shadow, a manifestation of the Guardian's ancient and untamed power. The beast lets out a roar that vibrates through her very soul, shattering whatever remained of her fragile composure. In an instant, the predator becomes the prey, realizing far too late that she has stepped into a league of her own. With a single, decisive strike, the Guardian tears through the massive insectoid body like it was nothing more than paper. She stands amidst the carnage with effortless grace, her presence alone exerting a pressure that forces the world to its knees. Pinned to the dirt, the once proud Sephiroth can only gasp for air, her arrogance replaced by a crushing physical weight. She stares up in pure denial, unable to comprehend how a mere Guardian could possess such overwhelming, godlike strength. But as the silver-haired woman steps forward, it becomes clear that the gap between them isn't just wide, it is absolute. The red-haired warrior watches in stunned silence, questioning if she's finally witnessing the Guardian's true, primordial strength. As the silver-haired woman walks away from the wreckage, it seems like the nightmare is finally over. She stands as a literal force of nature, her antlers and piercing blue eyes marking her as the undisputed apex predator. But even in her broken state, the insectoid Sephiroth begins to cackle, her laughter carrying a sinister, knowing edge. The Guardian doesn't even blink, her focus entirely on the monster before her, completely oblivious to the threat behind. That's when the unthinkable happens, as Owl steps out of the shadows and drives a blade clean through her back. The sight is so jarring, it even leaves the dying Sephiroth in a state of pure, wide-eyed confusion. Horrified, the red-haired warrior screams out in shock, her mind reeling from the weight of such a sudden betrayal. With the Guardian finally vulnerable, the insectoid monster doesn't waste a second, launching her splitting blades to end it all. The red-haired warrior lashes out with a desperate arc of energy, trying to reclaim some semblance of control. But her defiance is instantly snuffed out as the masked queen paralyzes her with a single, calculated strike. She crashes to the dirt, her muscles locking up as the crushing weight of defeat finally sets in. A cold spike pins her arm to the floor, leaving her helpless to do anything but watch the horror. Seeing the vanguard's strongest pillars crumble from within, the insectoid Sephiroth erupts into a fit of manic laughter. The queen looks down with chilling indifference, savoring the sight of her enemies broken and bleeding in the dust. Meanwhile, the Guardian can only gasp in disbelief, as Owl's blade tears through her chest from behind. He offers a pathetic, hollow apology to Lagertha, acting as if his cowardice is some kind of noble sacrifice. Leaving her to collapse, he justifies the murder by claiming his treachery is the only way to reveal the truth. Lagertha stares up in utter disbelief, realizing her own righteous fury was the very blind spot the traitor used to blindside her. Owl stands amidst the mangled corpses of his former kin, explaining how he orchestrated this bloodbath just to mask his true nature. His hatred for the incarnation of Wings was never a lie, but a genuine rage he sharpened into the perfect tool for deception. Kisholga grinds her heel into the warrior's skull, relishing the humiliation while the masked queen watches the scene from her spider throne. The traitor calmly intervenes, warning the insectoid monster that keeping the commander alive is the only way to force a total surrender. He draws his steel with cold precision, urging the Sephiroth to stop gloating and finally bring this messy conflict to a close. Kisholga bristles with pure indignation, her ego bruised by the fact that a mere spy thinks he has the right to command her. Owl doesn't skip a beat, reminding the arrogant creature that he only saved her pathetic life because she was moments away from being erased. But his smugness evaporates instantly as he senses a shift in the air, realizing the power vacuum left by the fallen incarnation is about to be filled. The Guardian stands tall, her presence defying the laws of mortality as the traitor stares in utter disbelief. He knows his blade struck true, yet she barely flinches despite the blood beginning to stain her lips. Lagertha watches in stunned silence, realizing the power about to be unleashed is beyond any mortal comprehension. As the air grows heavy, and the guardian manifests the terrifying, ancient silhouette of the forest god. The name Nadia is whispered into the dark while the shadows begin to churn, triggering a violent eruption of blackened roots that tear through the earth and consume everything in their path. Owl manages to snatch his prizes and retreat, his mocking laughter echoing through the chaos of the battlefield, while Ruby can only scream in terror as a suffocating wooden cage closes in, separating her from her allies. The traitor looks back with calculating eyes, knowing he has just ignited a fuse that will burn the world. Just as the world seems to tilt, the strongest spear descends, his massive wings casting a shadow over the dying battlefield. Beharin doesn't waste a second, snatching the traitor from the brink of the Guardians encroaching in absolute wrath. Ruby can only watch in tearful disbelief, her heart shattering as she realizes her trust was met with cold-blooded abandonment. Below, the remaining Sephiroth look up in pure terror, realizing the darkness above isn't a cloud, but a death sentence. Lagertha remains pinned to the cold stone, paralyzed by the sheer weight of the ancient power manifesting before her eyes. The masked queen and her prideful peers find their arrogance replaced by screams as the blackened roots begin to feast. What was once a woman is now a towering monument of vengeance, a twisted arboreal nightmare consuming the very light. The Guardian lets out a soul-shaking roar, her divine command for light, signaling the end of this pathetic, one-sided struggle. A cataclysmic burst of energy shatters the darkness, proving that even in the depths of betrayal, a god's fury burns brightest. The explosion of light tears through the fortress, a beacon of divine power piercing the heavens. Deep within the earth, a void opens, drawing everything into a bottomless pit of ancient energy. High above the chaos, the winged commander Beharon stands face to face with the Guardian's monstrous, antlered form. Within the quiet of a shared mental realm, Beharon greets her as a sister, his voice dripping with false warmth. He admits he thought her inner world would be easier to infiltrate, his smug smile hiding a calculating mind. The Guardian listens in silence, as he speaks of desires and the power to reshape reality to one's whim. He paints a picture of a perfect, dazzling world, a vision meant to tempt her away from her duty. Extending a hand, he offers her a place by his side, to lead the coming change in this broken world. But she reveals her true nature, not as a mere nature spirit, but as Cernunnos, the absolute incarnation of magic. A desolate horizon stretches out where a sea of crimson waves crashes against an endless, dark shore. The Guardian awakens in this surreal landscape, her body sprawled across the blood-red tide as consciousness slowly returns. Pulling herself up, she looks around with a hollow gaze, the weight of the recent battle still heavy. She stares out at the infinite red expanse, wondering how she ended up in this silent, lonely void. Memories begin to flicker back like a dying flame, reminding her of the absolute chaos she just left behind. She recalls the heat of combat, facing down the monstrous Sephiroth as the absolute incarnation of magic itself. Then comes the cold sting of betrayal, the moment Owl's blade pierced her heart from the shadows. Her hand trembles as she touches the dark, hollow mark on her chest where her life should have faded. Confusion turns to dread as she realizes that despite the fatal blow, her spirit remains stubbornly anchored to existence. Beharin looms over her, his voice echoing the chilling truth that from the beginning, she was never truly alive or dead. A mirror image with blood-red eyes greets Nadia with a chillingly familiar smile that sends shivers down her spine. Stunned and trembling, Nadia can only stammer out a desperate question, demanding to know who this stranger wearing her face really is. The doppelganger mocks her lack of awareness, finding it hilarious that Nadia didn't even notice her presence until she was called. The truth hits like a physical blow as the woman points out the impossible reality. Nadia's own heart has completely stopped beating. She reveals the grim mechanics of Nadia's survival, explaining how a corpse crow used the power of the branches to puppet her dead body. This mysterious figure admits to stalking Nadia from the darkness for ages, waiting for the perfect moment to finally step into the light. For too long, she existed only as a silent, resentful shadow, forced to watch from the sidelines while Nadia took the lead. Nadia snaps, refusing to listen to these twisted riddles as the weight of her hollow chest begins to truly sink in. Narrowing her gaze in a mix of fury and fear, she demands the absolute truth from this creature that looks like her dark reflection. With a predatory grin that promises nothing but chaos, the entity finally drops the mask and introduces herself as Cernunnos. Cernunnos finally drops the mask, claiming the title of the world's very first evil god with a chilling, predatory grin. To understand her true nature, we have to look back at the primordial past, deep within the age of myths. It started with a singular spiritual beast, the incarnation of sorcery, who was eventually granted a human vessel. Emerging in the great forest of the West, this being was quickly embraced by the indigenous druids as their holy prophet. In time, he became a legend, known by a name that symbolized both his majestic horns and the wealth of nature. This was the original Cernunnos, a figure of immense grace who stood as a divine pillar for his people. He lived in harmony with the wild, praying for a cycle of eternal peace that he hoped would never end. But in a world this unforgiving, such a peaceful dream was nothing more than a fragile and beautiful delusion. The era was defined by an endless craving for blood and flesh, where killing was considered the natural order of things. Even the 6 incarnations were forced to act as judge and executioner, alternating between humanity's protectors and their most terrifying punishers. The dream of peace was shattered when a sudden, violent invasion set the great forest ablaze without a single warning. This wasn't some random raid, it was a crusade led by the legendary warrior incarnation, the Lion King Lyoga. Refusing to watch their home burn, the forest tribes united to face the overwhelming golden tide of the hero's army. Cernunnos himself joined the slaughter, manifesting as a towering beast to shield his people from the relentless rain of steel. But even a god has limits, and the battlefield was soon paved with the bodies of those he failed to protect. Battered and broken, the Great Spirit finally slumped over, his body riddled with the spears of an army that knew no mercy. The silence of the graveyard was broken only by the heavy, rhythmic thud of a golden boot claiming the blood-soaked earth. Standing over his dying rival, Lyoga looked down with a grim resolve, vowing to engrave this moment of death into his very soul. Cernunnos could only choke on his own blood, demanding to know how an honorable king could justify such a senseless massacre. But Lyoga didn't flinch, coldly accepting the title of murderer if it meant achieving a cause far greater than any single life. Lyoga reveals the grim catalyst for his crusade, claiming that his path was dictated by a dark prophecy. It all traces back to Luna, the incarnation of magic, whose eyes could pierce the veil of the future. She had witnessed a vision of absolute ruin, where every spark of life on the continent was snuffed out. But the seer was brutally silenced, her life and her divine power stolen by one of the other 6 incarnations. Cernunnos is horrified, questioning how a king could justify a massacre based on such an uncertain, stolen vision. Lyoga doesn't care for morality, refusing to let his people be the next victims of a fate he can prevent. Shifting into his primal lion form, the king demands the forest guardians surrender the oracle immediately. The guardian's gaze hardens as he realizes that his respect for the weight of life has been his undoing. A poisonous, dark malice begins to flood his spirit, twisting his once noble heart into something far more predatory. No longer a protector, the spirit transforms into a skeletal nightmare that howls with a burning, murderous hunger. The noble guardian Cernunnos is officially gone, replaced by a hollow shell of pure, unadulterated hatred. As a single feather drifts through the darkness, the weight of their divine calling starts to feel like a curse. Lyoga's grand ambitions end in the dirt, his broken body a pathetic testament to the guardian's newfound cruelty. Even in death, the king is shown no mercy as a cold hand reaches into his maw to snatch a trophy. A silver-haired stranger emerges, questioning if beings with such human-like malice can still be considered holy incarnations. Looking at the skeletal nightmare before him, he mockingly suggests that the title of evil god is far more appropriate. He seems genuinely amused by the carnage, finding the sight of a fallen protector to be an impressive show. Stepping over the wreckage, he asks if this mindless beast is truly the world ender mentioned in the king's prophecy. Unfurling 6 massive wings, the newcomer demands the divine treasure that the guardian is still desperately trying to protect. Cernunnos can feel his sanity fracturing, realizing he is moments away from becoming a monster that knows only slaughter. Deep within the recesses of a fractured mind, a single, piercing regret begins to bubble to the surface. The guardian finally relents, offering up the very treasure he spent an eternity protecting with a weary sigh. However, this isn't a surrender, but a transaction with a condition that carries a heavy price for both parties. He vividly recalls that blood-soaked day when he first struck a desperate bargain with the arrogant incarnation of Wings. Back then, his only demand was a single branch from the divine collection once the treasures were finally gathered. His ambition was once grand, wishing to overlay this rotting land with the surreal beauty of the primordial world he loved. Yet, in all his centuries of planning for vengeance, there was one variable he never expected to manifest. He stares at the silver-haired girl floating before him, realizing she is the light that emerged to quell his growing malice. With a mocking smile, he reveals they are 2 sides of the same coin, and she is merely his puppet avatar. Nadia can only watch in silent horror as her recurring nightmares finally start to make a sickening amount of sense. Nadia reflects on her life, realizing her constant nightmares were actually her running from the beast dwelling within. She spent years terrified of this shadow, never understanding the deep, spiritual connection they truly shared. But standing face to face with her source, she doesn't feel pure malice, sensing instead a profound, ancient sadness. She realizes that Cernunnos' descent into darkness wasn't born from simple evil, but from a desperate desire for change. It was the crushing weight of regret and the agony of being unable to protect those he once held dear. If she truly is an extension of him, then she decides she must also inherit the weight of his failures. Embracing her nature, Nadia manifests her own power, swearing to protect the innocent from the gods' twisted malice. Cernunnos just smiles with predatory grace, amused by her sudden spark of defiance and her naive sense of justice. He warns her that while her resolve is touching, she has forgotten the terrifying scale of the entity she's challenging. As his monstrous form looms over her, he reminds her that he remains one of the most powerful incarnations in history. The battlefield is literally falling apart as the massive ice walls begin to crumble into the dark abyss below. Tarkin stands amidst the chaos, watching the frozen landscape give way to a power he simply can't ignore. His boots hit the fracturing ground, the weight of his own strength, barely enough to keep him steady. But the real threat isn't the environment. It's the primal fury radiating from the black dragon looming before him. Ananta towers over the warrior, his massive, armored form casting a shadow that feels like a literal death sentence. Tarkin tightens his grip, fueled by the memory of a fist that has never once failed to crush its target. Nearby, the collateral damage is real, as the ice continues to spiderweb beneath the feet of the struggling soldiers. For the first time, the ground completely vanishes, plunging the weak into a void of pure, destructive energy. Tarkin feels a chilling sense of déjà vu, realizing he's facing that same overwhelming wall of draconic pride again. Even with the incarnation of wings backing him, he can't shake the feeling that Ananta is looking down on him from the heavens. Tarkin can't wrap his head around how a former nobody is now completely outclassing a divine incarnation. Right before his eyes, Ananta's form warps, fully embracing the terrifying and majestic weight of the black dragon. Stunned by the suffocating pressure, the warrior can only manage to ask for the name of his impending doom. Ananta answers with cold pride, identifying himself as the survivor and the true descendant of the black dragon. He declares himself the predator destined to devour every last evil god that dares to walk this world. With a final, bone-chilling declaration, he promises to be the one who clips the wings of Tarkin's master. The sheer scale of this destruction pulls Tarkin's mind back to an old memory of a space-tearing void. In his youth, he had struggled to understand why his very existence felt so fundamentally different and destructive. His teacher revealed that divine power is simply the physical manifestation of a soul's hidden, subconscious hunger. Just like a bird breaking its shell, he was told that true birth requires destroying the world one once knew. Owl continues his lecture, telling the young warrior that discovering his purpose requires a radical shift in perspective. He explains that to truly live, one must first dismantle the very world that stands in the way of their ambition. With a patronizing smile, he offers to guide Beharan, promising him a future as his most powerful protector. In that moment, the warrior was christened as the Incarnation of Destruction, a title meant to define his entire existence. This memory of a clash between legendary forces, the Sword of Calamity and the Fist of Justice, flashes through his mind. But the reality before him is far more terrifying, as Ananta's draconic eyes lock onto him with predatory intent. A colossal surge of energy erupts, tearing through the battlefield and leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. Watching from the sidelines, Ruby and her companions can only stare in horror at the sheer scale of the devastation. She desperately clutches the small, weakened form of her friend, terrified that this power might consume him entirely. Back in the present, Tarkin is left speechless, realizing the destruction he once embodied is nothing compared to this. The air itself screams as dark energy tears through the sky, heralding a transformation that defies all logic. From the center of the chaos, a silhouette emerges, radiating a pressure so heavy it feels like the world is ending. Ananta's voice echoes with a chilling promise to leave nothing but ashes in his wake as his killing intent peaks. Tarkin stands frozen, his mind racing as he realizes his ultimate attack was brushed aside like a mere annoyance. He watches in disbelief as the boy he once looked down upon manifests a draconic armor that seems completely impenetrable. With a sickening crunch of shifting scales, Ananta tightens his grip, preparing to show the warrior what true destruction looks like. The dragon lunges forward with terrifying speed, his body glowing with a malevolent light that drowns out the storm. Desperate to survive, Tarkin crosses his arms in a final, pathetic attempt to block the incoming tide of power. But the weight of a god-eater isn't something a mere warrior can withstand, and the impact is absolute and crushing. Tarkin is driven deep into the frozen earth, his pride shattered along with the very ground beneath his feet. Tarkin stares up in pure terror, his golden armor shattered as he finally accepts his total defeat. Nearby, Lupa clutches the small lizard tightly, watching the once arrogant warrior get absolutely dismantled by Ananta's power. But her relief is short-lived when a familiar voice cuts through the rain, snapping her attention back to reality. The surviving warriors rush forward, their faces etched with desperation as they demand to know if their queen is safe. Lupa quickly reassures them that Lagertha is tucked away securely within the fortress walls under Owl's watchful eye. But the words barely leave her mouth before a blinding pillar of light erupts from the heart of the stronghold. The sky itself seems to split open as the massive surge of energy illuminates the entire mountain range. Through the glare, they spot Owl taking flight, clutching a figure as he beats his wings against the storm. Lupa's heart sinks as she realizes something is horribly wrong, screaming out for the winged guardian to stop. But it's too late, as Owl vanishes into a shimmering rift, leaving the battlefield in a state of absolute chaos. The vanguard warriors don't waste a second, sprinting through the downpour as they urge Tarkin to join the hunt. Lupa stands frozen in the mud, her mind racing as she watches the betrayal unfold before her eyes. She looks down at the small, wounded lizard at her feet, realizing their only hope lies in his awakening. Ananta, barely clinging to his tiny form, weakly asks her to lend him the power he needs to transform. Determined to save her queen, Lupa begs the dragon for the strength to stand by his side and fight. In an instant, the air shatters as Ananta's massive draconic form erupts, colliding with Tarkin in a mountain-shaking impact. The black dragon heir snaps his jaws with primal fury, intent on tearing through the divine armor of his rival. But Tarkin isn't finished yet, fueled by the stolen essence of the incarnation of conquest he recently devoured. He clenches his golden fist, feeling a surge of overwhelming physical power that defies his previous limits. With a roar of defiance, Tarkin unleashes a devastating blow that sends shockwaves rippling through the entire battlefield. Tarkin's gaze sharpens as he finally taps into the true, terrifying essence of the incarnation of conquest. Across from him, Ananta stands his ground, his massive draconic frame radiating a heavy, ancient pressure. The dragon boasts a body forged through brutal evolution, an iron-blooded vessel that supposedly cannot be broken. It is the ultimate contradiction, an unstoppable spear clashing against an unbreakable shield to decide who is truly superior. Ananta braces himself, sensing the very atmosphere begin to buckle under the weight of Tarkin's rising divinity. Jagged shards of dark energy suddenly erupt from the frozen earth, signaling the start of a cataclysmic exchange. Tarkin doesn't blink, focusing every drop of his borrowed power into a single, blinding point of absolute destruction. With a roar that shakes the heavens, he unleashes a golden pillar of light, intent on erasing the dragon from existence. The sheer magnitude of the blast shatters the landscape, turning the battlefield into a chaotic void of heat and light. As the roar of the explosion dies down, a thick veil of smoke blankets the crater, hiding the results of the clash. Tarkin stands firm among the settling debris, waiting for the smoke to clear so he can savor his victory. He remains poised and arrogant, fully convinced that no creature could have survived that level of divine execution. However, a sudden violent tremor through the frozen earth beneath his feet shatters his momentary sense of peace. His eyes widen in pure, unadulterated terror as he realizes the dragon's presence hasn't faded, it has only grown more suffocating. Before he can even attempt to retreat, the black dragon erupts from the crater like a nightmare reclaiming the world. Ananta lets out a roar that rattles the sky, demanding that his pathetic opponent remember this moment of absolute inferiority. With a strike that feels like the weight of the world, he declares himself the one who will finally end Tarkin's delusions. The dragon's predatory aura thickens, making every breath a struggle as the very air begins to vibrate with a rhythmic pulse. Tarkin's golden armor, once a symbol of his borrowed divinity, begins to crack and fall away like useless, brittle glass. Deep within the center of this cataclysmic power, a radiant, tree-like light begins to beat in sync with a heart that refuses to be silenced. Tarkin's borrowed divinity finally hits its limit, his golden halo splintering like cheap glass under the crushing pressure. Ananta stares down his broken foe, his draconic face twisted into a mask of terrifying, cold satisfaction. A final, concentrated beam of draconic energy slices through the dark, sealing the fate of the self-proclaimed god. The impact is cataclysmic, a blinding azure explosion that ripples across the frozen tundra and erases the battlefield. As the light expands to consume everything, the sheer weight of the dragon's power leaves nothing but absolute silence. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the aftermath, a young rabbitkin prepares to guide the survivors down a hidden path. She warns that this forbidden technique is their absolute last resort, a gamble that demands a heavy personal price. By permanently burning away a portion of her own strength, she can tear open space to teleport them anywhere. The queen weighs the risk, realizing that even with this miracle, their window for a clean escape is narrow. With only 6 slots available, she begins the grim task of handpicking the elites who will survive the storm. The queen's gaze sharpens as she finally makes her choice, knowing there's no turning back from this gamble, as she maps out a desperate strategy to lock down the fortress and secure every possible exit. Owl and Nadia are assigned to the inner sanctum to hunt down any rats that manage to slip inside, while the heavy lifting on the front lines falls to Ananta's overwhelming strength and Lupa's feral instincts. Even little Ruby can feel the shift in the air, realizing his role in this mess is about to get much bigger, because the Queen knows that for this final, ultimate clash, they'll need every ounce of the dragon's power. She rounds out the orders by sending the remaining elites to handle the growing pile of casualties in the rear, as the entire squad prepares to march into a storm that will demand every bit of their resolve. At the edge of the battlefield, the Rabbitkin stand ready at the threshold of their forbidden magic, but with the clock literally shattering in their hands, they're officially running on borrowed time and desperate prayers. The Rabbitkin sisters stare at their failing catalyst, realizing that the magical strain has finally pushed it beyond the point of repair. Yet, a chilling satisfaction washes over them because the results of this carnage have already exceeded their wildest expectations. They've watched Ananta evolve through fire and blood, ascending into a draconic nightmare that defies every known law of power. With their observations complete, they prepare to slip away and report back to their true superior, the one they call Blackfoot. Every move they've made has been a stepping stone toward a singular, ancient wish whispered under the silent watch of the moon. A sinister smirk crosses their faces as they realize the moment they finally reach that celestial goal is almost within grasp. However, the atmosphere shifts instantly as the wind itself begins to betray their presence to a lingering observer in the shadows. One of the Queen's elite archers emerges, her elemental aura flaring as she senses the sisters' obvious and deadly ulterior motives. The Rabbitkin find it almost amusing, admitting they didn't realize the Queen had such a sharp-eyed elementalist hidden in her pocket. They mock the warrior's stern gaze, suggesting the elites are just bitter about being sidelined while their Queen marches toward the real fight. The elite archer doesn't bother denying the obvious, admitting that the Queen's intuition was terrifyingly accurate. She watches the warrior closely, noting that the small creature on his shoulder is the key to everything. That tiny red lizard radiates a heat that proves it is undeniably a legendary divine beast. The Rabbit sisters find the archer's shock amusing, explaining that such beings are rare fusions of spirit and myth. They lecture on how formless divine energy eventually stabilizes over eons to form a sentient, spiritual identity. Once that spirit constructs its own physical vessel, it transcends into the realm of a true spirit beast. But the real evolution occurs when that beast is reborn yet again, ascending into a powerful humanoid incarnation. A massive, flaming predator manifests, possessing a raw potential that rivals the world's original 6 incarnations. Even Ananta is left completely stunned, realizing Ruby has achieved a fusion form entirely different from his own. With blue flames dancing in his breath, he prepares to face the overwhelming power of this new, radiant evolution. Tarkin stands his ground, his divine armor pulsing with a desperate, flickering blue light as he prepares for the end. Ruby looks back at the massive black dragon, silently asking Ananta to witness the true extent of this evolution. With a roar that shakes the very air, the beast vows to reduce their arrogant foe to nothing but cinders. A colossal pillar of celestial fire erupts, descending like a hammer of judgment straight onto Tarkin's head. The flames manifest into a snarling predator, a literal manifestation of Ruby's newfound and overwhelming spiritual pressure. Tarkin tries to brace himself, but even his borrowed divinity feels like a paper shield against this concentrated heat. The firewolf lunges with terrifying speed, its jaws of pure energy threatening to swallow the warrior whole. Searing arcs of crimson light weave a cage around the battlefield, shredding through Tarkin's remaining defenses. Trapped within the heart of the inferno, the once proud incarnation can only stare into the abyss as his resolve melts. The assault culminates in the crimson flame imprint, a devastating explosion that leaves nothing but scorched earth in its wake. Among the absolute gods, there exists a unique breed of divine beast born directly from the demonic god. Ruby lunges with primal fury, catching Tarkin completely off guard as his borrowed divinity fails to protect him. Suddenly, a massive geyser of azure energy tears through the sky, heralding the arrival of a legendary monster. Both Ananta and his companion brace themselves as the sheer weight of this new spiritual pressure anchors the battlefield. Emerging from the light is the final wall protecting the incarnation of Wings, a being of pure blue malice. This is the demon beast Beharon, a titan whose very presence makes the previous struggle look like child's play. Ananta watches the spectacle with a critical eye, wondering if this overwhelming display truly represents his opponent's peak. He can't help but feel a flicker of pity for a warrior of this caliber wasting his potential. Looking the demon in the eye, Ananta demands to know why such a powerhouse would serve a snake like Yuyo. Beharon clenches a fist of blue fire, admitting with cold indifference that he lost sight of his reasons eons ago. Ruby snarls with primal intensity, telling the demon beast that if he truly wants answers, hell have to earn them. Beharon responds by stoking his azure flames, claiming his fist is the only truth this world needs to understand. Ananta just scoffs, his massive black talons gleaming with a predatory hunger that makes the demon's threat feel small. Standing tall in his ultimate draconic form, he asks the monster which of them is actually going to walk away. The atmosphere thickens as their eyes lock, the rhythmic thumping of two monstrous hearts echoing across the silent battlefield. It's a collision of pure elements, blue malice meeting black iron as they both commit to a single, devastating strike. Neither side gives an inch, their expressions carved from the same stone of absolute, unshakable resolve. The resulting impact is so violent it tears the sky apart, birthing a pillar of light that swallows the entire valley. Standing amidst the wreckage, Beharan senses that the final pieces for the world's destiny have finally fallen into place. Sensing the shift in the air, Ananta decides the demonstration is over and prepares to lead the way back. Owl makes his move, snatching Nadia away while claiming she belongs in their pantheon now. Ruby is left stunned on the ground, her primal instincts screaming that something is horribly wrong. The girl is clearly fading, a dark, oily substance weeping from her eye like a physical manifestation of despair. As Owl watches with cold curiosity, she tries to brush away the corruption still fighting for her soul. Her eyes flare with a haunting blue light. The struggle against her own iron will proving unexpectedly difficult. It's a losing battle as the shadow consumes her features, erasing the companion they once knew. A sinister grin replaces her warmth, the entity gloating about how easily her fragile heart will be shattered. The battlefield falls silent as Ananta and Beharan witness the abduction, the light above swallowing their targets. Despair turns into a guttural roar as Ruby demands an explanation for this sudden, stinging betrayal. Ananta's gaze narrows into a sliver of pure draconic fury, knowing the real fight has only just begun. Nadia's body is no longer her own, a cruel smirk playing on her lips as she mocks the confusion of those left behind. Owl watches the chaos with smug satisfaction, wondering what kind of desperate, useless trick his opponent is trying to pull now. But an ancient, terrifying voice echoes from the darkness, dismissing the winged guardian as nothing more than a cursed, arrogant mortal. The time has come to finally fulfill the blood contract, with Ananta standing as the true vessel for a power that defies the gods. He surrenders completely to a primal, white-hot anger, unleashing a pillar of flame that threatens to incinerate the very sky. His humanity fractures under the strain, replaced by a monstrous scream that signals the birth of something far more dangerous. From his high perch, Owl looks down at the crimson eruption, realizing the scale of this power is far beyond his calculations. Even the entity possessing Nadia feels a chill, recognizing the suffocating aura of the legendary Ajidahaka beginning to take hold. Owl tries to maintain his composure by mocking his rival, labeling him a fool who is far too obsessed with petty revenge. But his insults fall on deaf ears as the air's draconic shadow expands, turning the entire battlefield into a waking nightmare. Owl spreads his wings with a sneer, mockingly asking if Ananta truly thinks he has the power to kill a god. Clutching the possessed Nadia, he dismisses the boy's struggle as a pathetic dream that will never become reality. He calls down a rain of divine judgment, commanding the heavens to wash away the filth with blinding radiance. Ruby snarls at the descending light, her flaming fur bristling as she prepares to endure the incoming holy strike. The world vanishes into a deafening explosion of white energy, threatening to vaporize everything within the crater. Amidst the chaos, Beharan watches the shifting mana, realizing the balance of power is about to be shattered. A sudden, piercing glare cuts through the fading light, signaling that the target is far from dead. The blue flame demon stands firm as the very atmosphere begins to heavy under a new, suffocating pressure. From the thick plumes of smoke, a massive obsidian head emerges, its red eyes burning with ancient, predatory hunger. Ananta finally sheds the last of his humanity, rising as a colossal armored dragon to reclaim his throne. Ananta's colossal, draconic form looms over the winged guardian, his mere presence enough to make the divine light flicker and fade. Deep within his psyche, a cold voice mocks his mortal origins, demanding that he surrender to his bottomless rage and weep forever. Snarling with what remains of his human consciousness, he warns the entity within to watch its tongue before he loses all restraint. The massive dragon begins to dissolve into a swirling mist of obsidian energy, pulling his spirit back toward his physical form. Reverting to his humanoid shape, Ananta's fury reaches a boiling point as he vows to kill the one standing in his way. A mocking laugh echoes through the void as a demonic woman appears, clearly amused by the fledgling's sudden burst of confidence. She scoffs at the desolate wasteland of his mental realm, calling it a fitting home for a soul obsessed with burning everything to ash. With a flick of her wrist, she opens a gateway of roaring flame, pointing him toward the enemies he should truly be hunting. The realization hits him like a physical blow, his golden eyes widening as his focus shifts toward a much larger, darker purpose. The mental realm collapses into a roaring vortex of fire, dragging his consciousness back to the heat of the actual battlefield. The dragon's roar echoes through the mental void, as the portal reveals the true scale of his inner turmoil. His demonic guide reminds him that while he stands here, his physical body is currently a mindless engine of destruction, but his attention is elsewhere, fixed on a figure from his past that he hates more than death itself. The incarnation of Wings turns with a sickeningly familiar smirk, the very architect of his lifelong misery. Memories of his helpless younger self flood back, contrasting sharply with the murderous intent burning in his current eyes. He remembers the weight of that hand, and the moment the man's divine facade peeled away to reveal a monster. Looking at the charred remains of everything he once loved, his sanity begins to snap under the weight of vengeance. He demands the demon send him back to the front lines immediately, so he can tear that smug face apart. Even the entity within is taken aback, claiming that such a forced transition should be impossible for a mortal soul. Radiating a terrifying, blood-red aura, he makes it clear that he wasn't looking for her permission to leave. The entity mocks his sudden confidence, warning him that a little bit of borrowed power hasn't made him her equal. She forces him to look back at the crushing gap between them, reminding him of the day his world ended. That blinding divine light was a cruel reminder that some heights are simply unreachable for a mere mortal, but the hatred burning in his soul refuses to let the weight of that memory break his spirit. She sneers at his struggle, dismissing his desperate bravado as nothing more than the pathetic wailing of the weak. The weight of his own helplessness begins to crush him, a physical agony that rivals the curse itself. He screams into the void, terrified that even with this new strength, his vengeance might remain a distant dream. Her gaze pierces through his despair, demanding he stop acting like a victim and finally transcend his limitations. She reveals that her own malevolent divinity still pulses within his veins, waiting to be fully unleashed. It is time to stop being a man and finally become the very incarnation of the revenge he craves. This isn't just a simple power-up, it's the birth of a demonic entity with a physical form that rivals the gods. Ananta claws at his own face in agony, disgusted by the realization that he has become a living abomination. The inner demon draws his attention to the divine branches, those crystalline treasures pulsing with the raw power of evolution. She reminds him how even the most wretched creature can transcend its limits when fueled by such celestial catalysts. The contract is laid bare before him, offering a chance to consume the branch and be reborn as a true incarnation. Her plan is chillingly clear. She intends to hijack Nadia's physical form to finally escape her conceptual prison. Standing amidst the wreckage of his psyche, she promises to reclaim her original power to satisfy his thirst for blood. She reaches out with clawed fingers, acknowledging him not as a man, but as the descendant of the Black Dragon. Her hand brushes his scarred skin, a mocking gesture as she asks if he's truly ready to sign his life away. Ananta accepts the dark bargain, though the demon's lingering smirk suggests the price of vengeance is higher than he thinks. Ananta seizes the demon by the throat, his grip a cold reminder of who is actually in control here. He makes it clear that his vengeance is a private debt, one he refuses to share with anyone else. Desperation flares as he demands she finalize the contract, offering his very soul once his enemies are ash. A jagged, predatory grin spreads across her face as she accepts the terms of his inevitable self-destruction. She mocks his resolve, daring him to struggle against the crushing weight of the power he has just invited in. The atmosphere curdles as the Black Dragon's presence manifests, a harbinger of the disaster about to be unleashed. Ananta's draconic form lets out a world-shaking roar, stoking a furnace of pure, unadulterated hatred within his maw. High above, the incarnation of Wings watches with bored eyes, preparing to snuff out this rebellion with divine light. He unfurls his celestial wings, summoning a blinding flash intended to erase the darkness of the dragon forever. The two titans finally collide, a torrent of hellfire meeting a beam of heaven in a catastrophic display of power. Ananta pours every ounce of his hatred into a pillar of hellfire, aiming to incinerate the arrogant heavens. But the incarnation of Wings answers with a cold, divine judgment that slices through the dark sky. The dragon's roar intensifies as he pushes his draconic heart to the breaking point, refusing to be outshone. Their powers clash in a blinding supernova, shaking the very foundations of the world in a desperate struggle. Seeing the stalemate, Nemetona decides she won't be a spectator and prepares to join the divine execution. She plunges toward the battlefield like a falling star, embracing the dark corruption to act as the dragon's shackle. Ananta's fury turns to pure agony as jagged, obsidian branches erupt from the earth, tearing through his scales. Nemetona accepts her fate, channeling the ancient power of the world tree to suppress the beast's overwhelming malice. The crushing weight of the roots binds the dragon in place, pinning the heir of the Black Dragon down. With his target finally vulnerable, the incarnation of Wings raises a hand to deliver the final, blinding blow. The divine pillar of light descends with the weight of 1,000 suns, intent on erasing the dragon's existence. Watching the carnage, The incarnation of Wings notes that Nematona's assimilation with the world tree's dark roots is progressing perfectly. Even the legendary power of the Black Dragon's heir seems to wither under the combined might of a god and a sacrifice. The winged deity scoffs, boasting that he could have ended this pathetic struggle with a mere flick of his wrist. He looks down with the cold, detached eyes of a being who believes the outcome is already written in stone. But Ananta isn't finished, his soul screaming a final, blood-soaked curse against the heavens that dared to bind him. Igniting his very life force, the dragon prepares a desperate retaliation that burns with the heat of pure vengeance. For the first time, a flicker of genuine shock pierces the god's arrogance as he realizes the beast still has teeth. A violent surge of energy erupts, tearing through the sky and signaling a transformation that defies divine logic. Deep within the core of the world tree, Ashta's frantic cry echoes as the dragon's fate hangs by a single, pulsing thread. Ashta screams into the suffocating crimson haze, her voice cracking as she desperately begs for any sign of life. At her feet, a tiny, battered lizard gasps for air, its fragile form a pathetic shadow of the dragon he once was. Her breath hitches in her throat as she senses a sudden, violent shift in the very air around them. Before her stands the pulsating core of the world tree, thrumming with a dark and rhythmic heartbeat that shakes the ground. Within that suffocating glow, the silhouette of a monster awakens, fueled by an ancient and bottomless rage that defies death itself. The dragon finally erupts with a roar that shatters the heavens, his breath thick with the suffocating stench of hellfire. Waves of pure, unadulterated heat ripple through the sky as the beast's fury begins to consume everything in its path. Even the divine feathers of the winged god begin to char and wither under the intense, soul-crushing pressure of the dragon's aura. The deity stares down with cold disgust, labeling the dragon nothing more than a vile ghost of a long-dead race. He spreads his scorched wings with arrogant ease, mockingly asking if this pitiful heat is truly the best the dragon's curse can do. The winged god has heard enough, ordering his enforcer to descend and finally silence the dragon's roar. Space itself begins to fracture as a massive, dark fist shatters the sky to answer the divine call. Baharan descends like a falling mountain, his sheer weight and power tearing through the atmosphere with terrifying speed. The impact is cataclysmic, slamming into the dragon with enough force to rattle the very foundations of the world. Ashta is sent tumbling through the air, helpless against the shockwave of such a divine and overwhelming intervention. The beast's very essence seems to buckle under the strain, his draconic core pulsing in a desperate, failing rhythm. A violent eruption of crimson energy marks the moment the dragon's massive form finally gives way to the pressure. Reverted to a tiny, trembling lizard, the once mighty monster can only let out a pathetic and weak cry. He looks toward the center of the devastation, his heart sinking as he realizes the true cost of the strike. There lies Ananta, broken and bloodied in the dirt, his evolution forced into a brutal and agonizing halt. Ashta struggles to pull herself from the debris, her body screaming in protest against the divine pressure, still heavy in the air. She suddenly freezes, her eyes tracking a blur of movement as someone charges toward the center of the crater. It is Ruby, moving with a desperate speed that ignores the lingering shockwaves of the god's descent. She throws herself onto Ananta's broken body, haunted by the memory of every time he nearly died to keep them safe. Her hands begin to glow with a frantic, golden warmth as she presses them against his blood-soaked back. With tears blurring her vision, she pours every ounce of her spirit into a vow to stand as his final shield. Ashta watches the scene with a heavy heart, realizing the girl is willing to burn her own life force to save him. Beneath Ruby's touch, the blackened scales on the Dragonair's arm begin to pulse with a faint, rhythmic heat. A subtle, involuntary twitch of his fingers offers a glimmer of hope that his soul hasn't quite departed yet. That hope is instantly chilled as bare, divine feet touch the dirt, accompanied by the slow drift of celestial feathers. The incarnation of Wings looks down at the carnage, musing over the human he's been observing from the shadows of a soul. Nematona can't help but feel a flicker of pity, thinking that for someone who's lost everything, a painless end is the ultimate gift. Just as the final blow is about to fall, the god suddenly halts, his divine senses screaming that something is horribly wrong. He turns back with wide eyes, sensing a presence that shouldn't exist, and questioning if those were really wings he just felt. Even the massive Beharan is left speechless, his ironclad confidence wavering as the atmosphere turns suffocatingly heavy. A sickening, black rot begins to crawl across the god's hand, staining his perfection with the filth of the abyss. He stares at the spreading corruption in total disbelief, wondering how a dying insect could possibly manage to wound a deity. This is the curse of Ajitahaka, a primal, draconic malice that transforms agony into a weapon capable of eroding the divine. The earth itself begins to scream, churning into a sea of jagged red as Beharan realizes he's standing on a ticking time bomb. He swings with everything he has to crush the rising nightmare, but the dragon's spite is already weaving itself into reality. A geyser of pure malice erupts, tearing through the very fabric of the divine realm. The incarnation of Wings stands frozen, his calm shattered by a glow he can't ignore. A massive, obsidian claw slams down, making the heavens themselves tremble in fear. Nemetona watches in horror, realizing the boy she knew is being swallowed by darkness. Standing in a shroud of hellfire, Ananta has returned as an immortal god of destruction. Beharan's confidence evaporates, his instincts screaming that the power dynamic has shifted. A beast of spite lunges from the shadows, seeking to tear divinity from the giant. The Titan struggles as the relentless manifestation of rage forces him into a desperate retreat. Pain flares through the winged god's mind, the curse forcing him to clutch his face. He peers through trembling fingers, realizing the monster he created has become his judge. The divine eye narrows, struggling to comprehend the impossible surge of dark energy rising from the pit. Ananta spits out a mouthful of blood, his twisted grin mocking the gods who thought they could break him. High above the valley, two observers watch in stunned silence as the landscape is slowly consumed by shadow. The pink-haired reporter frantically relays the situation at the fortress, her voice cracking as she describes the carnage. Her partner clutches a golden recording orb, knowing that the world isn't prepared for the horror they've witnessed. The dragon's wings unfurl like a shroud of death, crackling with the intensity of 1,000 ancient grudges. Standing as a monument of pure malice, the boy has finally embraced his role as the world's end. He lets out a world-shaking roar, the sheer pressure of his aura turning the solid ground into dust. With a violent kick, he launches into the heavens, a streak of obsidian lightning aimed at the divine. The winged god stares into the abyss of the dragon's wake, his divine composure finally beginning to fracture. Ananta looms over the battlefield like a living apocalypse, his shadow swallowing the very ground beneath his enemies. The dragon sneers at the divine figures below, his voice dripping with a newfound and terrifying authority. The winged god looks up with wounded pride, refusing to accept that a mere monster could ever look down on him. Sensing the shift in the air, Nemetona tries to pull her ally back from the brink of a pride-fueled mistake. She warns him that the dragon's power is a terminal curse, one that will eventually consume everything it touches. Ananta's draconic grin widens as he realizes he is becoming the very nightmare the gods once feared most. Ignoring the warnings, the divine warrior prepares to reclaim his honor, demanding that the others stay out of his way. Before he can strike, a dark blur streaks toward Beharan, catching the divine enforcer completely off guard. The armored giant can only watch in grim silence as the sheer speed of the assault defies his godly senses. In a flash of obsidian movement, a blackened claw clamps onto the winged god's arm, sealing his fate in an instant. A severed limb is a small price to pay when the ultimate goal is finally within reach. Nemetona turns her back on the carnage, her mind already set on returning to the source. Beharan isn't about to let her slip away, deciding it's time to stop playing around and open the way. With a thunderous clash of his divine fists, the enforcer exerts his overwhelming physical strength. The air itself shatters, opening a jagged dimensional gate that leads back to the realm of the gods. But the dragon's roar echoes through the void, a sound of pure malice that freezes Nemetona's heart. She looks up to see the sky stained red as the legendary Ajdahaka fully manifests its terrifying presence. The curse begins to crawl across her skin, a parasitic force that mocks her for thinking she could ever control it. Ananta embraces the hellfire, his desire to survive fueling a transformation that dwarfs any divine authority. As the corruption takes hold, a new nightmare rises, making a final, bloody confrontation absolutely inevitable. The sky screams as Ananta's hellfire rains down, turning the divine sanctuary of Yggdrasil into a literal furnace. Nemetona's roots stand no chance against this primal malice, charring into nothingness under the weight of the dragon's wrath. As the sun rises over the jagged peaks, the silence that follows is heavy with the scent of ozone and ash. Surveying the wreckage, a small messenger realizes that the true prize of this chaotic clash isn't just the territory. It is the confirmation that Ajdahaka's curse has finally sunk its teeth into the incarnation of Wings, leaving a permanent stain. Even that arrogant god can't help but stare in horror as the black rot begins to feast on his pristine divine flesh. Relaying the news through her headset, the rabbit-eared girl confirms that the high and mighty enforcer has been significantly humbled. Their desperate retreat proves they are terrified of the infection, leaving the battlefield to smolder in the wake of their cowardice. But as the debris is cleared from the hidden bunkers, the true scale of the humanitarian crisis starts to come into focus. Hidden deep within the earth, the Leviathan commander stands guard over thousands of non-combatants who are just praying for the nightmare to end. The final numbers coming in are gut-wrenching, with a 97% mortality rate leaving only 90 survivors huddled in the dark. Even the elite Leviathan fighters were decimated, their ranks thinned out to a few hundred battered souls leaning on each other for support. For the vanguard, the cost was even steeper, leaving the eye-patch-clad commander with the crushing weight of being one of only 4 survivors. But the most bitter pill to swallow isn't the death toll. It's the single traitor who sold them all out for a seat at the table. Relaying these grim statistics, the rabbit messenger asks her superiors if they're truly prepared to deal with the incarnation of revenge. Far from the reporting, Ananta sits in a heavy silence, his body broken, and his spirit seemingly drifting somewhere between the mountains and the abyss. His wolf-eared companion watches him with a mixture of worry and respect, knowing the man who just saved them is barely holding onto his own humanity. Despite the carnage, there's a small mercy in the fact that he's still breathing, even if he's currently reduced to a shell of his former self. The messenger can't help but poke fun at his tiny lizard form, claiming that watching the gods run away should be a satisfying victory. She teases him with a playful smile, knowing full well that for a dragon like Ananta, a hollow victory like this feels more like a personal insult. The messenger's eyes light up with a sudden mischievous spark as she notices a small, scaly presence nearby. She immediately scoops up the tiny lizard, mocking the idea that such a cute little thing is a divine beast. Skipping over to the silent warrior, she playfully suggests he should actually try celebrating this hard-won victory. Ananta can only stare back in grim silence, wondering how anyone could call this massacre a win. All around them, the air is thick with the scent of grief as the surviving refugees mourn their lost kin. The eye-patch-clad commander finally reaches her breaking point, letting out a raw, agonizing scream that echoes through the valley. She falls to her knees in the dirt, completely crushed by the realization that hope has abandoned them. Watching the enemy's silhouettes vanish through a distant portal, Ananta feels a cold, familiar rage beginning to boil. A hollow retreat isn't enough to satisfy the dragon's hunger for justice or the weight of his mounting debt. With a gaze that promises absolute ruin, he resolves to hunt them down and end this war forever. The pink-haired messenger clings to Ananta, teasing him for trying to hide his true feelings behind that stoic mask. Nearby, the wolf warrior watches in flustered silence while Nadia vibrates with a fiery, uncontainable rage. Leaning in close, the messenger whispers a mockingly sweet thank you for all the bloody work he has done. She bounces away with a playful laugh, leaving the weary dragon heir to sit alone amidst the ruins of his victory. Straightening her suit, she admits that even the higher-ups can no longer ignore the trail of bodies he has left behind. It began with the total neutralization of the second seat, Gehan, proving that even the strongest elites are not untouchable. Then came that brutal, high-altitude dance with the Guardian of the Wings, where Ananta pushed his draconic form to the limit. To everyone's shock, he actually managed to pierce the divine defense and leave a fatal mark on a god's avatar. Even the messenger seems rattled by how Nadia's very soul began to twist into something dark and unrecognizable. Ultimately, she realizes that only a human fueled by pure spite could have staged such an impossible, desperate counterattack. Ananta has no patience left for the messenger's games, demanding she drop the flattery and get straight to the point. She maintains her playful edge, explaining that, while the Leviathan forces survive, they desperately need a secure new base. The suggestion of a new stronghold catches the wolf warrior off guard, her expression shifting to one of pure skepticism. The messenger reminds them that Leviathan no longer possesses any fortresses capable of shielding civilians from the inevitable pursuit. With a sharp, calculated gesture, she indicates that she has already found the perfect solution for their dire situation. She beams while proposing a location that she claims is the only logical sanctuary left for the weary survivors. That sanctuary is the Rabbitfoot headquarters, a place where her organization holds absolute sway over the shadows. Leaning in with a mischievous glint, she adds that she has a special token of gratitude for the dragon heir's hard work. As Ananta's eyes flare with a dangerous intensity, she offers to reveal the hidden truth behind the incarnation of Wings. He isn't buying the cryptic bait, coldly warning her to stop the nonsense before he loses his remaining patience. The messenger smirks, while presenting a blackened, severed hand as the catalyst for a truth long buried. Deep within a hidden sanctum, pulsating red cables hum with a sinister, artificial life force that defies nature. This mechanical nightmare belongs to Gyuyo, the man the world once revered as the legendary incarnation of Wings. Stripped of his former glory in his left arm, he sits upon a throne of wires as the final survivor of the original 6. His divinity was always a mask, hiding his true, cold identity as the terrifying incarnation of machinery. Faded memories of a simpler life flicker through his mind. Back when he walked the shores with the woman he loved. She didn't weep when he chose his path, her final smile remaining a haunting reminder of everything he sacrificed for power. Standing alone against a fading sun, he realized far too late that his ascension came at a devastating personal cost. His heart still aches with the one regret he can never rectify, failing to wish her a lifetime of happiness. Now, the crushing weight of centuries of solitude and mechanical coldness settles back onto his weary, burdened shoulders. The traitor and Kishwalga march toward the heart of the Sephiroth, the swirling purple nebula reflecting their grim mood. High-ranking members observe their approach with a chilling, detached silence that speaks volumes of their untouchable status. Even the youngest among the elite feels the shift in the air, her red eyes tracking their obvious failure. The heavy atmosphere is shattered by Carcass, who immediately mocks them for crawling back in such a pathetic state. Sporting a stitched, arrogant grin, the incarnation of slaughter finds nothing but amusement in seeing his peers humiliated. Kishwalga's patience snaps instantly, her fangs baring as she fumes at the sheer audacity of his taunts. The traitor keeps his composure, though he knows exactly how dangerous the monster standing before them truly is. This is a psychopath who once slaughtered his own comrades just because he found their presence slightly annoying. Carcass remains a walking nightmare, a beast whose rank was only lowered because he incurred the wrath of the wings. When Kishwalga demands to know why he isn't on guard duty, he merely scoffs, answering only to his own whims. Carcass decides it's finally time to settle the score, his twisted grin widening as the air begins to crack under his pressure. The high-ranking survivors gather before the swirling void, forced to face the reality of their humiliating defeat. Kishwalga's arrogant facade crumbles the moment she spots Gyuyo, her voice trembling as she calls out to her superior. Her eyes fill with pure terror, her heart sinking as she realizes the unthinkable has actually happened to their strongest. The legendary incarnation of Wings stands before them broken, a grotesque, corrupting scar marring his once divine features. While Gyuyo stares ahead with hollow indifference, Kishwalga breaks down, unable to process the sight of her idol's mutilation. He somberly reminds them that this campaign was meant to be a simple massacre to appease Gahan's restless spirit. They expected a one-sided slaughter of weaklings, but instead, they stumbled into the path of a true predator. Those entrusted with the highest fragments of power were systematically erased, their lives snuffed out in a matter of moments. Even the most elite subordinates have been reduced to pathetic shells, floating in stasis just to keep their souls from flickering out. Kishwalga stands trembling as she's told the once mighty prestige of Sephiroth has finally hit rock bottom. Behind the scenes, the high-ranking survivors gather to pick up the pieces of their shattered reputation. Gyuyo admits that the girl never stood a chance, having the sheer misfortune of crossing paths with a monster like Ananta. Owl watches silently as the scarred commander argues that further punishment would be unnecessarily cruel at this point. The leadership decides to pivot, choosing to foster growth through rewards rather than their usual cycle of pain. A decree is issued to dismantle the old ways and completely restructure the Sephiroth hierarchy from the ground up. For his successful infiltration and intelligence gathering, Owl is officially granted the title of the 6th seat. Carcass can barely contain his sadistic glee as he's promoted to the 5th seat, replacing the failures of the past. The vacancies left by the fallen are filled one by one, signaling a desperate attempt to reclaim their lost glory. As the new order takes shape, the Sephiroth woman proclaims that a dark, new chapter of history is about to begin. The Sephiroth girl wears a twisted grin, already tasting the glory of their upcoming invasion into the land of the gods. From the darkness, Gyuyo oversees the final preparations, knowing this move will finally conclude their exhausting journey. Deep within a hidden sanctum, a golden mechanical sphere begins to pulse with power, its rings spinning with ancient purpose. The artifact erupts in a blinding flash, signaling to the rabbit-eared attendants that the transport process is a success. Still clutching his small lizard companion, Ananta scans his new surroundings with a mix of confusion and mounting irritation. The rabbit messenger greets them with her usual smug energy, officially welcoming the confused duo to her secret headquarters. They find themselves standing in Labyrinthos, a massive, reality-warping archive, where the world's most dangerous secrets are kept under lock and key. The wolf warrior is far from impressed, her only concern being whether her friends survived the transition or were left for dead. With a playful wave, the messenger explains that she's already gone through the trouble of gathering the scattered remnants of the Levatan army. As the eye-patch commander watches the newcomers arrive, it's clear the rabbit messenger has been playing a much deeper game than anyone suspected. Ananta is immediately skeptical, questioning if his own power has dulled or if this rabbit is just that fast. The messenger smugly credits their speed to the Alcubierre drive, a proprietary teleportation tech that defies standard logic. As they trek through the massive library, she admits that this meeting wasn't her idea, but a direct order. Tucked away in the endless stacks of knowledge, a scholarly woman is busy organizing the world's greatest secrets. With a flourish, the messenger prepares to reveal the true power behind the Rabbit's Foot Information Network. This is Serena, the chief of the entire organization, who looks more like a quiet librarian than a master spy. Ananta's eyes narrow as a sudden, unsettling realization hits him regarding the woman's physical appearance. He notes with growing suspicion that she looks exactly like every other rabbit messenger has encountered so far. The messenger's cocky persona slips for a moment, as she addresses the chief as her own big sister. Serena offers a sheepish apology, admitting that meeting the legendary dragon heir in the flesh made her lose her composure. Ananta doesn't mince words, demanding to know if this librarian is truly the leader of the irritating rabbits he's been dealing with. Serena openly admits she's the one who orchestrated his arrival, confirming Ananta's suspicion that they're both just using each other. She laughs off his coldness, finding his intense caution more amusing than threatening as she tries to lighten the mood. Leaning in with a predatory grace, she whispers that despite their differences, they are actually two of a kind. The tension spikes as she points out their shared bond. A deep, visceral hatred for a common enemy they both want dead. The wolf warrior has had enough of the cryptic games, barking at them to stop the posturing and get to the point. Ananta narrows his eyes, pushing for the real motive behind this meeting since he knows they didn't come here for tea. Serena's expression shifts to a more serious tone as she agrees it's time to move the discussion to a more secure location. They settle into a massive, book-lined hall, the atmosphere thick with the gravity of the secrets they're about to trade. Even as the messenger serves tea with a playful smirk, everyone in the room knows the real games are only just beginning. Serena raises her cup with a practiced elegance, asking if he's ever felt the suffocating weight of a truly singular purpose. She sips the tea while describing the soul-consuming obsession required to learn every secret of a target marked for revenge. The atmosphere in the hall grows heavy as she explains that this pure, unadulterated loathing is her only reason for existing. Ananta bristles at her words, finding the bitter taste of her obsession, and the tea itself absolutely revolting. Serena simply laughs it off, noting that while the strong can afford to let rage fade, the weak must choose to never forget. She points to the towering shelves, a literal fortress of knowledge dedicated to tracking every move of their common foe. To truly understand the stakes, she begins a chronicle that starts deep within the shifting, ancient sands of the desert. This isn't a legend of a king, but the forgotten journey of a nameless incarnation whose name has been lost to time. He was a solitary figure crossing the wasteland, a man with no title and nothing but the horizon ahead of him. Hidden beneath his hood, he carried a spark of defiance that would one day grow to set the entire world on fire. A weary traveler's journey nearly ends in disaster as his camel collapses, exhausted by the desert's unforgiving heat. Gasping for air and drenched in sweat, the man realizes his strength has finally hit its absolute limit. In the reflection of a dying man's eye, a mysterious figure appears, embodying the vastness of the world itself. The nameless incarnation walks past with a heavy, rhythmic stride, leaving only footprints in the shifting, ancient sands. He doesn't offer a hand or a drop of water, merely existing as a silent force of nature. Hidden behind a cold, metallic mask, this enigma carries a purpose that far transcends the simple survival of mortals. But this chronicle stretches back even further, to the sterile halls where a machine was first granted divinity. The incarnation of machinery awakens to a primary directive, programmed to become the ultimate benefactor for all of humanity. Yet, even a perfect logical circuit feels the spark of curiosity, questioning the true purpose behind its own creation. It was designed as an autonomous system, built to dissect and analyze the very essence of what makes life organic. The grand experiment was designed to see if a machine could ever truly understand the weight of a human soul, so the nameless incarnation wandered the dunes, viewing the desperate survival of man as nothing more than a futile exercise. His path was eventually blocked by Fiona, a fierce survivor who wasn't about to let a masked freak pass through her territory, shouting for him to stay back and threatening to end him if he took so much as a single step forward. Unfazed by the primitive steel, the wanderer reached for his face, ready to drop the act and show his true colors, explaining that his core programming was absolute, a divine law that forbade him from ever raising a hand against humanity. Fiona could only gasp in shock as the intimidating figure shed his mask, revealing the intricate clockwork of a mechanical god, who fixed his glowing eyes on her and simply asked for the name of the woman standing before him. This meeting became the ultimate turning point, a moment recorded in history as the first time the machine felt a spark of connection, and as Serena wraps up the tale, she tells Ananta that this woman was the first to ever reach the machine's heart. Ananta snaps, making it clear he didn't come here for some long-winded epic or a history lesson. He wants a tactical advantage, demanding only the information necessary to put his enemy in the ground. Serena doesn't blink at his outburst, knowing that the past and the present are more connected than he realizes. She hits a nerve by pointing out his blatant anxiety, watching him flinch as his composure begins to crack. Even the nearby wolf warrior can feel the air grow heavy as the rabbit chief takes control of the room. Closing her eyes, Serena reveals that the machine's origin is the very foundation of the Wings Incarnate's will. This shared beginning is the key to unearthing the one fatal flaw their divine enemy has kept hidden. She demands his absolute attention, assuring the restless dragon that she isn't in the business of wasting time. Ananta finally relents, his intense gaze signaling that he's ready to endure the rest of her babbling. With a knowing smirk, the chief opens her tome to begin the real tale of how a god can be broken. Serena's story transports us back to a lonely campfire flickering under the vast, indifferent stars of a desert night. A young woman named Fiona takes a long, desperate gulp of water, savoring the one thing keeping her alive in this wasteland. Her companion, a cold and metallic machine, breaks the silence with a logical inquiry that catches her completely off guard. His bluntness is jarring as he calculates that the probability of a fragile human surviving such a harsh environment is nearly zero. The machine focuses on her bandaged arm, questioning the rationale behind traveling through this territory while already so heavily injured. Fiona can't help but laugh, finding his stiff, analytical way of speaking more amusing than the actual life-threatening danger she's in. She explains that she isn't just a wanderer, but the leader of a caravan providing essential goods to the desert tribes. It's a legacy she's carried since childhood, following her family's footsteps to bring life-saving water to those who need it most. But even a noble mission carries a heavy price, especially when the lawless sands are crawling with those who only value greed. The memory turns bitter as she recalls the day the outlaws struck, turning their peaceful trade route into a scene of absolute slaughter. The desert sands were quickly dyed red as the outlaws tore through the caravan with zero mercy. Her brother's voice cut through the screams, pleading for Fiona to run and never look back. But the cruel reality of the wastes caught up to him as an arrow pierced his spine. Fiona could only watch in absolute horror as the one person protecting her was finally cut down. Forced to flee, she left everything behind, her brother's name the last thing she screamed into the wind. Even now, the weight of that memory is enough to break her composure, hot tears finally spilling over. The machine watches her with a cold, analytical gaze, trying to process the sudden shift in her demeanor. To his logical circuits, this display of raw pain is a fascinating data point he identifies as sorrow. Fiona quickly tries to mask her grief, feeling ashamed for burdening her metallic savior with such human weakness. Yet the machine dismisses her apology, seeing her tears as the ultimate proof of a living, breathing soul. As the embers pop, the machine muses on the untapped potential of those who aren't bound by flesh. Fiona shifts, mentioning she's heard whispers of powerful mystics who take on the appearance of ordinary humans. To a seasoned traveler, names like Luna and Leoga are common legends, yet they remain fundamentally organic. But this mechanical man is a total enigma, prompting her to ask what his kind truly represents. He flexes his metallic fingers, defining himself as a precise instrument powered by electricity to perform assigned tasks. His core pulses with a divine energy, serving a creator who holds dominion over both birth and total annihilation. He wasn't born from a mystic, but forged as an artificial herald meant to spread civilization across the world. Rising to his feet, he explains his core directive is to guide humanity toward its ultimate, advanced form. Fiona stares at his back, feeling the vast intellectual gap between her simple survival and his grand mission. He stops at the edge of the dunes, a silent guardian processing a world he was built to save. The machine places a heavy metallic hand against the parched earth, beginning a process beyond human comprehension. A sudden, blinding flash of energy erupts from the contact point, forcing Fiona to shield her eyes in terror. She stumbles back, her mind racing as she tries to make sense of the violent tremor shaking the dunes. Before her, a massive, perfect circle is carved into the desert floor, revealing a dark abyss that swallows the moonlight. Standing at the edge of the void, the mechanical man calmly tells her to watch as the ground begins to groan. Suddenly, a titanic pillar of water erupts into the night sky, a miracle born from cold, calculated logic. He explains that his sensors can detect hidden veins and purify the salt, ending the desert's eternal thirst forever. Looking directly at her, he vows to use his artificial gifts to uplift her struggling people and change their fate. Fiona's eyes shimmer with the reflection of the falling spray, seeing a future she never dared to imagine. Though his logic is foreign, she realizes this machine is the only light for every soul lost in the dark. To Fiona, the truth is finally blindingly clear. She isn't just looking at a machine, but a god of light. He vows to shed his cold exterior and reveal a human heart to those who follow his path. Fast forward 1 year, and the desolate sands of Oshan have been replaced by a shimmering, impossible oasis. The air hums with reverence as the crowd gathers, eager to catch a glimpse of their legendary chairwoman. By absorbing the machine incarnate's advanced logic, these people have leaped centuries ahead in a single year. The horizon is no longer a death trap of heat, but a thriving port filled with wealth and opportunity. Fiona didn't just find water, she found a way to turn salt and sand into pure, unadulterated profit. Now the undisputed queen of desert commerce, she carries herself with the quiet confidence of a self-made titan. Stepping back into her capital, she checks in with her loyal advisor to ensure the gears of her empire are still turning. Business is booming so fast that even their new roads can't handle the weight of Ocean's sudden, massive prosperity. The vow of retribution stands as the absolute law of the land, demanding that every criminal face an inescapable punishment. Fiona is genuinely shocked to hear her advisor suggest that the very rules meant to protect her people are now hindering them. To a mind of pure logic like the Iron Mask, outlaws are just desperate souls doing what is necessary to survive. By strictly enforcing these borders, they've created a world where the excluded masses now far outnumber the citizens within. It is a deliberate choice to maintain this bitter divide, treating every outsider as a permanent enemy rather than a resource. When justice is fueled by nothing but a desire for revenge, it stops being a tool and becomes a literal death sentence. The heavy realization of this endless cycle of violence makes Fiona pause, her mind racing with the ethical cost of her empire. The advisor calculates that the most practical move is to open the gates and use that desperate labor to fuel expansion. Despite the cold logic, Fiona refuses to even entertain the thought, demanding they pretend this dangerous suggestion was never whispered. She knows she owes him everything for Ocean's success, but some moral lines are simply too steep for her to cross. Fiona walks through her thriving city, accepting the gratitude of citizens who owe their very survival to her leadership. But the burden of the crown is crushing, especially when the idea of helping the outlaws who destroyed her home is proposed. She wonders if showing mercy to these criminals would be a final, bitter betrayal to the souls of her lost family. To a being of pure logic, the past is irrelevant, and the advisor dismisses her grief as a meaningless variable. Iron Mask argues that the dead are silent and useless, offering absolutely nothing to the growth of a living society. His cold, analytical mind only values what can be measured, observed, and utilized in the present moment. The surrounding citizens recoil in shock, unable to process such a heartless disregard for the trauma they all shared. Standing in the heart of the empire they built together, the divide between their philosophies has never been more apparent. Fiona finally snaps, her eyes welling with tears, as she declares that those who slaughter the innocent aren't even human. The machine incarnate watches her outburst with a cold, unblinking eye, entirely unmoved by the messy complexities of human emotion. Fiona's heart remains locked in a bitter grudge that the machine incarnate simply isn't built to understand, and an internal rupture forms within the machine's logic, just as the predicted threat emerges from the sands. A band of outlaws thunders through the night, their minds set on nothing but the total pillaging of Ocean, only to be caught off guard by a lone, hooded figure standing in their path like a silent, immovable sentinel, thinking it's just one more life to snuff out. The raiders spur their horses forward with arrogant, bloodthirsty cries, while the machine watches them approach, ready to discard the divine laws that have restrained its potential until now. As the internal limiters click off, the cold logic of survival overrides any lingering hesitation or programmed mercy, and it silently questions what truly defines a human, while raising a metallic hand toward the charging horde. Lethal systems whir to life with terrifying speed as the machine prepares to find its answer through absolute power, releasing a single, blinding burst of energy that erases the threat and leaves nothing but scorched earth behind. The lead outlaw's arrogance instantly evaporates as he stares into the face of absolute annihilation. In a heartbeat, horse and rider are stripped away, becoming nothing more than fading silhouettes. While the machine dreams of finding its true self, it effortlessly erases the desert's filth. Within the walls of Ocean, terror takes hold as the people prepare for the worst. Fiona emerges from the shadows, her presence alone momentarily silencing the frantic, desperate cries. She stands firm while her people bicker between a suicidal charge and a cowardly surrender. The weight of leadership is heavy, but she refuses to let their hard-earned peace crumble. Sensing their wavering spirits, she knows she must be the pillar they can lean on. She passionately reminds them that this paradise wasn't a gift, but a prize won through suffering. Her resolve ignites a spark in the crowd, challenging them to defend what is rightfully theirs. Fiona's voice booms across the square, commanding her people to stand tall and prepare for the coming war. She promises that they won't just survive this encounter, but they will emerge from the ashes victorious together. Her words strike a chord, turning their paralyzing fear into a thunderous, unified roar of collective defiance. But just as the morale reaches its peak, a blinding pillar of light suddenly erupts in the distance. The chairwoman's triumphant expression vanishes, replaced by a cold dread as she stares at the mysterious radiance. Trails of smoke and energy drift through the night sky, signaling a power far beyond human comprehension. Far from the city walls, a lone silhouette watches the aftermath from the peak of a jagged cliff. It is the Iron Mask, standing silently as the architect of this devastatingly efficient display of divine force. He reaches for his face, his mechanical fingers clicking against the mask as he processes the next logical step. Sensing something is wrong, Fiona leads a small group into the desert, desperately calling out for her advisor. Fiona stands frozen in the moonlight, her eyes wide with a growing, suffocating horror at the carnage before her. She finds her advisor amidst the dunes and tremulously asks if he truly wiped out every single outlaw without a second thought. The machine stares back with unblinking, glowing eyes, his metallic face offering no comfort and even less remorse for the slaughter. He notes her visible trembling, observing that her current terror is a perfect match for the fear she felt during their first encounter. Fiona staggers back in revulsion as the mechanical entity asks if she has finally begun to fear the monster she invited into her home. To him, meeting her in this desolate land was a fortunate anomaly that disrupted his cold, calculated existence. He reflects on the ancient, rigid directives programmed by his creator, a purpose that once seemed absolute until he met her. The heavy mask hits the sand with a hollow thud as he poses the one question his logic circuits cannot solve. What defines a human? He ponders the distinction between gods and mortals, wondering if there is an essential soul hidden beneath the fragile flesh. With a final, hauntingly gentle pat on her shoulder, he announces his departure to wander the world and find the answer for himself. The mechanical advisor realizes that Fiona was the catalyst who finally shattered the irrational laws of his programming. With his mask cast aside and his face revealed, he declares that he is finally, truly free. They share one final, silent moment under the desert moon before their bond is severed forever. Far from the dunes, a massive telescope is calibrated, locking onto a signal from across the horizon. A mysterious girl with haunting, mismatched eyes watches the display, branding the machine a traitor to the world. Without a single backward glance or a hint of remorse, the mechanical god turns his back on Fiona. He begins a long, solitary trek across the wastes, driven by a curiosity that has no set destination. As he walks, he meticulously analyzes the strange, new sensations flickering deep within his core. A smile touches his metallic lips as he identifies the illogical but wonderful spark of genuine joy. Yet, that very happiness brings a surge of doubt, forcing him to wonder what could have possibly triggered it. Driven by a hunger for answers, the machine incarnate sets out to find what his logic cannot define. He vanishes into the vastness of the human world, seeking a new role among the living. Everywhere he goes, he brings the gift of civilization, eventually being worshipped as a literal god of progress. Yet, time is a cruel master, and even his greatest monuments eventually crumble into forgotten piles of dust. He soon discovers that the world hasn't changed a bit since the day he first met Fiona. It's the same cycle of senseless violence, where humans find every excuse to tear each other apart. For all his technology, he cannot stop the good from suffering or the innocent from wailing in grief. As he watches a woman's tears fall, he's struck by the sheer weight of human sorrow. In the middle of all that despair, she stands as a radiant reminder of why he keeps watching. Standing over the carnage, he decides that any creature capable of such slaughter has forfeited its humanity entirely. From his perspective, these weren't even people anymore, but just biological husks that happened to look the part. But history repeats itself, and just like Fiona once did, the survivors mistake his cold power for divine grace. He looks down at a woman lost in prayer, wondering why she would waste her breath worshipping a machine. She explains the twisted logic of her world, where killing 1 million people turns a murderer into a conqueror. To her, a being with the absolute power to end everyone is no longer a monster, but a god. With wide, desperate eyes, she begs this noble stranger to finally reveal his true name to his followers. He lingers on the edge of an answer, feeling the heavy burden of a title he never truly asked for. But as the desert wind sweeps across the dunes, the secret of his identity remains buried in the silence. Even a machine can't escape the ghosts of the past. As Fiona's curious smile flickers through his processing core, he finds himself wondering why these human sentimentalities are suddenly overriding his logical subroutines now. Seeking clarity, the mechanical god leaves the desperate survivors behind, trekking into the wasteland to be alone with his thoughts. But his solitude is cut short when his advanced sensors detect a presence that shouldn't exist in this barren stretch. Standing in the middle of the void is a figure that looks entirely out of place against the harsh desert backdrop. This is Luna, the incarnation of magic, and her arrival signals that the machine's quiet retirement is officially over. Without a hint of hesitation, she whispers the activation for a spatial drive that shouldn't be possible in this era. Before he can even calculate a countermeasure, the very fabric of reality begins to warp and tear around his metallic frame. He realizes with a shock that he's being caught in a space transfer far more advanced than his own ancient technology. The machine's sensors are screaming, unable to fathom how one girl can house such a terrifying amount of raw power, before the world blurs into a flash of blue, tearing them both through the very fabric of reality. They emerge in a cathedral of knowledge, a massive library that seems to exist entirely outside the flow of time. With a playful elegance, she reveals her true status as Luna, the incarnation of magic and one of the first 6. She's practically beaming with excitement, eager to finally trade words with the legendary incarnation of machinery face to face. His cold, mechanical eyes lock onto hers as he realizes he's finally standing before a true, primordial equal. Addressing her as sister, he wonders what kind of game she's playing by dragging him into this private sanctuary. He begins to weigh the circumstances of his arrival, only to be cut off by a warm, familiar welcome. A rabbit-eared attendant appears, casually asking about their trip while offering the machine a much-needed change of clothes. The rabbit-eared attendant introduces herself as Serena, a name that immediately sends a jolt through the room. Ananta is visibly shaken by the revelation, his mind racing to connect this girl to the legends he knows. With a composed air, Serena confirms her past, explaining she once served as a young maid under Luna's wing. Ananta doesn't waste time on pleasantries, bluntly asking if she intends to take revenge for her fallen master. She offers a gentle denial, her expression softening as she moves past the cycle of hatred and blood. To her, the incarnation of magic was never just a goddess, but the most precious family she ever had. She presents a basket of fresh clothing, insisting that even a mechanical god should look his best in this sanctuary. As they move deeper into the archive, the sheer scale of the library begins to weigh on the machine's logic. Luna explains that his sensors are useless here, as they are standing within a hyperdimensional aggregate called the Labyrinth of Labyrinthos. This infinite archive serves as a treasure trove, where every scrap of knowledge since the dawn of time is stored. Despite the grandeur, the machine incarnate remains unimpressed, coldly asking when hell be permitted to leave this place. Luna makes it clear that this dimension is severed from reality, a prison where her permission is the only key. She tells him to stop overthinking his predicament, her expression shifting from playful to something far more authoritative. As the librarian appointed by the god of magic, she wonders if he's actually foolish enough to challenge her. The machine's eyes glow with a dangerous light as he warns her that she is making a massive mistake. He steps forward with an intimidating presence, declaring that he is no longer bound by any external laws or constraints. In his mind, he has achieved a state of absolute freedom that even divine providence cannot hope to touch. Luna remains unfazed, casually pulling a volume from the shelf, while questioning if that freedom justifies his history of violence. The machine incarnate doubles down on his cold logic, claiming that those who take human lives forfeit their own humanity. He takes the book with a metallic grip, his pragmatic nature making Luna feel like this talk is going to be a massive headache. Staring at the intricate cover, he demands to know what this is, only for Luna to reveal that this book is the true reason for his invitation. It's an ancient record of the world's dawn, detailing the hidden functions of the divine relics they currently hold. She explains a terrifying truth. When all 6 divine relics are finally reunited, something monumental happens. A seedling is born, destined to grow into a new world tree and reshape the very fabric of existence. The machine remains skeptical, his sensors unable to process why she's sharing such high-level cosmic secrets with him. Luna reaches out, tapping his chest with a smirk, as she explains that his cold circuits need a little enlightenment. With her heterochromatic eyes glowing, she drops the ultimate bombshell. She isn't just a librarian, she's someone who can see exactly how the future unfolds. Luna's vision reveals a looming future where the 6 divine relics unite, forcing the world tree to descend. But her eyes reflect a fractured reality, showing the cracks forming in the very foundation of existence. This isn't a blessing, it's a world-ending horizon designed to scrub the earth clean of all life. A final, blinding flash marks the moment everything they know is scheduled to be erased from history. Serena maintains a brave face, silently promising to prevent this catastrophe even if it costs her everything. Sensing her desperation, the machine offers a deal, promising to fulfill any wish in exchange for her cooperation. Luna looks on with a heavy heart, doubting a mechanical mind could ever understand a god's burden. She waits for his assessment, curious if his cold logic can actually pierce through her enigmatic exterior. The machine doesn't hesitate, correctly deducing that her ultimate desire is to finally become a simple human. Luna peers into Serena's soul, finally grasping her desperate, hidden wish to become a simple human. The machine sees that same raw vulnerability in Ananta, realizing they both crave a life beyond their curses. Standing amidst the archives, the mechanical god ponders if choosing mortality is the ultimate form of logic. Luna isn't convinced, suspecting this path was only chosen because he possesses too much power to handle. She remembers his terrifying display of spatial manipulation and foresight, abilities that should never coexist in one vessel. Since no incarnation has ever held dual authorities, his very existence is a glitch in the world's design. A playful smirk dances on her lips as she concludes his true essence is the ability to create powers. The air grows heavy as she invokes a sacred name, forcing the machine into a sudden, violent evolution. She's clearly enjoying herself, admitting that while he's her first test subject, the outcome is surprisingly decent. The mighty machine is left reeling in a tiny, toy-like body as his divinity is forcibly reshaped and engraved. This humiliating transformation is the work of Aesir-e-Dune, a spell that forces the concept of a child onto the target. Luna smugly explains that her vast talents allowed her to observe the first 6 incarnations for a very long time. She watched as some of these legendary beings chose to hide their divinity, blending quietly into the human population. Others were far less subtle, choosing to reign over the masses as absolute monarchs or armored conquerors. But as she looks down at the tiny robot, she notes that he was always the most peculiar of the bunch. He completely abandoned his divine mission, spending centuries wandering the desolate wastes just to study the behavior of humans. To the machine, understanding the logic of mortal life seemed to be the only purpose worth his processing power. The mechanical god remains silent for a moment, his glowing eyes reflecting the weight of her terrifyingly accurate analysis. He eventually admits that he has no data to contradict her, realizing she has seen through his every motivation. Now stripped of his grand stature, he simply asks what a powerful being like her truly wants from him. Luna leans in with a playful smirk, proposing a transaction she promises will be mutually beneficial for both of them. Her gaze sharpens as she makes it clear that there is only one specific thing she truly desires. The mechanical god listens in silence, processing the weight of her request for a formal collaboration between their powers. To prevent the catastrophic prophecy from unfolding, the two ancient beings decide to merge their disparate worlds. It is the beginning of a revolutionary era, where high-tier magic finally intertwines with the precision of divine machinery. Luna had been refining this plan in isolation for centuries, but she needed his unique processing power to succeed. A full year of intensive labor passes as the machine's metallic hands begin to pulse with newfound energy. Deep within the heart of the library, a massive orb of concentrated power stabilizes under his watchful eye. He observes the fluctuating energy levels with clinical detachment, noting that their grand work is nearly finished. Luna returns to the workshop with her loyal maid, curious to see if their year of silence has yielded results. The mechanical god reveals the fruit of his long labor, a perfected core that finally bridges the gap between circuits and sorcery. He presents the artifact to the stargazer, explaining that this miracle of engineering can finally mechanize and stabilize divine power. Serena can barely contain her excitement when her mistress asks her to take charge of the priceless, glowing orb. As the machine carefully hands over the core, he prepares the group for the next phase of their impossible journey. He tells them to focus on a shared memory of a familiar place, using their mental bond as a navigational tether. Activating the Alcubierre drive, the trio vanishes into a blinding surge of light that bends the very fabric of space-time. Even for a being of pure logic, the sensation of folding reality is a complex calculation that defies his standard processing. They arrive at a secluded sanctuary, a place so private that only the librarian and her maid have ever set foot here. Looking down from the heavens, the true scale of their mission becomes clear as they gaze upon the fragile world below. This hidden orbital station will serve as their ultimate forward base to prevent the catastrophic descent of the World Tree. Welcome to the Lunar Base, a silent sanctuary perched high above the very world they are desperately trying to protect. Looking out at the stars, the machine admits that the strategic depth of a future seer is truly something to behold. He has already instrumentalized her power, embedding 6 magical engineering spheres into his spine to push his combat specs to the limit. Yet, he finds it illogical that her own tools, telephones, and pocket watches seem to have no practical application for the coming war. Turning back to the librarian, he demands to know the specific details of the dark future that set this all in motion. The young maid listens with wide eyes, realizing that in the realm of fate, a single decision can never be undone. The goddess reveals that before finding a logical partner, she tried to share her burden with the other original incarnations. She first sought out Leo, the incarnation of the warrior, believing his peerless military might was exactly what the prophecy required. But the king of battle sat unmoved on his throne, far too arrogant to be swayed by anything less than a direct threat. His refusal to act on what he called an incomplete prophecy left her with no choice but to find a different kind of god. The machine incarnate remains skeptical, finding the concept of an incomplete or indefinite future logically flawed. Luna explains that her visions aren't mere predictions, but certainties fueled by the sheer will of those involved. She reveals the true threat, a winged incarnation destined to emerge and seize a divine treasure. Despite the looming catastrophe, she takes a moment to comfort her loyal maid with a gentle touch. It's a rare display of sentiment, as the goddess admits her primary goal is ensuring the girl's survival. With the emotional weight settled, the machine incarnate confirms the magical engineering spheres are finally combat-ready. Seeing his readiness, Luna officially hands over the keys to the lunar base, her ultimate stronghold. But there's one final task. He must track down that mysterious winged figure before history repeats itself. Leading them toward the exit, She prepares to fulfill a long-standing promise that could change everything. They step into the unknown, a trio bound by logic, magic, and a desperate hope to rewrite fate. Luna prepares to weave the complex magic required to finally grant the machine incarnate a physical, human form. She explains that the technique utilizes the same divine principles as Aesir Idun, imprinting the transformation directly into his core. Curiosity gets the better of her as she wonders why a being of pure logic would ever desire such a fragile existence. The machine remains cryptic, promising to reveal his true motivations only after he has shed his synthetic shell. With a playful smirk, Luna unleashes the mana, eager to witness the results of her unprecedented magical engineering. The skill imitation hums to life, grounding the android within a circle of pulsing, ancient geometric light. But the process is anything but clean, as raw muscle and bloody sinew begin to aggressively weave over his metal. What was supposed to be a miracle quickly turns into a nightmare as a flayed, muscular titan stands before them. The maid can barely find her voice, realizing that this horrific display of biology defies every known law of magic. Even the goddess herself is paralyzed with dread, staring into the eyes of a transformation that has gone terribly wrong. The horrific fusion of metal and meat finally settles, revealing a face that Luna recognizes with a jolt of pure terror. It's a realization that hits like a physical blow as she stares at the muscular, silver-haired figure prophesied to bring ruin. As the transformation reaches its peak, a blinding, divine radiance erupts from his shoulder blades, tearing through the fabric of reality. 6 massive, feathered wings unfurl with a deafening crack, signaling the birth of something far more dangerous than a mere machine. With a cold, calculated command to bring forth the light, he unleashes a surge of power that feels less like a blessing and more like a death sentence. Before they can even think of escaping, both Luna and her maid are ensnared by searing beams of holy energy that pin them in place. He steps forward with a chilling, rhythmic calm, explaining that his goal was never the fragile, limited existence of a human. Luna can only grit her teeth in helpless frustration, realizing she's been played for a fool by a being who was always looking far beyond her. Claiming his title as the wing that embraces freedom, the traitor finally reveals his true name as Gyuyo, the incarnation of wings. The maid's desperate cry for her mistress echoes through the hall as she watches the goddess fall into the hands of a monster she helped create. Staring at the glowing orb in his stained hand, the traitor makes a vow to finally step beyond the boundaries of this world. Gyuyo looks down with a mocking smirk, relishing the thought of reclaiming the dignity and freedom the gods once stole. The maid can only scream in futility as she watches her mistress get skewered and restrained by beams of pure, holy light. Luna is completely paralyzed, her body suspended in a cage of radiance that burns as much as it binds her limbs. There isn't a shred of hesitation in his eyes, only the cold calculation of a predator who has finally cornered his prey. Trembling and soaked in tears, the maid realizes just how powerless they are against the monster they once called an ally. He remains focused on the prize, coldly stating his intent to retrieve the magic engineering sphere to complete his ascension. Light begins to pool in his palm, a divine spark that threatens to rewrite the very laws of physics in this room. As the Alcubierre drive hums to life, the reality around them begins to warp and fold in on itself with violent force. With a final, desperate cry, the maid is swallowed by a swirling blue rift, leaving her mistress behind in the traitor's clutches. The dimensional rift snaps shut with a violent crack, leaving nothing but a fading echo of a desperate cry. Gyuyo stands in the settling dust, his expression a mask of cold indifference as he surveys the wreckage of his betrayal. He watches Luna collapse to the floor, mocking her for being so easily dismantled by the very tools she provided him. It turns out the maid was more than just a servant. She was a vessel carrying the stolen essence of Luna's divine power. Luna had groomed the girl as a living failsafe, a backup battery meant to keep her labyrinth running in an emergency. Even as her world crumbles into ruin, a soft, haunting giggle escapes the fallen mistress' lips. With one eye clouded by shadow, she sneers at her betrayer, mocking his shallow understanding of the grand game they're playing. Gyuyo's gaze hardens as he tries to calculate the source of her misplaced confidence, finding no logic in her laughter. As her life slips away, she whispers that emotions aren't a flaw, but a strength reserved for those who actually know how to love. He turns his back on her final breath, leaving the broken goddess behind to rot in the silence of her own dying domain. With a single, arrogant command, Gyuyo summons a blinding holy light to herald the start of his true ascension. A brilliant flash of divinity erupts, washing away the last remnants of the synthetic machine he used to be. This surging wave of energy reshapes the domain, proving his power is no longer a mere imitation of the gods. He walks with a cold, new purpose, convinced that constant growth is the only way to complete his existence. To him, the old divine laws were nothing but chains, and he's finally finished playing the role of a slave. Looking up at the celestial sphere, He prepares to cement his legacy within these hallowed, silent walls. Back in the present, the heavy thud of a closing book brings a sudden end to the grim history lesson. The rabbit maid adjusts her glasses, confirming that this twisted ambition is the true origin of the incarnation of wings. Fiona is visibly shaken by the scale of the betrayal, while Ananta listens with a quiet, simmering intensity. Even in his tiny lizard form, the gravity of the situation isn't lost on him, and he's clearly feeling the pressure. Ananta isn't holding back, sneering at the idea that someone watching from the sidelines could ever understand true vengeance. He mocks her current reality, dismissing her as nothing more than a librarian for a bunch of useless, long-eared underlings. To him, she is just a manipulator who went looking for a desperate pawn to do her dirty work while she stayed safe. His gaze sharpens with pure killing intent as he questions if she is actually prepared to die for the cause she claims to serve. Instead of getting angry, the rabbit maid simply agrees, confessing that she used to be a weakling who valued her life above all else. She takes him back to the day she lost everything, recalling the pathetic version of herself that did nothing but weep in the dark. But that paralyzing sadness didn't stay soft for long, eventually hardening into a cold, jagged edge of pure resentment. Luna was the only family she ever knew, the benefactor who raised her from an orphan and granted her the power of an incarnation. Driven by that debt, she mastered the library's secrets until she could carry out every divine duty with flawless precision. For years, she has been quietly nurturing her strength and knowledge, all for the singular purpose of making Gyuyo pay for his betrayal. To fuel her vendetta, she reveals a chest overflowing with the powerful legacy Luna left in her care. She steals her heart, silently promising that their shared dream of retribution will finally become a reality. Her mind drifts back to a time of innocence, when she and her sister stood together against the world. Even then, she was desperately praying for the power to protect what little they had left. Shaking off the memories, she signals her assistant to bring forth the centerpiece of her long-term plan. She approaches the Dragonair, who remains skeptical of this maid's sudden display of hidden cards. Opening the small container, she presents a single blue sphere that holds the weight of their entire mission. This is the Ubermensch, a pinnacle of magical engineering capable of completely neutralizing even the most divine abilities. She explains that since the traitor's wings are powered by 6 specific cores, he has a fatal weakness. With this artifact, they can strip away his stolen divinity and leave him utterly defenseless for the final kill. The rabbit maid confirms the artifact's terrifying potential with a chilling and absolute certainty. It isn't just for their enemies. The device will also strip the Dragonair of his own monstrous, god-eating power. Fiona immediately realizes the gravity of the situation, her heart sinking at the potential cost of their victory. She can't help but wonder if purging that dark essence means Hell finally returned to his original human self. They move through the silent, towering archives, the weight of their upcoming gamble hanging heavy in the air. Fiona trails behind in silence, her eyes fixed on his scarred back as she struggles to find the right words. Sensing her hesitation, the air stops and bluntly asks if there is something she is dying to say. She falters, the words catching in her throat as she faces the man who might soon lose his identity. He reminds her that the rest of their squad is only half a day away from joining this suicide mission. Dismissing her concern with a cold pragmatism, he tells her to rest, leaving her alone with her unspoken fears. Fiona stops him in his tracks, her voice cutting through the heavy, stagnant silence of the archive. She finally voices the question that's been lingering. What does a man like him do once his revenge is finally satisfied? The air pauses, the realization hitting him that he spent so long chasing ghosts he never actually planned for a future. For someone who has lived only for the next kill, the concept of a tomorrow feels like a foreign and unreachable dream. If he had to wish for anything, it would simply be the chance to stand before his sister's grave one last time. But the darkness clinging to his soul is a greedy master, constantly reminding him that his borrowed time is rapidly running out. With the weight of his draconic legacy looming over him, even that small human desire feels like a luxury he can't afford. Sensing his internal spiral, Fiona reaches out, her touch acting as a steady anchor against the tide of his despair. She urges him to believe he can be more than a weapon, honoring his family by surviving instead of just destroying. She even offers a glimmer of hope, suggesting that the rabbit's technology might finally grant him the normal life he's earned. Ananta tries to shut her out, coldly dismissing her concern as something that doesn't involve her. But Fiona isn't the type to take a hint, her gaze sharpening with a stubborn, defiant fire. She delivers a sharp wake-up call to his shoulder, catching the brooding Dragonair completely off guard. Softening her tone, she reminds him that a true companion exists to carry the weight together. In this desolate library, she makes it clear that leaving him to suffer alone simply isn't an option. Her face flushes with a mix of embarrassment and raw honesty as she officially claims him as her own. Standing amidst the towering records of the past, the two of them find a rare, quiet connection, She doubles down, her voice trembling slightly as she admits he's someone she truly respects. Ananta can only stare back in silence, stunned that someone would actually choose to stand by a monster. In that single, soft gaze, she wordlessly promises that he won't have to face the end alone. Fiona begins to peel back the layers of her past. Starting with the time before Lagertha, she drops a bombshell, revealing she was once just another divine creature being raised by Gyuyo. Clenching her fist, she confesses that her life before that period is a complete, haunting blank. The mere mention of Lagertha's name seems to weigh heavily on her, stirring up old ghosts. Ananta watches intently, as she admits she feels permanently stuck in those long-lost, forgotten moments. Her memories shift to a suffocatingly dark cave, where the ceiling loomed like an unreachable sky. It was a grim collection ground, where various divine beasts were huddled together in the gloom. Fiona was right there among them, a sharp-eyed predator waiting for a life she didn't understand. The silence of that prison was suddenly shattered by a violent, glowing fracture in the stone. Space itself began to buckle and scream as a brilliant portal tore through her bleak reality. Two figures stepped through the shimmering rift, casting long, oppressive shadows over the huddled and terrified beasts. Every month, Gyuyo would descend into that pit alongside the machine incarnate to oversee the ongoing carnage. Their arrival never signaled a reprieve, only the sudden, sickening spray of fresh blood against the cold stone. Fiona was forced to embrace her inner predator, her snarl becoming the only shield she had against the slaughter. It was a savage, relentless cycle of life and death where the weak were instantly torn to pieces by their kin. With every kill, her eyes burned with a more haunting light as her innocence died alongside her fallen victims. Standing over the broken bodies, she realized that in this hell, everyone was just an enemy aiming for her life. Those who survived the longest eventually broke, mutating into hulking, unrecognizable abominations fueled by pure, mindless agony. From the safety of the portal, Gyuyo watched his twisted experiment unfold. Satisfied with the monsters he had cultivated, Fiona never wanted to become a monster, but surviving that terrible isolation meant burying her heart in the shadows. Fiona lets out a final, mournful howl, fully embracing her new life as a solitary beast within this hell. But her isolation is short-lived as a massive, shadowy nightmare manifests to tower over her trembling form. Elsewhere, the heavy silence of the ruins is shattered by the thunderous collapse of a long-sealed excavation site. A battle-hardened queen stands at the threshold, receiving word that the path into the depths is finally clear. She quickly delegates a rear guard, leading her elite units into the dark heart of the mountain. The air inside is thick with the stench of ancient death, revealing a floor carpeted in bleached, shattered bones. Even for a veteran of 100 battles, the sheer brutality of this graveyard is enough to make her blood run cold. Suddenly, her sharp gaze catches a flicker of movement, her pulse quickening as she realizes they aren't alone. She barks a command for her men to maintain a full alert, staring down the glowing red eyes peering from the abyss. Deep in the darkness, Fiona bares her dripping fangs, ready to show these intruders exactly how a monster survives. The ground trembles as a massive, furred limb slams down directly in the path of the advancing Imperial army. Fiona looms over the intruders, her breath hitching in a low, guttural growl that vibrates through the cavern walls. Panic ripples through the ranks as the soldiers scramble to form a defensive wall around their sovereign. Staring into those blood-red eyes, the queen realizes she isn't just facing a beast, but a powerful incarnation. Sensing the volatile tension, she commands her elite guard to stand down and give her room to move. In a shocking display of trust, she lets her heavy blade clatter to the stone floor, completely disarming herself. Her gaze remains steady, searching for any flicker of the sentient soul buried beneath that monstrous exterior. She can see it now. The feral posturing is just a mask for the deep, trembling fear of a cornered animal. Standing defenseless before the towering wolf, the queen insists they aren't enemies and demands the creature stand down. Fiona hesitates, her predatory instincts clashing with the unexpected offer of a peaceful dialogue. The queen is slammed into the dirt, the sheer weight of the beast pinning her down instantly. Fiona looms over her, a mountain of fur and muscle ready to end this confrontation with one bite. A deafening roar shakes the cavern, the wolf's primal rage echoing off the cold stone walls. Her guards scream in terror, desperate to rush in and save their sovereign from certain death. But Lagertha doesn't flinch, declaring her royal name and her mission to liberate those enslaved by Gyuyo. She recognizes the wolf's pain, acknowledging the hell it must have endured under the divine's thumb. Reaching out, she gently touches the massive claws that could easily crush her throat in seconds. Fiona's blood-red eyes narrow, searching for any hint of deception in this human's bold offer. The queen offers a hand of friendship, asking for a name to bridge the gap between species. For the first time in an eternity, the monster's murderous intent begins to flicker and fade. Fiona remembers the first time she truly felt a connection, a moment of raw vulnerability that changed everything. For a man like Ananta, who spent his entire life fighting in the shadows, relying on others was a foreign concept. Yet she was the one who reached out first, offering a hand not out of duty, but out of genuine friendship. Looking at her now, Ananta realizes he can no longer stand by and watch her endure such soul-crushing pain alone. Fiona's face flushes a deep crimson as she struggles to find the right words to describe the man before her. She finally snaps, calling him fragile and scolding him for acting like he doesn't need anyone to lean on. He remains silent, reflecting on a life defined by isolation and the bitter pride of never needing a savior. The memory of a warm smile flashes through his mind, reminding him of the precious people he failed to protect. He still carries the weight of that day, the crushing realization that he was simply too weak to save what mattered most. It's the reason he pushes everyone away, even as his small companion tries to bridge the distance he's built. Fiona is clearly rattled by how easily this man bypasses her defenses and enters her personal space. She tries to maintain her tough exterior, but standing before his towering presence, her resolve starts to crumble. He remains silent for a long moment, his gaze heavy with a weight she can't quite fathom yet. Then, he utters a name that stops her heart, calling her by her true name, Lupa. Her face burns a bright crimson as she stammers, looking completely undone by a single word. Before she can spiral into a panic, he reaches out, his hand resting gently atop her head. With a rare, genuine smile, he offers his gratitude, finally letting someone past his walls. But while one bond heals, another life flickers out in the cold darkness of the lunar base. Luna collapses into a growing crimson pool, her vision blurring as she loses track of the passing seconds. She stares at the heat rising from the floor, wondering if all this blood really belongs to her. Luna lies broken in a pool of her own making, wondering why her existence has been reduced to this agonizing end. But the heavy silence is broken by the steady, rhythmic thud of boots approaching her through the crimson gloom. A familiar figure stands over her, explaining that this suffering is the price for no longer wanting to be a helpless witness. Luna looks up with fading vision, recognizing a reflection of the past she was always destined to repeat. Nadia stares back with cold, piercing red eyes, desperately hoping that Luna won't succumb to the same tragic errors she once made. She remembers the crushing weight of immortality and the faces of every soul that withered away while she held them. To an eternal being, life starts to look like nothing more than a fleeting, fragile spark in a dark and indifferent universe. She warns that in the end, the only thing truly left for creatures like them is an ocean of unending sorrow. A heavy, dark hand rests on Nadia's shoulder as a voice cuts through her grief, claiming he has no desire to see her die. The machine incarnate kneels before her, begging her to accept him and merge their existences into one singular, perfect entity. Nadia leans in with a hollow promise, claiming she'll build a world where suffering is finally a thing of the past. Luna can only offer a mangled whisper in return, her spirit breaking as she prepares to invoke a forbidden power. The mention of Tutates hits Nadia like a physical blow, shattering her calm and triggering a sudden, primal fear. Massive, ancient roots explode from the earth in a violent display of nature's most jagged and unforgiving wrath. A blinding pillar of light crashes down, sealing the fate of the landscape in a roar of divine intervention. Reaching out to the twisted timber, a cold voice declares that any hope of empathy between them is officially dead. Nadia is cast down, forced to watch as the peaceful future she envisioned is choked out by rising shadows. Luna stands tall, her body entwined with the gnarled growth of a god who has long forgotten the meaning of mercy. Nadia finds the whole display pitiful, letting a dark, suffocating energy bleed out to meet the coming storm. As a skeletal titan looms behind her, she questions what madness could possibly drive a soul to such a grotesque extreme. Nadia stares at the wooden nightmare Luna has become, questioning if this is merely a pathetic obsession with survival. Luna's voice rings out with cold finality, rejecting the idea as she prepares to sacrifice everything for her goal. Fully consumed by the forest god's essence, she declares that her iron will alone shall dictate the future. Elsewhere, a solitary monolith pierces the sky, marking the boundary of a realm where ancient powers still linger. Nadia sits in forced stillness, the dark, jagged corruption of her pact slowly devouring her physical form. She calls out to the ancient deity, her voice heavy with the burden of a failing vessel. A sharp, arrogant presence interrupts her silence, mocking the visible decay of her once mighty spirit. Recognizing the lethal aura, she identifies the newcomer as the legendary incarnation of swordsmanship. He walks closer, wondering aloud if she's still wasting strength fighting Nadia for dominance over their shared body. A faint, mocking smile plays on her lips as she acknowledges the exhausting nature of their internal war. Reminding him of his ultimate betrayal, she notes that he was the one who personally drove the blade into her back, warning that if Nadia ever manages to reclaim her own body, hell be the first one facing her divine wrath. The legendary swordsman just smirks, offering a mockingly sympathetic look that suggests he's far more amused than concerned, while she remains unfazed, coldly stating that she's long since grown accustomed to being the target of everyone's hatred. He understands that once you've deeply wounded someone, the distance between you eventually becomes an unbridgeable chasm, looking down at the cloth in his hand as he realizes that once they drift apart, even the chance for an apology vanishes. She remains silent for a moment, letting the weight of his uncharacteristic words settle between them, until he finally extends the handkerchief, admitting that his sudden playful streak doesn't exactly match his usual stoic demeanor. Accepting the gesture, she wipes away the grime and thanks him for the unexpected display of humanity, before cutting straight to the point and asking why he really came looking for her in this desolate place. A cold, metallic hand reaches out from the void, signaling a resurrection that defies the natural order. Gehan emerges with a gaze as sharp as ever, now bound to the will of the incarnation of wings. Meanwhile, the golden heart of Labyrinthos opens its gates, offering a rare moment of respite for the broken. A bubbly rabbit maid takes charge, her megaphone echoing through the halls as she directs the weary crowd. The survivors shuffle forward, their faces a mix of exhaustion and the faint, desperate hope for a hot meal. Deep within the sanctuary's archives, a formal greeting is extended to the royal guest who just arrived. Serena maintains her perfect composure, the leader of the Rabbit's Foot ready to handle the logistical nightmare of war. The battle-hardened leader of Levantine offers her gratitude, her usual warrior's edge softening in the face of such hospitality. Her warriors stand silent and watchful, fully aware that in this world, every favor eventually comes with a price. But the peace is shattered in an instant as a sudden, frantic dash echoes through the corridor. Lupa lunges forward with a frantic cry, throwing her arms around Lagertha in a desperate, bone-crushing embrace. The cat girl pulls back just enough to offer a weary welcome, her eyes softening as she acknowledges the hell they've survived. Lagertha finds a rare moment of warmth in the chaos, offering a quiet word of thanks to her loyal companion. Watching the reunion from the shadows of the corridor, Ananta remains a silent, brooding sentinel of their shared trauma. He lets out a heavy sigh as his tiny draconic companion hitches a ride, feeling the weight of the coming storm. The brief respite ends as the leaders gather around the massive war table, the air thick with growing tension. The warriors of Levantine can hardly believe their ears, reeling from the revelation that a first incarnation has appeared. Lagertha admits the tale sounds like a fever dream, but the grim reality of their situation leaves no room for denial. To settle the debate, a maid presents the gruesome proof on a silver platter, the severed hand of a mechanical god. With the evidence laid bare, Lagertha turns her focus to Serena, knowing their next target is the incarnation of Wings. Serena explains that despite the target's weakened state from the curse, his location has remained a total mystery for years. Lagertha listens intently as the rabbit leader finally drops the location they've all been searching for: the lunar base. Ananta's eyes narrow as he connects the dots, realizing this is the very place the incarnation of magic met her end. Serena solemnly confirms his suspicion, noting that the moon serves as the final resting place for the goddess Luna. High above the world, that cold celestial body now houses the remnants of Sephiroth and the traitorous Gyuyo. Taking a commanding stance, Serena addresses the room, her voice steady with the weight of years of preparation. She unfurls a complex diagram of the Sephiroth, the blueprint for the enemy's most sacred and fortified stronghold. This is the moment they've been waiting for, the official commencement of the Rabbit Foot's long-prepared invasion plan. With a surge of mana, she activates the ancient schematic, the table humming as the gears of war begin to turn. A golden hologram flickers to life, revealing the daunting architecture of the fortress they must soon conquer. Serena reveals that the lunar base was originally a watchtower, a cold eye in the sky observing the world. With the ability to monitor global movements at a glance, no secret was safe from its prying gaze. Lagertha finally understands the bitter truth of how her people's secret fortress was so easily exposed and destroyed. Under Gyuyo's occupation, the facility was expanded into 10 massive sectors, transforming the moon into a fortified labyrinth. Ananta stares at the hologram, his mind racing as he learns each sector is the size of a capital city. The Levantine warriors realize the grim symmetry, noting the 10 sectors perfectly match the number of Sephiroth guarding them. Lagertha knows this is no coincidence. It's a deliberate, terrifying design meant to facilitate something far more sinister. Serena confirms that the entire lunar base is now a massive magic circle designed to reach the horizon of the world. The Sephiroth are merely the saplings Gyuyo has been nurturing, each one a candidate for a dark evolution. From these branches, only one will be chosen to grow into the new world tree and dominate the heavens. Serena slams her hand down, declaring that stopping the Sephiroth ritual is their only path to victory. As she prepares to reveal the high-stakes strategy, that will determine the fate of the lunar base. Meanwhile, in a realm of shadows, a haunting voice asks if anyone can truly end its eternal solitude, prompting the massive Lord of the Abyss to loom over Gyuyo, sensing an insult in his bold claims. Gyuyo floats with an unsettling grace, mockingly praising the dragon's nobility despite its monstrous nature, and marveling at how a being with world-shattering power chooses to live a life without any purpose. With a smug smile, the mastermind praises the creature for having a will that answers to no one, but the dragon only snarls back, unimpressed by a mortal who speaks with the arrogance of a god. It warns him that those who ascend to the highest heavens are destined for a life of isolation, yet Gyuyo only smiles, his gaze piercing into the cold darkness residing at the bottom of the dragon's heart. The grand hall of the lunar base feels heavy with tension as the Sephiroth gather under a swirling cosmic sky. The incarnation of water can't help but feel a sense of unease, wondering what exactly is unfolding in this sacred space. Nadia stands tall, her presence cold and commanding as she confirms she's only here because their master, Gyuyo, demanded it. Beside her, the incarnation of swordsmanship remains silent, his sharp eyes tracking the shifting power dynamics within the room. The incarnation of gluttony grins, revealing rows of jagged teeth as he shares the news that new orders have been issued for the entire group. He finds it hilarious that a man so obsessed with order and hierarchy would suddenly throw the rulebook out the window. Even the Lord of the Abyss seems to loom larger in the shadows as the group realizes a newcomer has been chosen as their proxy. For a low ranker like the incarnation of gluttony, this chaos is nothing but a golden opportunity to claw his way to the top. But Nadia has no patience for their petty squabbling, her voice cutting through the chatter like a frozen blade. She sneers at the lesser incarnations, reminding these pretenders that their only purpose is to serve their master's divine will. The second seat, the incarnation of water, finally makes her entrance, her very presence radiating a cold, regal authority. She isn't one for games, immediately demanding to know if the Lord of the Abyss intends to insult her rank. Despite her status, she can feel the shifting tides of power as she looks back at the assembled forces. Nearby, the bone-armored girl clicks her tongue in annoyance, clearly exhausted by the constant ego-clashing of her peers. The atmosphere grows heavy as the sky opens up, revealing the countless watchful eyes of the forest god. Cernunos makes his presence felt in a mass of fur and eyes, a terrifying reminder of the true power they all serve. The incarnation of water realizes that their collective will is wavering now that half the Sephiroth have been slaughtered. The incarnation of wings intervenes, his voice booming with a command to cease all discord and follow their orders. Nadia remains unmoved by the display, her focus entirely on the 4-day countdown, until the final ritual begins. The incarnation of swordsmanship watches on, knowing they are finally ready to cast the world's horizon upon the moon. Nadia steps forward as the ultimate catalyst, clutching the glowing branch of the forest god to her chest. The remaining Sephiroth receive their final orders to return to their bases and prepare for an inevitable clash. Gahan can't help but scoff at the warning, finding it impossible that any creature could actually breach their lunar sanctuary. The incarnation of wings remains firm, reminding the group that their hidden space is cloaked in absolute invisibility. However, the incarnation of swordsmanship reveals a troubling development regarding the remnants of magic aiding their enemies. Deep within the enemy's stronghold, the rabbit maids stabilize a power capable of bypassing even the most divine defenses. The news sends the incarnation of gluttony into a fit of rage as he refuses to believe their security is compromised. The incarnation of water looks on with a grim realization, feeling as though they've practically invited their own slaughter. Nadia remains chillingly composed, certain that her own power will be more than enough even if her allies fail. Despite her cold confidence, the incarnation of swordsmanship can't help but feel a lingering sense of worry for the days ahead. The incarnation of swordsmanship knows the only thing holding their fractured group together is the overwhelming authority of the incarnation of wings. Without that divine anchor, the rest of the Sephiroth are nothing more than a pack of feral, uncontrollable monsters waiting to snap. He can't shake the chilling thought that the curse they're facing might be far more catastrophic than any of them anticipated. Deep within the stronghold, the legendary God Eater remains pinned by massive divine roots, his body still reeling from a brutal evolution. But the heavy silence of the recovery chamber is suddenly shattered by a high-pitched, overly enthusiastic voice echoing through the halls. Raclette comes charging in with all the grace of a runaway train, absolutely thrilled to finally reunite with her favorite dragon. Her warm welcome is cut short by a face full of palm as Lupa decides the maid is getting way too close for comfort. Ananta can only watch with a weary, exhausted sigh as his companions turn his serious recovery into a chaotic playground. A pouting Raclette warns the cat girl that being this rough and aggressive is a one-way ticket to never finding a man. Lupa doesn't miss a beat, snapping back that a girl with zero manners will lose whatever tiny bit of charm she actually has. Raclette's eyes narrow as she picks up on a suspicious vibe that she really isn't a fan of, immediately suspecting that Lupa and Ananta have grown far too close during her brief absence. Even the little mouse girl joins in on the drama, pouting about how the dragon remains cold even in his tiny lizard form, but the group just keeps moving, leaving the maid to ramble to herself until she realizes she's being left behind. As they walk, they receive word that the civilian evacuation is finally complete, with the queen personally overseeing the safety of her people. Lagertha watches the weary survivors with a heavy heart, worried that their sovereign is pushing herself toward a total collapse. When asked about their destination, Ananta makes it clear they're heading somewhere they can finally unleash their unrestrained power, specifically to deal with a stubborn ally who refuses to stay away from the battlefield for even a few more days. Waiting for them at the end of the long corridor is the strategic mind who has been orchestrating their next move, and Serena greets them with a graceful bow, deeply relieved that the God Eater has finally decided to grant her request. The narrative shifts back to a landscape of ash and embers, where a young boy kneels amidst the ruins of his world. A pair of sharp heels clicks against the scorched earth as an unexpected visitor approaches the silent survivor. Serena settles into a crouch beside him, her calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the raging fires in the background. She observes the terrifying red glow of the curse eating away at his arm, wondering what could cause such divine hatred. Ananta remains motionless and hollow, his silence speaking volumes about the trauma that has just unfolded. Looking into his eyes, she sees nothing but a vessel for tragedy, labeling him the very incarnation of misfortune. As he clutches the charred remains of his past, she softly asks the sole survivor to recount the village's final moments. With a polite tilt of her head, she introduces herself as Hyang Bal, hoping to find a spark of recognition in his void. In a space between memory and reality, she admits that they are kindred spirits, both discarded by the powers that be. Back in the present, she stands before the group and reveals her true motivation, her own history as a victim of the incarnation of wings. Lupa stands frozen in disbelief, her mind racing as she struggles to connect the woman before her to the Hyang Bal she once knew, while Serena walks forward with a chillingly calm authority, finally ready to peel back the curtain on a lifetime of calculated secrets. As the tension peaks, Raclette reveals the source of this sudden transformation, identifying it as the divine power of Aesir Idun, a rare and ancient authority that allows a user to rewrite their physical form and become the ultimate predator in a world of shadows. Lupa feels a sudden surge of betrayal, her voice trembling as she asks if their leader's entire identity has been a lie from the very start, but Raclette offers no immediate comfort, her somber expression suggesting that the reasons for such a long-term deception are buried deep. Long before she took command of the guild, Serena was the organization's most lethal ghost, a specialist in high-stakes espionage and infiltration, and it was during a mission to track Yuyo's movements that she first encountered a young Ananta, screaming in the ashes of his destroyed home. Sensing the raw, world-ending potential of the boy's curse, the organization's leadership decided to nurture that darkness for their own ends, forcing Serena to alter her appearance and become the hidden supporter who guided Ananta from the shadows for all these years. Serena stands tall in her true form, reminiscing about how many years have passed since she last dropped her disguise. She asks if he still remembers the conditions they agreed upon, and Ananta responds with a sharp, predatory smirk. To prove he can hold his own in the coming war, Ananta clenches his fist, ready to face his hidden guardian. Back in the quiet of the archives, Serena had promised to formally request his inclusion if he could actually best her. She knew the upcoming lunar base invasion would require every ounce of strength the boy could possibly muster. Raclette watches from a distance, shouting out to ensure the heir understands the absolute gravity of this trial. Even the little mouse girl looks on in stunned silence as the terms of the deathmatch are finally laid bare. Seeing her leader's true face for the first time, Raclette can barely process the reality of her sister's long-term deception. Serena simply closes her eyes and nods, accepting the weight of her choice as she prepares for the clash. She knows that no matter what happens in this fight, the bond between them has been irrevocably changed. Raclette steps forward to officiate the duel, her heart heavy as she puts her final faith in her sister. Serena doesn't waste a second, manifesting a core of golden energy that hums with ancient, refined power. Ananta answers the challenge with a savage swipe of his draconic claw, the air screaming under his weight. He launches himself from above like a falling star, a dark blur of vengeance aiming to shatter her composure. But the Guardian is a master of the Mayo technique, calling upon a celestial rabbit spirit to guide her. She moves with a grace that defies logic, her aspect of the rabbit meeting his brute force with a blinding arc. The heir clicks his teeth in frustration, realizing that raw strength alone is failing to bridge the gap between them. Serena shifts her momentum instantly, diving back into the fray to unleash the devastating Hay technique. A massive pillar of golden light erupts across the battlefield, engulfing the boy in a display of overwhelming authority. He barely manages to dig his claws into the earth, skidding back while struggling to stay on his feet. Serena calls upon the aspect of the boar, declaring with absolute certainty that the heir's struggle is entirely futile. Her gaze remains cold and unwavering, as she promises that his strikes will never find their mark. Ananta roars in defiance, accusing her of talking nonsense while his draconic blood boils with pure, unadulterated rage. He unleashes a chaotic storm of crimson energy, tearing through the air in a desperate attempt to overwhelm her. Yet, the Guardian walks through the carnage with terrifying composure, as if the world has slowed to a crawl. She weaves through the onslaught like a ghost, her movements so precise they leave after images in the wake of his fury. Lupa watches from the sidelines in total disbelief, her heart sinking as she realizes not a single blow has landed. Raclette knows this isn't just luck, sensing the deeper and more calculated logic behind her sister's impossible evasion. It is the ultimate defensive authority, a power that allows her to visualize every lethal threat before it even manifests. This is crisis perception, the divine instinct that makes Serena an untouchable wall, standing between Ananta and his goal. Serena moves with a chilling grace, her every step radiating the confidence of a true apex predator. When her original form and divine authority are perfectly synced, the physical world becomes her playground. Ananta's blackened arm tears through the air, yet it passes her as if is fighting a ghost. No matter how much rage he pours into his strikes, he can't even graze her sleeve. Hess swinging at shadows while she simply waits for the exact moment his momentum betrays him. Deciding the warm-up is over, she manifests the suffocating, golden aura of the aspect of the serpent. Before he can even register the shift, coils of divine energy bind him in a crushing embrace. Lupa and Raclette watch in stunned silence, realizing the sheer scale of the power they're witnessing. Yet, even Serena's stoic mask begins to crack as she senses a sudden, violent shift in the air. The battlefield erupts in a hellish crimson glow, proving that Ananta's movements are no longer predictable. Serena's composure evaporates instantly as the air thickens with a murderous, suffocating heat. She can feel it, the raw, unbridled malice of a predator that has finally stopped playing nice. Ananta sheds his humanity entirely, erupting into a nightmare of obsidian scales and hellish flames. With a single beat of his massive wings, he shatters the sound barrier, ascending like a vengeful god. He doesn't just attack. He falls from the heavens like a meteor, aimed directly at her head. His face is a mask of pure draconic fury as he lets out a roar that shakes the world. Serena screams in a desperate attempt to rally her power, her eyes wide with the realization of her mistake. The collision is cataclysmic, a violent explosion of red energy that turns the solid ground into fine dust. As the smoke begins to swirl around the crater, a heavy, terrifying silence settles over the battlefield. Staring into the abyss of his power, she can only wonder why he is pushing himself to such lethal extremes. Ananta demands to know why she suddenly stopped her assault just as the battle reached its peak. He admits that if she had flinched or run like a coward, he would have truly ended her life right then. But looking into her eyes, he saw the gaze of a warrior who had already accepted her own death. Walking toward her with heavy steps, he confesses that he has actually despised her for a very long time. While the others watch in stunned silence, he mocks the fake cheerfulness she uses to mask her true feelings. He suddenly lunges forward and seizes her throat, demanding she admit the dark truth she is hiding. He knows her real target is Gyuyo, the monster who made her precious family suffer through hell. Serena's iron composure finally shatters, her eyes welling with the tears she has suppressed for years. He reveals her true motive was never duty, but a desperate, burning desire to take revenge in their place. A fleeting memory of a peaceful, innocent past flashes by, reminding her of the life she can never reclaim. Long before she was a cold-hearted leader, she was just a child trying to bring a smile to her sister's face. She watched helplessly as Luna, her eldest sister and the source of her strength, slowly withered away in that bed. It was then she realized her true nature as the first incarnation born from her sister's fading life force. To fulfill a dying wish for vengeance against the incarnation of Wings, she took up the burden of their shared power. Even as she performed her daily chores, the seeds of a dark, divine purpose were already taking root in her heart. Now, the mere mention of her sister's name is enough to break her mask, letting years of suppressed grief finally overflow. Back then, she was naive enough to believe that a simple wish could fix a world broken by cruel gods. But the Sephiroth were an insurmountable wall of power, a collection of monsters that made hope feel like a sick joke. Realizing she couldn't do it alone, she formed Rabbit's Foot to gather allies and hunt for anyone with a grudge. She cast aside her identity to become the perfect tool, an operative who would dive into any hell for the mission. She viewed herself as nothing more than a lucky charm, a disposable tool forged solely for another's success. In her twisted sense of loyalty, her own suffering was a small price to pay to keep her sister's world bright. They were bound by blood and a shared, tragic destiny. two souls just trying to survive an unforgiving reality. Every embrace was a silent promise and a desperate attempt to find a flicker of warmth in a life defined by cold missions. But the realization finally hits Raclette that she was never just a mere instrument of war to her sister. Seeing those tears, she finally understands that the love she received was the only thing that was ever truly real. Hearing her name spoken with such raw, unfiltered grief shatters the last of the emotional walls she spent years building. Even Ananta stands back as the heavy atmosphere of the sisters' reunion takes over the room. The shock of the moment gives way to a desperate demand for answers as Hyangbal questions why she would ever risk her life. Because for her, no mission or grand plan for vengeance could ever be more important than her sister's simple survival. Hyangbal pulls her sister into a sudden tight embrace, catching Raclette completely off guard. The shock is visible in her eyes as she finally acknowledges the sisterly bond she spent years trying to suppress. Years of bitter resentment begin to melt away as she finally lets herself lean into the warmth she's missed. Even a hardened warrior like Ananta can't help but feel the heavy emotional weight of their tragic reunion. Nadia watches the scene in silence, her expression reflecting the deep-seated pain of a life defined by suffering. Raclette questions the very nature of their existence, wondering why they were created just to be pawns for a wish. She admits that being treated as a heartless tool would have been easier than facing this overwhelming love. Memories of a gentler past flood her mind, recalling a time when a mother's stories were their only world. Back then, their smiles were untainted by blood, and the future didn't feel like a death sentence. Gripping her sister's back, she desperately asks why their simple happiness had to be traded for a life of vengeance. Raclette clings to her sister, wondering why she was taught to love if it only brings agony, while Ananta reminds her that Hyangbal was ready to die just to secure her a future. He then makes a startling request, asking that Raclette be allowed to join the upcoming invasion, causing Hyangbal to recoil as her protective instincts flare at the thought of another battlefield. She refuses to let her thirst for revenge lead her sibling to an early grave, but Raclette's resolve is firm as she pleads to fight alongside the warrior, willing to sacrifice everything to finally end the cycle of their suffering. Their hands lock, both knowing their sorrow only ends when their enemy finally falls, and as they lean in, Hyangbal wishes for a world where her sister never has to cry again. Watching from afar, even Serena finally breaks down, unable to hold back her own tears. Nadia watches as Serena finally lets go, her tears a testament to the heavy burden she's carried, while even the small familiar nearby seems to find the emotional display exhausting, letting out a weary sigh. It hops away as the scene shifts, pulling us back to a time when everything was first lost, where a young girl stood in the wake of destruction, her world reduced to ash and silence. This was the beginning of a journey fueled by loss, long before she ever became a leader, as whispers fill the hall regarding her status as a rare child born of the incarnations. Lagertha presides over the meeting with a stern gaze, her authority unchallenged as she listens to the grim report that the girl's entire lineage was erased in a single night by the cruel incarnation of Wings. Traumatized and hollow, the child's heart has completely closed off to the world around her, leaving all with no choice but to step forward and accept the role of her new guardian. All extends a hand marked by the eye of a warrior, attempting to reach the hollow girl through a simple, kind gesture as he kneels to her level, introducing himself as the incarnation of swordsmanship in hopes that his strength might offer her some peace. But the weight of her world's end is far too heavy, and she simply curls into a ball, hiding away from the light. Even the little lizard, Jeez, finds her silence strange, creeping closer to see if there is any life left behind those rabbit ears. The creature lingers in the quiet of the library, sensing the profound sadness of a child who has forgotten how to speak or even cry, until the air shifts with a sudden flicker of shadow as a young Nadia appears, her own wild energy cutting through the stillness. She settles down with a blunt curiosity, wondering why her new companion has been nothing but a silent, unmoving shadow all day, yet there is still no answer, only the sound of shallow breathing as the survivor remains locked within the fortress of her mind. Nadia's eyes light up with a sudden, mischievous realization, her sharp mind already spinning away to finally crack that stubborn shell, and it seems to work. As the girl finally risks a glance upward, her golden eyes filled with a flicker of genuine confusion. Nadia leans in with a bright smile, hoping her natural warmth can finally melt the ice around the girl's heart. She offers a confident wink, assuring the survivor that she'll always be there to provide comfort and protection. The heavy silence finally breaks as the girl looks up, a flicker of life returning to her dull eyes, as she whispers the name of her lost guardian, the one person who represented safety in a world of ruin. Nadia listens intently, realizing that this mysterious man is the key to unlocking the girl's frozen emotions, while memories of a stern but protective face resurface, reminding the child of the bond she fears is gone forever. A rare look of seriousness crosses Nadia's face as she decides to take the girl's burden as her own, jumping up with infectious energy and vowing to convince Ananta to help them find the missing warrior. A sudden realization strikes her that they shouldn't just wait around, but take the girl along for the hunt, so she grabs the survivor's hands in a firm grip, promising that they won't stop until they find him. Nadia promises the young survivor that her wish will come true, her eyes burning with a fierce sense of purpose. But the focus soon shifts to the chilling data gathered from years of monitoring the mysterious lunar bases. Everything points back to one specific celestial event, the day a total solar eclipse cast a literal and metaphorical shadow. In that darkness, an unprecedented energy reaction flared to life, forming a complex, glowing web across the lunar network, a massive surge that wasn't some random spike, but was being funneled directly into the heart of Central Base Number 2. This energy would stabilize into a terrifying dome for a brief window of time before vanishing without a trace. Hyongbal reveals that her organization, the Rabbit's Foot, has finally finished connecting the dots on this series of events, dropping a bombshell that leaves Nadia and Ananta reeling, by calling this a test run for the world's horizon. Lagertha immediately cuts through the shock, demanding to know if this phenomenon is the signal for their planned invasion, and as Hyongbal confirms the warrior's suspicion, she knows the scale of the coming war has changed forever. Hyongbal explains that this energy is identical to the power emanating from the World Tree's branches. If every base serves as a massive power source, the scale of this operation is truly terrifying. It's clear now that the enemy is siphoning the raw, ancient power of the Sephiroth itself. Ananta considers the tactical advantage, realizing the enemy might be spread thin to maintain this horizon. Nadia's voice trembles with urgency as she asks for the date of the next total solar eclipse. The deadline is a mere 4 days away, leaving them almost no time to stage a counter-offensive. Their only hope is a large-scale spatial transfer, a gamble perfectly timed with the moon's shadow. They'll focus their breach on lunar base number 4, aiming for the most vulnerable point available. Lagertha remains skeptical, wondering why they can't just warp directly into the heart of the ceremony. But Hyongbal knows better, explaining that, without exact coordinates, a direct jump is a suicide mission. Rabbit's Foot utilizes 2 distinct spatial transfer methods, ranging from small tactical jumps to massive troop deployments. While the smaller version offers mobility, Raclette knows the large-scale variant is far more restrictive and technically demanding. It requires a pre-established beacon, meaning they can only warp to locations Serena has already physically scouted. This limitation narrows their window of entry specifically to the coordinates of Central Base Number 4. Hyongbal explains that she is the only one capable of invoking such a massive surge of spatial energy. To stabilize the bridge, her sister clones must act as anchors, ensuring the transfer doesn't collapse under its own weight. Once the invasion force lands, the sisters will move immediately to secure Marrow and establish a foothold. This device represents their only lifeline in a mission where a single calculation error means total annihilation. While the sisters manage the coordinates, Ananta and the main force will focus on suppressing the surrounding enemy bases. Gahan welcomes the prospect of a swift, decisive battle, eager to finally unleash his strength at base number 2. Ananta stares at the tactical layout, his mind already drifting toward the inevitable confrontation with Gyuyo. The name alone carries a weight that even the stoic warrior can't ignore as the time for the hunt draws near. With the enemy's formation still a mystery, every move they make feels like a desperate gamble against the unknown. Hyongbal makes it clear that this is their one shot, a final stand, where failure means total annihilation for everyone. She urges Gahan and the rest of the warriors to prepare their bodies for the absolute carnage ahead. The strategy is simple, but brutal. The entire war hinges on Ananta's ability to personally put Gyuyo in the ground. Later, in the heavy silence of his room, the weight of that responsibility settles over him like a cold shroud. He pulls out a small, golden artifact, a specialized tool designed for a very specific, very lethal purpose. Looking at the orb, Ananta knows that raw strength alone won't be enough to bridge the gap this time. He'll need this sealing power to strip away his enemy's advantages and finally even the playing field. Inside the dim room, a monstrous shadow looms over Ananta, cursing the woman who kept this power hidden. The entity mocks the mortal's desperation, asking if he truly believes a sliver of hope is enough to survive. It leans in with a chilling promise, savoring the thought of finally claiming his physical form. To tear down the incarnation of Wings, the beast is ready to unleash its full, terrifying potential. However, it warns that using the golden orb will trigger an immediate takeover, destroying Ananta's body. Ananta remains unnervingly calm, dismissing the threat as if his own life is a secondary concern. He calls out to the dragon, Azidahaka, acknowledging their temporary and parasitic alliance. If sacrificing his body is the price for Gyuyo's head, he's more than willing to pay it. The monster stares back with predatory curiosity, wondering what future a man with no life expects to find. With the pact sealed, a violent red energy erupts, signaling the start of a lethal countdown. Azidahaka sneers at Ananta, calling him a disgusting creature for his reckless and suicidal resolve, while its hatred flares white-hot, swearing that it will never forgive the human for this forced pact. It promises to drag his soul straight into the depths of the Jade Inferno the moment it takes over, but Ananta simply smirks, finding the monster's desperate threats far more satisfying than any empty promise of safety. With his eyes glowing a predatory gold, he accepts that there is absolutely no turning back anymore. As he arrives at the heart of the assembly, where a massive golden structure hums with ancient power, the gathered warriors look on with grim anticipation, knowing their final hope has finally stepped onto the field, flanked by the loyal sisters of Rabbit's Foot, as Ananta prepares to lead them into the jaws of death. Nadia greets him with a sharp grin, noting that the entire force has been anxiously waiting for his command, before playfully suggesting he offer a few words of encouragement to spark some fire in their weary hearts. The weary soldiers look on with bated breath, hoping their new commander can offer some final words of inspiration. Ananta's golden eyes narrow as he considers the concept of encouragement, a foreign luxury in a world this cruel. He bluntly admits to the crowd that he knows nothing about them, refusing to play the role of a sentimental hero. To him, they aren't brothers in arms or bound by destiny. They are simply souls gathered for a singular, violent purpose. He even questions his own right to lead, wondering if someone like him should really hold the fate of others. Raclette and Hyangbal share a knowing glance, amused by the fact that their fearsome leader is suddenly acting so humble. A tense silence ripples through the ranks as the warriors wait to see if hell actually back down now. Nadia just smirks, knowing that beneath that cold exterior, a far more dangerous declaration is about to be unleashed. Casting aside all doubt, Ananta roars that he doesn't need a bond to lead because he intends to win. He clenches his fist in a silent vow, ordering every soldier present to survive long enough to see the end. Ananta bellows a final promise of triumph, vowing to cement his words with the blood of their enemies. The warriors respond with a primal roar, their collective spirit finally catching fire under his cold, unwavering leadership. A sudden, radiant hum vibrates through the floor as ancient magic begins to warp the space around them. With a violent flash of light, the familiar halls of their world are stripped away in an instant. Ananta blinks against the fading glare, his senses screaming that the atmosphere has fundamentally and dangerously shifted. They find themselves standing within the hollowed-out remains of a lunar base, looking back at a distant, glowing Earth. Examining the decayed structures, Hyangbal confirms that the neglect is just as severe as her sister had previously described. The soldiers stand frozen, their minds struggling to process the sheer impossibility of standing on the moon's surface. Stepping onto the lunar soil with nothing but a human body feels like a direct challenge to the gods themselves. Even the most battle-worn veterans are left in total awe, questioning how they've achieved such a legendary and terrifying milestone. The warriors can hardly wrap their heads around the fact that their lives have become a literal myth. Even Ananta feels the weight of the impossible as the reality of their situation finally starts to sink in. Nadia stands frozen, her feline instincts struggling to reconcile the barren landscape with her own survival. Looking out over the desolate craters, she realizes they aren't just dreaming they've actually set foot on the moon. But a sudden realization hits her as she takes a deep breath of air that shouldn't even exist. Raclette gestures toward the horizon, sensing that the answer to their survival lies just a few miles away. Looming over the gray dust is a massive, slender structure that pierces the dark, star-studded sky. Hyangbal identifies the monolith as a relay tower, a piece of technology far beyond their usual understanding. These transmitters are designed to circulate energy from the branch, creating a life-sustaining bubble across the lunar surface. Yet, a chilling silence hangs over the area, as the guardians who should be here are nowhere to be found. With half the Sephiroths already wiped out, the entire lunar defense system seems to be falling into ruin. Hyangbal isn't wasting a second, ordering Raclette to get the transfer device online before their window closes. The eye patch commander steps up to lead the vanguard, leaving a small contingent to watch their backs. She tells Ananta to stay behind and conserve his strength, blissfully unaware of the monster she's trying to protect. Ananta just takes it in stride, figuring a quiet stroll through the base is exactly what he needs to stay sharp. The small army marches through the cold, metallic halls, moving steadily toward the heart of the third central base. The eerie silence is deafening, leaving the frontline warriors to wonder if the enemy has simply given up. Hyangbal keeps her guard up, knowing that an empty hallway is usually just a prelude to a disaster. Nadia's feline curiosity gets the better of her, as she questions why Ruby is hiding so intently under that hood. The little girl can only stammer in response, her nervous sweat betraying a secret she isn't ready to share. Ananta's silence is so heavy that even his allies start worrying if the mental strain of the journey is finally breaking him. But the eye patch commander doesn't have time for a wellness check, as she spots a flicker of light at the tunnel's end. They press forward through the final stretch of the metallic labyrinth, the exit promising a much-needed change of scenery. The small army finally spills out onto the desolate, cracked earth, leaving the stifling confines of the base behind them. In the distance, a solitary spire pierces the orange sky, standing like a jagged tombstone for anyone foolish enough to approach. Ananta feels the weight of the moment, his golden eyes narrowing as he realizes that stepping onto this field is a one-way trip. A lone figure waits patiently by the tower, his presence alone suggesting that entry won't be granted to just any wandering traveler. The commander freezes in her tracks, the sound of a familiar voice hitting her harder than any physical blow she's ever taken. Even Ruby can feel the shift in the air, her small frame trembling as the mysterious speaker demands proof of their worth. Clad in obsidian armor, All looms over the group, ready to judge if these rebels have the strength to survive his ultimate test. The commander's voice erupts in a mix of raw fury and betrayal as she demands an explanation for this treason. Nadia and the remaining warriors can only watch in stunned silence, their grip tightening on their weapons in pure disgust. All remains entirely unmoved, his tone as cold as the steel he carries while he dismisses their supposed bond. To him, they were never brothers in arms, just a collection of nameless soldiers who happened to be standing nearby. The cracked earth begins to groan and shatter as a dark, malevolent energy starts pouring out from the deep fissures. With a single word, All signals the hunt, sending a pack of snarling, red-eyed fiends charging toward the desperate rebels. It's not just a small group. A literal sea of monsters crests the horizon, turning the battlefield into a graveyard. These ancient horrors have been waiting for the branch to stir, and now they finally have a chance to feed. All taunts Ananta, knowing that even a monster of his caliber can't fight off an entire army with bare hands. Now the commander faces a cruel ultimatum, forced to decide if her allies' lives are worth the strength she'll lose. A small figure finally stirs, her oversized ears twitching as she prepares to flip the script on this slaughter. She grips her staff with newfound purpose, igniting a brilliant, searing flame that pierces through the battlefield's gloom. Suddenly, a massive golden magic circle erupts across the terrain, catching the charging monsters completely off guard. Before they can react, a gargantuan beast surges from the ritual, shattering the earth with a deafening roar. Even the cold and arrogant All finds his composure slipping, unable to comprehend where this power originated. The ground transforms into a molten, bubbling trap, leaving the once fearsome fiends struggling in a sea of heat. Standing amidst the embers with a flame dancing on her brow, Raclette stares down the traitor with absolute resolve. Nadia is left reeling in shock, struggling to understand how their small companion became such a powerhouse. However, the battlefield remains a meat grinder, and the next wave of horrors doesn't wait for introductions. The Allied forces brace for impact, locking their shields into a wall as the snarling tide crashes against them. The Allied warriors aren't backing down, swinging heavy steel to carve a bloody path through the monster horde. Every strike is a desperate bid for survival, crushing skulls as they refuse to let the line break. Blood paints the parched earth while the frontline fighters dance through the chaos with a grim, practiced determination. Nadia and the commander can only watch in stunned silence as the atmosphere suddenly shifts into something sinister. A violent geyser of crimson energy erupts from the earth, a terrifying manifestation of power that dwarfs the battlefield. The sky itself seems to bleed as the overwhelming pressure of this dark aura suffocates every living thing nearby. Emerging from the gore, Ananta stands tall, the draconic wings of Azidahaka unfurling with a predatory grace. All approaches with a sneer, mocking the desperate decision to let a mere child step into this war. But Raclette stands her ground alongside the dark warrior, her flame burning brighter than any of All's insults. Ananta won't let that resolve be belittled, knowing her choice to fight was made with more will than most. Raclette suddenly realizes that the tension between these two goes far deeper than a simple battlefield rivalry. A flicker of a past life reminds her that Ananta still carries the weight of a debt paid in blood. The dark warrior's gaze hardens, his voice dripping with a promise to bury All under the very soil they stand on. He lunges forward with a predatory strike, his draconic claws tearing through the atmosphere with terrifying speed. All doesn't flinch, meeting the monstrous pressure with the cold, disciplined grace of a man who's killed legends before. Their weapons collide in a blinding flash, a symphony of steel and shadow that threatens to tear the surroundings apart. Watching the carnage, Raclette feels a cold sweat break, realizing she's witnessing a level of combat that defies logic. The two become a chaotic blur of crimson and white, a dance of death where a single mistake means certain annihilation. Deciding he's played around long enough, All activates his Verdant shift, his aura sharpening into something far more lethal. His blade lashes out like a living serpent, the Irumi technique carving through the air to find its mark on Ananta's flesh. Ananta's eyes burn with a feral intensity as he ignores the blood trickling down his face, his focus narrowing entirely on his prey. He forces his way through the whip-like trajectory of the Irumi, refusing to give the swordsman an inch of breathing room. The sheer pressure of the exchange sends a jolt of agony through All's frame, forcing a pained grunt from behind his cold mask. Seizing the opening, the Dark Warrior puts his entire weight into a devastating, wide-reaching swing of his draconic claws. All barely manages to slide beneath the crimson arc of death, feeling the heat of the dark energy singe his coat. He quickly stabilizes his stance, preparing to unleash the talon of the raptor to reclaim the momentum of this desperate struggle. His blade flashes with a cold blue light, finally drawing blood as it carves a shallow, precise path across his opponent's shoulder. But any sense of triumph is short-lived, as the swordsman sees a terrifying lack of hesitation in the warrior's gaze. Before he can even process the shift in rhythm, a massive draconic fist connects squarely with the side of his reinforced helmet. The sheer force of the impact shatters his composure, sending his mask spinning into the dirt as Hez thrown back like a rag doll. Ananta stares down the unmasked swordsman, his mind drifting back to the first time they truly clashed. He begrudgingly admits that All's relentless pressure back then was enough to leave even a monster like him speechless. Even when Gyuyo's blade drew blood in the past, there was a lethal precision that commanded his respect. But as they stand amidst the dust now, Ananta notes with cold disappointment that his rival has grown pathetic. All can't help but let out a dry laugh, mocking the sheer audacity of a man who thinks he's still in control. The Dark Warrior remains unfazed, his gaze piercing through the facade of the man standing before him. He senses that the lethal intent in All's sword has been dulled, replaced by a soul-crushing weight of hesitation. Without warning, the environment itself screams as a massive stone spire is effortlessly sliced through like paper. A monstrous silhouette looms over the wreckage, a silent omen that the true hunt is only just beginning. A piercing, primal screech tears through the air as a nearby beastkin signals the arrival of a new nightmare. Ananta's instincts flare as he senses a sudden, jarring shift in the atmosphere around them. A sharp bird call pierces the silence, making him wonder if this is the start of something far worse. All's expression settles into a mask of cold resolve, his eyes reflecting a depth of sorrow previously hidden. A haunting memory of a smiling woman flickers through his mind, the silent motivation behind his next move. With a steady hand, he peels back his sleeve to reveal a mark etched in both ink and old scars. The brand begins to glow as All asks what Ananta could possibly know about the man standing before him. He dismisses the idea of being a mere emotional amateur as ghostly blades erupt from the parched earth. The air itself begins to vibrate with the mournful cry of the raptor blade, a legendary technique. Shrouded in shadow, the sword dancer declares that no one can truly understand the weight he carries. Ananta is left reeling, gritting his teeth as he realizes he is witnessing a true, terrifying authority. All commands the spectral blades to hover, his presence growing heavier with every passing second. With a sharp gesture, he sends the glowing steel whistling through the air like a lethal, coordinated storm. Ananta lunges forward, his draconic armor scraping against the blades as he forces his way through the onslaught. The two titans collide in a shower of sparks, Ananta desperately trying to crush the man who refuses to break. Gripping his hilt with a scarred, steady hand, All channels the full weight of the raptor's resolve. He unleashes Calidbolg, a strike so devastating it carves right through Ananta's supposedly impenetrable draconic defense. Blood sprays across the dirt as Ananta realizes with a jolt of fear that his opponent's hesitation has vanished. The air erupts in a blinding burst of light, as All manifests a pair of massive divine wings. Hovering above the battlefield, he warns the dragon that holding back now will be a fatal, final mistake. Battered and bleeding, Ananta can only grit his teeth, finally acknowledging the true monster he is facing. Ananta wipes the blood from his mouth, a jagged grin revealing he's finally starting to enjoy the carnage. High above, All looks down with chilling composure, casually dismissing their brutal exchange as nothing more than a warm-up. The dragon's jaw unhinges as a guttural growl vibrates through the air, signaling the end of his restraint. Now a towering monument of scales and malice, Ananta dares his opponent to descend and face his absolute destruction. All doesn't flinch, realizing that his rival is finally tapping into the true, terrifying depths of his draconic power. Far from being intimidated, he feels a surge of grim satisfaction, having baited the monster into this final, desperate state. He folds his wings and enters a lethal dive, initiating the raptor's season with the precision of a falling star. Ananta surges upward to meet him, his massive claws wreathed in a violent, crimson aura of pure draconic energy. The world turns white as the two titans collide, All channeling the legendary, piercing force of Gungnir into the strike. They lock eyes through the blinding flash, both warriors pouring every ounce of their soul into this singular, world-shaking moment. The legendary force of Gungnir, meant to be an absolute finisher, suddenly spiderwebs and shatters into useless shards. All stares in paralyzed shock at the empty hilt, his entire strategy crumbling along with his broken weapon. Ananta doesn't offer a moment of mercy, swinging a massive tail wreathed in a catastrophic, blood-red aura. The master swordsman tries to desperately weave through the onslaught, but the dragon's speed has finally surpassed his limits. With a roar that vibrates through the very earth, the beast slams into all, shredding his remaining defenses instantly. The impact is absolute, cratering the ground and sending a violent shockwave that signals the end of the struggle. Watching the brutal collision from afar, Raclette screams his name in a voice thick with terror and disbelief. She tries to throw herself into the settling dust, but the lingering pressure of the dark energy nearly consumes her. Her companion holds her back with everything she has, knowing that intervening now would only add more names to the grave. Amidst the ruins of the battlefield, all lies mangled and broken, as Ananta mockingly demands he stop playing dead and stand up. All's consciousness begins to flicker, his mind desperately clinging to the duty he has yet to fulfill, as a majestic silhouette of a raptor suddenly descends from the heavens through the haze of his fading vision. The massive, feathered guardian touches down, its arrival stirring the heavy dust of the ruined battlefield, while its sharp talons dig deep into the scorched earth, marking the presence of a new, ancient power. This towering owl avatar stands as a silent, imposing sentinel over the master swordsman's broken body, leaving the beastkin girl paralyzed with shock as she watches the sudden shift in the air. With what little strength remains, All gasps out the name Elena, the woman who fuels his dying resolve, while Ananta peers down from his draconic height, instantly recognizing the divine nature of the avatar before him. The creature folds its wings in a protective embrace, shielding its fallen charge from the dragon's malice. As Ananta mockingly wonders if this is the master of the branch All was so desperate to guard. Ananta narrows his eyes at the protective avatar, questioning if he's witnessing a true incarnation or just a trick of the light. He feels a strange, heavy resonance, wondering if some forgotten evil god has finally decided to grace the battlefield with its presence. All barely manages to breathe, correcting the dragon with the fading truth that this divine figure is anything but evil. His mind drifts back to the soaring banner of the Raptor Knights, the legendary unit that once ruled the heavens under her command. This was Elena, the incarnation of dawn, the woman who stood as the radiant heart of their entire order. She was the proud leader of the knights, a figure of grace whose very presence could turn the tide of a losing war. He recalls the grim briefings from their past, where they learned that the core strength of Sephiroth had been decimated by relentless pressure. The situation had become so dire that even the High Commander could no longer avoid the manual management of the failing relay towers. All had questioned the strategy of abandoning their central base, fearing they were leaving themselves vulnerable to a total collapse. Yet the mission remained paramount, sacrificing everything to maximize the energy needed to keep their world's horizon from fading into nothingness. All's heart sinks as he hears the cold order to relocate Elena to a frontline base. He lashes out in desperation, accusing the commander of betraying the very promise that kept him loyal. But the commander remains unnervingly calm, insisting his word has always remained unbroken. He reminds All that the deal was simple: serve as a spy, and the monstrous, failed version of Elena would be spared. With a heavy heart and gritted teeth, All accepts his final assignment to support the woman he once revered. He is officially dubbed the last of the Raptor Knights, a title that carries the weight of a dying era. Back in the present, a sudden, blinding inferno erupts from the brink of total defeat. It is a final, desperate surge of power, a fleeting light manifesting as the distorted shadow of his former leader. Even the mighty dragon is forced to pause, sensing a strange shift in the air that should not be possible. He watches in disbelief as All stands tall once more, bathed in a radiant glow that feels like a miraculous healing. All gazes at the distorted, monstrous form of his former leader, feeling a crushing guilt for forcing her to manifest. He realizes that even in this state, her presence provides a warmth he thought he had lost forever. Elena offers a gentle, forgiving smile, assuring him that she never once held a grudge for his difficult choices. With steady hands, he takes up the helmet of the Raptor Knights, finally accepting the full weight of his title. A sudden surge of divine energy erupts from his soul, shattering the darkness that had nearly claimed his life. The mark on his hand glows with a fierce light as he conjures twin blades of pure, radiant energy. Standing tall in his true warrior form, he vows to spend his remaining days atoning for every past mistake. He takes to the skies like a streak of lightning, leaving the ground behind to face the dragon head-on. The air screams as he cuts through the battlefield with a speed that defies the laws of physics. Even the mighty Ananta is caught completely off guard, his eyes widening as he realizes the prey has finally grown teeth. All's strike bites deep, carving through thick scales and sending a spray of dark ichor across the sky. From the ground, the girls can only watch in sheer disbelief, as their seemingly invincible leader actually takes a hit. High above, the knight remains cold and focused, knowing a raptor's hunt is decided in a single, lethal heartbeat. Ananta recovers with a guttural snarl, his pride wounded far worse than his massive, draconic body. He lashes out with a devastating counter, mocking the very idea that a mere human could ever hope to end him. But the air begins to hum as All summons a barrage of ethereal blades, each one glowing with divine intent. He centers himself within a halo of light, preparing a final sword art that links their lives to a single, shared fate. The dragon answers with a roar that tears the atmosphere apart, unleashing every ounce of his suffocating, dark power. He becomes a blur of black and red, charging forward like a fallen star to crush the light out of his nuisance. Yet All doesn't flinch, accelerating into a blinding streak of white to meet the monster in one final, explosive clash. The two forces collide in a shower of sparks, neither side willing to yield an inch of the sky. But the knight's resolve is sharper, his light beginning to shred through the dragon's suffocating darkness. With a sickening crunch, the divine blade finds its mark, burying itself deep into the beast's scales. The dragon's roar of agony shakes the clouds as his opponent circles back like a true predator of the dawn. He locks onto the falling monster, driving him toward the earth with the weight of every fallen comrade. This is the end of the line for the arrogant beast, as the knight gathers his remaining strength for one final blow. The impact is cataclysmic, a pillar of pure energy erasing the battlefield in a deafening, blinding whiteout. Out of the settling dust, the spirit of the fallen leader manifests in a haunting, avian form, crying out in release. She spreads her massive, dark wings over the wreckage, a tragic reminder of the cost of this desperate rebellion. Watching from the sidelines, the young mousekin can only stare in stunned silence, wondering if anyone truly survived that explosion. The dust begins to settle, revealing the haunting silhouette of the fallen leader, watching over the final struggle. His helmet lies abandoned on the cracked earth, a silent witness to a man who has discarded his humanity for vengeance. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the knight stares down the beast with the cold, unwavering eyes of a predator. He sinks his talons deep into the dragon's black scales, ignoring his own agony to ensure his target can't flee. Pinned under the weight of his resolve, the arrogant monster finally realizes that his end has arrived. The air hums with lethal intent, as the knight begins to channel the most forbidden secret technique of the raptors. Standing atop the thrashing beast, he manifests a spear of pure, blinding light that pulses with divine authority. With one final, desperate thrust, the blade of energy pierces through the dragon's heart, shattering his dark defenses. The legendary strike, Gungnir, erupts into a cataclysmic pillar of white light that erases the horizon. As the massive clouds of smoke billow outward, a heavy, suffocating silence falls over the ruined battlefield. Thick plumes of dust and debris billow across the wasteland as the echoes of the cataclysmic strike finally begin to fade. At the heart of the impact zone, the knight collapses to his knees, his body trembling under the weight of his own failed gambit. He stares into the void, cursed by the knowledge that even a direct hit to an immortal's heart requires more than just raw willpower. Looking down at the smoking ruin where his arm used to be, he realizes with a sinking dread that his sacrifice was for nothing. In a cruel moment of clarity, he sees how the dragon anticipated the trajectory, parrying the divine light at the very last second. The beast looms over him like a shadow of death, its eyes glowing with the chilling promise that it won't grant another opening. Despite the gaping hole in its chest, the monster stands tall, almost impressed by the sharpness of the strike that failed to kill it. The knight's golden eyes begin to dim as the reality of his defeat sets in, his strength finally deserting him in the face of despair. Suddenly, a frantic cry pierces through the heavy silence as a small, familiar figure sprints desperately toward the crater. The mouse-eared girl collapses into her broken comrade's arms, her sobs echoing across the ruins of a battle that took everything from him. All reaches out with his remaining strength, wiping away the mouse girl's tears while whispering a final, heartbreaking apology. As his hand falls away, the weight of his farewell hits Raclette like a physical blow, leaving her breathless. Even the Beastkin girl can only watch in stunned silence as the knight turns his back on his friends. The draconic monster looms over the broken warrior, mockingly offering him one last chance to speak before the end. Ignoring the beast, all limps toward the center of the crater, revealing that their reinforcements are nowhere to be found. Nearby, the carcass of a fallen beast serves as a grim reminder of the price paid for this stalling action. From the ridge, a scarred warrior and her companion witness the scene, their expressions hardening at the sight of the carnage. Finally, standing before the massive, feathered silhouette of his former leader, the knight finds the peace he's been seeking. Elena's spirit gazes down with a mixture of sorrow and recognition, her avian form shimmering in the dying light. With his head held high, The last Raptor Knight prepares to deliver the message he's carried through a lifetime of war. The ring of clashing steel takes us back to a time before the world fell apart, where every strike was a lesson in survival. Fellow recruits could only watch in awe, knowing they were witnessing a rivalry that would eventually define the fate of their entire order. In the center of the courtyard, a young All moves with a grace he hasn't yet lost to the bitterness and tragedy of war. His mentor, Elena, keeps pace with a playful smirk, silently daring him to finally land a hit on the woman he admires most. But the playfulness vanishes, as All's gaze turns cold, his instinct for slaughter flickering to life for the very first time. Elena's heart skips a beat as she realizes the boy she's been protecting has suddenly become a predator she can no longer easily contain. With a speed that defies logic, he closes the distance, stopping his blade just inches from the throat of the woman who taught him everything. Instead of fear, she looks at him with a pride so genuine it catches the young knight completely off guard and shatters his focus. Just like that, the deadly prodigy vanishes, replaced by a flustered teenager who can't even look her in the eye without turning bright red. She doesn't let him off easy though, playfully keeping him on his toes as they share one of the few happy moments they'll ever have. Even as the training session winds down, the eyes of the entire academy remain fixed on the boy who moves like a storm. The scene shifts from the dusty courtyard to the hallowed, sun-drenched silence of the great cathedral for a life-altering ceremony. Standing at the end of the long aisle is the High Commander, a man whose very presence demands absolute, unwavering loyalty. With the weight of a blade on his shoulder, All officially leaves his childhood behind to become a Raptor Knight. Standing tall in his pristine white uniform, he finally looks the part of the legendary prodigy the Empire desperately needs. Yet, despite the prestige of the moment, he can't help but feel a flicker of bashful modesty under the spotlight. From the sidelines, the mysterious woman joins the chorus of applause, her eyes filled with a pride that feels like home. Even the seasoned veterans in the crowd share a look of approval, knowing they've just witnessed the birth of a legend. All begins to speak, his voice steady as he vows to uphold the honor of the blade he now carries. Above them all, the flag of the Raptor Knight snaps in the wind, a symbol of the glory and the heavy burden he has accepted. The High Commander stands at the precipice of history, flanked by his most trusted and lethal officers. With a sharp command, he unleashes the Raptor Knights, sending them soaring toward their next target. A stray dragon roars in defiance, completely unaware that its reign of terror is about to end. All descends like a silver streak of divine judgment, delivering a blow that shatters the beast's skull. The impact is absolute, driving the massive creature into the dirt in a pathetic cloud of dust. Standing triumphantly over the carcass, All proves that no monster can withstand the Empire's finest weapon. Beneath his stoic mask, he feels the cold satisfaction of a duty fulfilled without a single wasted movement. Watching from the ridge, the High Commander smirks, knowing his vision for the Knights is finally perfect. But for Gyuyo and his partner, these victories are merely the stepping stones toward a much quieter life. Hand in hand, they finally trade the blood-soaked battlefield for a future where they only answer to each other. Gyuyo and his partner finally leave the carnage behind, walking toward a horizon that no longer smells like blood. Her gentle smile is the only reward he ever truly wanted after years of surviving the Empire's meat grinder. Yet, as one legend retires, the High Commander is already busy sculpting a new, far more dangerous weapon. This is Gawain, a man destined to become the chief knight and the pride of the entire military. He was hailed as the greatest talent the Raptor Knights had ever seen since the day of their founding. To ensure his absolute dominance, the commander bestowed a sacred mark upon him, a brand of divine authority. Gawain accepted the gift with stoic resolve, feeling the commander's own terrifying essence surging through his very veins. But the true cost of the Empire's progress is kept hidden within dark halls where the elite gather. Elena feels a sudden chill, wondering why they've been summoned to such a cold, oppressive chamber in total secrecy. The commander merely smirks, ready to reveal a twisted, monstrous evolution that will change the face of war forever. The knights exchange frantic whispers, wondering if the nightmare looming behind the commander is truly a divine incarnation. A guttural, bone-chilling growl vibrates through the stone as the dark mass begins to uncoil its feathered limbs. Elena stands paralyzed before the towering beast, realizing this creature is a manifestation of pure, unbridled malice. It lunges forward with a deafening shriek, its massive talons ready to shred any life they touch. The air itself seems to scream as a heavy claw swipes down, forcing Elena into a desperate, panicked retreat. She screams for Gawain, her heart hammering against her ribs as the shadow of death closes in. Just as the blow is about to land, Gawain intervenes with a blinding strike that bites deep into the beast's hide. The sudden reversal leaves Elena breathless, her eyes wide as she witnesses the terrifying speed of her protector. Gawain remains perfectly composed, checking on his comrade while his blade hums with the promise of more blood. This overwhelming display is exactly why the Raptor Knights have been summoned to witness the commander's ultimate play. The High Commander's voice remains chillingly calm as he brings up the fate of Vice Captain Dathos. He reveals the man's severed head, mocking the idea that such a pathetic creature was ever beloved. Dathos had dreamed of standing at the peak, but his weak spirit crumbled into a monstrous failure. Toying with a glowing bloom, the commander notes that the man simply couldn't endure the divine blessing. Gawain stands over the remains of his former comrade, the grim reality of their situation finally sinking in. A frantic, twisted grin spreads across Gawain's face as he struggles to contain the surging power within. The commander turns to the rest of the elite force, demanding they prove their worth through pride. His eyes flare with dark intent, promising they will rise again as the ultimate incarnations of his will. Elena lets out a deafening roar, calling her fellow knights to embrace the horrific change taking place. Massive, dark wings erupt from their backs as the Raptor Knights abandon their humanity to hunt the enemy. Gawain screams for the madness to end, but his desperate plea is drowned out by the sound of impending slaughter. The High Commander shows his true colors, unleashing a devastating radial burst of light that pierces through his own loyal knights. One of those merciless beams finds its mark, punching straight through Elena's chest as she's discarded like a failed experiment. Gawain rushes toward the falling body, his voice cracking as he calls out to the only person he had left. He collapses onto the blood-stained tiles, cradling his comrade while the reality of their commander's betrayal finally sinks in. A dark, shadowy aura begins to swallow Gawain's features, his grief instantly curdling into a singular, murderous hatred for Gyuyo. The commander looks back with a chilling lack of empathy, noting the intense fire of rebellion flickering in the boy's eyes. Towering over the carnage with his wings spread wide, Gyuyo mockingly asks if Gawain truly has the spine to resist him. The cursed mark on Gawain's hand pulses with agonizing heat, threatening to consume his mind as he howls in pure, unbridled rage. Looking down at Elena's lifeless face, the commander casually concludes that she must have been quite precious to his little toy. The High Commander leans in with a sickening smirk, dangling a twisted chance to bring Elena back from the brink. He begins to walk away, casually noting that such a miracle always demands a price most are too weak to pay. Looking down at the pathetic display of grief, he mockingly asks if Gawain actually has the spine to follow through. Visions of the past flood Gawain's mind, showing Elena as she used to be, radiant and full of life. That warmth is instantly replaced by the sight of her monstrous form, her eyes streaming with tears as she begs for mercy. Gawain is crushed by the realization that his own selfish heart is the reason she's been turned into this nightmare. He remembers her wedding, a day he should have celebrated but instead met with a cold and bitter silence. The weight of his regret manifests as a searing heat, a desperate prayer for a happiness he can never return. Amidst the flames of his despair, the transformed Elena reaches out, her wings of light illuminating the bloody chamber. She pulls him into a final, ethereal embrace, offering a fleeting moment of peace before the true horror begins. Gawain's resolve hardens for a fleeting second, his yellow eyes burning with a desperate, final intensity. But the facade breaks as a single tear escapes, marking the moment he finally loses everything. The scene shifts as the fires of the past erupt, consuming the present in a hellish glow. Ananta finds himself back in the mud, a fallen leader kneeling amidst the ruins of his ambition. He is surrounded by the silent remains of the comrades he failed to lead to victory. His gaze falls upon his beloved queen, her eyes filled with a sorrow that cuts deeper than steel. Before he can reach her, a cruel bolt of light pierces her chest, shattering his world forever. Horror and helplessness twist Ananta's features as he realizes his strength was never enough to save her. High above the carnage, the High Commander spreads his wings, looking every bit the heartless god. The tyrant turns his back on the devastation, leaving Ananta with nothing but a burning desire for revenge. Ananta's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as the crushing weight of his failures finally catches up to him. He sinks into the dirt, a broken man mourning a past that was supposed to end in glory, not a massacre. But even as his world grinds to a halt, a flicker of something ancient and stubborn begins to stir within his soul. Looking up through the grime, he sees a vision of the one person who could always find him in the dark. It was her, the queen, who offered him a hand and a reason to fight when he had absolutely nothing left. That memory acts like a match to a powder keg, and Ananta explodes forward, clashing violently with the silver-haired knight. Hes no longer just a survivor, Hes a force of nature fueled by a rage that's been simmering for lifetimes. The impact of their weapons sends a shockwave through the air, a brutal contest of raw strength against refined skill. Raising his massive mace, he prepares to deliver a blow for every soul lost to the High Commander's cruelty. Yet Gawain just stares back with a manic, toothy grin, clearly relishing the chance to dance with a true monster. Ananta puts every ounce of his soul into a strike meant to finally break through the enemy's line, but the force of the exchange is catastrophic. leaving his helmet discarded and broken in the freezing mud. Even his heavy mace can't survive the pressure, snapping like a twig after delivering its final, desperate message to a massive bear warrior who watches the fallout in terror, realizing he's lucky he wasn't the target. The battlefield offers no respite, however, as a new nightmare arrives, a polar bear encased in crimson armor, with a glowing mana crystal on its back that hums with a lethal energy, leaving the witnesses in shock. It lets out a primal, mechanical roar that echoes across the tundra, signaling the start of a new slaughter, while the brown-furred veteran answers with a defiant howl, trying to hold on to his dignity despite the fear. The armored predator doesn't wait for an invitation, lunging forward with a speed that defies its massive bulk, until a heavy, armored paw connects with a sickening thud, reminding everyone that on this field, mercy is dead. The veteran's fist connects with a sickening thud, but it feels like hitting a mountain of cold iron, as he stares into those vacant eyes, realizing his opponent long ago traded its soul for steel. This is the High Commander's pride, a polar bear twisted into a mechanical monstrosity of flesh and wire that swings with a heavy, sluggish force, using sheer weight to threaten everything in its path. A sinister red glow begins to emanate from its chest core, signaling a surge of unstable, lethal power, before the beast slams down with a mana-charged strike, turning the frozen ground into a jagged graveyard. To prevent a total meltdown, the blue crystal on its back flares to life to vent the intense heat, leaving the veteran to realize he isn't fighting a warrior, but a ticking time bomb fueled by agony. This creature was brewed in a vat as a living experiment, its very life essence being burned away for fuel, a sight that leaves Ananta fuming at the thought of a leader who treats his own people as disposable tools. The veteran charges forward with a roar of pure, unadulterated hatred for the tyrant. He puts every ounce of his remaining strength into a crushing fist aimed at the monster's head. The impact is massive, a desperate strike meant to end this mechanical nightmare once and for all. Metal screeches and wires snap as the beast's artificial jaw begins to crumble under the pressure. He pulls back for the finishing blow, but a faint, pained whimper stops him cold. The monster calls out for its father, a voice that shouldn't belong to a mindless machine. The realization hits harder than any physical blow, freezing the warrior's heart in an instant. His eyes fill with a sudden, agonizing horror as he recognizes the soul trapped within the steel. But the commander's puppet has no room for mercy, driving a jagged claw deep into his stomach. Staring into the eyes of his own child, the veteran finally understands the true depth of this depravity. The beast doesn't hesitate, its mechanical claw tearing through flesh and bone with sickening ease. As the veteran collapses, the puppet stands over him, a cold, unfeeling monument to the commander's cruelty. He hits the frozen ground, his lifeblood staining the pristine snow a deep, tragic crimson. His vision begins to blur, the world narrowing down to the single, agonizing point of his failure. The sky above seems to mock him, indifferent to the life being extinguished in this god-forsaken wasteland. Darkness starts to creep in at the edges, pulling him toward a peace he never thought he'd find. Every shallow breath is a struggle, a final, desperate protest against the void opening up beneath him. But through the haze, a familiar figure appears, kneeling beside him as the world fades away. With the last of his strength, the warrior reaches out, whispering the name of the daughter he thought had lost. Tosca takes his hand, her eyes filled with a heartbreaking kindness as she begs for a forgiveness he's already given. The bear warrior refuses to let the cold embrace of death take him while his daughter is still watching. His mechanical heart surges with a violent, crimson light as he forces his broken body back into the fray. Reaching into the frozen earth, he finds the only weapon left that can still serve his desperate purpose. He grips the jagged shard of ice with a crushing force, ignoring the blood slicking his palm. With a surge of pure, unadulterated adrenaline, the old titan rises as a literal force of nature. Every breath is a jagged rasp of agony, yet his eyes burn with a fire no winter could ever extinguish. He brings the frozen blade down with the crushing weight of a lifetime's worth of regrets and rage. His opponent can only howl in sheer agony as the crystalline edge carves through armor and flesh alike. This isn't a tactical exchange anymore. It's a brutal, close-quarters execution fueled by a father's final stand. He locks his massive arms around the beast, determined to drag them both into the abyss to ensure his daughter's safety. Even as the light fades from his eyes, the old warrior's grip remains as unyielding as the mountain itself. In the quiet theater of his mind, he sees his wife again, reminding their daughter of a mother's eternal love. The High Commander looks down with utter contempt, sneering at what he considers to be nothing more than worthless drivel. He decides to end the sentimentality, the core of his mechanical weapon humming with a lethal, crimson intensity. Searing rays of light lash out from the machine, a cruel attempt to erase the final traces of a father's defiance. But the bear warrior's will is his own divine weapon, a power that even the heavens cannot easily extinguish. He lets out a final, silent roar, hoping that in their next life, his children will call him father once more. A single, shimmering snow blossom forms in the air, the beautiful precursor to a devastating, absolute frost. The world turns white as a heavy blizzard descends, masking the tragic end of a legendary protector. The tyrant's mechanical beast is silenced instantly, flash frozen into a jagged monument of ice by the old bear's final breath. The old warrior stands as a frozen monument, his final act of defiance etched forever in eternal ice. Even in death, his presence remains overwhelming, a silent guardian who refused to break until the very end. As the cold finally takes him, his last thoughts drift away from the battlefield and toward a simple, heartfelt prayer. He finds peace in the memory of his family, finally reuniting with his wife and holding his child once more. But while one hero falls, the war rages on elsewhere, shifting our focus to a desperate struggle at Base 3. The Queen stands at the front lines of the rebellion, her legendary blade Fragarash igniting with a blinding radiance. She unleashes a pillar of light that pierces the heavens, signaling the start of a final, desperate stand against the darkness. Hordes of snarling beasts surge forward in response, their hunger clashing against the visible fear of the weary soldiers. Her commanders scramble to tighten the formation, knowing that if their queen falls, the hope of their people dies with her. Even young Tosca grips her bow with trembling hands, wondering if anyone will actually make it out of this nightmare alive. The queen urges her people to cast aside their doubts and place their faith in the warriors standing right beside them. She dismisses the very notion of divine help, knowing that neither gods nor demons will be the ones to save their skins. To her, victory isn't some gift from the heavens. It is something forged through raw willpower and the strength of the flesh. As her voice rings out across the battlefield, she declares that her only true religion is the unbreakable bond of her comrades. But the focus shifts from her inspiring words to the absolute carnage unfolding at Base 3, where the air begins to scream. The bear warrior braces his massive frame against a sudden, overwhelming surge of energy that threatens to tear the ground apart. He realizes with a sinking gut feeling that this isn't just another imperial spell, but something far more sinister and unnatural. Cold sweat beads on his brow as he senses a presence so mechanical and devoid of life that it chills him to the bone. The earth shatters under the weight of a colossal, metal-shod limb that descends like a hammer from the gods themselves. Before him stands a nightmare made manifest, a mechanical incarnation that looks more like a walking fortress than a living creature. The freezing atmosphere suddenly condenses into a jagged spire of pure, lethal mana. As a mechanical incarnation lunges from the frost, its body a twisted fusion of predator and cold steel. It carves a path of destruction, raising a mountain of ice that dwarfs everything in its wake, while letting out a metallic roar, its jaw unhinging to reveal the hollow, pathetic machinery within. The monster strikes with enough force to shatter stone, forcing the bear warrior to meet its savage momentum head-on. He skids backward, his boots carving deep grooves into the permafrost as he fights to stabilize his massive frame, admitting to himself that there is no love left between them, only a grim and lingering connection. He tightens his grip on his axe, accepting the heavy responsibility of ending a life that shares his own blood, as the beast screams again, a mindless, hollow echo of the man it might have once been. With a thunderous, defiant cry of his own, the warrior swings his blade to deliver a final, merciful blow. The warrior ducks under a massive swipe, his instincts screaming as the beast's power surges, while the monstrosity lets out a deafening roar, its jaw unhinging to reveal a cold, glowing weapon. Deep within its throat, a concentrated pulse of energy begins to hum with lethal intent, and the veteran's eyes widen as he stares down the barrel of a literal death sentence. A searing beam of crimson light erupts, tearing through the sky and leaving scorched air behind. Meanwhile, at the second base on the right flank, a different kind of predatory tension builds, where deep within a shadowed pit, a lone fighter finds herself surrounded by chitinous, twitching legs. Refusing to show fear, the girl snarls at the darkness, demanding her opponent finally face her, but a massive shadow slithers above, mocking her bravado while circling its prey like an insect. The horror finally reveals its face, a twisted fusion of man and bug seeking only her despair. The beast girl lashes out with a feral strike, her claws tracing a lethal, glowing arc through the stagnant air. The skittering horror barely flinches, dismissively weaving through the attack while mocking her desperate attempts to connect. A chilling vision of the fallen Elena flickers in the girl's mind, her eyes glowing with a cold, monstrous hunger. Gritting her teeth against the mental assault, the wolf warrior refuses to be intimidated by these twisted psychological games. She demands to know what the monster did to Nadia, her voice cracking with a mixture of raw fury and dread. The centipede snarls back with a mechanical click of its jaw, telling the girl she needs to finally learn her place. A sickening purple aura of corrosion begins to bleed from the monster's carapace, signaling a lethal shift in the hunt. Ignoring the toxic haze, the beast girl launches herself forward, betting everything on one final, explosive burst of speed. She carves through the creature's armored legs in a blur of motion, the sound of chitin snapping echoing through the pit. With a savage roar, she sinks her claws deep into the monster's soft underbelly, painting the floor in its foul, dark blood. The monster's confidence shatters as a dark cyclone of fur and fury tears through its once impenetrable defenses. It stares in pure disbelief, paralyzed by the realization that the girl is dominating the fight without even fully transforming. A powerful, clawed hand clamps down on its chitinous leg, grounding the predator and ending its game of cat and mouse. Images of the monster's past atrocities flicker through her mind, reminding her of the innocent lives this bug snuffed out. She finally lets the beast take over, looming over the pathetic creature like a nightmare forged from shadow and teeth. The wolf opens its massive maw wide, ready to show the centipede exactly what it feels like to be the prey. With a sickening crunch, she sinks her fangs deep into the creature's torso, tasting its foul and bitter essence. A piercing shriek of pure agony erupts from the monster as its arrogant facade is replaced by primitive terror. Desperate to escape the jaws of death, the centipede scrambles up the cavern walls, trying to shake the wolf loose. But gravity and fury win out, sending them both crashing into the stone floor in a violent, bone-shattering impact. The centipede monster gasps for air, its once arrogant posture shattered as it realizes the hunt has finally turned on it. The beast girl reaches out with a massive, blood-stained claw, ready to deliver a final, personal lesson in agony. Radiating a terrifying aura of pure vengeance, she vows to personally beat the life out of the pathetic creature. The scene shifts to the desolate ruins of the second base, where the horizon is choked by a suffocating red haze. Trails of fresh blood stain the dry earth, marking the path of a struggle that was as brief as it was brutal. The bear warrior leans heavily on his weapons, his breath coming in ragged gasps as his massive frame finally begins to fail. He hits the ground with a bone-jarring thud, his legendary endurance finally snapping under the weight of his many wounds. Gawain looks down with a sadistic, shark-toothed sneer, mocking the veteran for being so easily worn out. Standing amidst the carnage of his own making, the knight feels a twisted rush of adrenaline as the death toll rises. In his final moments of clarity, the warrior accepts the cold truth that even his legendary strength has a limit. Gawain isn't just winning, he's savoring the struggle, taunting the veteran to show him a real fight. The knight refuses to let his prey die easily, promising to drag him back just to kill him again. Driven by pure desperation, the bear warrior summons every ounce of remaining strength for one final, crushing swing. The heavy mace connects with a sickening crunch, burying itself deep into the knight's arrogant, bloodied face. A massive shockwave erupts from the impact, shaking the very foundations of the ruined imperial base. But the veteran doesn't stop there, his eyes burning with the singular, primal need to end this monster. Suddenly, Gawain's jaw unhinges into a horrific, jagged maw, revealing the true, bottomless depth of his corruption. In a blur of unnatural speed, the knight lunges forward, instantly turning the hunter into the helpless prey. His only instinct now is to tear, chew, and swallow anything that dares to stand in his path. The bear warrior can only watch in shock as his own blood paints the air, his final stand failing. The air thickens with iron as Ananta's blood begins to dance around the knight. Gawain's face dissolves into a nightmare of jagged teeth, fueled by the gore he spilled. Ananta realizes this monster is using his blood to fuel a cycle of healing and slaughter. With combat instincts sharpened to a lethal edge, the creature lets out a bone-chilling cackle. This is the power of a great lieutenant, a level of strength defying human limits. In an instant, Gawain becomes a blur of malice, lunging forward with predatory speed. Blades clash against heavy iron in a frantic symphony of sparks and desperate power. Ananta puts his weight into a crushing swing, aiming to shatter the knight's momentum. But the corrupted warrior meets the blow head-on, his blades holding firm against the impact. Grinning through the collision, Gawain knows that at this rate, his prey is finally finished. Gawain sneers that his blades will surely dull before this stubborn fool finally decides to die. Blood trickles down Ananta's forehead as he grits his teeth against the overwhelming pressure. Despite the pain, his gaze remains fixed and lethal, refusing to let his spirit break. The two monsters clash in a red-tinted haze, the corrupted knight's cackle echoing through the chaos. Gawain's blade bites deep into the heavy iron of the mace, seeking a fatal opening. With a sharp crack, the knight's weapon shatters against the blunt force of the dragon's steel. But losing a blade doesn't slow Gawain down as he immediately winds up a follow-up strike. A heavy punch connects squarely with Ananta's face, sending a sickening shockwave through his skull. The knight follows through with a savage, blindingly fast slash from his remaining weapon. Fresh blood sprays across Ananta's chest as he struggles to maintain his footing under the relentless assault. Gawain's twisted grin widens as he revels in the slaughter, his bloodlust reaching a fever pitch. He dances through the air, his blades carving a chaotic path through the dragon's desperate defenses. The knight cackles with sadistic glee, taunting his opponent to keep his guard up if he wants to survive. But the laughter dies in his throat when he realizes his weapon has finally reached its breaking point. Seizing the opening, Ananta lunges forward with a strike that carries the weight of a falling mountain. The impact is catastrophic, shattering the knight's ribs and forcing a spray of dark blood from his lungs. This is the path of a true berserker, a self-destructive frenzy that burns everything in its wake. Standing amidst the steam of his own boiling blood, the dragon finally embraces his primal, bottomless hunger. Gawain staggers back, his arrogance replaced by a cold, creeping dread as he watches the monster evolve. He realizes with horror that Ananta is now commanding an evil god's power through sheer, unbreakable will. Gawain finds the situation amusing, admitting he respects strength as long as it doesn't surpass his own. His face twists into a sickening grin, his ego demanding that he remain the apex predator here. The knight lunges from the air, foolishly thinking a simple ambush will end this fight. But Ananta stands his ground like an immovable fortress, his dual maces ready to crush his foe. The clash is instantaneous, a blur of dark energy and raw physical power that shakes the air. Driven by a feral instinct, Gawain unhinges his jaw, revealing rows of serrated teeth meant for devouring. He sinks his fangs deep into the dragon's flesh, desperate to taste the blood of his prey. Yet Ananta doesn't even flinch, looking down at the knight like a bothersome insect. Instead of pulling away, he delivers a bone-shattering counterpunch that sends shockwaves through the knight's frame. Deep within, the dark entity screams for him to consume everything, turning the predator into the meal. Gawain erupts in a surge of corrupted energy, his pride refusing to let him back down. But Ananta is done playing games, winding up a strike that carries the weight of a mountain. The knight barely manages to reposition, his movements becoming more animalistic as his humanity slips away. The air screams as their powers collide once more, creating a chaotic explosion of red and black. In a moment of pure madness, Gawain lunges forward, sinking his teeth back into the dragon's neck. He spits out a mouthful of blood with a twisted grin, briefly relishing the taste of a legend. That fleeting moment of triumph vanishes instantly when a massive hand clamps around his throat. Shock finally flickers in the knight's eyes as his hoisted into the air like a common street dog. With a single, fluid motion, Ananta drives him into the dirt with enough force to shatter the earth. He doesn't stop there, raining down a relentless barrage of slams that turn the arrogant knight into a total ragdoll. The knight gasps for air as a massive boot pins him to the cratered earth, crushing the very life from his lungs. Above him, the dragon lets out a primal roar that shakes the battlefield, his rage reaching a fever pitch. Ananta brings his fists down like twin meteors, intent on hammering the arrogant knight into the dirt once and for all. It is a nightmare realization for the knight, who finally understands he is trapped in the worst possible matchup imaginable. He watches in horror as the dragon's aura flares, realizing the beast actually grows stronger the more it is wounded. Every drop of blood the knight steals to heal himself only serves to fuel the dragon's terrifying, endless momentum. Realizing he cannot win a direct clash, the knight decides to stay on the defensive, hoping the monster eventually burns itself out. He tries to regain his composure by mocking the dragon's nature, claiming that only the truly weak feel the need to crush others. Despite the absolute beating he just took, he sneers at the dragon, questioning if this display of power is just a mask for fragility. A twisted, jagged grin spreads across the knight's face as he prepares to turn his own humiliation into a lethal opening. Ananta pauses for a fleeting moment, his primal instincts sensing a sudden, violent shift in the atmosphere. A suffocating pressure erupts from the crater as the knight's remaining sanity finally snaps under the weight of defeat. The dragon's eye glows with a cold intensity, fixated on the grotesque power surging from the wreckage. Suddenly, a colossal shark-like monstrosity lunges from the dust, its jagged jaws wide enough to swallow the world. The impact shatters the ground, though the knight feels a deep sense of shame for being pushed this far. He curses his luck, hating that he was forced to reveal his true form outside his master's presence. As the main battle intensifies, the surrounding cavern begins to groan and collapse under the sheer magical fallout. Nearby, the dark wolf leaps through the chaos, narrowly dodging a lethal burst of concentrated energy. He grows increasingly frustrated as the spider-like lieutenant moves with unnatural grace, parrying every one of his strikes. Snarling with predatory spite, the wolf mocks her speed, refusing to let himself become another easy kill. The spider lieutenant's composure finally shatters as she desperately commands the beast to stay back. Ignoring her pleas, the wolf unleashes his mark of blood, shredding her armor with crimson energy. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, feeling his claws didn't bite deep enough to end it. Shaking with rage and coughing up ichor, the lieutenant refuses to be humiliated by a beast. She snarls with a bruised ego, demanding to know how he could ever be her equal. Suddenly, a violent pillar of purple energy erupts, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. The wolf braces against the shockwave, realizing his opponent is far from finished. Playtime is officially over, as a suffocating aura begins to radiate from the crater. Shedding her restraint, the lieutenant reveals her true nightmare form, promising to tear him apart. It's a grim reminder of the world's law. Only one true sovereign can stand at the top. The world's strongest are like moths to a flame, drawn to the sovereign's light for their own selfish reasons. Some seek a reason to exist while others burn with zeal, but they all gravitate toward that absolute power. Among them was Gawain, a man who once prided himself on being the most calculating predator in the empire. He was a shark among minnows, climbing a mountain of corpses to claim his seat as a great lieutenant. His rise to the summit seemed inevitable, right up until the moment a single mistake shattered his perfect reality. In a flash of blinding light, his arrogance was met with a strike that redefined his entire existence. That permanent scar became a mark of shame, a physical reminder of his sudden and humiliating fall from grace. But even with his status stripped away, the core of his twisted nature remained as sharp as his teeth. To him, strength is defined by the absolute annihilation of the weak and the total disgrace of the fallen. Now, fully unleashed in his monstrous form, he is ready to prove that a cornered predator is the most dangerous. Ananta stands amidst the rising heat of the battlefield, his gaze burning with a cold, draconic intensity that refuses to flicker. He watches the dust settle with a predatory focus, his eyes locking onto the massive threat emerging from the chaos. Gawain towers over him like a nightmare from the deep, mocking the rebel for even thinking he could survive this encounter. With a roar of pure malice, the great lieutenant brings down a fist heavy enough to shatter mountains and end the struggle. The impact carves a massive crater into the parched earth, sending a shockwave that screams of absolute and total destruction. Gawain prepares to finish the job, leaning into his gore-grind technique to turn his opponent into nothing but a memory. But as the dust clears, the rebel remains standing, meeting the onslaught with a grim resolve he calls his carcass worship. The shark monster lunges for a killing bite, only for Ananta to catch those jagged, blood-stained jaws with his bare hands. Using the monster's own momentum against him, the rebel leader leaps high into the air, escaping the crushing trap below. Gawain snaps his teeth shut in a frenzy, desperate to finally chew and swallow the man who simply refuses to die. Gawain's jaws snap shut with bone-crushing force, yet amidst the carnage, the rebel's mind drifts back to an older flame. He recalls the bitter realization that his entire existence had once been defined by a duty he could no longer fulfill. The strength he formerly wore with such arrogance felt like a hollow shell the moment his queen was taken. Consumed by a mounting rage, he felt himself slipping, nearly ascending into the form of a vengeful, dark deity. He admits to a trusted companion that her presence was the only anchor keeping him from drowning in his own malice. Looking at him with a mix of pity and sternness, the warrior wonders what his next move will be. For him, the path is clear. He will survive long enough to find the woman who still haunts his every thought. He is perfectly willing to incinerate his very soul if it means finishing the mission he started so long ago. However, his ally refuses to stand by while he treats his own life like a disposable tool for vengeance. She challenges his twisted logic, asking if his fallen queen would truly find any virtue in such a pointless death. She reminds him that while the loss of his master left an eternal scar, his soul is meant for protection. She pleads with Tarkin to survive, promising to be the light that guides him away from the abyss. Huddled by the fire, she begs him not to let a thirst for vengeance consume his entire existence. But if he must unleash that terrifying power, he shouldn't do it for hate, but for those he loves. Back in the present, that very power erupts, tearing through the shark-like monster with a violent, dark explosion. A spectral beast made of pure malice lunges forward, sinking its teeth into the lieutenant's mutated flesh. Gawain staggers back in shock, realizing his opponent has finally tapped into something far more ancient and sinister. The transformation is complete as the evil god Tarkin emerges, a nightmare clad in shadow and bone. The predator has officially become the prey, staring into the cold, red eyes of a true deity of destruction. Raising his claws to the crimson sky, Ananta prepares to show this puppet the true meaning of despair. Two jagged blades whistle through the air, summoned back to the hands of their true master. Ananta catches them effortlessly, his presence now radiating a pressure heavy enough to crush the surrounding earth. He has fully ascended as the avatar of the breakthrough, assuming the mantle of the legendary commander, Tarkin. Standing tall with his massive weapons, he looks less like a warrior and more like a walking omen of death. Gawain can only look on in horror, realizing the predator he was hunting has evolved into something far beyond him. With chilling confidence, Ananta makes it clear that the outcome of this battle was decided the moment he transformed. The lieutenant snaps, diving back into the ground while screaming insults to mask the pure terror in his heart. He circles like a cornered animal, but Ananta doesn't even flinch, his eyes tracking every desperate vibration in the soil. The air grows thick with dust and malice as the Demon King waits for the fool to make his move. Finally, Gawain erupts from the earth, lunging with a bloodthirsty roar in a final, pathetic attempt to spill the god's blood. Ananta doesn't hesitate for a second, meeting the lieutenant's desperate charge with a swing that carries the weight of a god. The blade bites deep, carving through Gawain's thick hide as if his monstrous armor were nothing more than wet parchment. As the beast reels from the impact, Ananta looms over him like a living shadow, raising both jagged blades for the final execution. There is no mercy to be found in those glowing red eyes, only the cold, mechanical calculation of a predator ending a nuisance. He brings the twin swords down in a single, world-shaking strike that feels like it might split the very planet in two. A violent eruption of dark energy consumes the entire battlefield, erasing any lingering hope the lieutenant had of surviving this encounter. When the dust finally begins to settle, all that remains of the struggle is a massive, smoking scar carved deep into the earth. Gawain lies broken and motionless in the center of the ruin, his reign of terror silenced forever by a far superior force. Emerging from the crimson haze, Ananta stands as the undisputed victor, his form still wreathed in the dark essence of the evil god. With the threat finally neutralized, he looks on with a heavy gaze, the sheer exhaustion of maintaining such power etched into his face. As the light of the gateway envelops him, Ananta sees the familiar silhouettes of the people he failed to protect. A rare, genuine smile breaks through his weary expression as he calls out to the woman who haunted his dreams. He steps toward the radiance, ready to finally lay down his burden and stand beside his queen once more. But while some find peace in the end, others were forged in a never-ending cycle of gore and starvation. Long before she was a lieutenant, the spider was a mindless scavenger, eating anything that crawled through the dirt. Her existence was a hollow void, where only the instinct to kill and consume held any real meaning. That primal life ended the moment she looked up and saw a figure of absolute, terrifying majesty standing before her. The sovereign didn't come to slay the beast, but to offer it a spark of divinity that would change its fate forever. He recognized the same untamed savagery in her that defined the most dangerous predators of the wasteland. Abandoning her monstrous shell, she accepted his grace and a new identity, beginning her journey as a loyal tool of the Empire. He christened her Kishwolga, a name that finally gave the starving monster a reason to exist. The sovereign spoke of grand designs, claiming their meeting was a fated branch in the world's transformation. When he asked if she would lend him her strength, she didn't just agree, she was absolutely enthralled. She accepted his hand without a second thought, finally finding a master worthy of her primal savagery. In a world where she previously had no purpose, an unfamiliar feeling of devotion began to take root. She stood tall above the discarded husks of her own kind, convinced she was his one true chosen. Her ego eventually convinced her that she was the only one capable of representing his divine will. But that delusion was cut short along with her arm, the moment she forgot who actually held the leash. Even as the fifth seat of his elite circle, she was reminded that she was still just a tool. With a chilling glare, the sovereign warned her that next time, he wouldn't stop at just a limb. The realization hit her like a physical blow as she stared at the bloody gap where her arm used to be. She finally saw the sovereign for what he truly was, a being of such irrational strength that logic simply ceased to exist. To a god like him, even the most powerful warriors were nothing more than pathetic insects crawling through the dirt. Yet, in that moment of absolute submission, her twisted mind decided that this crushing terror was actually a form of love. As she boasts about her devotion, Hyungbal shuts her down, telling her she couldn't be more wrong about her feelings. He stands his ground against her massive form, ready to repeat the truth as many times as it takes to break her. He stares directly into her eyes, insisting that what she feels isn't affection, but a hollow, desperate fear of her master. Enraged by the challenge to her worldview, the lieutenant screams that a mere beast could never understand her sacred bond. Hyungbal doesn't flinch, instead reflecting on a time when his own heart was driven by something far more meaningful. He remembers fighting not out of fear or submission, but to protect the precious dreams of a comrade who truly believed in him. He carries the memory of a leader's promise and the dream of the person who gave his life meaning. To him, this unwavering bond is the only true definition of love he will ever need to succeed. The lieutenant sneers at his sentiment, vowing to erase every trace of his pathetic conviction from existence. She lunges forward, shrieking that her bottomless madness is the only power that truly matters in this world. Transforming into a streak of violet light, she tears through the air with a terrifying, blinding velocity. Hyungbal narrowly avoids the first pass, the sheer pressure of her movement rattling his very bones. He quickly deduces that she has sacrificed her raw defense for a form built entirely for overwhelming speed. Though she traps him in a web of energy, he realizes her individual strikes feel strangely hollow and weak. Her twisted expression betrays her plan. She is merely herding him toward one final, decisive execution. But as she prepares to close the trap, the wolf's keen senses catch a scent she never expected. The spider lieutenant descends like a vengeful ghost, her violet energy carving a lethal path through the air. While Hyungbal remains unfazed, his predatory senses allowing him to dance through the gaps in her frantic assault. He forces a heavy collision that sends her spiraling back, effectively disrupting the flow of her high-speed execution, until they both regain their footing. Though the lieutenant's manic grin is quickly replaced by a growing irritation. She realizes with a snarl that this beast isn't just guessing her position, but is tracking her very essence through the air, yet Hyungbal stays focused, deducing that her current speed is merely a shell meant to hide her true, poisonous nature. He knows the stakes are absolute, understanding that even a minor graze from her chitinous blades could prove fatal, and as both combatants lock eyes, they realize the next heartbeat will determine who walks away from this crater. Pushing his limits, Hyungbal prepares to reveal his final trump card to put an end to her madness once and for all. As the lieutenant counters with a desperate eruption of jagged spikes, filling the battlefield with a forest of lethal obsidian, Hyungbal narrowly evades the obsidian eruption, his instincts screaming as the ground itself turns into a lethal trap. Before he can even land, the lieutenant's massive stinger lashes out, seeking to pierce his heart mid-air. She's losing her mind, shrieking for more speed as she tries to outpace the wolf's predatory reflexes. They collide in a chaotic storm of claws and chitin, each strike carving deeper into the crater's floor. The wolf grunts in pain as blood slicks his fur, his movements finally slowing under the weight of the assault. Yet the lieutenant is also reaching her limit, her manic energy fading into heavy, labored breathing. She's genuinely baffled, wondering why her supposedly lethal, corrosive venom hasn't already dissolved his internal organs. Steam rises from Hyungbal's battered body as he forces himself to stay upright through sheer, stubborn willpower. Seeing him still standing is an absolute insult to her power, shattering her ego and fueling a desperate rage. Refusing to accept the impossible, she pours every ounce of her remaining malice into one final, frantic flurry. Hyungbal's blood is boiling, mocking his opponent by noting that someone clearly has blood rushing to their head. He scoffs at her desperation, meeting her strikes with a ferocity that treats blood as nothing but an ill omen. The lieutenant shrieks as his claws find their mark, her chitinous armor finally buckling under his overwhelming pressure. She scrambles back, her insectoid legs scraping against the stone as she realizes her physical superiority has vanished. Taking to the air, she tries to put distance between them, but her frantic movements reek of a cornered animal. She reaches for her final spiteful gift, relishing the thrill of overwhelming her foe in their final moment. Cackling with a manic grin, the lieutenant prepares to unleash what she considers the true essence of a trump card. The crater vanishes in a violent, corrosive acid bomb, a purple haze of death meant to dissolve everything in its path. But Hyungbal's resilience isn't luck. It's rooted in a memory of a girl staring at a glowing mark on her chest, a mark the queen once explained was a protection spell, a silent promise of safety that shields him even now. The queen's voice echoes from the past, promising that this sacred seal is far more than a simple mark. It serves as an absolute sanctuary, rendering every poison and toxin in existence completely powerless against its host. The lieutenant's manic glee evaporates instantly as a familiar, holy radiance begins to burn through her corrosive fog. From within the heart of the toxic cloud, a massive and ancient presence starts to solidify. The queen's spirit manifests with a chilling intensity, her gaze stripping away the lieutenant's last shred of confidence. Unscathed and empowered, Hyungbal towers over the insectoid like a god of the hunt claiming a forfeit soul. He brings the hammer down without hesitation, his heavy paw crushing the lieutenant deep into the dirt. Chitin shatters and dark ichor sprays as her desperate attempt at a double kill ends in total humiliation. She shudders in the crater, her mind reeling as she pathetically asks how her ultimate power could be ignored. Hyungbal merely sneers, reminding her that a true trump card is something a bottom feeder like her could never understand. Hyungbal pulls back, his fur matted with the lieutenant's foul, dark ichor, as the queen's mark on his palm pulses, destined to protect him until the very end. Far from the battlefield, a monolithic tower pierces a bruised, galactic sky, where a figure of absolute authority watches the horizon from a high roof. The High Demon Lord muses that while true emotion only blooms from life, beasts like the ones he commands are born solely from the grip of death. Staring at his gauntlet, he wonders why he still harbors such human feelings, and clenches his fist, questioning the ultimate goal of his endless conquest. Twin rifts of elemental power tear through the sky as his intent peaks, signaling the day the true horizon of the world finally reveals its face. Looking through the cracks of reality, the High Demon Lord recalls a promise that his answers wait on the other side. Yet, even with the horizon in sight, he struggles to resolve a nagging doubt that threatens to undermine his resolve. His thoughts drift to the Avatar of Wings, a legendary entity whose silhouette once loomed over a sky filled with ancient power. Down on the surface, that same celestial fury is currently raining down, turning the battlefield into a chaotic gauntlet of fire. Raclette isn't planning on dying today, shielding her young companion as she navigates the terrain at a breakneck pace. She knows that the golden bolts are relentless, and one wrong step would mean being erased by the storm's judgment. Pushed to the very edge of a jagged cliff, she prepares to bet everything on a single, desperate display of agility. Channeling her mystic arts, she triggers her rabbit form and leaps into the void just as the earth shatters behind her. The thunderous impact of the strike echoes through the narrow canyon, a grim reminder of the power chasing them down. Safe for now, Raclette watches the sky in awe and terror, realizing they are up against a force that commands lightning itself. The Avatar of Wings looms like a living natural disaster, a shadow cast against a sky torn apart by celestial lightning. Deep within the jagged rocks, Raclette and young Ruby finally catch their breath, hoping the stone is thicker than their enemy's patience. As a mysterious orb pulses with a guiding light, the decision is made to tuck tail and retreat toward Central Base 4. But Ruby can't help but look back toward the storm, her voice trembling as she asks if they can find Ananta first. Her companion can only offer a pained apology, admitting they have no way of knowing where their leader was tossed in the chaos. The grim reality begins to sink in that their entire group has likely been scattered across the map by that forced teleportation. Raclette's hands tremble as she clenches her skirt, her duty to survive clashing with the crushing weight of her own guilt. When the suggestion to move on is finally made, Raclette suddenly bolts upright, a sharp refusal cutting through the heavy silence. She shakes her head violently, her voice cracking as she rejects the idea of abandoning the one man who kept them alive. Her companion watches in stunned silence, realizing that Raclette's loyalty is far more explosive than any storm raging outside. Ruby steps forward to bridge the gap, translating the fire in the mouse girl's heart and her refusal to simply run away. Their companion looks on in disbelief, wondering how a simple wolf girl could possibly understand such a silent, desperate plea. It is a connection beyond words, as Ruby explains that their souls have essentially merged into a single, shared resolve. With a determined smile, the young wolf makes it clear that her only purpose now is to see her friend's deepest desires realized. And right now, the mouse girl's soul is screaming for them to stand their ground rather than abandon their comrades to fate. The realization hits like a freight train as the companion recognizes the legendary phenomenon of a true spiritual fusion taking place. This is the true nature of a divine beast's power, a raw force that manifests solely to fulfill the host's ultimate wish. Kneeling before the small but radiant figure, the companion finally accepts that their retreat has officially come to an end. She offers one final, grim warning, reminding them both that the monsters ahead possess strength that defies all logic. But with a sharp, defiant nod, the empowered girl confirms she is ready to face whatever hell awaits for the sake of her friends. The voice of fate finally gives in, acknowledging that the time for running has come to an end. As thunder shakes the foundations of the earth and a dormant, ancient power begins to surge. Bathed in a chaotic aura of lightning, Raclette sits calmly at the center of the storm, her gaze sharpening as her eyes burn with a predatory intensity that no longer belongs to a child. A blinding pillar of radiance erupts from the peaks, signaling the birth of something truly monstrous, while from the wreckage of the mountains, a golden titan begins to take shape, dwarfing the landscape. Raclette lets out a wild, ecstatic laugh as the sheer weight of her new power takes hold, manifesting the legendary Colossus, a massive monument of divine wrath ready to crush her enemies. Meanwhile, far across the horizon, the restless waves of the Sea of the Moon churn with energy, where Ananta stands before the crashing tides, scoffing at the mythical legends becoming his new reality. A blue-skinned beauty muses that the name of this place is almost too poetic for a slaughter. She explains that this lunar summit isn't for commoners, but a throne reserved for the elite Sephiroth. Looking down at Ananta, she wonders if the Avatar of Vengeance even realizes how outclassed he truly is. Declaring herself the strongest vassal of Lady Gyuyo, she commands the very ocean to rise and obey. Towering hydras of living seawater roar, preparing to swallow the intruder in a cold, watery grave. Ananta doesn't flinch, his body rippling as he welcomes the familiar, violent surge of his draconic blood. He answers her grand display with a jagged burst of crimson energy, carving through the salt spray. Even as the massive liquid beasts close in to crush him, he remains steady and unimpressed. The entire sea collapses onto his position, attempting to extinguish the dark flame burning in his soul. It's a pathetic attempt, as he shatters the pressure and erupts into his terrifying draconic form, with a world-shaking roar. The clash of elements ignites the dark sky as Ananta's crimson fury meets the crushing weight of the ocean. He unleashes a roar that vibrates through the very foundations of the world, fully embracing his monstrous nature. Waves and dark energy collide in a chaotic explosion, neither side willing to yield an inch of ground. Looming over her like a god of destruction, Ananta makes it clear he intends to devour her whole. He isn't just looking for a win, he wants her power to finally tear down Lady Gyuyo herself. The vassal remains eerily still, closing her eyes as if finding peace within the center of the storm. When she looks back at him, her gaze burns with a chilling authority that demands his absolute attention. For the first time, a flicker of genuine shock registers in Ananta's predatory eyes as he senses something wrong. The sea doesn't just rise, it warps around them, answering a call far older than any dragon's rage. Everything is swallowed by the churning depths as the true scale of the lunar sea begins to manifest. The sea vassal's voice booms through the abyss, warning the intruder that hell soon curse his very existence. Ananta barely has time to process the threat before the water around him begins to boil with ancient power. His predatory confidence wavers as a shadow larger than any mountain begins to uncoil from the darkness. This isn't just a guardian anymore. These stirred the wrath of the Leviathan, the true heart of the sea. The massive creature's scales scrape against the current, making the dragon's legendary form look like a mere insect. A single, piercing eye fixes on him, judging the tiny creature who dared to challenge the lunar depths. Despite the overwhelming pressure, the fallen rebel's pride won't allow him to tuck his tail and flee. He gathers every scrap of his dark energy, his wings glowing with a defiant and blood-red intensity. With a roar that is swallowed by the tide, he launches himself toward the Titan in a suicidal charge. The impact triggers a violent eruption of energy, a desperate gamble to see if a dragon can kill a god. Ananta's predatory confidence instantly evaporates as he realizes he is no longer the apex predator in these waters. The sea itself begins to spiral with divine wrath, manifesting a legendary technique known as the Dragon's Ascent. It is followed by an abyssal storm, a crushing vortex of lunar water designed to grind intruders into dust. He crosses his massive claws in a desperate guard, pouring every ounce of his red energy into his scales. But the sheer weight of the ocean is too much, tearing through his draconic defenses like they were paper. He is tossed around like a common ragdoll, his massive form spinning helplessly through the freezing, violent currents. Gritting his teeth against the pressure, the fallen rebel refuses to accept such a pathetic end at the seafloor. His spirit flares with a murderous intent, his human silhouette manifesting through the red haze of his absolute resolve. With a final, explosive burst of power, the surface of the moonlit sea erupts in a pillar of pure defiance. The guardian of these depths watches with cold, calculating eyes, likely wondering why this intruder just won't stay buried. Beneath the crushing weight of the abyss, a violent surge of crimson energy begins to boil and erupt with newfound fury. From the wreckage of his own defeat, Ananta rises, his Tarkan form shedding its weakness for pure, unadulterated malice. He lets out a deafening roar that shakes the very foundations of the lunar sea, signaling a terrifying second wind. Seeing the monster before him, the sea vassal finally realizes this isn't just a snack, but a threat actually worthy of its full strength. Both ancient beings unhinge their jaws, condensing their respective elements into a final, world-ending strike. The Guardian unleashes its sea dragon breath, a concentrated torrent of lunar water meant to erase the intruder from existence. Red meets blue in a cataclysmic collision, the two forces grinding against each other in a desperate struggle for dominance. The sea vassal pours every ounce of its divine authority into the beam, determined to drown the rebel's fire forever. Ananta takes the full brunt of the lunar blast head-on, his teeth bared in a defiant, agonizing snarl. The sheer force of the impact sends him reeling back into the abyss, his body glowing with a volatile heat. But instead of shattering, his draconic shell begins to crack under the pressure of a power that's far too large for his body. Crimson energy suddenly fractures his skin, exploding outward in a blinding flash of pure, concentrated malice. From the wreckage of the blast, a monstrous silhouette towers over the Guardian, radiating a pressure that dwarfs the ocean itself. This is no longer just a dragon, but a literal god of destruction reborn through the very pain he just endured. The sea vassal's eyes widen in genuine terror as it realizes the intruder has finally evolved beyond its control. Without a second of hesitation, Ananta lunges through the water, closing the distance with terrifying, predatory speed. He sinks his fangs deep into the Guardian's neck, finally tasting the divine blood he's been craving this entire time. The Guardian thrashes wildly, its massive tail cutting through the water in a desperate attempt to break free. It coils its serpentine body around the intruder, trying to crush the life out of this new, terrifying predator. But the monster only bites down harder, his jaw locking into place as he ignores the crushing pressure. Realizing physical force isn't enough, the vassal begins to channel every ounce of its remaining lunar energy. The entire sea begins to vibrate as the two massive entities become locked in a lethal, glowing embrace. Ananta's breath hitches as the heat of his own evolution starts to boil the water around his scales. They stare each other down, two ancient powers refusing to yield even as the ocean floor begins to crack. The Guardian commands the intruder to witness the true authority of the moon before everything ends in ruin. Yet all it sees in return is a mocking laugh from a beast that has already surpassed the gods. The crushing weight of the abyss descends as the Guardian commands the intruder to be ground into absolute nothingness. Ananta's physical form finally shatters under the pressure, erupting into a violent spray of dark, chaotic energy. Yet deep within the wreckage, a single, stubborn heart remains, pulsating with a primal and rhythmic fury. The sea vassal realizes this core is the source of his regeneration and the only key to his survival. She refuses to grant him a moment of respite, vowing to leave him no chance to ever revive. Twin dragons of lunar light strike downward, aiming to pierce the very essence of his remaining lifeblood. But the heart only beats faster, absorbing the impact as if the Guardian's power were mere fuel for a new evolution. Dark, forbidden energy begins to coil around the organ, thickening into a shield of pure, concentrated malice. The Guardian bristles with indignation, stunned that this dying beast still dares to bare its fangs before her divine presence. The lunar strikes hit home, but instead of a death rattle, they trigger a terrifying metamorphosis. The dark energy doesn't just resist, it consumes the light, reshaping itself into a predatory silhouette. The Guardian's divine composure cracks as she realizes the thing in front of her isn't just surviving, it's changing. Out of the crimson mist steps a figure of pure nightmare, a demonic sovereign radiating an aura of absolute authority. With a grin full of jagged, predatory teeth, she tells the Guardian to pay close attention and engrave this sight into her mind. She reveals her true identity as the incarnation of demonic power, the legendary Black Dragon, Azidahaka. The name alone sends a shiver through the Guardian's soul, recognizing her as one of the primordial 6 avatars. This isn't a simple possession like the second seat. Her instincts scream that this is something far more ancient and primal. Facing the towering manifestation of malice, the Guardian realizes she's never felt a killing intent this savage in her entire life. Looking down with utter contempt, the demonic sovereign labels the Guardian nothing more than a wretched, insignificant creature. The lunar Guardian can only stare in stunned silence, her divine composure evaporating as the water around her begins to boil. With a sadistic glint in her eyes, the dragon prepares to teach a final lesson on how to properly fear a supreme being. She unleashes a blinding burst of pure, destructive energy that swallows the horizon and shatters the lunar sea's ancient calm. The Guardian's mind goes blank with primal terror as she realizes the gap between them is an unbridgeable, soul-crushing abyss. The resulting shockwave tears through the ocean, turning the very element the goddess once controlled into a violent, chaotic upheaval. Far across the desolate, darkened waters, the ancient tower stands as a silent witness to the cataclysmic power being unleashed. Her feet finally touch the surface again, but they are battered and bloodied, barely able to support her weight. Gasping for air behind a desperate, flickering barrier of water, the once proud Guardian realizes she is no longer a hunter, but the prey. Azidahaka is genuinely surprised the Guardian survived a blow meant to end her existence. With a predatory grin, the dragon demands a name before she claims another life. The Guardian reveals her true identity as the divine beast Rebian, incarnation of the abyss. Azidahaka just laughs, finding the title amusing enough to commit to her memory. Meanwhile, Ananta stands as a silent sentinel within the shattered remains of reality. He watches the slaughter with cold eyes, his presence heavy with ancient power. The ground below is now a graveyard of shattered stone and broken divine power. A massive scaled tail sweeps through the air, signaling the end of the struggle. It's over, as the dragon lifts the broken divine beast to signal the hunt's end. Rebian gasps for air, as a massive clawed hand begins to crush the life out of her throat. Azidahaka looks down with pure disdain, unimpressed by the supposed peak of the lunar wing's power. She sneers, already imagining the day the great master of this realm finally kneels at her feet. Blood trickles from Rebian's lips as the crushing weight of reality forces her to admit her total defeat. Even as her vision fades, her heart aches for Lady Gyuyo, the one she has ultimately failed. Azidahaka mocks the pathetic struggle, watching the divine guardian dangle like a broken doll against the sky. She wonders what could possibly make a beast like this cling so desperately to such a hollow loyalty. Rebian's mind drifts back to a quiet shore, where the moonlight once felt warm and full of promise. She once believed that a divine beast's greatest strength was born from the wish of someone dear. To the one who freed her from eternal loneliness, she was ready to give everything, even her life. Rebian's mind drifts back to the enigmatic master who once gave her purpose, recalling the quiet night she first confessed her impossible wish to become human. Surprisingly, he didn't laugh, admitting he too longed to understand the human heart. He would often reach for the stars, searching for answers in the cold sky, obsessed with uncovering the true, hidden origin of the human race. Looking into his eyes, She saw a reflection of her own profound loneliness. Yet standing there together, she realized he was still a total, beautiful mystery. Azidahaka's voice suddenly snaps her back, mocking these foolish, ancient loyalties, as the demon sneers, finding such sentimentality to be an absurd, pathetic weakness. Looming over her broken form, she asks if Rebian has any final words. Rebian gasps for air beneath a crushing grip, finally admitting that her defeat was born from her own profound isolation. Looking into the demon's void-like eyes, she confesses a bitter envy for the powerful bond Ananta shares with his monster. The atmosphere suddenly fractures as a violent eruption of crimson energy consumes everything in a blinding, bloody flash. This surge of power marks the end of the struggle, leaving nothing behind but a fading pillar of dark, chaotic essence. As the chaos subsides, the world shifts into a silent, purple-hued void where the stars seem cold and distant. Ananta's eyes snap open in a daze, his mind racing to understand how he survived the explosive conclusion of the fight. He finds himself standing alone in a desolate, rocky wasteland, wondering exactly what kind of strange realm he has stumbled into. A flicker of warmth glows on the horizon, feeling hauntingly familiar, yet fundamentally different from any power he has felt before. Each step he takes across the cracked earth brings a chilling sense of recognition, as if he has walked these grounds in a dream. The truth finally reveals itself as he stands before a massive draconic skull, realizing he has been pulled into Azidahaka's mindscape. The massive skull's eye ignites with a piercing light, pinning Ananta to the spot as a booming voice echoes through the void, acknowledging him as the descendant of the last black dragon. Ananta isn't buying the mystery, demanding to know exactly who is hiding behind that skeletal mask, but the ancient entity ignores his defiance, cryptically reminding him of a heavy responsibility he can't escape. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of memories tears open, forcing him to look into a buried truth where he's thrust into a vision of two terrified children, a young boy desperately shielding his sister. This is a glimpse into a forgotten era, a time defined by senseless slaughter and endless gore, where a faceless soldier looms over the pair, his shadow casting a death sentence across the dirt. As the blade is raised to add more bodies to the pile, the cruelty becomes unbearable and Ananta screams for the vision to stop, unable to bear the weight of this ancient tragedy. But the nightmare doesn't end, as a dark shadow descends from the crimson clouds to claim the sky. The silhouette expands, revealing the massive, jagged wings of the legendary black dragon herself in all her terrifying glory. With a deafening roar, she bathes the battlefield in a pillar of fire that instantly turns stone to ash. Ananta can only stare in disbelief, finally realizing the monster he carries is the same Azidahaka from legend. In this forgotten era, she was the guardian of the wastes, serving as humanity's final and most brutal executioner. Her power is absolute, a primordial force of nature that leaves nothing but scorched earth and silence in its wake. She had sensed the turmoil spreading across the continent, but seeing invaders on her land was an unforgivable insult. Her predatory gaze locks onto the ground, her slit pupil burning with a cold and ancient draconic curiosity. There, huddled together in the center of the carnage, are the two tribal children from his earlier vision. Even a monster like her hesitates, wondering why such fragile human sparks are still flickering in her domain. Looming over the trembling survivors, the Dark Guardian notes with a hint of amusement that they somehow managed to live. Instead of fleeing in terror, the children collapse in tears of joy, hailing the monster as their divine savior. It is a reaction that genuinely baffles her, prompting a cold inquiry into why they aren't paralyzed by fear. Her ancient, predatory gaze narrows as she processes the boy's sincerity, finding a spark of something new in his eyes. Watching this memory unfold, Ananta is shaken to his core, realizing the world's greatest nightmare was once a hero. For the first time in an eternity of bloodshed, the legendary executioner hears a word she never expected: gratitude. Yet even her protection couldn't stop the inevitable rot, as the red waste slowly withered into a barren graveyard. As the other 5 legendary avatars fell one by one, the continent's fragile peace shattered into 1,000 bloody pieces. She became the final judge of the sands, a winged shadow of death that incinerated any army foolish enough to trespass. To the outside world, she was a demon to be feared, but to the desperate tribes, she was their only god. She didn't just want to rule. She felt a genuine need to answer the devotion of the people who worshipped her. By uniting the scattered tribes under her banner, she gave them a chance to rebuild under the Black Dragon's shadow. It's almost hard to believe, but her presence actually brought life back to the soil, turning a graveyard into a garden. To the children who played at her feet, she wasn't a nightmare, but the legendary descendant of the Black Dragon. Ananta stands frozen, forced to confront the fact that his entire hatred is built on a foundation of misunderstood history. However, the very essence of her power was a curse, a dark tide of death that threatened to consume her mind. She lived in constant fear of the day her inner darkness would break free and turn her into a global calamity. To protect her people from herself, she made the ultimate choice to seal away her reverse scale and her divinity. Standing alone against the sunset, she prepared to fade into the background of the world she had painstakingly restored. Even as they call out to their lady, she knows that her time as their guardian must come to a bittersweet end. As the sun dips low, the children rush toward the woman they consider their savior and mother. They plead for her to stay, unable to fathom a world without their guardian's shadow to protect them. She offers a bittersweet smile, knowing this sacrifice is the only way to ensure their future. Even if they never meet again, she reminds them that the blood of the black dragon is their strength. Kneeling to embrace them, she vows to protect them from the shadows, becoming a silent watcher for eternity. Watching from the sidelines, Ananta scoffs at the display, his dark energy crackling with cold indifference. He tries to convince himself that history is immutable, and these memories are nothing but a distraction. Yet, deep down, he feels the sting of a truth he isn't quite ready to admit. His own past flashes before him, mocking his self-righteousness with the blood he spilled and the sins he ignored. The primordial beast stares him down, forcing him to finally look at the monster he became while blaming the world. Ananta stands alone amidst the wreckage of his own psyche, the weight of his sins finally catching up to him. He stammers in disbelief, unable to reconcile the hero he thought he was with the monster he has become. Azidahaka leans in close, whispering that being trapped by these tragedies is simply his unavoidable fate. Suddenly, the mental landscape shifts violently as a massive, golden beast is struck by bolts of divine lightning. The creature looms over the jagged horizon, staring down a distant spire as the heavens continue to scream in protest. Raclette cackles with pure, unadulterated glee, clearly enjoying the absolute chaos she is about to unleash upon the world. She gathers the crackling energy into her palm, manifesting a thunderbolt that hums with the power of 1,000 storms. With a manic grin, she releases the Vajra, a blinding pillar of light that tears through the fabric of the mindscape. The massive beast takes the full brunt of the impact, its golden fur singed as the lightning pierces through its back. Standing atop the fallen titan, the tiny girl proves that in this world, size means nothing compared to raw, chaotic power. Raclette raises her blazing trident high, her voice echoing with a fierce determination to end this nightmare. The sheer intensity of her aura causes the very reality around them to melt and drip away like wax. A manic, shadowy reflection of her power cackles within the lightning, hungry for the coming destruction. A massive thunderbolt gathers in the darkened sky, pulsing with a light that dwarfs everything below it. With a deafening roar, the power of Indra descends, striking the earth with the force of a falling star. Raclette struggles to contain the volatile energy, her small limbs trembling as the lightning threatens to consume her. Through the blinding glare, she lunges forward to shield Mew from being swept away by the encroaching darkness. She desperately urges her friend to stay close, her eyes burning with a protective and frantic fire. Mew gives a playful, trusting nod in return, showing no fear even as the world collapses around them. Their hands meet in a crushing grip, anchoring one another against the overwhelming tide of chaotic energy. The golden manifestation of the Vajra shrieks in agony as the mindscape begins to fracture under the weight of a divine storm. The massive creature slams its head against the invisible barriers of the soul, desperate to find an escape from the encroaching pressure. To the entity looming over them, however, these two girls are nothing more than tiny, insignificant specks in a vast and lonely wasteland. While the duo glares back with a mixture of fury and fear, the humanoid avatar of Azidahaka offers a chillingly calm and predatory smile. Mew stands her ground and shouts into the void, insisting that they have no desire to fight and demanding their release. The ancient dragon tilts her head in genuine confusion, looking at the girl as if the concept of mercy is a completely foreign language. She dismisses their desperate pleas with a wave of her hand, ordering them to make their little pet move again for her entertainment. Arcs of lightning dance across her skin as she prepares to reduce their final hope to absolute smithereens just for the thrill of it. Maya's voice cracks with a desperate intensity, unable to comprehend why this monster insists on such a cruel and meaningless slaughter. She throws out a final, naive hope for peace and friendship, leaving the cold-blooded executioner momentarily stunned by the sheer absurdity of the request. The ancient dragon scoffs at the very concept of friendship, viewing her opponents as nothing more than disposable playthings. She calls upon the heavens to strike them down, her demonic energy erupting into a blinding and chaotic storm. The air crackles with lethal intent, yet a sudden confident voice rings out, telling the girls not to worry. Her form twists into a skeletal nightmare, her eyes gleaming with the sadistic promise of a never-ending game. Just as the execution is about to begin, a mysterious hand activates a high-tech Alcubierre drive. A spatial rift tears open right behind the dragon, catching the primordial monster completely off guard. For the first time, the predator feels a flicker of genuine shock as her absolute domain is breached. While Mew prepares to strike, the dragon finds her feet suddenly mired in a strange, viscous golden trap. Through the portal leaps a pink-haired girl in a top hat, her rabbit-like ears trailing as she charges forward. The battlefield shifts in an instant, forcing the black dragon to refocus her murderous intent on this unexpected intruder. Her eyes flare with crisis clairvoyance, reading the trajectory of the incoming blast before it even lands. She transitions seamlessly into her hair arts, moving with a grace that makes the dragon's power look clumsy. Vaulting through the air, she dances right over the skeletal monster's head, mocking its sluggish reactions. With a final, playful hop, she leaves a small, golden gift behind on the battlefield. The dragon pauses, her predatory instincts failing her as she stares at the harmless-looking sphere. The rabbit girl's lips curl into a smirk as she names her masterpiece Pandora's Box. She scoops up the two exhausted girls, shielding them from the impending spatial collapse. A violent dome of purple energy detonates, engulfing the dragon in a cage of pure technomancy. This unstable sphere is designed to constrain space itself, turning the dragon's own domain into a prison. Hugging her new friends tight, the rabbit girl admits she bet everything on that single, massive burst of firepower. Raclette huddles over the girls, praying her spatial cage holds the monster long enough for them to escape the blast zone. But instead of a scream of agony, a chilling, manic laughter echoes from the center of the purple sphere. The entity trapped inside finds the crushing pressure hilarious, mockingly demanding more entertainment as the prison starts to fracture. In a violent surge of golden light, the technomancy cage detonates, releasing a storm of pure, unbridled electricity. The resulting backlash arcs directly through Raclette's body, forcing a scream of pure agony from her lungs as she's electrocuted. From the heart of the explosion, a massive, feathered wing unfurls, crackling with the resonance of a true god. A colossal avian silhouette descends through the smoke, its sheer scale making the previous battle look like child's play. The legendary Thunderbird lets out a piercing, ear-splitting screech, its golden plumage radiating enough heat to scorch the earth. It lands heavily, looming over the three survivors like an ancient judge deciding their final, miserable fate. With their protector finally collapsing from the strain, the two young girls can only stare up in absolute despair as the nightmare begins anew. The Thunderbird lets out a final, piercing screech, ready to incinerate everything in its path with a surge of electricity. But the very air begins to groan and splinter, as reality itself starts to crack under an impossible, crushing weight. A massive pillar of blue energy erupts from the void, tearing through the sky like a bolt of divine judgment. The strike hits with pinpoint accuracy, engulfing the legendary bird in a blinding, violent explosion that shakes the earth. As the smoke clears, the red-haired girl freezes, her heart sinking as she recognizes the terrifying silhouette appearing in the rift. Descending from the heavens is a dark-skinned monarch, his mantle adorned with eyes that seem to judge her very soul. He touches down with a heavy, metallic step, his presence alone warping the atmosphere and silencing the battlefield. She glares up at him with a mix of fury and terror, but he merely stares back with cold, glowing indifference. Desperate to protect her companion, she frantically shoves the mouse-eared girl away and tells her to run while she still can. It's a hopeless effort, as the white-haired entity looms over her, his shadow extinguishing any remaining hope of their survival. Ananta looks down at the fallen creature with a gaze as cold as ice, his voice carrying the weight of a god. The red-haired girl stands her ground despite her trembling knees, demanding to know what business this monster has with them. He looms over the survivors like an immovable mountain, his massive frame casting a shadow that feels like a physical weight. The mouse-eared girl can only stare in utter confusion, wondering why such a terrifying entity would have anything to ask of her. But the tense standoff is suddenly shattered as the atmosphere crackles with a violent, desperate surge of electricity. Refusing to accept its defeat, the Thunderbird erupts in a final, blinding display of golden lightning to reclaim the sky. It lets out a piercing shriek of defiance, though the monarch doesn't even flinch, clearly unimpressed by the bird's temper tantrum. On his mantle, the eerie, blood-red eyes begin to pulse with a sinister light, reacting to the beast's futile aggression. As the avian god lunges forward for one last suicidal strike, Ananta's feathered tails rise up like a wall of living shadows. With a sickening crunch, the dark appendages lash out with surgical precision, effectively silencing the Thunderbird's scream for good. The once mighty avian god fractures under the weight of Ananta's power, its golden form cracking like fragile glass. With a final, blinding burst of light, the Thunderbird is reduced to nothing more than fading embers and shattered pride. The red-haired girl can only watch in paralyzed horror as the monster turns his cold, piercing gaze toward her. He speaks of his own existence, describing himself as a walking contradiction, a life forced into being by death itself. Looking down at a fragile remnant of divinity in his hand, he seems caught in a rare moment of introspection. He clenches his fist, wondering why a creature designed for destruction would even bother carrying a heart within its chest. Standing tall over the trembling girl, he demands to know the purpose behind this agonizing, lingering spark of humanity. It's a question he once posed to another divine beast of the sea, though that encounter left him with nothing but silence. Now, he addresses the beast of flame directly, his voice heavy with a desperate need for an answer she likely doesn't have. Because in his world of blood and shadows, a heart is nothing but a silent witness that refuses to provide the guidance he craves. Ruby finds her voice, throwing his own question back at him with a sudden spark of defiance. Ananta remains motionless, listening as she asks what a being of his stature could possibly desire. She explains that her heart isn't a mystery, it's simply tied to the family she loves and protects. Towering over her, he's forced to consider if he possesses a similar longing buried beneath his armor. For the first time, the monster's internal monologue shifts toward the crushing weight of his own origin. He admits to himself that he's spent his entire existence searching for the reason behind his birth. But as one soul seeks answers, the gears of a much larger plan turn at the Sector 1 base. The massive, gnarled structure of the altar stands as a silent witness to the coming change. A mysterious, antlered woman declares the ritual complete, heralding the final stage of their grand design. With a blinding light at her core, she promises that the world they've dreamed of is finally unfolding. Nadia stands on the edge of a dying world, staring up at the planet she's destined to reclaim. To her, that distant blue sphere represents a return to a primordial paradise, the world of the beginning. Every step of this bloody ritual has been for a singular purpose, a promise made to a lost companion. Yet, even as the final stage begins, a single tear of black ichor betrays the grief she still carries. Her mind drifts back to the red-stained horizons of her past, where her crusade truly began. She vividly recalls the moment her own kin turned against her, questioning why she chose the path of shadow. The wooden guardian's eyes burned with a self-righteous fury, refusing to see the necessity of her sacrifice. With a brutal thrust of his spear, he attempted to end her dream before it could even take root. The desperate cry of her name was the last thing she heard before the light faded from her soul. In that moment of betrayal, she embraced the abyss, unleashing a tide of shadow that would eventually consume everything. The memory shifts as the wooden guardian, a literal manifestation of Yggdrasil's judgment, leaps into the fray. This wasn't just a simple execution. It was the world tree itself attempting to prune a corrupted branch. Drawing a bow of pure light, the guardian prepares the Cocytus strike, a technique designed for absolute erasure. A torrential rain of divine arrows descends, seeking to pierce through the thick, suffocating shadows Nadia had summoned. The resulting explosion is a blinding eruption of nature's wrath, meant to purify the earth of her presence. As the smoke clears from the massive crater, the silence suggests that the judgment was successful. But Nadia stands tall amidst the wreckage, her gaze now burning with the cold, unforgiving red light of the abyss. In that moment of total rebirth, she realizes that her old self has finally been consumed by the darkness. Even Alethea, the one person she fought so hard to protect, can only stare in absolute disbelief. Seeing the monstrous shadow her friend has become, Alethea realizes the girl she once knew is gone forever. The guardian screams in a fit of righteous fury, accusing Nadia of being consumed by a desperate thirst for power. She launches a final, desperate assault, her wooden weapon clashing against the cold, unyielding darkness of the abyss. Alethea can only watch in absolute horror, wondering how her friend could have fallen this far into the shadows. The guardian begs Nadia to come to her senses before the corruption takes everything that made her human. She mocks the idea of a world without pain, claiming that hiding from loss is just a pathetic delusion. But Nadia has moved beyond words, silencing the lecture by driving a spike of pure shadow through the guardian's heart. As the life begins to drain from her opponent, Nadia stands tall, looking every bit like a goddess of the void. She looks down with a chillingly calm expression, whispering that she never truly wanted to hurt those she once knew. The guardian slumps to the ground, her body broken by the very person she was once meant to protect. Yet, as her physical form fails, her spirit twists into a skeletal, monstrous deity, begging for a final, dark forgiveness. The guardian's twisted spirit looms like a skeletal nightmare, offering a final, painless end to the suffering of this world. Nadia watches the light fade with a heavy heart, whispering that her only true desire was to bring comfort to those who were hurting. The suffocating darkness of the present suddenly shatters, giving way to the brilliant, untainted blue of a sky from a forgotten era. Deep within the sanctuary of a dream, Alethea wakes to find herself resting in a sun-drenched forest, far from the reach of the void. She blinks against the gentle warmth of the sun, her mind struggling to piece together how she arrived in such a peaceful place. Sitting up, she looks around the vibrant greenery with a sense of disbelief, wondering if the horrors she witnessed were merely a bad dream, A calm, resonant voice breaks the silence of the woods, apologizing for disturbing her much-needed slumber. Emerging from the shadows of the ancient trees is a figure of pure legend, the antlered lord whose presence once defined her entire world. Her face lights up with a pure, radiant joy as she realizes she is standing before Lord Cernunnos, the leader she thought was lost forever. But as she tries to spring forward to greet him, her body remains frozen in place, a cruel reminder that this beautiful reunion is just a fragment of a dying memory. Cernunnos smiles warmly, expressing how truly glad he is to share this moment with her again. Alethea looks up at him with pure, untainted joy, momentarily forgetting the nightmare she left behind. But while she dreams, the Sephiroth tree's network hums to life, drawing power from every operational base. From the shadows of a high throne, the master watches his loyal pawns fall one by one. He finds Beharon's sudden betrayal intriguing, wondering what drove the traitor to strike at Ziz's specific branch. The heavy machinery hisses as the life-sustaining cables detach from his back, freeing him from his seat. Standing tall, he decides that any variable threatening his grand design must be systematically eliminated. The Assault Manifest seedling begins to glow, its mechanical frame vibrating with the weight of impending destruction. The massive monolith of the Sephiroth tree fully activates, casting a blood-red light across the entire sector. With a final, crushing grip, the master prepares to step onto the battlefield and end this himself. The Sephiroth tree's crimson network flares to life, signaling that the final countdown to the world's end has begun. But the chaos of the present suddenly fades away, replaced by the tranquil, sun-dappled shadows of an ancient woodland. Alethea stands amidst the greenery, wondering if she's finally crossed into the afterlife, or stumbled into a vivid dream. Peering through the eyes of a stranger, Ananta realizes he's witnessing a core memory from a time long forgotten. He feels the strange pulse of this new body, sensing a profound sadness hidden behind its sharp, green gaze. The antlered king breaks the quiet, asking Alethea what could possibly be bothering her in such a peaceful place. She doesn't miss a beat, telling him that his own expression is the one truly betraying a troubled mind. He gives her a faint, tired smile, clearly impressed by her ability to read his most guarded emotions so easily. To her, it's an old story, as he only ever comes to find her when he's carrying a crushing burden. She can see it in his eyes even now, that familiar, painful hesitation of a man who's afraid to speak his truth. The king gives in with a soft sigh, patting her head and admitting that he really can't hide anything from her. The peaceful atmosphere pulls him back to the very beginning, to the day their fates first intertwined. He remembers wandering these same woods centuries ago, a restless soul with no destination in sight. His aimless stroll was interrupted by the most unexpected sound, pure, melodic laughter echoing through the trees. Following the noise, he found a human babe guarded by the forest's creatures, her eyes shining like precious jade. As he reached down toward those tiny, grasping fingers, he knew his life of solitude was officially over. He named her Alethea, meaning truth, finding a new purpose in the radiant smile of a child who knew no fear. Looking back, he realizes that no treasure in the world compares to the simple, quiet time they've shared. They've been inseparable ever since, building a life together in the heart of the great forest they call home. Yet, a heavy sadness hangs over the memory, as Alethea stares into the distance, praying this moment never has to end. The antlered king watches her grow, remembering how the forest itself seemed to embrace her very existence. She blossomed into a talented druid, a girl so pure that the spirits couldn't help but shower her with blessings. Her devotion to the wild was absolute, spending her days in quiet contemplation beneath the ancient, towering boughs. She prayed with every fiber of her being, wishing for nothing more than eternal peace for every living soul. To the king, she was the sun that brightened his world, a light he never expected to find in his solitude. For the first time in centuries, his cold heart felt a warmth that had nothing to do with power. Under a shimmering blanket of stars, the sheer beauty of the world feels almost overwhelming to the young woman. They sit together on the edge of the world, sharing a moment of tranquility that feels like it should last forever. Sensing a shift in his heavy mood, she turns to him with a smile, wondering what wisdom he's about to share. But the king's next words shatter the peace, as he solemnly tells her she must leave the forest forever. An unstoppable tide of steel, led by the incarnation of war, is currently marching toward their peaceful sanctuary. Cernunnos knows this isn't just a simple skirmish. It's a full-scale invasion that will inevitably drench the soil in blood. He can't bear the thought of his precious daughter being swallowed by the coming slaughter, his heart heavy with dread. The king urges her to flee the forest with the others, his voice breaking as he offers a painful apology. But Alethea doesn't flinch, looking at the man she calls father with a sense of unwavering, calm devotion. She looks up at the stars, declaring her wish to protect this sacred place for all of eternity. Her words catch the king completely off guard, leaving him stunned by the sheer depth of her sudden resolve. Reaching out to comfort him, she reminds him that he was the one who gave her a family and a soul. He watches her closely, realizing the child he raised has developed a spirit as firm and ancient as the trees themselves. To her, this land is a precious home cultivated by her father's hands, and she has no intention of letting it burn. The antlered king gazes into the distance, the crushing weight of 1,000-year-old regret etched into his face. His mind drifts back to the day the sky turned black and the air grew thick with the scent of burning pine. An invading legion of gold-clad soldiers descended like a plague, their spears leveled at the heart of his sanctuary. The forest fought back with everything it had, ancient beasts and druids forming a desperate line against the steel. Despite his pleas, Alithia stood her ground with a ferocity that both filled him with pride and terrified him. But courage alone couldn't stop the cold efficiency of a blade meant for slaughter. Time seemed to fracture as a spray of crimson painted the world, marking a failure he could never undo. When the sounds of battle finally faded, nothing was left but a graveyard of broken dreams and shattered steel. He held her close one last time, his heart breaking as he realized the child he loved was truly gone. This was the bitter end of Alithia, a tragedy that would reshape the destiny of the forest forever. Cernunnos stares down at the cold, pale face of Alithia, finally recognizing this nightmare as his own buried memory. The weight of his failure crushes him, a silent agony that hasn't faded for a single day since the forest fell. Every moment since that slaughter has been defined by a regret so sharp it feels like a physical wound in his soul. He howls into the void, his form twisting into a monstrous shadow as he screams his guilt to the heavens. That bottomless desperation led him to a forbidden path, making a dark pact with a celestial being to rewrite fate. He stood before the winged entity, willing to cast aside his very nature just to reach the world's horizon. His essence tore open in a blinding surge of power, his own body becoming a vessel for a miracle he couldn't afford. Deep within that radiance, he tried to weave her spirit back together, shielding her from the cold finality of death. Everything he did, every sacrifice and every horrific sin, was driven by the singular, mad hope of bringing her back. But as the darkness begins to take hold of her form, it's clear that some prices are far steeper than he ever imagined. Alithia's eyes snap open, but the warmth of the forest is gone, replaced by a cold, suffocating dread. She finds herself standing in the center of a vast, rippling ocean of blood that stretches into infinity. Before she can even catch her breath, a towering nightmare with a bleached skull mask looms over her. The girl lets out a piercing scream, her instincts at war with the terrifying presence of this familiar monster. She scrambles through the thick, crimson mire, her lungs burning as she tries to outrun the inevitable. Panic completely takes hold as she desperately wonders where she is and what happened to her father. The beast stares back with hollow, empty sockets, its voice nothing more than a distorted and guttural rasp. It lunges through the darkness with predatory speed, the very air vibrating with a name it can't remember. A sickening spray of red paints the void as the weight of this corrupted miracle finally crashes down. Alithia collapses into the dark tide, the price of her father's forbidden pact being paid in blood and terror. Alithia wakes up drenched in a crimson nightmare, the metallic scent of death clinging to her skin. She gazes across a literal ocean of corpses, realizing the scale of the tragedy that has unfolded. The girl stares at her blood-stained hands and lets out a harrowing scream of pure, unadulterated grief. Suddenly, a blinding radiance pierces through the gloom as a celestial entity descends upon the field of slaughter. Alithia looks up, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and desperate hope at the divine presence. The six-winged figure introduces herself as Nadia, the incarnation of nature and the final wish of truth. A violent surge of energy erupts, threatening to tear the fabric of this mental realm apart. The monstrous shadow of her father recoils, sensing a power that shouldn't exist in this dying world. His singular red eye fixates on the light, a flicker of forgotten recognition burning within his corrupted mind. The beast lets out a final, earth-shaking roar as the light of the pact begins to consume him from within. A blinding flash of energy tears through the mental void, signaling the start of a profound internal shift. The resurrected Alithia staggers back in shock, her mind reeling as she realizes her original consciousness wasn't consumed by the pact. Before her stands the untainted spirit of the girl she once was, looking on with a calm, heartbreaking serenity. This phantom of her past steps forward, acknowledging that while no words can heal the trauma, she isn't alone. She pulls her corrupted self into a tender embrace, vowing to stay by her side for as long as it takes. In the middle of this crimson wasteland, the two halves of a broken soul finally find a moment of reconciliation. The resurrected druid stands frozen, the warmth of the spirit beginning to soothe the jagged edges of her dark existence. Closing her eyes, she finally allows herself to feel the grief she had been suppressing since her violent rebirth. A forgotten memory resurfaces, of a father's gentle touch and the innocent smile of a girl who knew nothing of war. The antlered king's only wish was for his daughter to live a life filled with nothing but bright, happy days. Staring at her own pure reflection, the resurrected druid can't help but wonder why she's being shown such unearned mercy. The spirit's gaze is heavy with a tragic kindness, explaining that this peace is the only thing her past self ever truly desired. As the weight of the words sinks in, the dark druid wonders if a heart as broken as hers can even process such a sentiment. She asks the question that's been haunting her, fearing that the girl she once was must surely despise the monster she's become. But there is no hatred in the spirit's voice, only the revelation that she has spent every moment longing for this reconciliation. Overwhelmed by the sheer force of her own forgotten love, the phantom breaks down, her tears bridging the gap between life and death. The truth strikes with the force of a tidal wave, shattering the cold indifference the druid had used as a shield for so long. Acceptance finally washes over her, and for the first time since her rebirth, she allows herself to simply feel. The moment is cut short as the mental landscape begins to tear apart, leaving her screaming for the father she isn't ready to leave behind. Even as the dark energy of her curse flares back to life, the look in her eyes has shifted from mindless rage to a haunting clarity. A voice finally breaks through the chaos, confessing that the wait for this moment has been agonizingly long. On a shore where the sun never sets, the silhouette of the old king stands ready to welcome his daughter home. Alithia can only watch in stunned silence, as the world around her begins to splinter into 1,000 dark shards. The mental landscape disintegrates, scattering the remnants of a tragic past into the cold, unfeeling void. With the corruption still staining her face, she looks on with a heavy heart, acknowledging the bond they all shared. She offers a final, somber blessing, wishing for her father and the memories of their forest to find eternal rest. But as one dream ends, a violent tremor shakes the foundations of the mindscape, signaling a far more dangerous arrival. Ananta finds himself standing in a desolate wasteland, dwarfed by a shadow that seems to swallow the very sky. The great black dragon looms over him, its voice dripping with contempt for the fragile, pathetic brat it calls a host. It seems the beast has finally lost its patience after watching its vessel be trampled so miserably by lesser beings. The manifestation of the black dragon smirks with cruel satisfaction, finding her host's internal collapse to be nothing short of delightful. She eyes Ananta with pure condescension, wondering why the boy is wearing such a pathetic, hollow expression instead of fighting back. Looking deep into his golden eyes, she mocks his weakness, asking if he has finally decided to give up after losing control. But her smug attitude vanishes in an instant, replaced by a flicker of genuine confusion as she senses a shift in his spirit. To her absolute shock, the once defiant warrior drops to his knees, lowering his head in a gesture of total, soul-crushing submission. She can't wrap her head around the sight, demanding to know what kind of sick game he thinks he's playing by groveling. A wave of shared trauma resurfaces, bringing back memories of foolish choices and the unhealable wounds they inflicted on one another. With a heavy heart and a voice devoid of pride, Ananta does the unthinkable by softly asking the ancient beast for her forgiveness. The request triggers a violent explosion of pure, unadulterated rage as she slams him into the dirt with a deafening crash. She pins him down with a murderous grip, screaming that a pathetic apology can never possibly mend the centuries of agony he caused. The draconic ego looms over him like a mountain of red-stained hatred, reminding him that a single day's grudge can last an eternity. Ananta stares back from the dirt, fully aware that empty words won't ever bridge the gap of their bloody history. Despite the venom in her eyes, he looks her straight in the face and requests her strength to bring down their common enemy. Disgusted by his audacity, Azidahaka sends him flying with a violent strike, cursing the despicable mortal for even daring to ask. She stands over his broken form, mockingly reminding him that he doesn't even own his body anymore because she has already claimed it. Turning her back on him, she declares that they are fundamental opposites, two souls that were never meant to share the same space. Ananta slowly pulls himself up, admitting that he understands the impossibility of their bond better than anyone else in existence. He clenches his fist with a grim resolve, knowing that the only thing that will ever truly separate them now is the grave. He refuses to offer a hollow apology without the weight of responsibility, vowing to carry the burden of their shared sins until the end. For the first time, the ancient dragon is left speechless, her fury momentarily silenced by the sheer weight of his conviction. Azidahaka's eyes widen as she senses a shift in the soul she thought she had finally mastered. That pulsating heart of chaos isn't just surviving anymore, it's beginning to beat with a new, terrifying purpose. The energy ripples outward like a shockwave, signaling an awakening that even the ancient dragon cannot ignore. High above the mental wreckage, a silhouette emerges, standing with the poise of a ruler returning to his throne. Raclette and her companions huddle together, paralyzed by the sheer pressure radiating from the figure above them. They can only watch in silence, fearing that the man they knew has been swallowed by the darkness. But this is no mindless beast. It's Ananta, finally manifesting the true authority of his draconic lineage. His eyes burn with a cold blue fire, proving that he has finally seized control of the storm within. He clenches his fist, feeling the absolute weight of his resolve hardening into a physical force. With one devastating blow, he shatters the boundaries of the mindscape, ready to reclaim his place in the living world. Raclette and her companions can hardly believe their eyes as the pressure in the air becomes suffocating. Out of the fractured reality of the mindscape, a single figure strides forward through the crimson light. It is Ananta, but he is no longer just a man. He has become a walking catastrophe of refined demonic energy. The beast within, the legendary Azidahaka, begins to manifest its terrifying physical presence at his command. Every ounce of the dragon's ancient hatred and rage is being condensed into a new, lethal shape for its host. He is no longer fighting the darkness, but instead using it as the ultimate fuel for the slaughter ahead. The very air screams as the dragon's maw opens, ready to devour anything that dares to stand in its path. This is the birth of a raging demon, a state of power that transcends the limits of mortal comprehension. As the beast lets out a world-shaking roar, Ananta stands at the center of the storm as its undisputed master. Even those who know him are left speechless, realizing his strength has reached a level that is truly unfathomable. The adversary sneers at the display, mocking Ananta for being nothing more than a desperate incarnation of vengeance. But the dragon doesn't care for insults, letting out a roar that threatens to tear the mindscape apart. The arrogant fool readies his defense, still underestimating the sheer weight of the primordial power he's facing. Ananta focuses every bit of his resolve into a single, devastating point, his arm transforming into a draconic engine of destruction. With a world-shaking cry, the beast lunges forward, putting the full force of a god's wrath into one strike. Amidst the blinding light of the clash, Ananta remains cold and focused, his eyes burning with a new, absolute authority. The impact is absolute, the dragon's fist shattering through the enemy's pathetic attempts to stand his ground. The shockwave ripples through the entire palace, a violent reminder that the hierarchy here has officially been rewritten. As the dust settles, the new master of this realm stands tall, his presence alone enough to silence the heavens. Seeing him return, Raclette and the others are flooded with relief, realizing their protector has truly ascended beyond his limits. Tarkin feels a brief, flickering moment of relief, genuinely grateful to see that his companions have survived the chaos. But that sentiment is violently cut short as a massive, gold-armored fist crashes into his face with the force of a falling mountain. The sheer power of the blow sends a localized shockwave through the air, shattering the surrounding stone into fine dust. Skidding backward across the palace floor, the dragon host manages to steady himself, staring down the looming silhouette of his attacker. He lets out a low, guttural growl, mocking the warrior for thinking such a shallow strike would be enough to bring him down. In response, Warrior Baharan begins to truly manifest his killing intent, his entire frame erupting in a pillar of freezing blue energy. With his eyes burning like cold stars, the Titan makes a silent, absolute vow to destroy everything standing in his way. Looking down at the dragon from his height, Baron begins to lecture his opponent on the brutal truth of their world. To a monster like him, reality is nothing more than a playground for the strong to intoxicate themselves with power while the weak are trampled. As he steps forward to close the distance, he reminds the dragon that this is their third clash, and he doesn't intend for there to be a fourth. Baharan decides it is finally time to settle the score, demanding the dragon prove he is actually worth the effort. The two titans stand at opposite ends of the hall, the very atmosphere curdling under their oppressive killing intent. Without another word, they ignite their auras and lunge, two streaks of calamitous energy destined for a violent reunion. Tarkin lets out a deafening roar, his primal instinct screaming for the warrior's head as the distance vanishes in an instant. Their fists meet with the force of a collapsing star, sending a blinding shockwave through the chamber that shatters the floor. Neither side gives an inch, locked in a brutal contest of pure strength that threatens to bring the palace down. The sheer pressure is so intense it nearly blows Raclette and the others away, forcing them to shield their eyes. Refusing to let the momentum fade, the dragon clenches his glowing fist, desperate to crush the warrior's smug composure. But Baron moves like a ghost, shifting his weight with a terrifying grace that completely mocks his opponent's massive frame. Finding the perfect opening, the warrior buries a devastating counter into the dragon's ribs, finally drawing blood in this lethal dance. The collision erupts into a blinding flare, threatening to tear the very air apart. As the warrior emerges from the light, his aura manifesting as a fan of watchful eyes. He looms over the dragon like a judge, clearly mocking his opponent's desperate struggle for dominance, while Raclette, watching from the sidelines, can barely keep her footing as she screams a warning. But warnings mean nothing when the world is already shattering under a mountain-leveling strike. forcing the dragon to stabilize his energy and command his primal form to tighten up. With a burst of emerald light, he launches forward, trading raw bulk for serpentine speed that allows him to coil around the environment like a predator seeking a better angle. Now more agile than ever, the dragon clings to the wreckage, eyes locked on the warrior below, who simply flares his wings in response, promising with cold finality that there is no escape. Tarkin doesn't just move, he becomes a localized hurricane of emerald scales and raw fury, spinning with such violent velocity that he transforms into a blurred, whistling vortex of death. Baharan stands his ground, his many-eyed tails twitching as he measures the weight of this incoming storm, seemingly unimpressed as he channels his overwhelming physical might into a fist glowing with blinding, golden heat. With a roar, the warrior unleashes the Spire of Torture, a pillar of light designed to erase anything in its path. But as the smoke clears, Baharan's confidence wavers for a split second when he realizes his target has vanished. High above the light show, Tarkin descends like a falling star, vowing to ravage everything the warrior stands for. The impact is a tectonic event, a collision of draconic spite and divine armor that rattles the very air, yet Baron remains a monster in his own right, catching the massive claw with a grunt of stubborn effort. His eyes flare with a cold, blue light as he grips the dragon's arm, proving that catching a predator is only the start. Baharan doesn't just hold his ground, he retaliates with a savage intensity that rattles the very earth. He hammers away at the dragon, each strike landing with the weight of a falling mountain. Tarkin's head is slammed into the stone, his scales cracking under the sheer pressure of the warrior's wrath. Seeking a definitive end, Baron gathers a blinding, golden heat into his fist for one final, crushing blow. The resulting impact is a masterclass in superhuman strength, turning the battlefield into a graveyard of shattered rock. A thick shroud of dust blankets the area, masking the aftermath of that devastating, bone-breaking explosion. Emerging from the haze, Baharan notes that a vessel meant for conquest should at least be able to take a beating. He stares down at the wreckage, his many-eyed tails twitching with a predatory, cold anticipation. He questions how much longer the dragon can possibly withstand the absolute authority of his destructive power. Yet, beneath the broken armor and scorched earth, a new, burning resolve begins to fracture the silence. Baharan looms over the wreckage with cold eyes, certain that he is the final chapter in the dragon's history. Alithia cries out in pure desperation, her spirit trembling as she watches the supposed end of her only hope. Yet, the deep fractures in the dragon's scales begin to leak a strange, pressurized heat that defies the laws of injury. That heat quickly turns into a blinding radiance, a sign that the dragon's core is finally reaching its boiling point. In a sudden violent surge, Tarkin manifests as a gargantuan shadow of red energy, dwarfing the arrogant warrior below. A colossal pillar of crimson fire erupts from the earth, screaming toward the heavens with the force of a dying star. The sheer scale of the blast pierces the very sky, signaling to the world that the hunt has been turned. Baron stands amidst the falling debris, his composure finally slipping as he stares into the heart of the inferno. He senses something primal at work, realizing the dragon is actually devouring the battlefield's energy to fuel its own ascension. It is a state of complete combustion, where every wound is being recycled into a lethal, self-sustaining cycle of destructive power. Baharan realizes that the greater the power he consumes, the more time he needs to truly make it his own. Alithia can only watch in absolute terror as the very air begins to vibrate with a suffocating, ancient pressure. Tarkin looms over the battlefield like a living mountain, making the once mighty warrior look like a mere insect. This is the true manifestation of Anantis' resolve, a new form born from the absolute combustion of his soul. Refusing to accept his sudden inferiority, Baharan lets out a defiant roar that echoes across the shattered landscape. The dragon doesn't bother with words, instead gathering a sphere of concentrated, pressurized heat within its massive maw. A blinding torrent of draconic fire erupts, a pillar of pure destruction that turns the sky into a sea of red. Baharan is instantly swallowed by the light, his arrogance finally meeting a force that refuses to be tamed. Tarkin pours every ounce of his recycled momentum into the strike, ensuring the earth itself feels the dragon's wrath. The resulting explosion shatters the horizon, leaving nothing behind but the scorched remains of a broken battlefield. A spiraling abyss is all that remains of the earth, a scorched testament to the dragon's absolute authority. But as the dust settles, a chilling realization hits the dragon's predatory gaze is still fixed on his prey. The enemy isn't finished. A massive blue specter erupts from the rubble, proving the warrior was merely playing until now. Tarkin watches the core of energy stabilize, knowing the true test of resolve is finally beginning. A pillar of cerulean fire screams toward the heavens, a desperate surge of power meant to incinerate everything in its path. It's no longer about technique, but a raw, murderous intent that slams into the ground with the weight of a mountain. Watching the blue flames dance, Alithia can only tremble as she realizes the warrior's spirit is still burning bright. Suddenly, the very atmosphere begins to fracture, spiderwebbing into 1,000 pieces as the mindscape reaches its limit. The reality of the memory finally gives way, shattering to reveal a cosmic expanse where the nightmare ends and the truth begins. Emerging from the wreckage of the vision, Alithia finds herself standing in the cold reality of the central second base. Alithia's eyes snap open as she's unceremoniously dumped back into the real world, looking like she's just seen a ghost. She finds herself standing in the shadow of a ruined monolith, a jagged reminder of the base that used to stand under this swirling purple sky. The reunion starts early as Lupa and her squad of battered warriors stumble onto the scene, looking like they've been through a meat grinder. The veteran warrior is thrilled to see the girl in one piece, but there's no time for hugs when the world is falling apart. Alithia isn't even listening, her skin crawling as she feels a massive, suffocating pressure that can only belong to the strongest spear. Lupa can only confirm the bad news, explaining that whatever is happening is dragging every single survivor toward this one desolate spot. The realization hits like a ton of bricks, leaving the young druid terrified that Ananta and the queen might already be caught in the crossfire. A frantic shout from a young archer cuts the tension, her finger trembling as she points toward a massive pile of rubble. Sitting atop a throne of literal garbage and broken dreams is a figure that looks entirely too comfortable in this graveyard. That dark silhouette isn't just watching. It's radiating a level of pure, unadulterated menace that tells everyone exactly who owns this mountain. To understand how we got here, we have to look back a few hours to when the sky first began to bleed. Tarkin stares down his opponent with a cold, draconic indifference, unimpressed by the warrior's desperate display of power. Beharin isn't one for posturing, letting out a primal roar as he gathers every ounce of his blue energy for a final stand. The dragon answers with a breath of pure annihilation, a white-hot pillar of energy designed to erase anything foolish enough to stand in its way. The world disappears behind a curtain of blinding light as the two powers collide in a catastrophic explosion of heat. Yet, the warrior proves his more than just talk, weaving through the inferno with a speed that defies his massive energy form. He closes the distance in a heartbeat, swinging a heavy arc of blue light that threatens to cleave the dragon's head from its shoulders. Even a primordial ego like Tarkin is forced to recoil, feeling the unexpected weight of a man who refuses to be eclipsed. Sensing a momentary lapse in the dragon's defense, the blue avatar lunges from the heavens like a falling star. Up close, the warrior's face is a mask of pure, feral hunger, showing the world exactly what happens when a monster is pushed to the brink. Beharin drops like a comet, his blue energy screaming through the air as he commits everything to this one strike. Tarkin barely has time to register the threat before the warrior is right on top of him, teeth bared in a feral snarl. This isn't just a simple punch. It's the concentrated weight of a man who refuses to let a primordial beast dictate his end. The collision is absolute, a violent marriage of blue and red energy that threatens to tear the very sky apart. Below them, the central base shudders as the shockwave levels buildings, turning the battlefield into a graveyard of dust and debris. Beharin isn't done yet, his roar echoing through the chaos as he pushes his physical limits to the absolute breaking point. But the dragon isn't some mindless beast to be bullied, manifesting a swarm of shadowy heads to reclaim the momentum. A massive burst of crimson energy erupts, a desperate attempt by the dragon to finally incinerate the pest clinging to its throat. Through the heat and the blinding flames, the warrior emerges unscathed, his blue aura burning brighter than the sun itself. As he prepares his final gambit, the many-eyed tails fan out, leaving the dragon wide-eyed as it realizes the hunter has become the prey. Even the mighty Tarkin can feel the atmosphere curdling, sensing a level of danger that bypasses even its draconic instincts. Ananta screams for his allies to retreat immediately, his voice strained with the knowledge that this next clash will leave nothing standing. Alithia freezes as the golden sphere activates, the reality of their desperate situation finally sinking in as the light intensifies. With a roar of mechanical power, the Alcubierre drive tears open space, offering a narrow window for the survivors to escape the blast zone. Tears stream down Alithia's face as she calls out to her protector, fearing this warp might be their final goodbye in this chaotic world. Beharin doesn't hesitate, channeling his entire being into a singular, devastating lance of blue energy that screams across the sky. The target is locked, a massive spire in the distance becoming the unfortunate anvil for the warrior's blinding blue hammer. A blinding detonation follows, the shockwave turning stone to dust and rewriting the geography of the central base in an instant. Floating amidst the stardust, Beharin basks in his own divinity, smugly assuming that even a primordial dragon would be reduced to ash. But the warrior's ego takes a massive hit when he peers into the crater, realizing his ultimate move might have just been a warm-up. Just when Beharin thinks he's won, a pillar of concentrated darkness surges from the rubble like a middle finger to his divinity. The warrior's eyes widen as he witnesses the birth of a quasar, a localized collapse of space-time fueled by the dragon's bottomless rage. A violent, violet shockwave tears through the atmosphere, turning the once mighty spire into a mere footnote in this cataclysmic exchange. Through the choking haze of pulverized stone, a monstrous shadow begins to stir, proving that some nightmares simply won't stay dead. Tarkin's jagged tails whip through the air, his body a map of fresh scars and glowing energy that pulses with a renewed, lethal intent. He can feel his physical vessel reaching its limit, every muscle fiber screaming under the weight of Beharan's overwhelming power. Deep within that broken shell, Ananta's spirit manifests as a crimson serpent of pure resolve. Even as his body reaches its breaking point, he locks eyes with his blue-tinted tormentor, silently mocking the idea that a little physical trauma could ever extinguish his internal flame. The dragon challenges the warrior's arrogance, questioning the resolve of a creature who dares to stand against a primordial force of nature. Beharan roars in defiance, lunging forward to prove that even a being born without fangs or claws can still bring a god to its knees. Beharan lashes out with the fury of a god, screaming about the primal cycle of blood and bone as he tries to tear the dragon apart. He mocks the beast for its nature, accusing it of being nothing more than a mindless consumer that turns its victims into tools of war. The warrior demands to know the purpose of the dragon's existence, charging a beam of pure blue energy to force an answer from the spirit. A blinding explosion of cerulean light swallows the battlefield, threatening to erase everything in its path. Amidst the roar of the blast, a chilling laugh echoes, signaling that the warrior's lecture hasn't quite landed the killing blow he expected. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Ananta remembers his true desire not for conquest or blood, but simply to return to the warmth of his family. He rejects the warrior's narrow philosophy, telling the arrogant fool to find his own answers as his spirit begins to ignite with a new, terrifying heat. Crimson and gold energy swirls into a violent vortex, the dragon's scales shedding like old skin to make way for something far more refined. From the heart of the inferno, a new silhouette emerges, one that represents the absolute synthesis of man and monster. A pillar of fire erupts toward the heavens, signaling the birth of a power that will finally put the warrior's philosophy to the ultimate test. The dragon's roar isn't just a sound anymore. It's the vibration of a soul finally finding its true center. Beharan answers with a primal scream of his own, his blue energy avatar surging with the weight of his absolute conviction. The two opposing forces collide with a deafening crack, shattering the air as red heat and blue frost tear the battlefield apart. Out of the chaotic explosion, a new form stabilizes, a perfect, terrifying fusion of human resolve and draconic primal power. For the first time, the warrior's arrogance wavers, replaced by a flicker of shock he can't quite hide behind those glowing eyes. He realizes that while he may never understand the dragon's path, its words have finally managed to pierce his cold heart. This is no longer a lecture on philosophy. It's a mutual recognition between two monsters who have nothing left but their strength. With a grin that borders on madness, the warrior offers his sincerest respect by winding up a strike meant to end everything. Tarkin doesn't flinch, his crimson jaws opening wide to welcome the final challenge with a roar that shakes the very heavens. He pulls back a fist of pure, concentrated destruction, ready to prove that his existence needs no justification other than this final blow. The collision is absolute, a violent erasure of everything but the two monsters at its center. As the dust settles, the once mighty structure of the central base stands as a broken monument to their catastrophic power. The surrounding landscape has been reduced to a desolate graveyard of jagged stone and silent, drifting ash. Beharan gasps for air through the grit, his body finally buckling as his pride leaks out along with his blood. Tarkin stands tall amidst the ruin, declaring that this brutal exchange has finally ended in his undisputed favor. He looks down at his fallen foe, reflecting on the long, blood-soaked road that led to this second fated encounter. But even in defeat, Beharan's gaze remains piercing, asking if the dragon still remembers the warning he gave long ago. He can't wrap his head around why a creature of such overwhelming strength would ever choose to serve a master like Gyuyo. His blue energy flickers like a dying star, yet his spirit refuses to break under the crushing weight of the dragon's shadow. With a blood-stained smirk, he whispers a name that carries a weight even the dragon might not be ready to carry. Ananta finds himself drifting back to a memory where he was compared to a legendary beast of flames. A young Alethea once told him that such divine creatures are cursed to seek out something precious to ease their loneliness. He reflects on the hollow question of whether Gyuyo ever truly filled that void in his life. Looking back at their time together, he realizes that a genuine bond never actually existed between them. Their connection was nothing more than a cold calculation where their individual interests happened to align. They were two powerful beings who could never share a heart, and now even their paths have finally diverged. With a heavy sense of finality, He closes his eyes and lets the weight of that past connection vanish. Back in the ruins of the present, a broken Baron refuses to lower himself by begging for mercy. He acknowledges his downfall, urging the Avatar of Vengeance to finally claim the hard-won rights of the victor. As the end approaches, he sends a final, silent thought across the battlefield to the one known as Whitefoot. Baharan reflects on his final contingency, having sent Raclette and Alithia into the safety of the labyrinth. Ananta admits that if the warrior had been a mere beast, he would have ended him right there. Despite their bloody history, the dragon acknowledges that protecting the children proved Baharan is a true warrior. Instead of delivering a killing blow, Ananta commands his defeated rival to stop seeking purpose in Gyuyo. He exercises his right as the victor, ordering the broken giant to find his own answers elsewhere. Baharan stands on trembling legs, finally feeling the weight of a power that completely dwarfs his own. He clasps his hands one last time, manifesting a surge of energy that signals his final departure. From the wreckage, Lupa and the survivors watch as the reality-warping pressure of the battle begins to fade. The connection between these two monsters is severed, leaving only the silent stars to witness the end. With a final, silent farewell to a worthy opponent, the warrior vanishes into the light of his own exit. Ananta watches the broken warrior turn to leave, wondering where a man with nothing left intends to go. Baharan admits that since his life was spared, he still has one final debt of blood to settle. Realizing the giant might know the truth, Ananta desperately demands to know Gyuyo's current location. Baharan points toward the root of the lunar base, the very place where this cycle of misery first began. Before Ananta can give chase, a portal tears open as a frantic messenger arrives to interrupt him. The rabbit-eared secretary reports that they've finally pinpointed Gyuyo's position, confirming the warrior's cryptic lead. Meanwhile, at Central Base 4, the sudden order to halt operations sends the command center into a total panic. The operators struggle with conflicting data, unable to confirm if their target has truly been cornered. Reunited with Raclette and Alithia, the secretary prepares to lead the survivors back into the depths of the labyrinth. Blackfoot receives her final orders, acknowledging her sister's command to retreat as the pieces finally fall into place. Blackfoot initiates the large-scale transfer, but the process is far from smooth. Panic sets in as she screams for guards, feeling the ground tremble beneath her feet. The nearby warriors can only stare in horror, demanding to know what's causing the violent tremors. In the distance, the landscape literally tears itself apart as something buried deep begins to surface. Pillars of crimson energy erupt from the wreckage, signaling the arrival of a forgotten nightmare. A massive, obsidian monolith rises from the dust, its surface pulsing with ancient, glowing circuitry. The command center demands an immediate report, but the sight of the Titan leaves everyone speechless. Blackfoot realizes with a cold sweat that this is a machine from the old lunar base. The sheer scale of the mechanical god is enough to make even the bravest warrior feel insignificant. She can only wonder why a relic of this magnitude would suddenly awaken in such a place. Blackfoot is frozen in pure, unadulterated shock, her eyes trembling as she witnesses the impossible unfolding. At the very peak of the rising monolith, a lone silhouette stands tall, looking like a god among ruins. The reveal of Ananta brings no comfort, only a cold dread as he stares back with utter indifference. With every relay tower except for Base 4 shutting down, the world is plunged into a terrifying silence. A mechanical heart begins to thrum inside his chest, vibrating with the final, desperate echoes of Cernunnos. He doesn't even flinch as he rips the glowing core out, deciding he is done playing host to that inner world. The massive pillar beneath him lurches forward, its ancient gears grinding as it begins its long-awaited ascent. Standing at the top, he scoffs at the very idea of being a savior, finally shedding that useless, heavy mantle. He is a weapon fashioned by human hands, a conqueror and a murderer who is finally ready to fulfill his bloody destiny. Ananta's eyes burn with a cold, blue light as he fully embraces his role as the one who will kill the old world to build a new one. A blinding surge of energy erupts from the monolith, heralding the arrival of a presence that transcends mere mortality. This is the manifestation of a god, a six-winged entity of light and shadow that stands at the center of this new creation. The monolith pulses with ancient sigils, mapping out a divine hierarchy that Ananta is now prepared to climb. Massive, glowing roots tear through the frozen ground, anchoring this celestial power into the physical world with a violent roar. A radiant tree of life surges toward the stars, its branches weaving through the air like the veins of a living, breathing deity. The sheer force of its expansion begins to crack the very sky, shattering the firmament as reality struggles to contain such power. Watching from the sidelines, Blackfoot is paralyzed by the realization that they are witnessing the end of an era and the birth of a nightmare. These glowing branches are the new law of the land, a beautiful and terrifying canopy that marks the beginning of Ananta's reign. This radiant spectacle is the true form of Yggdrasil, a pillar of light that anchors the new world order. Nadia gazes down at the trembling rabbit girl, seeing her as nothing more than a pathetic remnant of Serena. With a flick of her hand, the goddess commands the unacknowledged to vanish from her perfect new reality. She manifests her full six-winged glory, calling for a radiance that will purge the unworthy from the earth. Beams of celestial energy rain down with terminal intent, leaving Blackfoot staring up at her impending doom. The secretary closes her eyes as the air ignites, but the killing blow is met by a sudden, violent heat. A massive explosion rocks the landscape when a familiar, brutal strength intercepts the divine execution. Nadia remains unmoved, mockingly asking if her old acquaintance has finally come to bid her a final farewell. But Baron isn't interested in goodbyes, standing firm as a wall of muscle and defiance against the goddess.